lift up your deck too.
Yeah.
That's a
can't forget
good
that.
point.
Look at the bottom 7 cards of my deck, and I can reveal a Pokemon I find there.
See what you get.
I think, yeah, we'll take one of the key members of my strategy, the
Ooh.
Grookey. Get that, and then shuffle the rest of the cards back into my deck. Unfortunately, I do not have an energy, but I'll
Ooh.
put down this Swirlix, and then I'll pass to you.
Okay. While you're shuffling, I'll go ahead and draw to start my turn. Okay. I'm going to attach an energy for turn to my Jinx. Yep. I'll then bench Klefki.
Okay.
I'll...
Don't love that you started with that Jinx. But all right.
Jinx is pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm going to bench Vulpix, and then I will play Lucian as my supporter for turn. Each player shuffles their hand, puts it on the bottom of the deck. If either player puts any cards on the bottom of their deck in this way, they flip a coin. If heads, they draw 6. If tails, get 3.
Unfortunate.
So put those to the bottom, and hoping I get a heads, and you get a tails.
Interesting.
I got a
Ooh,
tails.
you got a tails. Let's try that again.
Okay. I got a tails. You get... Oh,
Heads.
my gosh.
Oh, thank you.
This has backfired terribly.
Classic Puka moment.
True. Ooh, that is actually a pretty good 3 cards. I'm not going to be too upset about that, as I will play
okay.
my Buddy Poffin to search my deck for up to 2 basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less.
Not
Put
bad.
them onto my bench. That is not too bad. Similarly to how that card is good in Standard, very good in a limited format like this one.
Yeah. You do need to have Pokemon that have 70 HP is the thing, though.
That is true. That is a good point.
Or less.
I do have that, so
Oh.
I feel okay about it.
Bummer.
Bummer. What am I going to move the energy to? Okay. I'll grab Dunsparce.
Okay.
And I will also bench an Impidimp.
Okay.
Then
Scary.
I'll go back into the deck, and I'll use Jinx's Inviting Kiss to search my deck for a basic Pokemon, put it onto my bench, then shuffle my deck. And if I put any Pokemon onto my bench in this way, I get to move an energy from Jinx to that Pokemon.
Okay.
And I will grab Eviltal and move the Darkness energy from Jinx to the Eviltal.
I see.
I'll pass it to you. It's your turn.
All right. You've countered my mythical Pokemon with the legendary Pokemon I see. Okay. All right. I'll draw my card for the turn. Not a great 6 cards. The card I wanted is now on the bottom of my deck, unfortunately.
All according to plan. All according to plan.
Thankfully, though, I have this great Victini here.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and just drop a fighting energy on that one. And we're going to use the old flippity flap. Shuffle your hand into your deck and then draw 6 cards.
I feel like there's a few Pokemon over the years that have had that attack name, and it's always one of my favorites.
Yeah, I think it's on a Shaman before. Yep. Yeah. Flippity flapping those little wings.
Are they wings?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go ahead and draw my card to get started. That is an interesting one.
Okay, don't like that.
I'll attach an energy for turn to my Klefki. And then I'll use Surfer to switch my active Pokemon with one of my bench Pokemon. And if I do, I get to draw cards. So I have 5 in my hand. So I'll send up the Klefki and I'll draw 4 cards.
Fair enough.
Feeling pretty good about all that.
I'm really happy for you.
I'll evolve Dunsparce into the Dunsparce.
Okay, yeah.
And I'll go for a stick and draw on Klefki. Discard a card from my hand. I'll get rid of Houndoom. And then if I do, I get to draw 2 cards.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Draw a card. Ugh. Not looking great. Let's see. I'm going to play down Pikachu.
Okay.
That's a good one. Let's see what you got going on over here. I feel like the more time I give you to set all this stuff up, the worse off I am. Unfortunately, my hand is not good. Let's see here. All right, I'm gonna play a lightning energy onto my Pikachu.
Okay. Okay.
And let's go with the. Let's see. Should I put this down? I don't think so. We're gonna go for another flippity flap.
Okay. Just keeping going with it.
Mm-hmm.
Kenny, would you say this is pretty on par for what you've experienced watching many different battle box battles go down?
Yeah, it really depends. You can definitely have some really fast, aggressive starts, but oftentimes games do come down to sort of, setting up for a few turns before the real action begins.
I will draw for turn. Oh gosh, that's pretty good. Okay.
I appreciate it if you didn't say that every turn.
I mean, it should stop being so good then. I'll use Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking to search my deck for 2 cards, put them on top of my deck in any order.
As long as you don't have a way to like draw those cards, it should be okay. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. I'll grab those 2 cards.
Okay.
And then I will put them on top of my deck, and I do indeed have a way to draw them, as I will use the Dunsparce's Runaway Draw to draw the top 3 cards on my deck.
That's a good combo.
And then I will shuffle the Dunsparce back into my deck. And I'm feeling pretty solid about my setup so far. I will now evolve my Impidimp into Morgrim.
Mm-hmm.
I will attach an energy for turn to the Morgrim. I'll evolve I'll bench Chimchar, and then I'll use Stick and Draw to discard a card from my hand, getting rid of Larry's skill to draw 2 cards.
All right.
It's your turn.
Good. Draw a card. All right. We'll play my first supporter card,
Okay.
the Morty's Conviction. I'll discard this Volbeat and draw a card for each of your benched Pokemon. It'll give me a nice 5 cards.
Did not adequately play around the Morty's Conviction.
Yeah, battle box meta. Let's see what we got here. All right, we do have the Goldeen.
Okay.
Go ahead and do that one. Starting to wonder what cards are actually in my deck at this point. Let's see. I think I'm gonna attach to this Swirlix. Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Bench this Hisuian Growlithe.
Okay.
And we will once again go for the flippity flap.
Keep it up, buddy. Keep it up. Flap away.
One of these hands has to be good.
Just keep trying.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and draw for turn. And I will use Perrin to reveal up to 2 Pokemon from my hand and put them into my deck. If I do, I get to search my deck for that many Pokemon, reveal them, and put them in my hand.
Okay.
So I'll put back Emolga and Ninetales. And I will get... I guess I'll just get the Ninetales back. I put it back just in case I wanted to get something else, but I think I'll just get the Ninetales, and of course, I think to no surprise is Grimmsnarl.
Oh, yeah.
The Grimmsnarl, when I saw that card, it was one of the first cards I took when we drafted. I read it and I was like, this seems like it's pretty strong.
Yeah, that is pretty big. Don't love seeing that.
I will evolve my Morgrim into Grimmsnarl. I will attach an energy for turn.
Mm-hmm.
I'll evolve Chimchar into Monferno. Evolve Vulpix into Ninetales. And it's time to go in, I think. I will retreat the Klefki into Grimmsnarl. And I'm going to use its attack, Goad and Grab. Chip has his Grimmsnarl ready to go. What will Kyle do to respond? Tune in to part 2 tomorrow to find out.
It's, oh my God.
It's just the best. And he's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep. From that GM
Close
power.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wishcast when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Welcome in to day 2 of our Pokemon trading card game competition here in Portland, Oregon. The field has slimmed down quite a bit. 2 Swiss rounds already done today, and just 2 more Swiss rounds remain until we'll see who will be in our top cut, who will be fighting it out to become our Portland Regional Champion. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here in the lounge to kick off the show by Kyle, Puka, Sukovic, Emily, Lyric Foreman, and Adam Skarzig Watson. I gotta say, I'm feeling a little left out. I'm the only one here who doesn't have a cool little nickname, you know?
I thought your nickname
was Chip. Chip, yeah, that works, I guess.
Chip in quotes, Chip Ritchie. There you go.
Trainer Chip
Bring back
Ritchie.
Trainer Chip.
The OG.
Ooh.
Man, only the old G's know. Well, a great day we had yesterday, and a great day we're looking forward to here today. Just a couple hundred players left in the field, and already some of those players have been eliminated from Top Cut with the first 2 Swiss rounds we've had.
Well, honestly, Chip, if it's one deck that hasn't been eliminated from the Top Cut, it's the potential of seeing Toad Squirrel EX still going strong inside of this tournament. But of course, Dragapult not too far behind as well, along with its friend Raging Bolt too.
Speaking of that Toad Squirrel EX, one of the highlights from yesterday, without a doubt, has to have been getting to feature this unknown archetype coming into this tournament on the broadcast. Kyle, you had the opportunity to cast this game. Talk to us about, what this deck is aiming to do and how Ray Chen has started off so strong in this tournament.
Yeah, it's a pretty straightforward deck. You're just trying to get a bunch of grass energy in play and attack. Toad Squirrel EX's attack does more damage for each of your benched Pokemon that has grass energy on it. And so you just use the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX Teal Dance to get energy on a bunch of Pokemon. You can move energy around with the energy switch. You can use Area 0 Underdepths to expand your bench to 8 and really maximize how much damage you can do. It's a really simple deck, but it's kind of fun to watch play out.
Absolutely, and Adam is someone who I know enjoys playing kind of off-meta stuff, a little bit of the rogue decks. I mean, I'm sure you appreciated getting to see Ray Chen show what this deck could do on stream.
Yeah, players always love to take these big risks sometimes for tournaments just to find whatever edge they can to counter the metagame. And we've seen Toad Squirrel, teched into decks with Slime Mold Colony, trying to counter Golden Go and just recovery cards in general. But seeing this evolve into a whole new archetype is maybe something we can look forward to in the future.
We'll be keeping our eye on Ray through the rest of the tournament, as well as many of our other players. And speaking of players, I think we're getting ready to get into our next Swiss round very, very soon. Be sure to tune in to Pokemon.com/broadcasts. Check it out. That's where you can see all the information for our upcoming live streams. You're never going to want to miss one of those shows. And be sure to follow us on all of the various social media channels using that hashtag #PlayPokemon so we can stay up to date with what's going on here in the tournament. Let us know who you're rooting for and who you are hoping to see become the regional champion today. It's been a great opening. It's been a great day, and I'm excited to see what else we're going to have through the rest of this event. Let's get over to the caster desk and get into our next Swiss round.
What a beautiful morning for some Pokemon TCG action. We're already halfway through day number 2, where we've got 2 more Swiss rounds and then get into our top 8 asymmetrical cut. Kyle, this is what it comes down to. The last regional, the hype could not be more.
Yeah, I mean, these players are they're competing for it all at this point, trying to be the final regional champion here in North America. Got a great opportunity. They need a very good record to get the job done. There's no more wiggle room here. You need to continue to win to find your way into that top cut.
with less rounds means a even more stellar record. You have to have 9, 1, and 2, it looks like, potentially 29 match points is historically for these 8 and 4 round tournaments. 8 rounds yesterday, 4 Swiss rounds total today. If you can get to those 29 match points, you're going to be in a solid spot for asymmetrical cut, but it's really going to be those players, you know, with that top record. X1-1, X0-2. If you can get there and avoid that asymmetrical cut, we've talked about this before on the cast, that jump in terms of points and payout from top 16 to top 8, it is tremendous, and it is a huge gap.
Well, we have 2 players ready to do just that. 8 1-1 records moving into this round with a chance to add even more. Let's take it to the table, see who we've got.
No stranger to the Portland star-studded stage. Last year's champion, John Ang, playing another Dragon-type Pokemon that has been at the forefront of the metagame, Dragapult EX, paired with that small but powerful Budew Ichipollen. We're going to have to see if Steven has got what it takes with essentially another powerhouse of the format, Raging Bolt EX, paired with that Teal Mask Pokemon.
Yeah, we've seen a absolute wild increase in the Raging Bolt numbers recently after the win in Milwaukee from Christian Labella, and it's just going to continue at this point. It is such a powerful deck, and having that versatility of the baby Raging Bolt has been something that's very beneficial in matchups like this.
So we'll see as these players get set up what their opening hands and options look like. You see another Dragon-type Pokemon on the stage, Garchomp, you know, next set in that Destined Rivals, it could come and maybe show some surprise. It's not a Dragon-type card, it is of course fighting, but for now we'll look towards the present as these Pokemon players put their prizes out. Ooh, we do see a couple of interesting pieces here. You know, that Area 0 Underdepths, only 2 copies in the list here, so having one of those in the prize cards, this is a big advantage of this Noctowl deck, expanding the bench to give yourself more options to put these support Pokemon into play.
Yeah, the opportunity to have all these different resources, the additional Hoots so you can evolve into Noctowl, Jewel Seeker for all those resources. Going to be missing out on a little of that potentially there for John. An entire line of Dragapult EX and one of his 2 Duskull. It's a little unfortunate there for him.
So this will be a very interesting approach. These 2 decks do essentially their thing very differently, but very well. Slow and steady for Dragapult, extreme control, and that speed of Steven using that Raging Bolt deck. We'll see how these players clash, but for now, they'll show what they've got on the table. Round number 11, big match. A win for either of these players puts them in essentially guaranteed contention for this asymmetrical top cut. As Steven gets things started off with an Earthen Vessel, can check the deck and see what pieces are available.
Yeah, very important for Steven to make use of these item cards as early as possible. He knows he's up against a deck that loves to center around that Budew as its engine. You slow down your opponent, you avoid all of those additional item cards being played. And that's really how the ball gets rolling for Steven. He needs to see energies in the discard pile, he needs to see his Pokemon, probably needs to see a Fan Rotom as well.
Yeah, and an interesting inclusion in this Raging Bolt list. We see it discarded immediately. That Blood Moon Ursaluna. How has that card really found its way into Raging Bolt? It never really saw play in the Radiant Greninja Pokestop version. Is Blood Moon kind of just the new wave with this deck?
It's starting to slowly make its way into play. It's just sometimes you just run out of resources. You use all of your energies to take these big knockouts on Pokemon that have 320 hit points on the other side, like a Dragapult, and then when they have that final play, they use that unfair stamp, they bring you down, you just don't have any resources left. Maybe you just need the help of the Blood Moon to get it done.
Help indeed on Steven's side, not present on this first turn. No Fan Rotom, a huge part of this engine for the deck, using Fan Call on turn 1 to get out all of your support Pokemon, Hoots, and even the Ditto, not present on Steven's side, and just an attachment to this Raging Bolt and passing things over. Like you mentioned, Kyle, not capitalizing off of item cards, and additionally not being able to get basics is going to be so much more difficult when you can't use a card like Buddy Buddy Poffin, which John presently has in that hand, or even a Nestor Ultra Ball.
Yeah, and I think there's a little more to this hand as well. It looked like he had another Buddy Buddy Poffin to go in this hand. Potentially a supporter like an Iono, but that's not the one you want. We'll see if he has some other options here. But as long as this turn ends with Budew in the active spot using Ichipollen, you feel pretty good that you'll slow down your opponent and buy yourself a few more turns to get set up.
It is that Iono as the supporter in hand. You know, your opponent isn't sitting on any of those key Pokemon. They would have clearly hit the bench, things like Teal Mask Ogerpon, the Hoot, but at minimum, A pair of Buddy Buddy Poffin means John can just fill this bench up with a ton of these basic Pokemon, mainly those Dreepy, and once Dracloak gets into play, the gears really start turning.
Yeah, there's so much potential. Recon Directive, the best ability that this deck really loves to feature. It's why you don't see many these players focused on rare candy builds. They just want to see these Stage 1 Pokemon draw as many cards as possible, and it feels a little bit like Refinement Curly of the days.
So second Buddy Buddy Poffin will grab the Badoo. Itchy Pollen, cannot stress enough how impactful this card is at slowing the game down, putting players onto an even playing field, which John would love to have be slow, steady, and give him those time to get Dracloaks into play. But there is still a piece missing here. No way to move this Monkey Dory at the current moment. Is going to have to rely off of Iono to find 6 cards from the top of the deck, both players shuffling their hands, putting them onto the bottom. And ideally, even something like a rescue board could be a great piece, and lots of solid pieces found in this hand. Energy and a switch, even if John chooses to.
Yeah, first card in the window is the switch. It's so beneficial to have that card. It's only, what, 7 energies that are featured in this list, so often you're going to miss out on that. But with the Earthen Vessel, has the energy, could attach this to a Pokemon, and then also use his switch, start to build up a threat, and maybe have an answer to this Raging Bolt in the coming turns.
And that is the key here for John, is do you commit to using the switch, or do you value getting energy attachments down? And I feel like, you know, anytime you're playing against a Raging Bolt deck specifically, you've always got to fear that baby Raging Bolt for just being able to start picking off Dracloak, even after a slower start like this.
Yeah, there's a small window that he does have now, just seeing that there wasn't too much going on Steven's side of the board, so potentially could just play into promoting that Badoo, using this Pokemon as an unfortunate sacrifice, but it's well worth it. One extra turn of avoiding those item cards could be the complete difference of a setup.
So Earthen Vessel grabbing the pair of Energy, Psychic, and Fire, both needed for that attack cost for Dragapult EX, and we will see Switch be played. Energy committed to the Dreepy on the bench, and this is Dragapult's MO. Itchy Pollen, slow the game down. Fan Rotom found, but there's really nothing else going in this hand, and, you know, after turn 1, Fan Call can't do anything. It's just going to be an immediate play of the Iono. Steven under item block, he's going to have to find one of these 3 Fighting Energy just from the top 6 cards. Otherwise, this Raging Bolt EX is not going to be able to take a knockout on any Pokemon for that matter, and does find it. That's a big find here for Steven.
Yeah, he's got some decisions to make, though. If this hand doesn't get any better, is this a Burst Roar kind of turn? Like, how do you compete with this? He's just going to take the knockout here on the Badoo, try to stay in contention with the prize cards, but all he's finding are these items, and there's potential for more Badoo shenanigans here.
Yeah, and look at this here. John actually finding that rescue board and the Night Stretcher as well, so Itchy Pollen is immediately back online the following turn and can also preserve the energy card, not needing to retreat it, thanks to that rescue board reducing that retreat cost by 1 on that Dreepy.
Oh, well, he did not find the Dracloak to go along with this, but did run into the Unfair Stamp, so potential for a little disruption here and a setup. He's going for it, and this is wild. Steven already down on a 2-card hand on the second turn of the game.
Sometimes, you know, you may want to hold this Unfair Stamp for later, but like you mentioned, no Dracloak in the hand for John, so there essentially was no option. If you're missing Dracloak, this deck is slow and steady. No rare candy in this list, just wants to evolve the traditional old-fashioned way up into Dragapult EX, and with that being the case, you've got to find these stage 1s, and ideally a pair of them here, big 5 cards, and no, does not find any Dracloak. It's going to have to just retreat into Badoo, and that means, at a minimum, Steven will be safe for another turn from using Phantom Dive. Big cards here. Nothing really going on.
He got the wrong energy. He's looking at his discard pile and says, oh no, we picked the wrong one, but it's just the luck of the draw. They're missing out, and it is a Burst Roar turn. He just needs a new hand, and as you mentioned before, with the Area 0 Underdepths, he now has none of those to focus on for the rest of the game.
No Area 0 at the moment. Bench will be stuck to just 5. May feel a little bit congested and trapped during the game. John's going to start opening things up with this Jock, grabbing double Dracloak. now that Recon Directive is online, now that things have sort of come to a standstill on Steven's side, sure, he's drawn 6 cards, but at most, he'll only be at a 2-prize lead, and John's board is just looking so strong. He's got energy on several different Pokemon, can start to funnel through the deck with Recon Directive, and really execute a strategy in these upcoming turns.
This is going so well for John at this point. He's got his setup. It's slower than he anticipated, but when your opponent does not take knockouts on Badoo every turn, you feel a little more comfortable holding on to some great resources. Got the counter catcher, the Iono as well. It's just waiting for that Badoo to eventually get knocked out, and he's going to have a great attack.
Things are going perfectly here for John on this turn, really given a nice break from Steven, just being slowed down by the unfair stamp, doing its job, forcing Steven to take a turn off, draw a fresh hand of 6, discard some of those valuable resources like that Area 0, which you mentioned. And John's just going to keep using Itchy Pollen, and in fact, is actually going to play Counter Catcher onto this 80 HP Hoot Hoot. One of the disadvantages for playing a card like this is it does have a 2 retreat cost. Could potentially be a situation here where, Steven might struggle to move this out of the active thanks to it having that extra little bit of heftiness to it.
And are we missing the Terra Pokemon on the other side? Jewel Seeker is not an option, and that's a game.
It just picks the cards up. Steven has fallen way too far behind. When you're an aggressive deck and you struggle to take prizes at any quick rate, you've got to go into the next game. John, taking game 1, didn't even have to use any Phantom Dive. It was just the power of Badoo slowing the game up and that disruptive aspect that was just too much for Steven to handle.
Yeah, 30 damage over the course of 3 turns. It makes me sad too sometimes, but that is enough there. And honestly, respect to Steven at that point, understanding in this matchup, I'm going to need all the time I can get. 8-1-1, I need these 3 match points. Let's make sure I have as much time on the clock to get the job done.
And it really was that first turn, right? Not using that Fan Rotom to get a bunch of these Pokemon down. You just see how impactful it is that you get that board established on that first turn when you have access to items.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see this deck is built so it has so many different resources. We've seen amazing pop-off turns with the Fan Rotom into the Ditto, into the Baby Raging Bolt, just knocking out Dreepies on turn 2 over and over and over again. We know the potential is there. Steven understands that as well, and only 10 minutes has passed. He's had plenty of time to figure this out.
Hopefully a great 3-game set in store, some good Pokemon action. It's a little bit of a slow start to the day, but that means things can surely only go up from here.
It's still great to see. I mean, John showed us really the power of the deck without the attacks, just what you're able to accomplish with just the sheer threat of a great setup on the other side. And it just left Steven in an awkward spot, just continually trying to work through a deck that's half filled with items.
John taking a couple mulligans, so, hopefully after a couple additional cards for Steven, he's going to have a nice time setting the board up. Has opted to just go first again in this second game. Both players, again, just kind of have their designated strategies of, they want to go first or second, and it seems each player is kind of just okay not encroaching on the other's game plan.
Yeah, for Steven, if that Fan Rotom is found, it leads to every avenue he needs. He could use some of those item cards on that opening turn, but has a pretty fair understanding that he needs a threat in the active spot for Badoo after turn 2.
So what does Steven have to work with here? It looks like there is an Ultra Ball on hand. So at minimum, we will be able to see Fan Rotom grab the wide assortment of basic Pokemon. Colorless Pokemon out of the deck. We'll actually start things off with Earthen Vessel, so just getting rid of this grass energy, searching through the deck, becoming aware of what pieces are in there, and more importantly, also grabbing energy, which will be great targets off of something like Ultra Ball.
Yeah, we see a unique inclusion in the hand, the 1 copy of Iono, which is not always featured in a deck like this. It's known for its aggression. You want to have max copies of your Professor Sadas, a fair amount of Crispin to help out in that early game and accelerate those energies. Instead, he has that Iono. Maybe not the card you're looking for here, but any draw over the next few turns would be nice.
So we'll see what Steven decides to do this turn. I believe there's actually a pair of Ultra Balls in the hand. So with Fan Rotom down, we can grab a whole variety of basic Pokemon, and this is one of your caster picks for the weekend. Ditto, this could be a card, that finally gets that guaranteed Terra Pokemon into play, which we saw was a big piece missing for Steven in that first game.
Sometimes you just need to transform into a guy with a long neck, 17 feet.
True.
It is an absolute monster, and the Raging Bolt has been unbelievable in so many different matchups, and surely expect to see that Pokemon as early as possible.
Will be the Fan Rotom using Fan Call to grab 3 of these colorless Pokemon, 100 HP or less. Noctowl, pretty obvious choice for the following turn. Jewel Seeker will be an option available as long as there's a Terra Pokemon, and Ditto can fulfill that role. The second Pokemon grabbed, and we'll see one more Pokemon get selected. Could be that Hoot, could be, another Noctowl down the line. Steven looking like having a lot better of a setup in the second game.
Yep, we see Ditto with that Splup attack. Likely not the choice we'll go with. Transformative start is typically where we're moving, and it is pretty phenomenal. One of the better abilities. Of course, you can only use it on the first turn, and you have to be in the active spot, but there's plenty to go with this hand. I'm sure we'll see the Hoot moving soon.
And so grabbing this Fan Rotom as sort of fodder for this Ultra Ball, just wanted an extra card to discard from the hand/deck. We'll be grabbing this Latios instead, and really it looks like valuing just having an attachment down onto one of these Pokemon, and instead is actually going to go into, like you said, the long neck boy, Raging Bolt, non-EX coming into play.
Yeah, and I think that just goes to show how important it is to have this energy attached to this Pokemon. You want to threaten dealing 90 damage to the bench on turn 2. You need to knock out Dreepy as soon as possible, and it's more likely this way. You have a chance now to see either Crispin or the Sada to help out and deal 90.
And on John's side, does have Arven, but there's really not a lot else going on in the hand. You could grab a combination of cards, something like Buddy Poffin and a rescue board, but that would only get you one Dreepy in play if you want to use Itchy Pollen, and now John may have to kind of consider which options are best to go for. Is Item Lock as valuable of a position to apply into your opponent this turn compared to their setup? That's a big question. Getting one Dreepy down, especially when your opponent has that Raging Bolt in the active, it's just so scary.
Yeah, it's a little demoralizing to think about what your opponent could do, knowing that they already have access to that Noctowl. Now, sure, we don't see a Terra Pokemon just yet, but you can assume that your opponent is going to have a resource for that. It would be nice to have an item lock, but ultimately, if you lose your lone copy of Dreepy at this stage, you're going to be in for a world of hurt.
So just checking through the deck, we'll see what pieces are prized. We saw a pair of Iono in the prizes, one of those Badoo, but John does value Itchy Pollen, does play 2 copies in the deck. So it will be the Buddy Poffin, and then we'll have to see which tool card, most likely something like the Rescue Board, does also have that Luxurious Cape. It could potentially protect one of these Dreepy against something like the Raging Bolt, and it's just going to go ahead and double check, see where the math is at. This would bump it up out of a pretty solid range. You do always still have to be afraid of something like Prime Catcher if you're not using an item lock as well.
Yeah, you could run into a few different avenues. We know that one copy of Jamming Tower is also in the deck, so if Steven were able to find that, you could still knock out a lone copy of Dreepy. So a lot to consider here for John as he's mulling over plenty of options. It might not be the typical strategy you're used to here.
It's a big decision here for John. Which 2 Pokemon to grab off this Buddy Poffin? And it looks like it's essentially Operation Protect the Dreepy. We're going to have the Hero's Cape, or rather, the Luxurious Cape to buff the HP up, try and put it out of range, make it as difficult as possible to knock out. And right off the back of Itchy Pollen, John understands you have to apply at least some disruption. Otherwise, Raging Bolt will just run away with the game.
In the hand, we did see as the unfair stamp again, so a potential for that turn 2 reset if one of these Pokemon were to fall. You could see the Badoo knocked out early if Steven wishes to cash in on that prize card, remove that item lock from play potentially, and there's always that chance then that John gets to rebuild from there.
So energy attached, Luxurious Cape, and does commit the switch early on again. Itchy Pollen, 10 damage. On to you, Steven. No items at the disposal. That's a Nest Ball top deck. That would have been great the turn before. And we're going to have to see another early Iono. And John is more than happy to have the hand refreshed, considering which cards he had left for the following turn.
And what deck he's playing against. You never expect to see a new hand, unless maybe it's a Judge. But sure enough, sees 6 cards going into this. And that is a Grass Energy. He missed the attack.
Attack missed for Steven. Is just going to have to slowly try and put this Raging Bolt into a position where Thunderburst Storm can deal 90 potentially to knock out Dracloak. But now with one established, now with Recon Directive online, the options are going to start to open up here for John this turn.
Yeah, John, he's got all his eggs in one basket. Thankfully, it's dressed nicely in a cape, but he's got to start building up the rest of this board here. We'd love to see some additional Dreepy so he can start to spread that around. And sure, you might lose one of those Pokemon if a Lightning Energy is found on the following turn, but if all the damage is going to a Dreepy, your Dracloak is likely to evolve and start to wreak havoc.
A bit of an awkward choice here for John on what to discard with Ultra Ball is considering getting rid of both copies of Boss's orders from the deck. I don't know if there's any better options. It looks like Counter Catcher and the Rescue Board is going to have to just get rid of both of those powerful Gusting supporters in the trade-off for finding a Dreepy to make sure that there's at least another option for Dracloak next turn to start evolving and getting that established.
I mean, if there were ever a deck where that's okay, I suppose it's Raging Bolt, but this does lead to a lot of scenarios for Steven where he can be very creative with his energy discards throughout the game. He knows that the active Pokemon will nearly always be the one being attacked in this game.
Just be another Itchy Pollen. Onto Steven. This is a big turn. Like you mentioned, Jamming Tower, potentially something online, but there are no options almost online except for something like Sada. Okay, so finds the Raging Bolt, Lightning Energy from the discard pile, can also just accelerate the grass if he so chooses to. We'll go ahead and get both of those energies, draw 3 cards, and these are big 3 cards. Do we see something like Jamming Tower? A Terra Pokemon would have
Even
also
the Terra,
gotten there,
yes.
But none of those cards, a pair of Sada and an item that cannot be played. And now the question for Steven is, what do you target down in this spot? You're just going to activate Pheasantipity to draw even more cards, and can you in this spot ever deal in a position where your Hoot Hoot is potentially threatened to be KO'd? There are so many options to think about now.
You think of the likeliness of finding any help there if you find the tower itself or just a Terra Pokemon. You have the Noctowl, you can search out what you need. Instead, has to just cash in on some damage on Pheasantipity, and you're not taking knockouts, you're not pushing any aggression, and you're about to lose nearly every energy on board.
So these are 2 big Recon Directives here. That's a great card, I think, off this first one. Ultra Ball guarantees either something like the Dragapult EX or Hawlucha, right? If you can Hawlucha and use that flying entry, that could be the piece needed to just take 2 prizes and, more importantly, shut off Jewel Seeker for next turn.
You have to think that that's the play at this point. We see the Dragapult in hand now. Has the Jacques as well, so if the supporter hasn't been decided, might see both those cards anyways in a few seconds here. And with the Hawlucha, as you mentioned, the knockout on the active, the knockout on the Hoot Hoot, it just almost closes the door for Steven. Without access to Noctowl, how do you come back in this game?
The big piece missing for John is another energy attachment to make sure Dragapult EX online next turn is a guarantee, even if this active gets knocked out. But maybe that's okay missing the piece if the likelihood of Steven finding an additional 4 energy cards to accelerate without the help of Noctowl just seems a little bit unlikely. Would need to get very fortunate off these draws. John's just going to check every resource, see what pieces Steven is down, and calculate what is the best option to go to from this point.
It's nice even when you're in the driver's seat to slow down at some points and consider. You don't want to overplay your hands, but you have to feel comfortable here. There's plenty going your way, has access to multiple attackers, and I mean, just removing 3 energies from board at this current state of the game feels so nice.
Yeah, and can almost leave that damage on the Pheasantipity useless for this point. I mean, how valuable really is the 90 on that Pheasantipity if Baby Bolt, again, is going to be almost never taking a knockout? It would need, what, 4 energy cards accelerated to it? There's no cute tricks like Energy Switch in this deck for Steven. That seems pretty unlikely and almost will count as a wasted turn for Steven attacking that Pheasantipity with how John has been able to respond.
Right, now it did give you the benefit of avoiding some counter catcher plays, avoiding the unfair stamp, but missing out on damage, as you mentioned, it's pretty difficult to come back from. You're never going to find an opportunity to bring back that Raging Bolt, and anytime that you would have used a boss's orders to help out here, which is just a single copy, you probably have enough energies to knock out a Pheasantipity.
So Hawlucha flying entry, first choice very obvious on the Hoot Hoot, and we'll put this Latias EX into perfect range for Phantom Dive, which will be the attack of choice. John Eng striking first, and that is a bad sign if you are a Raging Bolt player. Something you really never want to see is the Dragapult EX deck initiating the prize trade. That's your trick. That's your trade as Raging Bolt.
Well, unfortunately for John, yes, he does have that 10 damage on the Latias, but is there ever a turn where you can bring up this Pokemon? Down double boss's orders, doesn't have, are you kidding me? The top deck is right there. He would have had the Terra Pokemon just next card.
It's so heartbreaking, and it's even cruel at this point to show that card. It would have been better if the card wasn't even there off the top of the deck, taunting Steven a little bit, showing what could have been. That door has closed. That opportunity has passed. Steven's going to have to work with what he can. He's not out of this game by any means. There's already an energy on the Raging Bolt. Energies can be accelerated with the Teal Mask, but there's going to be a lot here, Kyle. He's got to find a lot of pieces to get this knockout, and if that knockout is not found, then the question is, how does Steven keep himself in this game?
Right, at this point, we see the energy attachment, well, the energy from your ability. You have an energy attachment, and now you're just missing an ancient Pokemon to get the full use of the Sawdust. We see that now, and there will be 5 energies on board to take the knockout here. And as you mentioned in the last turn, missing out on that energy was really the one piece that John did not have. So he does not have a threat to combat this new Raging Bolt.
So even without the help of Noctowl, Steven's sitting on a super solid hand. Has the 2 energy acceleration off the Professor Sada, the energy acceleration off the Teal Dance, and the manual attachment. Perfect amount of energies for Steven. He's going to dump all of the resources in play, put himself onto 0 energy in board for the price of discarding this Raging Bolt, discarding Dragapult EX from play via a knockout. 5 energy, Bellowing Thunder, KO, and now John will potentially have to take this turn off now to reestablish another Dragapult EX for the following turn and potentially try and disrupt Steven when it comes to what resources he can use.
All right, and for John, this may not be a fully wasted turn. We know about the potential. Whenever a knockout is taken, there's that ace back of the unfair stamp. There's potential to slow down this board. And we know if Steven's left on a weak hand, you could potentially just miss draws over and over and over again. There is no Noctowl, no Hoot Hoot. There's only a Restart Mew to help out in this situation. And if you don't find the perfect cards, you're just going to miss over and over again.
Yeah, it's so hard to use that Mew, especially if you're under item lock, right? You can't play things like Ultra Ball to thin the hand out. The various item cards like Earthen Vessel, those pieces are missing. And this could be the key John needs to do to get back into this game. Key piece there, Kyle, finds the energy for this Dracloak, and the Arven is going to guaranteed get out the Unfair Stamp. We'll see the big question, Kyle. Is Unfair Stamp a lie? Time will tell.
Yeah, this is always one of the most crucial points of the game. This is your ace spec for the entire game. You know that this needs to provide a lot of benefits here. And for John, it may not be all about his hand.
So John will get 5 cards, Steven 2. That's the nature of the stamp, unfair and cruel. Has not used any of these abilities yet in play, can still flip the script, can still use that recon directive, and keynote, maybe looking for something like another Dreepy to put into play. Does find that off that flip the script and can still funnel through the deck a little bit more thanks to recon directive.
Yeah, talk about 3 great cards there. Dreepy, Fire, and Counter Catcher all added to the hand. Additional energies for future turns to have that Counter Catcher to maybe target down a Latias at some point and steal those prize cards. There's potential for John to have a few great turns coming up here.
Yeah, and this is an interesting spot here for John. Could potentially use this Itchy Pollen onto slightly better Pokemon. Something like the Fan Rotom to take 10 to put it into range, but is just going to value that resource for the following turn. You are down double boss's orders as well, and both prizes are tied right now. So unless Steven takes a knockout this turn, which I don't think is very possible.
Why does he keep doing this? He drew into double Stadium again?
Without Noctowl, I hate to say it, but this deck is a pile sometimes. It really struggles to find pieces. It's going to just
it's a Turo.
burn the hand down. The Turo does have some nice use. It does put the Latias out of range, and importantly, allows Restart to draw, what, 2 cards here? Those are 2 pretty solid cards, all things considered. Now, can't play that Supporter, but at least it's a Sada for the following turn.
All right. Well, he's still moving, but he missed out on an energy card here. And that means that there's no Burst Roar. There was already a Supporter played. Calm down. I know it doesn't feel like a Supporter.
Yeah.
It didn't do much.
Listen, Scoop Up Net was only a couple of years ago. Everybody's still reeling from it, it seems. It's just going to have to pass the turn back over, and immediately John is cooking up something devious. Dusclops comes into play, has the Counter Catcher in hand. Is this a potential here where John wants to go a little bit aggressive, use this Dusclops, or is he maybe okay sitting on this hand for another turn, using Itchy Pollen, and maybe combining that Dusknoir to finish the job off?
Yeah, it really just depends on how comfortable John feels playing into a final Blood Moon Ursaluna. If that is your closeout to win this game, as we typically see, then you would feel great attaching this energy to your Dracloak, moving straight into a Dragapult, taking a knockout, going down to 2 prize cards remaining, and having a no energy attacker for the following turn to try to close out.
Yeah, the big question you always have to think about, especially against Raging Bolt, is how likely is it that your opponent plays Bravery Charm? And that might be the big concern for John, because that can always play out of that Blood Moon's damage range. It hits for 240, and with that Bravery Charm, it could mess the math up.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a benefit here. Your opponent's on a 3-card hand, jamming towers in play, so the odds of finding all those resources could be a little tricky. But yes, you really have to think of everything at this stage. John does have the Dragapult. He's got everything working for him. Now just has to decide, is this the turn to attack and get aggressive?
So Ultra Ball is used, discarding a couple of item cards, and it's actually going to be another Dracloak, so just wants to continue funneling through the deck with Recon Directive, put good cards in the hand, bad ones to the bottom, and just have as many options as possible to execute the various strategies at his disposal and the various plans that could work.
Yep, John's been to math camp a few times. There's 12 cards remaining. He's going to burn as many as he can to try to increase the odds of finding a Blood Moon Ursaluna on that last turn. With Pheasantipity, Recon Directive, and all the cards that he has in his hand, should be able to burn through quite a few of those to find a closeout.
And then the final question here for John is, are you using the Dusclops this turn? Is it worth putting into play? And that's maybe the consideration here. Do you ever just wait? I think at minimum, even if you attack or you don't attack, it feels like you have to protect the energies.
If ever there were a turn, your opponent just played Turo. If you don't want to cash in on this, this feels like a really optimal turn. A smart line from John to slow down here in this spot, just build up all the damage, and potentially close out next turn.
So it will be Phantom Dive announced. 200 damage onto the Raging Bolt. Does put it at 30 HP remaining. And now a choice here for John. How do you want to distribute the damage? Smart choice here. I'm sure we're going to see 5 put onto that Mew, and now this additional damage counter. Most likely one of either of these Pokemon, but this is still a pretty important choice on where you want to put this last 10.
Yeah, I'm the single point to either a Latias or a Terra. Just anything down to 200 feels good here.
And it seems that the doors are starting to shut here for Steven. 3 cards to start. Draws an additional card. It's a Crispin. That's not necessarily what he needs. And while he could potentially, accelerate enough to put things into range, you always got to be afraid of that Dusclops sitting on the bench. You put yourself the 2 prizes. Cursed Blast onto one of these various Pokemon could spell disaster, paired with a scary, frightening bear.
Well, we need Earthen Vessel or something at this stage. Just a Grass Energy. This needs to draw into Earthen Vessel, I would feel like, to have any chance. And there's just not enough resources here. This is the least amount of cards I've seen drawn from a Raging Bolt in so long.
And picks his cards up.
Big pop-off there from John. He's feeling it. Is this the time? Last year, he won this tournament, and he said he's feeling very confident. Maybe he's going to go back-to-back.
Dominating performance from John, closing things out, advancing to 9 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw, essentially locking up a spot here in Top Cut. Steven just unable to find pieces. There were no Jewel Seeker announced that entire set. It's just kind of how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, Steven's a great player, and I'm sure we could have seen so much from him, but unfortunately, he just did not see the cards at the right time. Always 1 card away on the top of the deck. Unfair Stamp was so brutal. Let's take a look at how we got here.
It was a lot of struggle on Steven's side. It was not nocturnal here. We were in the middle of the bright day. These owls were not coming out to find any pieces. And even just a small thing like the 2 retreat on that Hoot Hoot was just even more tempo towards John's side, dominating game 1. And then game 2, that big miss from Steven, right? If he finds that Teal Mask Ogreupon, that Terra Pokemon, the game flips on its head potentially.
Yeah, and it didn't stop Steven. He went on this very aggressive line here, took the knockout as he needed to on the Dragapult, removed every energy from play, but from there, John had the perfect answer. Badoo, Unfair Stamp, made a really great swing, slowed the game down, had a new Dragapult, and had game on board.
I would expect nothing less from John Eng. An excellent player. He is looking to make himself a 2-time regional champion back-to-back. That would be an absolute statement here in Portland.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many great players to consider when going into a tournament like this, but there's just something special about the kid. He's been on a great run. He's been watching all of his friends and his teammates do well at so many different events, and it feels like it's just his time. And he's picked a great deck for it, and the confidence it's just oozing at this point.
Yeah, when you take a deck like Dragapult EX and you put an excellent pilot behind it, you just see how powerful this is. It has the aggression of Phantom Dive. It has the disruptive power of Unfair Stamp. Speaking of Unfair Stamp, that card put in work that set.
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly why you play the card. So many considerations for different aspects throughout the course of all the different Dragapult decks that we've seen, but this one seems to be the one that's going to stick. It is brutal when it works.
Yeah, you saw, the sparkling crystal of contention sometimes. It makes that attacking option a little bit easier for Dragapult. But with Badu, that is such a brutal combo. Not only do you put your opponent to a 2-card hand as early as, second, third turn of the game, but you prevent them from using those item cards to try and keep their tempo. And once you see that second Dragapult get established, once there's another energy on the bench, it's just, your options really do shut down, because either they're going to be using Phantom Dive on you to take a ton of prizes and put pressure, or they're going to be locking you out of options and just tunneling through their deck, and you have nothing you can do to stop them.
Yeah, and I mean, that's not the end of it either. We see the Monkey Dory is a new tech inclusion that's been added, and with that luminous energy to provide the dark effect. It's been pretty beneficial in a few different matchups. I could see, especially in a mirror, when you're playing down some additional damage counters, just pushing that back over to the other side could be very helpful. And that Blood Moon Ursaluna, I mean, just the threat of it alone is exactly what you need in a deck like this, where it's so easy to target where the energies fall. So if you have an answer to those situations, how do you lose?
Well, someone who didn't lose was John Eng. In fact, he's moving on to hopefully another top 8 or more.
Chip Ritchie here in the lounge with Kyle Puka Sukovic, and it's a very exciting time right now in the Pokemon TCG. We've got a brand new expansion on the horizon, Destined Rivals, and there's a lot of really exciting cards in there. There's the new Ethan's cards coming out. There's the Marnie's Grimmsnarl that I know players have been waiting for a long time, excited to finally get. But I think the flagship card, the thing that everyone is talking about, is definitely the Team Rockets cards included in the set. Why are Team Rockets cards so special and so beloved by the Pokemon fan base?
I think it's just something unique, right? When they first came out a long time ago in the first Team Rocket expansion and introduced Dark Pokemon, it was just a twist on the regular Pokemon you had seen before, and it was just something to get your mind going a little bit. It's like, oh, these are a little different. How can I use these in different ways? And they showed up, a couple different times throughout the years. I think people remember the EX Team Rocket Returns expansion as well that introduced a lot of really strong Dark and Rockets Pokemon, and I think that just stuck with people over the years, and people are just happy to see, oh, Team Rocket's back.
Yeah, and it's 20 years later. 2005 was the release of Team Rocket Returns, and now we are finally seeing Team Rocket's Pokemon come back in Destined Rivals coming out next week. We're going to talk about a few of the cards throughout the course of the weekend. Let's start off by looking at probably one of the most popular cards from each of their respective expansions. Team Rocket Returns, Rockets Mewtwo EX, and then the new Destined Rivals, Team Rockets Mewtwo EX.
Yeah, so this has always been a really fascinating card to look at. The original Rockets Mewtwo card was the first card that had 3 attacks. So when you saw it for the first time, you're like, whoa, no way, a Pokemon that has a 3rd attack. It was just something you'd never seen before. And then the Rockets Mewtwo EX that came out later was kind of a throwback to that, had pretty similar attacks. Unfortunately, I think both of those cards were not very useful in competitive play for the most part, but you're going to see a lot of cards in this new expansion are throwbacks to what the cards used to be like, but there's also ones that are going to be completely different and updated for the current game, and I think the Team Rockets Mewtwo EX is a great example of that. It is much different than the original one.
Yeah, the older Rockets Mewtwo EXs and regular Rockets Mewtwo, those cards never really saw very much play, were never super good, but I think a lot of people are excited about Team Rockets Mewtwo EX, wouldn't you say?
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's a huge basic Pokemon. It's got a ton of HP. It can do a bunch of damage. It just looks like the kind of card that's like, I want to try this out and see if I can make it work. Plus, it's Mewtwo, it's Team Rocket. It's
pretty popular Pokemon.
It's Giovanni on the Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX. Yeah, it's just a cool thing you want to try out.
And there's also the energy cards that players would use to power these Pokemon up. Back in Team Rocket Returns, we had our energy, and coming out now in Destined Rivals, there is going to be the Team Rockets energy. Talk to us about what those two cards did and how similar they are.
Yeah, so pretty similar. Both of them provide 2 energy. Any kind of special energy card that provides like a double energy, I think traditionally has been pretty powerful. The R energy was like a temporary 1-turn boost, right? You had to discard it at the end of the turn, but it also gave you a little damage boost, so 10 extra damage. This new one, it does not go away at the end of the turn, and it provides 2 different types, both Psychic and Darkness. So I would say overall, a much more powerful energy compared to the original R energy. Both very important for the strategies that they were used for. And yeah, this new one gives you some flexibility. Obviously works well with the Team Rockets Mewtwo EX, because it can provide Psychic type energy, but can work with some other Team Rockets Pokemon as well.
We're going to be taking a look at a lot of these cards throughout the course of this weekend, both the old cards and then their new counterparts coming out very soon in Destined Rivals. So stay tuned, you're not going to want to miss it. Let's get back to the Pokemon action for now.
Hey trainers, Jeremy Jallin here, and when I'm not on the booth, I'm out here doing other stuff, this time at the fan experience. This is where, whether you're playing or spectating, you can come spend some time coloring, maybe rent out some Pokemon board games. If you're interested in origami, we teach a class every hour, whether you want to make Pikachu, Blastoise, Slowpoke, or Vulpix. It's a lot of fun. It doesn't take too long, and after it, you're a Pokemon Origami Master. We have a bunch of coloring pages, a lot of different types of Pokemon, and then even some Pokemon bookmarks that you can color and take home to your favorite book. It is a lot of fun and a great way to buy some time here at the Pokemon Regionals.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Portland Regional Championships. I am Kyle Pukasukovic here between rounds as we head into the dramatic, intense final Swiss round at this tournament. We've had a lot of great matches this weekend so far, and right now at the top of our standings, we have Christian Fontenot, Caleb Rogerson, and Michael Davidson all sitting at 29 match points. You have to think they are safe heading into this last round to make it into that top cut. Our player Dominic Viola started 9-0 and unfortunately lost the last two and is now down to 9-2. So at 27 match points, we'll need to win that last one potentially to make it into the top cut. Player we followed closely yesterday, Ray Chen, with that Toadscruel EX, did have a tie in the last round and now sits at 26 match points. So we'll also need to win the last round to make it in. And we have Piper Lapine at 27 and John Eng, 28 match points, just saw. And we have Michael, Taylor, and Callie all at 28 points as well, in great position. But this is crunch time. This is the one you need to get those last match points, get over the finish line. Casters, how we feeling headed into this last round?
Thank you so much for that update as well, Kyle. This is a moment, the make or break moment. There's so much on the line for these players, and the fact that so many oddball and promising decks are still on the cusp of making top cut really shows how hard you have to push these decks and the metagame to take it all the way.
Honestly, guys, the storylines are writing themselves, right? John Eng on a perfect path to becoming a two-time Portland Regional Champion here, as he won the last Portland Regionals that we were at. And like Adam was kind of alluding to, every deck can do it this format, apparently. You just got to know how to play it extremely well.
Absolutely. Are there any players who you think, maybe this is their event? I know you mentioned John, but are there any decks that are players like in your heart you're just rooting for?
I think right now I'm rooting for Liam Halliburton. I know that he's pretty high in the standings with a list that I have really liked for this metagame, for this tournament. And it's just a matter of whether or not he can, prove me right, because I think that any deck can go all the way as long as you aren't a coward.
Well, honestly, guys, I have been shifting my focus away from Dominic Viola and kind of turning to Christian Fontenot, flying over here, who has been actually staying here in North America from Denmark, playing his Raging Bolt list, but no Turo needed, but is playing a Petra Run EX to escape any Saw blocks, any Maractus Corner as well, so you would promote the Pheasantipity and then free retreat with Latias here. It's definitely a very tricky list, and I'm interested to see how far innovation would take him.
Yeah, well, sounds like you two got this handled, so please take it away.
Thank you so much, Kyle. And welcome officially to the desk, everyone. Adam Watson here with Emily Foreman, and we are going to be walking you through this last Swiss round and see who is going to make top cut. We are right now working on figuring out what is the best and most entertaining match to show you folks at home, but I'm sure we've got a bunch of other notable matches because this, as we said, is the make or break moment. A lot of win and ins to try to get to this top cut.
And here's the thing, everybody at home, I mean, this is the last regional of the season here for North America, unless you want to take the flight over to Bologna next week and compete in the special championships over there. That's it for North America until North American International Championships happening in 3 weeks in New Orleans. And honestly, it's getting really intense. If you're sitting at that 600 championship points, you might not even make it. And that was enough to make it to Worlds last year. Honestly, Adam, I have my predictions at 720. I think 720 is like the safest place you could be be, but that is a long 9 months of playing Pokemon.
And it's a grind that a lot of players are very happy to do. They love the game and they love to compete. Even if they win a tournament, they're already thinking about the next tournament and the next format. And the players are going to do everything in their power to play at as many events as possible, have as many shots of that, goal of getting their Worlds Direct invite as possible. And I know backstage, Emily, you actually were doing a little bit of sleuthing because we did have a special championship going on this weekend as well. You want to fill us in on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Durban Special Championship happening in South Africa, actually. And what's really funny to know about the whole top 8 is that it's dominated by our 2 favorite decks of the format, and that is going to be 4 Gardevoir decks and 4 Dragapult decks. Although one of those Dragapult decks was actually a Dragapult Charizard, which seems to be starting to pick up a little bit more and more popularity as the format kind of keeps going on. Big shout outs to Jared Camilla, who not only made the top 8 in the top cut there, but also fed me a lot of this information as well.
Yeah,
I know for me, I was searching like far and wide. I was like, does anyone have the deck list for this? I want to talk about it because there's still events happening once again all over the world, right? We have Bologna next week. We had the Netherlands the week before. Pokemon is everywhere. Honestly, anywhere you want to play, you can.
And of course, that tournament was won by Dragapult, right?
Yes.
Just the classic build piloted by Christian Dinafrio.
Yes, correct.
So shout out to Dragapult as well and to Christian for winning that special championship. Very exciting to see, and I'm glad that you're still able to find any event where you are to try to get to the World Championship.
Excited to see, right? Right when we feel like we have the format figured out, where Gardevoir and Dragapult and a Raging Bolt here and there are just winning everything, we still have Toedscruel EX in contention to make it into the asymmetrical top cut. And it always goes back to something that I say a lot to a lot of players that I talk to. You are always going to have a better time playing a bad familiar matchup than switching to, that top tier deck last second, one that you may not have too many games on, and then just playing an unfamiliar bad matchup. And honestly, I'm looking for Ray too. I mean, I hope she makes it all the way.
And we can compare what Ray is potentially up against. We can remind ourselves of the meta from day 1 and how that's kind of shifted into day 2. We looked at this graphic yesterday, Emily, right? Yes. Noting that Dragapult is still at the top of the pile. We know that it's been just a neck-and-neck race between Dragapult EX and Gardevoir, but Raging Bolt having a lot of representation for this tournament, certainly, and we saw how those matchups can play out back and forth on stream so far.
Yeah, like we talked about yesterday, nothing way too surprising here except for the showing of the Terra box or the Ogerpon's Noctowl box. But honestly, Adam, we're in day 2, so I want to see these day 2 decks here because the conversion rate for me is always so interesting here. But for something just starting out, just looking at it, right? Golden Go, which wasn't even on the day 1 meta share, actually coming up now into the day 2 meta. Anything else that you see that you like?
I like that Eevee Box is still converting. This is a deck that, Terra Box, the Wellspring Ogre Pawn, we saw it a couple of times on stream yesterday, has been a cleaner version, a bit more of a popular version, but this one still has its strengths, and we have a lot of those left in day 2. But of course, Raging Bolt dropping down ever so slightly, and I think that this has been the trend in multiple tournaments. As the field gets narrower and narrower and the matchups shift to the top decks, it always seems to come down to Dragapult versus Gardevoir. But with Golden Go, Toedscruel out in the mix, maybe even Miraidon finding some cheeky wins with Iron Hands, it's still anybody's game.
Honestly, I was really off with my Joltik pick. I really thought about it, right? And I said, you know what? It's a slower format. What punishes a slower format? A turbo deck. But, I mean, do we consider Raging Bolt a turbo deck anymore? Not as much, right? Maybe the last format with, Squawkabillies left and right. But still, I mean, if you find that proper path with that Joltik box, Miraidon EX, Pikachu EX, and Joltik, you can still absolutely get there. And it looks like 4 people have gotten there in day 2. But
I think that that's actually a really strong indicator. It means that these are 4 incredibly potent Miraidon players. We know back during its heyday, it still was a specialist deck when the format was kind to it. You still had to play, you know, very, very well. You know, shout out to Jesse Parker certainly for showing us the light.
It's very true. Piloting his championship deck, the Dawn, which I actually just picked up not too long ago, Adam. So I hope to get that signed at NAIC, to be quite honest with you. But yeah, honestly, like we've been talking about, it feels like just for this tournament in particular, if you got like the pride and the moxie to do it, you can certainly pilot your favorite deck this format all the way through. I know you've been looking for End Zoroark and End's Toolbox to kind of go all the way through too, and it was one of your casters picks, and it looks like it's sitting pretty high up there right now.
And maybe they'll continue to let it go if who knows how many other of the top players tested against End's deck, because there was the general wisdom from what I heard coming into this tournament was, oh, you know, if you build a deck that beats Dragapult, you lose to Gardevoir. If you build a deck that beats Gardevoir, you lose to Dragapult. Right. If you play a deck that tries to beat both, you're a little weak into the rest of the field. So it's a matter of kind of picking your poison, unfortunately, figuring out what percentages you are comfortable accepting. And when we look at all of the caster picks in total, all of these cards are very important representations of what Portland Regionals has to offer.
Here's the thing, I just don't think Kyle can be wrong no matter which way you look at it, right? I mean, we've seen Ditto with that transformative start ability find plenty of mileage on the stream, out on the tables as well. And honestly, a lot of people are arguing that Monkey Dory is just one of the best cards in format right now. With that Adrena Brain ability, you can really go ahead and kind of work your math around and get a lot of these sneaky, cheeky prizes going along the way. But I think Ethan and I are on the same ideal here. I did pick the big Raging Bolt EX because I picked the general archetype, but it's that single prize Raging Bolt from, I believe it's Temporal Forces, with this Thunderburst Storm, and without bench barrier, we can really just go on ahead, pick a Pokemon across on the bench and say, no, I don't like that one. I don't like that one. And it's a really key important card. And honestly, I'm excited to see where Raging Bolt goes.
Yeah, you've been talking up this card for actually a really long time, Emily. And how important it is for Raging Bolt to sort of exist in the Gardevoir matchup. Having those single prizers trading up into two prize Pokemon is a puzzle that needs to be solved by every other deck in the metagame. And who knows, as the field narrows, I wouldn't be surprised to see one good old Joltik in the top 8. We'll have to see.
Yeah, maybe so. But you know what? Let's take a look at what we are going to be seeing soon as we head into the last round. To round 12, we've already done, it feels like these go by in like an absolute second, right? Like we have, you know, this round 3, and here we are all the way up going into Swiss round 12. A lot of amazing players still on this ranking. It's so hard to tell who's going to win it all. Look at Henry Chow just waiting at 12. Michael Davidson, who we featured on stream yesterday. Christian Fontenot, also a regional champion as well. Caleb Rogerson too. So honestly, I'm so excited to see where exactly we are going to go. Adam, any player on here that you're rooting for in particular?
I'm not just worried about any specific player, but just the situation that all of these players are in. They've played their heart out. They've done so well to put a massive record up on these tournaments, right? 902, 812 is the worst record we're seeing on the graphic here, and they still have so much work to do. You're not even comfortable IDing for some of these players, and you still have to win one more match, even after putting up such a stellar record.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so excited to see who's going to take it all, because you could look at this list right here. You have Piper here, who's also a regional champion. Christian Labella, also a regional champion. Henry Chow, who has, you know, lost zoned multiple Worlds invites at this point. I mean, it could go to anybody on this page. I cannot wait to see who is going to actually take it all.
And everybody in the audience at home, you will have to sit tight to make sure that you're here for that moment when we crown the Portland Regional Champion. This is the last NA Regional to get that direct invite to Worlds, and the rest of the competitors are going to be scrambling, trying to find other tournaments, League Cups, going to NAIC to get to the leaderboard. And you heard it first here, folks. Might be 720 points as the cutoff.
That is my just bold prediction,
yeah,
right?
just some back of the napkin math.
Just, you know, I mean, I don't do math well, but that's just like a, you know, 720 feels kind of right for me. I know a bunch of people out there. I have to say, the Pokemon community is so talented. So many people that are really kind of going in as data scientists, trying to figure out, the best way for you to get to Worlds. I mean, really, it's a numbers game at the end of the day.
Right.
And we, just like you said, Adam, we're going to see dreams made and crushed here. It's even crazier at NAIC.
Very true. And after looking at the top Swiss rankings, we can narrow this down now to the notable matches of round 12. All these players are going to go up against one another. And the match that we have selected for you folks at home is Deanna Duddy versus Henry Chow.
This one is going to be exciting. So, Adam, here's some stats for you. This is my third regional on the desk, right? But Henry Chow has won both regionals that I've been on the desk for. So
Okay, little superstition. It's a big part of the Pokemon community.
It's
Are
very
you his
odd.
lucky charm then?
No, because he won his third without. I was in attendance, but I wasn't on the desk. So.
I think that counts.
I guess so. I was hanging out in the back as he did, but still, Henry Chow, of course, no surprise at all. He is piloting Gardevoir. Big shocks here.
I wouldn't have it any other way. I think he switched to Golden Go randomly
for one
times
EUIC,
there.
I believe, this
But
year.
he's back on what he knows and what is proper. But any other matches here that are really jumping out at you, Emily?
Let's see. I mean, just from what I'm looking at, Christian Labella versus Dominic Viola. And once again, Dominic, who actually came into the season pretty late, actually took off a big chunk of time and was able to lock down, I believe, it was either top 16 or top 32 at Atlanta, which was a huge regional, and then locked down 128 at Milwaukee. And honestly, I'm excited to see because Dominic is such a fantastic player, such a nice guy. But also, I got to give a big shout out to Owen Dalgard as well, first-year master who's been traveling the world, I believe, back-to-back top cuts at multiple regionals across the world
That
as
is
well.
true.
So
Going
big
up
shout out.
against Liam Halliburton
Yeah,
on the
course.
Ends Toolbox.
You got to just throw that in there, right, Adam?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that my caster pick comes through because if I can see a deck, just looking at the numbers, I'm not the stats guy. It looks like it's got good matchups against the top decks in the field. Just got to full send it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm excited for every match on here is just insane, right? And that's why we're featuring 8 just right on this screen alone. So I'm excited to see how exactly it's all going to go down. But Ray Chen's still in for it. I would love to see a Toad Squirrel in Top Cut. What about you?
Yeah, anything is possible. And we're going to head down to the table right now because we've got our players seated and ready to go. This is our stream match, folks. Diana Duddy and Henry Chow. We've got a Joltik box. We got the Miraidon versus Gardevoir.
Yeah, so when you look at this matchup on paper, I think it's also very important to note that Diana noted to the staff in the back that this is her second regional and potentially making it into Top Cut at her second regional. You know what, you got it. But this matchup on paper, Adam, is not our favorite for Gardevoir here.
Yeah, if you get the early Joltik established, get that charged Iron Hands in play, Gardevoir can be just a step behind. Henry Chow swapping out a sleeve right now. I want to take a deeper look at Henry Chow's deck because he's been a proponent of playing more aggressive Gardevoir builds when the time is right. And I wonder if his read on this metagame and his build of Gardevoir is a reflection of, okay, can I get away with rare candies and TM evolutions the way I used to build Gardevoir back in the day?
It's going to be interesting because I'm looking at the list right now, and honestly, it's very similar, if not practically the same as Michael Davidson's, which we saw yesterday. You were talking about how Henry can kind of turn a list around and make it more aggressive, but I'm only seeing one rare candy here. So not exactly the most aggressive list that we've seen, but definitely a very high disruptive supporter count with the 4 Iono, but also just milling the hand as much as possible with the 4 Research and 2 Arven as well. It seems pretty standard for what is good right now for Gardevoir. I'm so interested. Only 2 Monkey Dory though. I know a lot of Gardevoir players are bouncing back and forth between 2 Monkey Dory, 3 Monkey Dory, but still 3 Dark Energy just in case that we need.
And the big factor that we're going to be keeping our eyes on, folks, for this matchup is the early aggression, right? The Iron Hands coming through, taking early prizes, multiple prizes off of single prize Pokemon with Ampy very much. But when you are in the pilot seat of the Joltik box, this Miraidon deck, you sometimes can tunnel vision into assigning your energy to the wrong Pokemon, maybe overextending a bit too much, and maybe walking into an Iono or letting Henry Chow get established. He's a Gardevoir player that not only knows his deck in and out, but has practiced against multiple matchups, and I'm sure that this was on his radar as a possible issue to solve for a tournament of this size.
Absolutely. I think one of the things about Joltik Box, I think that a lot of people don't think about, is that it plays every good Pokemon that you could find into the meta, right? So playing something like a Lily's Clefairy to try to take down Dragapult EX, playing a Blood Moon Ursaluna as well, the Mew EX too. But the problem is this deck for me sometimes just feels like we are going just absolutely off of our Pokegears, and we need to please, please, please hit everything that we need. Taking a look at the prizes right now, 2 Psychic Energy off into the prizes. That means Diana's not going to be able to, as of right now, use Lily's Clefairy, because those are the 2 Psychic Energies that she has in her deck list.
And Henry Chow also prizing the Relor. I don't think that their bench snipe is anything you need to worry about for this matchup, but that's okay. And that's great too, because the Relor, you use it in the matchups you need it, and the matchups you don't, maybe you discard it just for your Earthen Vessel or your Ultra Balls or something.
Yeah, this one's going to be interesting. It's all about tempo, and honestly, Adam, it's the fight to go second, right? We definitely want to Joltik. We want to Joltik turn 1. Henry wants to use one of his 3 technical machine evolutions here, but it is going to be Henry going first here. Mew EX in the active.
Sitting across from Tatsugiri, as you said, so important to find those supporters. Tatsugiri, just another Pokemon with a Pokegear attached to it.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a good point, right, Adam? I mean, sometimes your Pokegears whiff, but why not have, essentially what could be 2 in 1 turn? But here comes this opening deck search for Henry Chow. I think one of the biggest things that we've taken away from Gardevoir is its ability to find something like Buddy Poffin, right? I feel like a lot of top Gardevoir players are saying, hey, you know what? We actually just don't need it at all. We're playing 2 Artisan, we're playing some Nest Balls too. But the problem is, in a matchup like this, Adam, a gust into even just taking 1 prize here, if you only have 1 Ralts ready to go, that's tragic.
So many games come down to, did you get the Buddy Poffin? Can you establish 2 Ralts? And it seems even when Gardevoir players go with just 1 Ralts and that gets taken away, and then they set up a second Ralts and then that gets gusted and knocked out, it's only a matter of time before they're able to stick that 3rd one or bring another back with a Night Stretcher and get 2 in play and eventually evolve into Gardevoir EX. But in a matchup like this, that can really turn up the heat when you're against this Miraidon deck, you don't have the luxury of time.
Henry just noting down his prize cards. We know that he's a very diligent player who checks all the time, but it honestly really helps that we just had the second Ralts in hand as well, because if we were dealing with 1 Ralts, I would be pretty scared here. Heading on over to Diana's turn, we have the Nest Ball off the top here, so I'm going to assume we're going to be grabbing Miraidon EX and using that tandem unit ability so we can grab our Joltik here.
Classic, especially after the deck search, just to see what's in there. Diana's going to get note, of course, that the Psychic Energy isn't in there, so try not to lean into the Lily's Clefairy right away. And I do want to note as well, Henry Chow was able to sneak in that attachment of the Darkness Energy. Great to get it down early, just to keep your opponent on notice.
Yeah, Diana's still working with a lot of the cards that she needs, right? I mean, not having Clefairy isn't the worst thing when you're not playing against a Dragapult. But I said this yesterday on the broadcast, and I still mean it today. I mean, I always forget that Lily's Clefairy EX is just the same thing as Raikou V for us Miraidon players from last format, right? It's 20 based, and it's scaling off of the amount of Pokemon that each player has on board. So it is a great attacker. It takes a very minor setup here, but without those Psychic Energies, that definitely feels really bad. And I know that Diana's writing that down right now, that she really can't use it at all. One thing, though, while we're doing this opening deck search, Adam, that I want to talk about is the use of Gravity Mountain here.
Oh,
so,
yes, that's a very strong Pikachu tech.
Yep.
A lot of people haven't seen this in a while. What's that going to do for the list?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, right? Because back in the day, pre-rotation, we had Raichu V, and that was able to scale all the way up to as many energies that we needed to take out those big Pokemon, for example, like Charizard EX. But here with Gravity Mountain, we're actually going to be able to take those Stage 2 Pokemon down, I believe, 30 HP. So that actually helps us soften up something like a Gardevoir EX where Pikachu can go in and start being able to take these knockouts here. But
got it.
also has Crispin in the hand here, Adam, so we can get this Iron Hands pretty close this turn.
Wonderful. With the jolting charge, you search your deck for 2 basic grass energy and 2 lightning energy and just attach them to your Pokemon. Just ready to go. The attack doesn't do any damage. Joltik has 30 HP, but that doesn't matter. You're happy to give up 1 prize for the sake of setting up the rest of your deck's aggressive nature. Tatsugiri's tracked customers already being used as well. And now you just have to get this out of the active spot.
Yeah, that one's, it's probably just going to have to be the Crispin, right? It's a pretty, you know, minor retreat cost of just 1. Ideally, right, we want to go on in and find either our switch, maybe even a rescue board if we play it, but I actually don't even believe we play it. We play Latias EX for that with that Skyliner ability of being able to retreat our Pokemon, but I'm always saying it's not safe these days to just play Latias. You need another way out, but it is just going to be the attaching of the lightning energy off of Crispin, the retreat to Joltik, and then the jolting charge here, which is going to allow for us to search the deck for 2 grass energy and 2 lightning energy and throw it anywhere we want to, realistically.
And I think that Diana's going to throw all of it onto Iron Hands EX. Having 4 energy attachments in one go sets up for Ampy very much. And if Henry Chow does not respond by evolving these Ralts up, it's going to be very devastating to just take multiple prize cards. Not only setting Henry Chow behind by taking these Ralts or Curlias out of play, but getting 2 prizes for it.
Well, here's the good news. We did draw into Energy and Technical Machine Evolution. The problem is Diana already has boss's orders in hand for next turn, and Henry doesn't have another supporter aside from Professor's Research here. It's going to be a very interesting choice, right? Because we just, it's safe to leave Mew in the active as of right now. Arm Press doesn't go all the way unless we find something like a Future Booster Energy Capsule, which there is 1 in the deck.
Just 1.
Yeah.
How many Arvin?
How many Arvin? That's a great question. It's 4. So anything about Joltik Box that you guys might not know is that it plays a very high supporter count. 4 Crispin, 4 Arvin, 4 Boss. We're really just going as aggressive as possible to find whatever we need. But it is going to be the Professor's Research for turn. We do have the Secret Box in hand, Adam.
Yeah, so after the Professor's Research, you can draw a lot of fodder, maybe some Psychic Energy to discard to the secret box. It's always a little risky to draw cards when you're about to go for TM Evolution because those Evolution Pokemon need to come directly out of the deck. So if you draw them into the hand, you can't get the Evo. But that's kind of fine, right? The Ralts came down last turn. You can manually evolve into Curlia and then use TM Evo to get Gardevoir EX. So maybe that is what Henry Chow was fishing for.
This one's going to be interesting because we know Henry is using the Technical Machine Evolution here, where we're going to be able to evolve both Ralts into the Curlia as he's doing right now, which makes me think, Adam, we have the boss's orders, right? We know that for sure. But the problem is, after this Iron Hands goes down, we don't really have much else to kind of work with, right? We're going to have Diana use the tandem unit to grab Pikachu. We do have a Metal Energy in hand, and we also just pulled the Gravity Mountain as well. So if we are able to next turn do something along the lines of attract customers, find Crispin, find a way to get Gardevoir EX into the active, slam down Gravity Mountain, that would be a massive 2-prize swing. But
very threatening indeed. We talked yesterday about discipline, right? Being able to play patiently, especially in a matchup where you're supposed to be the aggressor. Is Diana going to go for, I was going to say, are you going to go for another jolting charge? But nope, just going to go right for the aggressive. Boss's orders, Iron Hands EX taking down Monkey Dory. This means that the damage potential of Gardevoir EX to respond to this is going to be much lower. And Ampu very much for 120 lines up perfectly into Monkey Dory.
Yeah, absolutely. You definitely don't want to see the double monkey combo, right? Of double Adrenabrain. And I think that is what Diana is trying to do here. Just trying
and a Bravery Charm.
Yeah, just trying to safeguard this Iron Hands as much as possible. And instead of just saying, you know what, I'll just wait, or I'll just let this Iron Hands go down, preventing Adrenabrain as well. So it is going to be the Nest Ball and the basic Lightning Energy off the top of the prizes here. So if she were to lose this Iron Hands next turn, she has Nest Ball for something like a Pheasantipity too, but back on over to Henry.
Already setting up with 2 Psychic Energy out of the deck. Has Curlias in play. I don't think there was a Gardevoir EX in hand just yet, but needs to find something to strike back against the Iron Hands EX. Gardevoir is only first piece of the puzzle, and the second one is going to need to be Drifloon to punch up into this. 280 HP is a tall mountain to climb.
It is indeed, and honestly, Adam, I'm trying to think of the possible line that Henry can take here. We do have the secret box in hand, so we can grab an item, a tool, a supporter, and a stadium here. Could it just be trying to even up the prizes with something like a counter catcher onto that lone Miraidon EX? Because we know, unless you know, some funky math happens, as we learned yesterday, if your Terra Pokemon is wearing a hat, can't really be damaged on the bench with something like a Screamtail. So I could see us evening up the prizes there, but honestly, Diana playing very optimally, taking that Monkey Dory out of play.
Yeah, because there was 2 Kirlia in play, I can understand saying, well, I can't prevent the Gardevoir EX now, so I might as well, you know, take out the damage potential, some of that utility with Adrenabrain. And Bravery Charm is being found from the secret box alongside an Earthen Vessel. Professor's Research is the supporter. And what do we have for stadiums in this deck?
Yeah, we just got Artisans, right?
Gotcha.
I mean, it's all about that setup, if anything. We know that we want to just go on ahead. If we're not playing a buddy-buddy Poffin, right, we alluded to this in the beginning of the match, that we just need setup, right, as much as possible. If there's no buddy-buddy Poffin, we need these nest balls. We need the Artisans as well. So it is going to be finding the Drifloon here who can absolutely hit those big, big numbers here. It'll be about what this research gives us, because as of right now, we don't have a guaranteed Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, grabbing the Earthen Vessel off of the secret box rather than an Ultra Ball or something means it's going to be...
There it is.
I see. Night Stretcher. He had one stashed in the discard pile. Night Stretcher brings Gardevoir EX to the hand, evolves up, and now has access to Psychic Embrace with the Bravery Charm. Drifloon is going to receive tons of energy now, and its Balloon Blast attack does 30 damage for each damage counter on the Drifloon. This is now hitting for 300 damage, plenty to take down the Iron Hands EX. I love preemptively attaching this TM evolution, because once the turn ends, it's going to be discarded.
Henry playing very safely, too. I mean, had the research in hand, but did not need it. But here is Drifloon taking a massive knockout here. So it is going to be the Arven for turn here. I think we want to just attract some customers at this point. We definitely have the option available to us. But this is what I was worried about, right, Adam? Once this Iron Hands went down, what do we have now? We have a Pikachu that can't attack all the way. We're going to use that Nest Ball for Pheasantipity, and we get some draw. I mean, we have plenty of cards to look at this turn. But unless we're going to go power up the Miraidon, and that's not even the safest choice that we can attack with here, it's going to be a little bit odd.
Yeah, Miraidon EX can also pull one Lightning Pokemon out of the deck with Tandem Unit, just to thin a bit more before drawing with Flip the Script. With the help of Attract Customers, Diana might be able to also grab a Crispin to send this Pikachu in. I'd have to reevaluate what energies are still available, because 4 just went to the discard pile. Needs to make sure there's still enough left in the deck to even use that supporter.
It would have been massive, too, if that Pikachu was at least wearing the EXP share as a tool, right? Because then we could have just attached return, and then we got Boss's Orders off of the Pheasantipity. We could have at least taken down the Gardevoir EX and brought us down to a 2-prize game, but it's looking a little bit odd here as Diana is eyeing up the Crispin to use. We're going to be able to take 2 basic energy of 2 different types, very key important fact, out of the deck. 1 goes to hand and 1 gets a free attachment to any of our Pokemon. But as we can see with Pikachu as the only, you know, somewhat powered up attacker right now, it's just going to have to go to Pikachu, I think.
And with its Topaz Bolt, it has the metal already. It needs 1 grass and 1 lightning. So Crispin is able to find both of these. And just after evaluating the 2, 3 lightning energy in the discard pile right now, 1 in the hand. I believe there's still 1 more in the deck. Now, it's important because you still have attachment for turn.
Yep.
So as long as there's a grass in there, Crispin can get it out.
This is weird because I would consider along the lines of trying to find the Galvantula and trying to use the Galvantula to at least do something like a, you know, a single prize knockout here, just so we have it here. But I think Diana is just going to not even use the Crispin and just opt for Jolting Charge. We'll see what exactly she's going for here. It'll be the Tandem Unit to snake out some more Pokemon. I can only imagine what would be the second Iron Hands. What do you think?
So getting the second Jolting Charge here is very daring. Leaving a Drifloon in the active spot is opening yourself up to a massive swing if Henry Chow has a Gust for the Pokemon that you are setting up. This is a very telegraphed play. You don't want to send the Pikachu into the active spot just to take down a Drifloon and discard all of its energy. And there weren't any other attackers in a proper situation to take over for the Iron Hands once it was defeated. So Diana is going to try to go defensive, try to prep for the next stage of the game. And while this is very shaky, it can pay dividends if Henry Chow doesn't have the perfect punish.
Instead of Crispin going for the Arvin here, I would love to see the EXP share get at least thrown down, because if this Joltik doesn't get knocked out, right, we're assuming that the Jolting charge is going to be throwing some energy around the board here too. I would love to at least see the transfer of energy somewhere, but Diana pulling out that Future Booster Energy Capsule, which does give Iron Hands a little bump in its damage output, but it also gives it free retreat as well. And I know for me, I loved using this card, especially versus something like a Pidgeot V that you can actually amp for 2 prizes. Fun
That is a very important decision, certainly. We'll see if the EXP share, just having that extra attachment of energy carrying over into the future, is exactly what would be the proper answer from this position. But it's going to be Future Booster instead. Iron Hands is still the Pokemon of choice for Diana to try to run down these last 4 prize cards. And finally, Jolting Charge is announced. There's a Grass Energy still in the deck. 1 more Grass Energy. There should be 1 or 2 Lightning still in there. There's a high count of 5.
Could have used Super Rod there too, Adam. I know we had it in hand at least. Yeah, we had Super Rod in hand to fish back some of that energy there, but it is just going to be the attachment for 3. Now, would you split this into 2 Pokemon, or would you put it on just 1? I think we have our answer.
Okay, so Pikachu EX is being established, and 1 Grass Energy. If this was Super Rod, having another Lightning Energy here to put onto the Iron Hands would be great. So at least the threat is established, but Henry Chow is already evaluating what the weaknesses of this board potentially could be. Maybe I can deal some chip damage to the Pikachu, bring it up into the active. Maybe I knock out Iron Hands. This could just be a very elaborate bait, right? You want the Iron Hands or the Miraidon EX or something to go down as you prep the rest of these attackers to take the rest of the game.
Well, Henry automatically fishing out his Monkey Dory thanks to Artisan here. You can only imagine that we're just going to Adrenabrain 3 damage counters over. It's the question of which target. Joltik was the most yeah, it's the most obvious one, but sometimes players like to be a little bit more cheeky and do something along the lines of trying to soften up that Resolute Heart ability onto Pikachu and then being able to swing at it, just because we know that Joltik's not too much of a threat, right? It doesn't ever have an attack that actually does damage. Instead, it's just helping our board here. But it is going to be Diana promoting her Pikachu EX here. We'll see what exactly Henry has in store. There's no true Gust right now that we have. There's no Boss's Orders in the deck, and we can't use Counter Catcher because Henry is officially down to 3 prizes. So I want to see what exactly he's thinking. Maybe just a hand disruption with Iono, leaving Diana with not too many cards left to draw.
It is Diana who needs to be the aggressor in this matchup. So as long as Henry Chow is not feeling any current pressure, just going to play it very simply, very slowly as the Gardevoir player. This is a deck that loves to play from the high ground and just simply respond to what the opponent is doing and move your way at a leisurely pace into that win. You don't need to turn up the heat until it really comes down to the final 1 or 2 prize cards.
Adam, this Drifloon is ready to go, but I'm also seeing the ideal of finding something like Counter Catcher on to Pheasantipity and then being able to Psychic Embrace as well, and then Adrenabrain for that perfect 210. But it is just going to be the Drifloon once more that is going to tap into this Pikachu. And speaking of Adrenabrain, that is totally applicable here. We could just move some damage counters off of Psychic Embrace, take a 2 prize knockout here, and then finding more with this Drifloon. This is a key turn for Diana. Otherwise, I think Henry might have game on board.
Yeah, the aggression of Diana to take down the Monkey Dory, the wherewithal to know how threatening that is. But here comes Gardevoir with the Boss's Orders, and Gravity Mountain, the combo does fully come through. This is going to reduce Gardevoir's HP because it is a Stage 2 Pokemon, putting it in range of Topaz Bolt.
Yeah, it's great, but the problem is there's another Gardevoir waiting right there, Adam. And there's a fully powered Monkey Dory as well. I would have loved to see 1 copy of the Iono come to work here. Maybe try and get rid of the Monkey Dory instead and just try to at least move things around. See what exactly is going to happen. Once again, Adam, I just think Henry has a perfect checkmate right now. It doesn't really, it's hard to say if Diana can actually get out of this.
And this just comes down to the fact that Diana was forced into sort of that in-between turn of going for the second jolting charge. You want to go for a super rod to get more energy off of that attack, or maybe have an EXP share set up so that way you don't need to take a turn off. In that way, this deck is similar to old Raging Bolt, where it wants to go for a clean 2/2/2 prizes, and taking a turn off, especially versus Gardevoir, can be devastating. But Topaz Bolt does find its home. Gardevoir goes down, and 2 prizes over to Diana, 2 prize cards remaining, and it's over to Henry Chow. Adrenabrain ready to clean up Pikachu EX, and then just one more swing into a 2 prize Pokemon to end it all.
Yeah, and there's no Bravery Charm on this Iron Hands as well. I mean, we could keep stacking energy onto it, but we'll see how exactly it's going to happen. Double Monkey Dory also does it pretty cleanly as well here. So we'll see how exactly we want to kind of secure game here. Here comes potentially the use of the Night Stretcher.
Professor's Research going to pitch all that hand. There's Iono, but it's because Henry Chow knows exactly what he needs and wants to find it here. Draws 7. There is Pheasantipity. Screamtail's also a big option.
Yep, so moving, here we go. This is the math here, moving 10 to the active to take 2 prize cards here. Honestly, it's very scary to have Diana promote anything, right? The attach, the retreat to Screamtail, and here comes the Psychic Brace onto Screamtail, where Roaring Scream will be able to attack the Tatsugiri onto the bench here, and it's going to be a clean game 1 from Henry Chow, the Gardevoir master of the universe, as we said at San Antonio.
Very well played. Even with the jolting charge into the Iron Hands, the exact setup that you want, that's only one part of the overall matchup. You've got your aggression in the early game, but you have to be able to establish the threat of multiple Pokemon to take over. And who knows if Diana had some sort of prize map or game plan based around Lily's Clefairy that simply was denied because of the 2 prize Psychic Energy that game.
Well, let's take a look at the replay to talk about this matchup once again, because on paper, you go fast, you don't let Gardevoir set up, you win, but the problem is, when you lose your only attacker that's fully set up, right? What do we do after? It's really hard to say. I mean, Diana was really stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that's why it's really important to get these things like EXP share out on the board, so we're constantly kind of throttling 2 attackers to and from, and that's why we play such a high supporter count of something like Boss's Orders, right? We want to be able to just swing big and go long every single time, but it is going to be Henry Chow, who essentially had checkmate the turn before. I mean, it was just the fact that 1 Monkey Adrenabrain onto the Pikachu just had everything settled. But Henry Chow is going to mulligan here, so Diana is going to get an extra turn. Or a extra card here, excuse me. Imagine extra turn, oh my god. That'd be crazy.
But I mean, a deck like this, you do want that extra card draw. You know, this is going to give you the chance of maybe saving your Nest Ball for Pheasantipity in the mid game. Maybe it's the 1 extra draw you need to find your supporter, your Joltik, that EXP share. There's a lot of important pieces that Diana is going to need to guarantee the strongest opening for this Miraidon box. And Henry Chow going for another mulligan, giving Diana another card.
Adam, did you see that hand? It was crazy. There was tons of search there with the opening secret box as well. I mean, Henry does play 1 Buddy Poffin, right? And it was already inside the hand as well. That would have guaranteed a ton of setup, especially if he was going second. But since Diana lost game 1, we can only assume that she wants to go second. Once again, use that Joltik and use that jolting charge.
And we're going to see if we can get this match underway. Henry Chow, get a basic, my friend.
He's got him. He just has to decide which one, because there's a couple, right? We're about to see how it's going to be resolved, but Diana just drawing into some more energy off the mulligan. That one's gotta hurt.
Yeah, you don't want the energy in your hand. You need them in the deck for jolting charge. And Henry Chow starts off with Drifloon, and Diana Duddy begins with Iron Hands EX in the active spot. Henry Chow with Ralts in the hand, beautifully done, and Monkey Dory. The gang's all here. Just the Darkness Energy as well to attach to that. He did this turn 1, but there's a matter of saving it because of TM Evolution that's in the hand. I love attaching it to the Drifloon here, and it's right over to Diana Duddy.
He's drawing another energy, and it doesn't matter what Miraidon
like
looks.
this.
It doesn't matter what Miraidon looks like in any format, Adam. It's just you're going to draw the energy no matter what. Whether they're different colors is one thing here, but here comes the opening prize check here from Diana Duddy using this Arven here, and honestly, nothing too tragic. A little bit of ball search, which honestly in the end game we really kind of need to see a little bit more to get our end game cincher like Blood Moon Ursaluna, who we didn't even see last game. But it will be finding that future booster capsule once again, now giving Iron Hands free retreat, because you would hate to have Iron Hands start in the active with that, I believe, 4 retreat cost.
And so this is all set up beautifully. Now that Iron Hands can get out of the active spot, Nestball can grab Miraidon, Tandem Unit pulls Joltik, and then the Jolting Charge with all of the energy that is in the hand. I think there's still plenty enough left in the deck for the Jolting Charge to find its target, but Henry Chow's already threatening with the Adrena Brain. Diana might feel more comfortable from this position simply because that darkness energy is attached to the Drifloon, and the chances of having another one are a bit lower.
The thing is, though, I believe Henry does have Artisan in hand, so we can at least guarantee the second Ralt here. Diana doing a very quick energy count, because once again, all of that energy is in the hand. Now, granted, this Joltik box does play 1 copy of Iono. We definitely want to throw all of that energy back into the deck somehow. But it's just a little bit clunky, and that's a lot of the times what a lot of these aggro decks can struggle with. Hey, I have all the pieces in my hand, or hey, I've committed to this one Pokemon. When it goes down, what do I do after? But here's that Miraidon EX using its Tandem Unit to find Joltik and Pikachu EX. The same squad as last time. Let's see if we get a different result.
Now, Arven has already been used to grab the Future Booster Energy Capsule. Hopefully, Diana will be able to pick up EXP share, just adjusting the game plan a little bit to account for not needing to take an off turn. If you can be aggressive early and keep up your momentum, that is the key to victory with this Joltik box. And after 1 Jolting Charge, those energies that were eyed up earlier are pulled from the deck and are going to be assigned. And all 4 are going onto Iron Hands EX.
I'm a little worried about that, Adam. Once again, it's just coming down to the fact that, how do we say this? Eggs in a basket, if you will. We're putting all of our eggs in the Iron Hands basket, which feels right? But if we were able to, pick up Crispin off of Pokegear, we could next turn potentially start getting Pikachu lined up as well, or maybe even a second Iron Hands ready to go. But on over to Henry's turn, finding that Professor's Research and placing down that Artisan. So we once again are guaranteeing our setup. There's that 1 copy of Buddy Buddy Poff in here too. So honestly, not a crazy turn because we didn't find Technical Machine. Oh, we did find Technical Machine Evolution, actually attached it. So this is honestly a pretty good turn coming up. Already has Counter Catcher in hand too.
And you can see Henry Chow is trying to play as quickly as possible. There's 24 minutes left on the clock, and Gardevoir can get stuck into these lines where there's so much to consider, so many moving parts that you eat up a lot of the clock. But Henry Chow is, skilled enough that he's going to make it work. But remember, folks, secret boxes in the prize cards for him this game.
Yeah, it's just not going to be able to get whatever you want directly. It is in the middle of the prizes, so no matter which way you take your prizes. I know you're free to take your prizes whichever way you choose, top down, bottom up. I know I choose my prizes from the bottom up. It's just stuck in the mid game here, but to Curlia, you can't ask for anything more. Draws the Pokegear here, wouldn't mind. We also do need to discard the Technical Machine Evolution off of Drifloon as well. It does go into the discard pile after. There's a Boss's Orders. It's not going to be that Crispin, and Adam, I would really love to see a Crispin this turn. We're going to get 2 prizes no matter what, right? I think I would rather just save the Crispin, get Pikachu ready to go, and then try and find the Gravity Mountain boss combo on Gardevoir EX next turn.
There is tons of energy in the hand, but it looks like there should be still plenty in the deck, at least 1 medal, of course, to get off of Crispin to prepare the Pikachu. There, of course, is always the punishing play because the Joltik box all went onto the Iron Hands to power that up, maybe trying to split those energies so you remain a bit flexible.
See, they're grabbing the metal here and grabbing the Psychic as well. So we could just manual attach for turn using one of the Grass or Lightning energies within the hand here, but Psychic is going to go to hand. I'm interested to see if we're going to be able to find anything. The cards are so hard to pick up off the table, folks. I mean, I played on that table once, and I was just, the cards are slipping everywhere. It's so difficult to pick things up. We'll see where the attach for turn is going to go. Know that we have Pheasantipity waiting in the wings as well, but it's so painful to see all the energy in the hand. Like I said, pre-rotation, post-rotation, all the energy just goes in the hand no matter what.
And there's a retreat of Joltik, Iron Hands EX, and it knock out the Drifloon. And what's nice about knocking out Drifloon is while you'd like to hunt down the Monkey Dory like you did in the last game, this just forces Henry Chow to find that extra resource of having the Night Stretcher to recover. So there is a chance that even with Gardevoir EX, the Drifloon might not line up here. And if Henry Chow misses a step against an Iron Hands Ampy very much, getting another rep in the active spot could force this to a Game 3.
We have all the tools that we need, Adam. I see the Bravery Charm already in hand. I see the Counter Catcher in hand as well to even things up. All I can probably ask for is that we try and maybe use, we got to get Night Stretcher to get Drifloon back, because Drifloon's going to be the one that hits those big, massive numbers, but I don't think I see a Night Stretcher in the hand.
Yeah, and Arven is being used to grab an Ultra Ball, so Henry Chow is thinking about Gardevoir, grabbing TM Evolution as well off of Arven. It's a little bit too slow to go for another Evolution just to get 2 Gardevoir EX in play, just thinning this out of the deck, of course, because the Bravery Charm, as you mentioned, Emily, is already in the hand.
Right. I do just want to say while we're doing these decisions that Puka has updated us here on the desk, and Piper will be making Top Cut, and Christian Labella lost and is out. But honestly, I'm excited to see where we're going with that. The Ultra Ball will find Pheasantipity, so we definitely want to be seeing as many cards as possible here. Like we said, Pheasantipity, draw 3, flip the script. See what exactly Henry can find. 2 Ultra Balls here. So, Adam, I actually think we could put the pieces together. It's just milling the entire hand to do so.
I mean, there's a lot of strong pieces there, but maybe you don't need this Ralts. Maybe you Ultra Ball away the other Ultra Ball. The TM Evo was already grabbed ahead of time from Arven to be discard fodder. It's going to be Earth and Vessel first to grab 2 Psychic Energy from the deck, or maybe 1 Dark Energy. Depending on what Henry Chow is cooking, you always can, if you get Psychic Embrace, use Adrenabrain to take down the Joltik, as we saw in game number 1. The one card that I am not seeing, however, is still a Night Stretcher.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough, right? It's just, it feels like everything is just so close within reach, right? Everything is within reach. It's just a matter of, well, if I go on in and commit to something like, for example, a Screamtail, right? That's going to get, or use a Screamtail to attack something like Miraidon EX onto the bench. That Iron Hands is still going to get 2 prizes here. And now that we have this Pikachu backed up and ready to go, as long as we find Gravity Mountain, that's going to lead to profit here. So we'll see what Henry Chow pieces together. Just another update from Mr. Puka. Dominic Viola, Aban Ahmed, and Ray Chen all won and will be making Top Cut. We will be seeing Toad Scroll EX in Top Cut, Adam.
Absolutely amazing. Now, Ultra Ball did discard the Bravery Charm. Gardevoir EX is picked up. Is Henry Chow looking to maybe promote Gardevoir EX and just go for a decent attack against the Iron Hands? You're opening yourself up to a Gravity Mountain sort of punish with the Pikachu EX. Maybe it's a Mind Bend. I don't believe there's been an attached return, but both Gardevoir EX now evolving and being present in play.
Yeah, we definitely don't want our Curlias to get Ampy very much here. Could use the Artisan to thin another Monkey Dory, but the one thing that we are missing here, Adam, is going to be the Night Stretcher. I love the Bravery Charm here onto Monkey Dory. It's actually the thing you want to protect the most. Now, Henry does play 2 Bravery Charms here.
Okay.
So one of them is going to be used on this Monkey Dory here, but it is just going to be the Miracle Force that is going to allow for a little bit of damage to go onto Iron Hands. But here's the problem. I mean, now that Gardevoir is sitting right there, we know we have the energy onto Pikachu EX to just go on ahead and swing. But let's see what the Pokegear gives us now that we can save Boss for next turn.
See, Boss's Orders is being offered up. I don't believe this deck has a way to search out Gravity Mountain, correct? It just needs to get it naturally.
Yeah.
And no knockouts were taken, so there's no Pheasantipity to draw some cards here. And maybe that's what Henry Chow was counting on. Even though the Gardevoir is at 250 HP, the Pikachu can just swing on it anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't even need it, but going to grab the Boss's Orders, thinning the deck here. I don't see us using it here. I think one of the things that Joltik Box I know for me, whenever I play this deck, that I need to remember is that Miraidon is also an attacker. I feel like Miraidon is just the key battery, for lack of a better word, for a lot of these matchups, right? I mean, Pheasantipity and 2 prizes are sitting right there. And then you could find another one too, but there's the attach onto Pikachu. There's the Pheasantipity here. Wonder exactly what we're going to be going for. We do have a little bit of Ball Search left, but we definitely don't have enough to do something like a Full Moon Rondo with Lily's Clefairy, but it looks like Diana is going to opt for using the Topaz Bolt here onto the Pheasantipity EX instead of the Gardevoir EX.
And the reason to take down this Pokemon versus just the Gardevoir is that there's a second Gardevoir in play regardless.
Yep.
And I think you want to limit Henry Chow's ability to find that second Monkey Dory, right? That's going to be very devastating to set up a multi-prize comeback. And just taking out the Pheasantipity still gives you 2 prizes, and it just keeps Henry Chow at 6 or as close to there as you can manage. Even Ursaluna EX being grabbed preemptively.
Yeah, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, well, yes, is a great endgame cincher. The problem is if we find second Monkey Dory, we're going to be able to just fling all this damage back. And so that 6 damage counters that we see there isn't going to do the job just yet. Here's the thing. Now Henry needs something along the lines of Gust in Counter Catcher, which he does have, and maybe even just a... maybe even just something along the lines of Hand Disruption.
Yeah, the hand was just Monkey Dory and Counter Catcher. Doesn't have anything else to play around with because there's no Flip the Script. Just goes for another Miracle Force onto Pikachu EX, leaving it with 10 HP thanks to Resolute Heart.
Ooh, okay.
Well, actually, 190 is 190.
Oh boy. Well, that's the thing, right? You commit.
So Galvantula hits play. Tell us about this card.
Yeah, this one's going to be a little bit weird, right? So attacks used by this Pokemon, thanks to our ability Compound Eyes, do 50 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon that has an ability, right?
Okay.
So Gardevoir EX does have the ability here. And then Shocking Web is here. And if any lightning energy is attached, this attack does 80 more. So Adam, help me with the math here. So it's going to be
180, right?
Yep, thank you very
Beautifully
much.
done. And now the thing about Galvantula is I thought that this was just a way to make it so your Joltik didn't immediately get knocked out by Adrenabrain, but this has a little bit more utility. Is there any reason to attack with Galvantula in this situation, or are we pivoting back to Iron Hands?
And maybe just a single prizer, right? I mean, single prizer, all okay, all good here. But I think we're just going to go for a little bit more of this damage with something along the lines of Arm Press. Thanks to the future booster capsule, I believe that energy or that damage is going to go up to 180 compared to its 160 base because it is a plus 20. We'll see what Henry can do, but Diana's on 2 prize cards left. She could take this game.
And Henry Chow has Night Stretcher for the turn, is making a decision to get back Drifloon, maybe pull a Darkness Energy back to the hand to trigger an Adrenabrain, but is going to retreat Gardevoir. It looks like Drifloon is going to be the pickup to punch into this Iron Hands with a single prizer. But no, it's going to be Monkey Dory. I see. Just go for the Mind Bend, take the knockout here, save that Night Stretcher for the perfect time. With 2 cards off of the prizes, gives Henry Chow a little bit more options.
Here's the thing, and once again, Adam, we're back at the same start that we had for last game. There's no energy on board except for this Galvantula, so we could absolutely swing back into Monkey Dory and get the knockout here as long as we found a lightning energy. But what do we do after, right? We just assume that our Gardevoir EX is going to come back and start swinging here, but here comes Flip the Script. I would love to see Iono. I would love to see Crispin even, but it's just more energy. There is the Iono, so we could use the Galvantula this turn, shuffle all that energy back into the deck, but the problem is you know that Henry's hand isn't too great either.
The issue here is just figuring out what to attack with. I mean, Galvantula is ready to go. Latias EX still in the active spot, so you can retreat into that and swing on the Monkey Dory, right? It does have an ability, so Compound Eyes does work here.
Yeah, very much does so too. We'll see what she's going to decide.
That combined with Iono I kind of like. Normally you don't want to take a slower turn of just taking 1 prize versus 2, but I think that if you can set Henry Chow down just to 4 cards in hand, but no, just takes the knockout, wants to keep the rest of the hand, wants to keep these energies.
See what's going to happen here. Henry Chow has to find a way to protect this Gardevoir EX as much as possible here. I mean, if Henry doesn't take a knockout onto this Galvantula, it's going to be rather hard to power up our Blood Moon Ursaluna with something like a Crispin, because you can't Crispin and Boss in the same turn. There's that Night Stretcher, and instead of Drifloon, it's actually going to be for Pheasantipity, because we absolutely want to see more cards here.
Yeah, Diana seemed to pick up on that. Henry Chow's hand was pretty dead. Didn't go for the Ino. Also wants to keep, I believe, Boss's Orders is still in her hand.
See what 3 cards bring us, Adam. Another Artisan Earthen Vessel, though, so we're going to still be able to throttle the energy into the discard. We do have Monkey Dory in hand as well, so we could start the Adrenabrain process here.
Okay.
We could get Pikachu EX technically out. If we were to Adrenabrain the damage off of Gardevoir EX onto the Pikachu, onto the bench, that would be one way to get 2 prize cards. But the problem is that this Galvantula is still in the active. Oh, wait, hold on, Adam. Do we still have Counter Catcher in hand?
The Counter Catcher is still there. It wasn't disrupted with Iono. And after the Earthen Vessel getting another Darkness Energy, 1 Night Stretcher has been used, and Richow seems to be cooking up something.
If we're able to find our second Monkey Dory, follow me here. If we're able to find our second Monkey Dory, we use 1 Adrenabrain for the Pikachu EX, and then we potentially find a way to Adrenabrain more onto something like this Latias EX. That could be 4 prizes right there. So here's that first one. He will be able to draw the secret box off of prizes here, and you can tell Henry's starting to move a little bit quicker here. Has the Counter Catcher in hand. I believe we can get there, Adam. It's just all about thinking about how we do this correctly. I believe Night Stretcher for something like Screamtail potentially. There's so many routes. What do you see? Yeah,
the Night Stretcher is definitely picked up. Counting the amount of Psychic Energy that's remaining in the deck, the Screamtail is being eyeballed. 2 prizes remaining for Henry Chow because of that Adrenabrain, and now just needs to take out the Latias or the Pheasantipity, 210 HP apiece. And no, it's going to be Drifloon coming up because Counter Catcher is still available. Pheasantipity comes to the active spot, and all of the energy being attached, retreated from Gardevoir, and Drifloon is here to claim its final victim. Balloon Blast for a 2-0 victory for Henry Chow.
That is a 3-time regional champion right there, and you saw it just on the table. My goodness, the way that Henry plays, so disciplined, right? Just
breathed a huge sigh of relief there. I think that when he went for the first Adrenabrain, he knew, I need to get like secret box. I need to get gold off of these prize cards to keep the rest of this turn going. And it came through, and he immediately shifted into overdrive to close out.
Yeah, absolutely. When you see the line, right? When secret box essentially gives you whatever you want, it just feels really good to see. And Henry Chow being able to pull that off of the prizes just does it for him, right? And that is the power of Monkey Dory. I believe Monkey Dory was Kyle's pick as well, proving why it's just, honestly, it's just one of the best cards in Standard. But let's take a look at the replay. Henry Chow winning 2-0, but oh man, was it close.
This is one of the hardest matchups, right? The threat of Iron Hands coming in the active spot, and not only does it take these early prize cards, removing the Monkey Dory, removing the Drifloon from play, it forces Gardevoir to play at an accelerated pace. And Henry Chow is comfortable with doing that, but will the deck offer the proper cards to facilitate? Adrenabrain, the MVP, taking down Joltik, forcing Diana to promote another Pokemon to take a hit from the Drifloon.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you're able to just stop how quickly Joltik Box goes, you are okay on paper. Once again, Ampu very much does the work for you, but it is going to be Henry Chow and Gardevoir that proves no matter how bad people think a matchup is, on paper, it does not matter. As long as you love your deck the most, you're able to take these wins. Henry Chow will be moving on. Could he be winning another regional, Adam?
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised. I know that if you win too many tournaments, people start rooting against you just because they like the underdog. But Henry Chow, he's too pure for this world, and his love for Gardevoir is also pure, and it's only paying him back for all the time and practice he's put in, especially to consider the Joltik box as the anti-Gardevoir deck. And he's showing that with proper piloting and proper play, you can take the multi-prize turns you need to keep that prize trade even and close it all out.
Yeah, absolutely. Great showing from Henry, but of course a great showing from Diana as well. I believe that's actually the first time we're going to see Joltik box on the stream as well. Like I said, it was my caster pick, but It's still a good pick. I mean, Diana has made it truly very far in this tournament, and when you're able to kind of stop the setup of a lot of these slow-building decks, what do? Nothing.
Yeah, and it's Diana. Congratulations to her for making it so far just on her
second regional.
and bringing the Joltik box. You know, a deck that even though it's considered very straightforward, oh, haha, I've got my 4 energy on Iron Hands, there I go. But we saw how much there was to set up for future turns in that deck and the way to select the proper attackers. And, you know, there's probably some Miraidon players in the audience that are like, okay, maybe this deck is got a little bit more sauce to it than I gave it credit for, or maybe you are seeing these decks being played and you think you can do better. So make sure that you show up, especially with the season closing out, maybe one more last hurrah in NAIC and into the next season to put your hat into the pool.
Miraidon has truly, I think now this variation of Miraidon, and I've been playing Miraidon for a long time, Adam, this is truly the most high roll version of the deck at the end of the day. But as you can see on our lower third, it is going to be Henry Chow advancing to another top cut with Gardevoir. The storylines have been insane. Toadscruel in top cut. John Eng potentially winning Portland again. Henry Chow on his way to Lost Zoning, another invite. So it's exciting, right? I would not want to end the season any other way, Adam.
I am so excited for Henry Chow and to hear a little bit from him. I just got word that he's set up in the lounge with Chip Ritchie. So let's hear from our potential 4-time regional champion.
Thanks, Adam and Emily. That's right. Standing by here in the lounge with Henry Chow, who has just locked up a spot in yet another top cut this season. Congratulations on the run once again. You find yourself in yet another top cut, and once again with Gardevoir. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. I came to the day at 6-2, which was sort of a new experience for me. It was a lot of pressure throughout the day. I had to win 4 in a row, can't even afford a single tie. So it's been really stressful. I feel like I get a little bit of a mental break now that I'm in top cut, but I mean, I'm probably an asymmetrical cut, so there's probably still 4 more rounds if I want to win the whole thing again.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're putting yourself now in this spot where you could be one of only 2 players to ever win 4 regional championships in a single season. Now, I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. A lot of Pokemon still to be played. You feel like you've got a good shot?
I think my deck is powerful. That's all I'll say on the matter. I think my deck is really good, and if I can play well, I like my odds. But yeah, it's going to be brutal. There's a lot of really good players in Top Cut I've seen.
Yeah. Your friend Michael Davidson, one of those good players in Top Cut. You guys are playing the same 60 for this event. Talk to me about the innovations here, the changes you decided to make for this tournament, where they came from and how they've paid off.
Yeah, so I've got a lot to say on this. Brent Tonneson has done extremely well with his really, really item-focused Gardevoir list with rare candies and no Evos and a bunch of Ultra Balls. I think that list is good, but I really was uncomfortable about the Dragapult matchup. The Dragapult matchup was really scaring me. So I want to give a huge shout-out to William Azevedo, Pedro Pertusi, Rafael Uiti, and there's probably other people who worked on the list out in Brazil. They made like a straightforward Arven Evo version that really made me believe in that style of deck again. It's sort of counterintuitive because people think, oh, if you're against Badoo, Arven must be a bad card. But just getting the Evos out is by far the most important thing against Badoo, and having multiple copies of Arven and Evo in your deck really helps that. So that was sort of the starting point. And then, you know, once we sort of had the Arvens and the Evos already in there, we maybe we can fit a Rapsgun here and get that guy out when we're Evoing too, because that card really stifles a lot of decks in the format right now, particularly Dragapult, of course.
Yeah, definitely very strong against Dragapult, and pretty strong against another deck that has risen pretty drastically over the last couple of tournaments in Zolark. That deck has seen quite an uptick, and I think traditionally has had a solid matchup into Gardevoir. Do you feel like the Rabsca gives you that swing?
Yeah, I mean, one of my best testing partners is Liam Halliburton, who's probably the biggest Zoroark proponent in the game right now. I think the matchup's close. It honestly might still be slightly Zoroark favored, but I will say without the Zoroark, it's really not very good. So
without the Rabsca?
Without the Rabsca, it's not very good. So having the Rabsca definitely gives you a chance, a pretty decent chance in that matchup.
And really in the Pokemon TCG, especially once you get to Top Cut, that's what you need. You need a chance. Give yourself the cards to put yourself in a situation where you could potentially propel yourself forward just one more single elimination round. What's been your secret, man? I mean, multiple top cuts now this season. You've won 3 regional championships. You're putting yourself in a position to potentially win that 4th. How do you keep finding this continued success, especially with the same deck?
Well, the secret is the secret box. When you play your ace deck to be the most powerful consistency card in the game, it essentially gives you a perfect turn every every game. Like whenever you draw the secret box, obviously it's like turn 1, it's amazing, but you know, even if it's turn 4 or 5, you're going to do exactly what you want with like counter catcher Iono. So I think that no matter how much success I've had with the card, it's still underrated. The card is absolutely incredible, and actually now that I think about it, the game you guys just saw on stream, secret box won me the game once again. So the secret is secret box.
The secret is in the box. Well, congratulations, Henry. We'll be rooting for you through this top cut. Let you get a little bit of rest before we get into things. Let's get back to the casters.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the desk, everyone. That was a fantastic interview from Henry Chow, and he is so confident in his deck. That's what I love about him. He's just so polished in his gameplay, but he's been telling us the whole time, secret box is ridiculous. Was it Henry Chow who was on Hyper Aroma way back in the day when everybody thought that Hyper Aroma was not as good, and he proved us wrong, and then Secret Box came out, and he's just constantly showing everybody the proper way to play Gardevoir.
You just gotta watch him play. It doesn't matter what engine you have in the deck, because I didn't he win with 2 Zoroarks and a rescue board at one point, right? I mean, it's just Henry Chow and Gardevoir, just 2 peas in a pod. But we want to hear from you guys, and we have some tweets that we actually get to look at here just really quickly before our top cut begins. So I'm excited to see what you guys at home are, you know, starting to show us here.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pokemon fans, for using that hashtag +PlayPokemon to reach out. This is from Project Artemis. Join us in cheering on our players in Day 2. Callie White, 7-1. Makani Tran, 5-2-1. Gwen Tran. Maria Sumi coming from across the pond at 5-2-1 as well.
Yeah, honestly, shout out to everybody who's been coming to North America from across the world here, too. I know there was a heavy European presence at this regional, but big shout outs to Project Artemis as well and their leader, Eliza. I know their goal is inclusivity, and that that's something you can always get behind.
Yeah, really scrappy new team, but they've been putting up numbers. It's a great training group, and they're doing great here in Portland. Shout out to all their players that made Day 2.
Take a look at the next one here as soon as we get it. Here we go, and that's going to be Danny with these awesome pre-release pulls.
Wow.
I am hunting for that Misty Psyduck here, but of course the Ethan's Ho-Oh EX as well. These are beautiful cards. I cannot tell you guys enough. Go to your pre-releases. They're really fun. It's a low stakes thing. I know for me, I always tell a lot of people, if you're interested in playing the trading card game and going out there, but you don't want to go to your first league local, you can always go to a pre-release, right?
Yeah.
It's a 40-card deck with 4 prizes. Not too crazy. Get some packs at the end as well, but I love the art in Destined Rivals. I know we're not just there quite yet, but I'm already cooking up some decks, Adam, for that format.
And that's why you got to go to your pre-releases. That way you can get in a little bit early and see some of these cards before the full set is available. That's what the pre-release is for, and I'm happy for Danny for getting these insane pulls.
Yeah, these pulls are awesome here too. And here we go. It is going to be Teases. Got to see the local legend, Jeremy Jallin, at the coloring corner. If you guys want to meet Jeremy Jallin, he is sitting at the coloring corner right now. And at the top of every hour, this man is teaching you how to do Pokemon origami. So if you want to hang out with Jeremy, he's literally on the floor. So make sure you go say hi. That's the second tweet we've had people meeting Jeremy Jallin. So go over there right now if you're still sitting here waiting for Top Cut to start. Take a picture with Jeremy Jallin and tweet hashtag #PlayPokemon. That's going to be a really fun bit.
I want to see a whole album, folks. He's a great guy putting his time into the coloring corner, and it's a great activity. And I'm glad that everybody here is having so much fun whenever they decide to spend some time over there with our boy.
I think it's also important to note, Adam, here too, is that you don't just have to play at a Pokemon Regional. I think that's a really big point. Like, you don't have to enter the tournament if you don't want to. There's tons of things for you to do here. Side events, you can watch the stream, you can shop at the vendors, you can color, you can do Pokemon origami, you can play in the side events as well.
They've got Pokemon Puzzle League set up.
Oh, I'll see you there after this block.
Out there.
Oh, come on, it's not that old anyway. There's tons of things for you guys to do at Pokemon Regionals aside from playing the main tournament if that's not your jazz. But let's talk about KJ to Man 11. Day 2 of Portland Regionals. Excited to take in all the battles and see who is on top. And we love Pokemon Go. I know for me, Pokemon Go crowd is always so hype, Adam.
And KJ here with a lot of folks. I love that Umbreon beanie. What is going on, homie? I got to figure out the source. Where did you get that?
The sauce there,
But
too.
yeah, I mean, there's so much nice, like, Pokemon fans, people in cosplays, nice outfits, and Pokemon merch all over the place. This is a celebration of Pokemon, what we all know and love. And I'm glad that he's having a great time here at the regional.
Honestly, like, competition is for everybody, right? That's why we have juniors, seniors, and masters. But of course, Brian here saying thank you to all of the juniors judges here. We love our judges. Make sure you tell your judges thank you. They are putting in tons of work over the weekend to be here and help us run our tournaments. And big shout outs to everybody in this picture. I see some familiar faces here. And just once again, thank your judges. They're always nice people.
Yeah, if you have any worries at all about the tournament, any questions, feel free to reach out. Their job is to make sure the tournament runs smoothly and make sure that everybody has a good time. And the juniors division looks like they had a blast running that segment. And these are the players that we, Emily, are going to be looking forward to seeing here in just a few short years. They're going to get into seniors and then into masters division. And that is the beauty of Pokemon. It's just this thing that's been a part of everyone's lives for so many years.
Absolutely.
And the legacy starts here at these big tournaments with our judges nurturing the young talent.
I know for me, my shop junior is here and actually locked up his Worlds invite from getting a day 2 here at Portland. So big congratulations to Leo here. I believe he was piloting EVBox, and we will be seeing him at Worlds. And now NAIC is a little less stressful. It doesn't matter what division you're in, by the way. There's tough competition all around. I know seniors, for example, is a crazy division where there are tons of strong players. I mean, you got to talk about the first-year Masters that came into this season, right? You have Owen Dalgard, you have Karis Jones, you have Bodhi, you have all of these players who are crazy, and they're amazingly great players. So I'm excited to see where they go on their Pokemon journeys.
And when these players, age up into the next division, they sometimes struggle to find their footing. Sometimes they're just off to the races. We know that so many of these seniors have already been in testing groups and been practicing and being mentored by master players, by veteran players.
Absolutely.
And they're finding their best game plans and their best selves, right, as Pokemon competitors when they step into these competitions. And it's bigger and better than it's ever been before, folks. We always talk about, 2010, all the great grandfathers here for their favorite formats of the bygone era, but I really want to see these new players pave a way, and then they'll be nostalgically looking back on, do you remember Arceus V-Star, Reggie Drago V-Star?
I love that deck.
I know, put that on my tombstone. Dialga V-Star.
Yeah, I know. You were telling me that you played a lot of Dialga V-Star. Can't say I played the same, but still, regardless, there are tons of ways to just play Pokemon. And honestly, I think the official 2010 side event is happening at NAIC, by the way. Okay. So I know a lot of people are super stoked for that. I know big shout outs to my locals who actually have 2010 built, and they play every week after we're done playing standard. So honestly, I'm excited to see how exactly this is all going to turn out, Adam.
True. Because the events have gotten bigger, the venues have gotten bigger, we have more space for more of these events, and so many dedicated players who love these specific formats, these specific eras of the Pokemon TCG. We're having side events for 2010, expanded, just retro formats in general.
Gym Leader Challenge.
Yeah, GLC, exactly. Well, so make sure that you sleeve up your favorite Pokemon type and show everybody what you got. I still got my fighting deck. I got to upgrade it a little bit, I'm not going to lie, but I've got the Hitmon combo in there. You can check the footage, people. I pulled it off, and that's all that matters to me.
Well, I'm excited to see what is going to happen within our top cut. I mean, we have, I said this yesterday in the lounge, a myriad of decks that is going to be in this top cut, including Toad Scroll EX. I mean, Henry Chow could lost zone another invite. John Ang could win this tournament again for a second time. There's way too many people to root for. I know all of us in the back, we're cheering for our favorite player ourselves here. I know Kyle Sablehouse is going to be running around the venue if John Ang wins. So we'll see how this one is going to go, Adam.
But we're going to see who will join Toad Scroll EX in the top cut when we get back from this short break, so don't go anywhere. We're moving on to the next stage of the tournament, the most important stage of the tournament, to crown our Portland Regional Championships, so sit tight, we'll see you soon.
Chip Ritchie back here in the lounge with Kyle Pukasukovic. We're going to continue to look at some of these older Team Rocket cards and Dark cards and how they compare to the upcoming Team Rocket cards coming out soon in Destined Rivals. And I'm excited to talk about this one because it is incredibly similar. The archetype almost we're going to talk about here. Dark Ampharos, Dark Tyranitar, Dark Pupitar as well getting into the mix. All very similar to the upcoming Team Rocket's Ampharos, Tyranitar, and Pupitar. Talk to us about the old versions of these cards and in the competitive scene, you know, how strong they were.
Yeah, for people who are old like me, these really resonate with you as these were some of the iconic cards back in like the mid 2000s. We're talking like 2005, 2006, that era of the Pokemon TCG. The deck was called Rock Lock, which was a catchy name, and it was appropriate because you would use the card Ancient Technical Machine Rock to devolve all your opponent's Pokemon, really similar to TM Devolution right now. But yeah, this was like it felt like a lock, right? The Dark Tyranitar has a Pokebody that does damage to your opponent's basic Pokemon between turns, so you would devolve your opponent's Pokemon, they would take some damage, and then the Dark Ampharos had a Pokebody that makes them take damage when they evolve. So if they would get like stuck, where it's like they take damage when they evolve, they take damage when they don't evolve, and eventually you would just get your opponent in this position. And so I think a lot of people were excited to see the new ones do a really similar thing, but we'll see if they stack up to the current cards in the Pokemon TCG standard format.
Things are a little bit overall, we got a higher power level than we did back in 2005 for sure. But yeah, one of the interesting things I think about this is you look at the Dark Ampharos Pokebody, and then you look at the Team Rocket's Ampharos ability. They're the exact same. They have the exact same name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, the only difference is it does a couple more damage counters this time to try to scale up for today's game. Yeah, the Dark Tyranitar and the Team Rocket's Tyranitar, technically different. One's sand damage, sand stream. It's basically the same thing. But yeah, it's also interesting to look at the Dark Pupitar versus the Team Rocket's Pupitar. Those have all had similar attacks as well, where they kind of have this explosive evolution where you attack, you get to evolve into the Dark Tyranitar and also do a little bit of damage along the way.
All right, well, we're going to take a look at more of these cards throughout the weekend. Be sure to stay tuned. In yesterday's Battle Box battle, Chip was able to get his Grimmsnarl up and running. How is Kyle going to respond? Let's find out. Switch out your opponent's active Pokemon to the bench. Your opponent chooses the new active Pokemon. If you do, this attack does 160 damage to the new active.
Okay.
So you're going to send up the Growlithe, and you're going to put...
Yeah, let's just count this damage here and make sure.
Oh, okay, yeah, I think that's a knockout.
Goodbye, Growlithe.
Yeah,
and I'll get my
Growlithe.
first prize card.
Okay. Not looking great over here, if I'm being honest, but it's fine. We got something we can do, I'm sure.
Okay. Are you?
No. I'll send a Victini just in case. Don't know if I'm gonna have to use that again. All right, let's draw a card. Oh boy.
Whew. The turn 7 Grimmsnarl was just overwhelming, huh?
Yeah, unfortunately it is. All right. What kind of game plan can we have here? I think we're gonna start off with a Latias.
Okay.
It's got a couple attacks here.
See that?
Neither of them particularly impactful at the moment, but I will play Crispin.
Ooh.
Card I'm sure people are familiar with from the standard format.
I did not see that card when we were drafting, so I have to imagine you drafted it as soon as you saw it.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. No, I think this is the first time I've looked through my deck, so I can find out if there's bad news.
Yeah, what's prize?
Let's see.
Yeah, pretty easy shortcut is, if you see something while you're drafting that's really good in standard, played in a lot of top tier decks, it's probably pretty powerful here.
Sure, that definitely makes sense.
Okay, I'm gonna go and grab 2 different types. It's like I'm playing a Dragapult deck.
Where's your Dragapult?
It must be prized. All right, this one in my hand, this one goes here.
Okay.
Just go ahead and attach the turn, retreat, and let's see. I'm gonna do a next level play here.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna play a Lucky Helmet on my Victini.
That's on the bench.
Yeah.
I wonder what you're gonna send up if I use Goat and Grab.
We'll find out. I'm gonna use Lagoon Flight for 60 damage.
60
Your turn,
damage.
Chip.
I'll draw for turn.
Our attacks are equally as powerful.
I'll use Kofu to put 2 cards from my hand on the bottom of my deck in any order, and then if I do, I draw 4 cards. So I'll put these on the bottom, and I will draw my 4.
All right.
I will evolve Monferno into Infernape.
Interesting.
Yeah, seems decent, and I guess we will go for the Goading Grab.
I'm gonna set up Victini.
Sure.
And it'll take however much damage. Yeah. But I will use the effect of the Lucky Helmet and draw 2 cards.
Okay, and I get my prized card. Okay, can't complain about that.
Well, I think at this point, I don't have a whole lot I can hope for besides just drawing exactly what I need. So let's hope for that.
I believe in you.
Let's see.
Chip definitely has 2 of the stronger, I think, stage 2s in play right now in the battle box meta. So,
all right, just need to hope draw all the right stuff. Go Goldeen. Draw. That's a good start.
Okay.
Got the festival grounds. Okay.
So that is kind of one of the main pieces of your entire deck, right?
Yeah, that will allow Goldeen to attack twice. But that's not the Pokemon I'm hoping to attack with. So let's. I'm gonna go with the energy on the Goldeen. At this point, I just need to hope I draw what I need. And I'm gonna play the Carmine.
Okay.
Discard my hand. Unfortunately, discarding the Lana's Aid, but I'll draw 5 cards.
Recovery cards like that are usually pretty good in this type of format.
Yep. And here, if I don't draw a Seeking or the Thwacky, that should let me get the Seeking.
Yep.
I don't think I'm gonna win.
Okay.
So let's hope for the best here.
Pivotal moment.
One at a time he does. Oh, okay, he found it. Yeah.
We're good. Okay. All right.
60.
So thankfully, the Latias let me set up the play from the previous turn.
Okay.
And now the Festival Lead ability. So if I have Festival Grounds in play, I can use an attack this Pokemon has twice.
Okay.
So I will go with the Rapid Draw. So 60 and draw 2 cards.
Yep.
And then Rapid Draw again, 60 and draw 2 cards.
60 damage 2 times. That puts me up to 180. That is a knockout on Grimmsnarl.
All right, we didn't get swept.
Grimmsnarl goes down. Okay.
Comeback Kyle? Possible?
It's definitely possible.
Unfortunately, the drawing cards is not optional.
Well, thankfully, you probably have a recovery card in your.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I don't know what I want to send up here, actually. I think I'm going to just send up, 3 prizes. I think I can lose a prize here. I'll send up the Ninetales, and I will draw for turn.
Okay.
Ooh. That was a good card to draw. I will use Hassle. I can only use this card if any of my Pokemon were knocked out during my opponent's last turn.
Interesting.
Then I get to look at the top 8 cards of my deck and put 3 of them into my hand. The first time I've seen this card the entire game, and it's the only turn of the entire game I would have been able to play it so far. So look at these. And I think I'm just going to take... I get 3 cards. That's a lot of cards. All right, I'll take just those 3. That's all I need, I really think. Okay. I will replace your Festival Grounds with my Jamming Tower.
That's not good.
I'll use Pyro Dance to attach a basic fire energy from my hand to one of my Pokemon. I'll put it on the Infernape. I'll attach for turn to Ninetales.
Okay.
And I'll go for Fire Soul for 50 damage, and then I get to put 30 damage on one of your benched Pokemon. And for the 30 on the bench, I will put 30 onto, I think I don't know how much HP Slurpuff has. I have to imagine Raichu has more HP than Slurpuff. So I'm going to put the 30 on the Pikachu.
Pikachu?
Yeah, I'll put it on Pikachu.
Sounds good. All right. Draw a card. It's gonna be tough. Well, I did draw Thwacky.
Okay.
Got the Boom Boom Groove ability. So once during your turn, if your active Pokemon has the Festival Lead ability, which mine happens to, you can search your deck for any card and put it into your hand.
2 cards in your deck right now?
Yeah. Well, I think this will help me decide if the game needs to continue any further. So we'll go ahead and use Boom Boom Groove.
And you do have to take one.
I am aware of that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Well, I don't know how much that helps, but we'll find out in a second.
Okay.
Nope, that's not gonna help me. I do have a way to shuffle my hand into my deck.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that card is Lacy, which then makes you draw 8 cards.
Does make you draw 8.
So it does not help me to prevent decking out in this situation. Let's see what we can do, though. Not giving up quite yet.
He's looking for any out he can find.
All right. So I cannot attack with Seeking. If I do, I immediately lose the game, even though I will get a prize card if I do that. So that part is tempting. I think I just have to retreat the Seeking. And let's go ahead and send up the Latias. Yeah. We'll survive one more turn, I guess, potentially. We'll evolve to Raichu.
Okay, there he is.
Yep. It's got a couple attacks. One really funny one that can just damage my own Pokemon at the moment.
Let's see.
Collateral Bolts, 50 damage to each Pokemon that already has any damage counters on it, which at the moment is only my Pokemon. It's probably not going to go with that one. But I will attach to the Raichu and hit you for 60 damage.
60
Go
damage.
ahead.
I'll draw for turn. I think I'm just going to... I'll Pyro Dance to attach an energy to the Infernape. Could be in trouble if I... Interesting spot here. I think...
If you have a Professor's Research, maybe that's a card you could play.
Oh, really? You think I should play that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good to draw more cards.
I don't think
in
I
the
should
Pokemon
play that.
TCG.
I'm just going to go with the Fire Soul for 50 damage, and I'll put the extra 30 onto... Let's put it onto the Seeking.
Sure. Sounds good. All right. Draw my card. I got a lot of different options here.
You've got your whole deck.
That is true.
Except for those 3 cards.
Yeah. So all the options end up with me losing at the end of the turn. But let's just figure out what the best way to go out is.
Oh, going out on his own terms, this guy.
Yeah. So let's kick it off with the Lacy.
Okay.
So shuffle my hand into my deck.
Smart. This is a smart play.
Then draw 4
You like what you
cards.
see, Kenny?
Yeah. It's,
Okay.
only guys like Kyle can come up with stuff like this.
So you draw 4 cards, but then if your opponent has 3 or fewer prize cards remaining, you draw 8 cards instead.
Feels like normally a pretty powerful supporter in this format.
Yeah. If you draw it at the right time, it's pretty good. But- so I'll just go ahead and draw 8 cards. 8. There we go.
Okay, that is 8.
Oh, unfortunate. Let's see though. Okay, we'll do something cool though. Let's see if I can let you win in 2 ways.
You're gonna knock out your...
So we'll go ahead with the Raichu. I'm gonna play the Power Glass.
Okay.
Which has no effect because of the jamming tower.
Yes, of course.
And then let's use the Collateral Bolts. So 50 damage to each Pokemon that has any damage counters on it.
Okay.
So that's 50, 50, and then this one's knocked out.
Yeah,
So
unfortunately.
you get a prize
I do
card.
get a prize. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And again, I can't use Power Glass, so go ahead, Chip.
I'll draw, and I think I'll just pass.
You got 2 knockouts here you could take.
Could take 2 knockouts, but I'll take the deck out win. I'm fine with it. I'm not a greedy man.
Good game. Well
Good
played,
game.
Chip.
Yeah, GG's.
You got me in this battle box, but I'll be back next time.
That was a lot of fun. I appreciate the game, Kyle. And Kenny, thanks for helping facilitate things for us. If people saw this and thought it seemed fun and they want to check it out, where could they do that?
Yeah, so we're demoing it here this weekend in Portland, of course, and nothing's set in stone yet, but hopefully in the future at more of these regionals, international championships, things like that. So definitely be on the lookout for that if you come to any of our tournaments.
All right, appreciate your time, Kenny. Let's get back to the Pokemon TCG action. Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, here to our Portland Regional Championships. For the trading card game competition, we are whittling things down to our top cut, just finalizing some of those seedings. We'll get the information to you as soon as we have it, but we know there's just a handful of players remaining in this tournament fighting for a chance to become the regional champion. Chip Ritchie here in the lounge with Kyle Pukasukovic. We've got Kyle Sablehouse. We've got Ethan Hegster. Heggy. Gentlemen, what a day it has been. How are we feeling?
What a day indeed. Yeah, it's been a great tournament so far. We've seen all sorts of crazy stuff. There's a Toadscruel deck still in the running. I think that's kind of been the story of the tournament. We have a player going for their 4th regional championship victory in a single season. Lots of cool stuff going on in this top cut.
Absolutely. So many different unique stories that we can follow. And there's also plenty of players as well who are going to be fighting for their first regional championships ever. And Kyle, I know someone that you're really looking out for is our last season's Portland regional champion, John Ang, is in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, that would be an unbelievable story for him. He's been fighting his way back, trying to have this accomplishment once more. He's been watching his friends doing it left and right, and it's his turn again. And it just so happens to be exactly where he did it last year.
When I spoke to him earlier, one of the things he talked about was how he felt like he has not had the strongest of seasons, right? The season's not over. This is the last tournament, one last chance to make a stand and hopefully come away with a victory. Ethan, who are you keeping your eye on here in our top cut?
Like you mentioned, Chow becoming a 4-time regional champion, that would be incredible. You've got Piper as well, who we featured yesterday, one of the few Gardevoir rappeurs in the top cut. And then you have to hope for Toadscruel. I mean, that would be, it's still a couple matches away, because we have such a wide top cut since asymmetric. Nothing's set in stone. There's still a lot of work to do, but if that work gets done and if that deck becomes a regional champion, we're going to be talking about that deck for a while.
Well, let's talk about how we got to this point and the decks that these players have had to face throughout this tournament. Starting off with day 1 of the competition, I don't think there were too many surprises with our meta breakdown. No surprise, Dragapult EX is leading the way. Gardevoir and Raging Bolt being 2 and 3, I think, is not a shock at all either. Is there anything really that stands out to you here, Puka?
I don't think so. The top 3 decks are pretty much expected. One thing that has fallen off big time recently is the GO EX. You don't see that anywhere on this graphic. It was really popular for a while, but has really fallen out of the metagame. But yeah, I think things, as we progress through this format, have kind of centralized around these 3 top decks. Of course, there's lots of other great decks you can play, but when you're entering this tournament, you knew it was Dragapult, Gardevoir, Raging Bolt. These are the things you're going to have to worry about.
Yeah, Go's fall off is really kind of interesting. It was the 2nd most popular deck at the Atlanta Regional Championships, the first tournament of this format. Ethan, is there anything that you attribute that fall off to?
The rise of a couple decks you see towards the end here, mainly that EV box deck. That deck has a notoriously super strong matchup. Flareon, just usually not a Pokemon that it does big one-hit KO damage, but the math just so perfectly lines up that you can accelerate energies out of your deck and take a one-hit knockout. I think that's definitely a big part of it. And then also just Pikachu EX in general being part of this Joltik box deck. Goldengo doesn't really necessarily have a great way to deal with that Resolute Heart ability. It's great at doing a lot of damage, but dealing with that, a bit tough.
Yeah, we've seen players be putting Vengeful Punch in their Go decks. We've seen Rocky Helmets pop up in things like our Chaladon. Speaking of which, another deck that we haven't really seen too much of since early on in the format. Let's take a look at our... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, I was going to say, and a random thing that just hurts Go is people started playing Genesect, and the Ace Nullifier just stops you from using Energy Search Pro. If they get that down before you play your Ace spec, your deck is just so much worse.
Yeah, whenever the best deck, Dragapult EX, very commonly is playing that card, it can be pretty tough. Let's take a look at day 2 of the tournament here, see how things progressed, our conversion rates. I think it's no surprise, once again, that Dragapult still continued to be the most popular deck in day 2, but it's not quite to the extremes that we've seen in the past, Kyle.
Yeah, this is a deck that we know as the consistency, and I think some players have been bouncing around with the idea of how heavy do I want to make my Dusknoir line? Do I want to focus on including this Monkey Dory now? What answers do I need to combat the format? And it's an easily targeted deck, as we've seen with Gardevoir's inclusion of the Lily's Clefairy, so we kind of see a back and forth with people's love for the Dragapult.
And a deck that we see that was on this graph in day 1, not on the graph in day 2, is that Terra box. Now, that was a deck that really popped up kind of before this format came in to be over in Japan. We saw players having tons of success over at Champions League tournaments with that archetype. It was expected to be this massively popular deck. It really didn't perform super well at the beginning of the format, but players have been talking about seeing it come back around. While it's not represented here on our graphic, I know that there's quite a few players who have chosen to stick with it. Ethan, what are your thoughts on the Terra box?
You know, it's another deck that started off with so much hype, right? You know, when the format was first introduced in Japan, players were playing the deck in huge volumes, and then when it came to the US, it's kind of fallen off a bit. It's kind of hard to attribute necessarily what that was for necessarily. Raging Bolt coming up more in popularity, probably not the best thing in terms of Terra box in that matchup. It's just, you know, players understanding how to deal with an impressive strategy early on and adapting. When you lose bench barrier, a lot of times you kind of feel stranded when Water Ogre Pawn comes in and just snipes Pokemon. But once players understood how to deal with that, I think they became a little bit more comfortable. The deck started to fall off a bit.
Oh, how these players are longing for Shaman from Destined Rivals coming very soon, protecting against all those bench sniping attacks. Let's take a look at the standings here for the North American region. This is the last regional championships of the season. There are still, you know, opportunities to play in local tournaments. There's League Cups, League Challenges. Probably most of these players have filled those things out at this point. There's a couple more major tournaments across the world that some players may be traveling to. And then, of course, it's all going to kind of come down to the North American International Championships to see who's going to end atop the leaderboard. I think probably the main question, especially with him now being in top cut here at this event, Kyle, is going to be, can anyone catch Henry Chow?
Well, not if he wins this one, probably. Yeah, it's, I mean, hard to catch up to somebody who's won 3 regional championships in one season, even tougher for someone who wins a 4th, potentially. But we do have NAIC as well, right? If a couple of these players somehow won NAIC, that's a big boost in points. But you have to think at this point, Henry's just had an incredible season. He deserves to be in that #1 spot.
Yeah, and the players right behind him there, Rahul Reddy, Caleb Rogerson, they're players who have not had wins this season, but their consistency has been incredible. They've both traveled far and wide to compete and have continued to remain atop the leaderboard.
Yeah, we see with Caleb Rogerson, Michael Davidson, just this young guard that's been moving up, Owen Dalgard as well, Sebastian. There's just some phenomenal young players that consistently find their way into these top cut opportunities. I think a few of them are going to be featured as we come across the rest of this tournament as well. But I mean, that consistency we just haven't seen in such a long time. It's just really refreshing.
Yeah, and a couple of first-year Masters Division players in this top 16 as well. Owen Dalgard, Benjamin Herbert. Those two players have really had super strong finishes, top cuts for both of them throughout the year. Really difficult to do in this wide field, especially, you know, being only 15, 16 years of age.
Yeah, it's just the game, as we've said, gets harder and harder every single year to progress. And you know, it's a big question for a lot of these seniors aging up. They had it a lot easier in seniors. I mean, take some of the current year seniors and how consistent they've been. It's been like that for them, I'm sure, as well. When you age up, it's always that big question, can you handle the competition? A lot of players continuously continue to impress us and show us they have what it takes.
And Sebastian Lashmet as well, I do also believe is a first-year master. Yep. Another name here that I want to talk about a little bit, Phoenix White, Callie White. That's someone who I think has had one of the best breakout seasons that we've seen in a while.
For sure, and I think Callie is in our top cut here as well, so continuing an excellent season so far. But yeah, this list right here, these are the people you're seeing at pretty much every regional. They're making day 2 more often than not, so it's not unusual to see their names at the top of the standings at most tournaments. These are the people who are just consistently coming to the events. They're practicing a lot. They're just playing so much. They're at the top of their game. So, I mean, that hard work pays off, right? You see the results.
Yeah, absolutely. What does that look like, Kyle, for these players, you know, to be continuing to put in that work? You know, can you speak to how difficult it is to be able to continue to achieve that consistent level of success?
I mean, for a lot of these players, it's finding a reason to continue to compete. You already got your Worlds invite, you may already have that regional championship, but then what drives you? And they find that passion, that love for the game, that love of the community. They're coaches for some of these younger players too, even though a lot of them are young players themselves. They just find a way to continue to outdo themselves and show how much they love the game.
I do think we have our standings ready for our top cut. let's take a look at that bracket and see how things are going to break down and who we're going to be keeping our eye on. You can see a couple of players have already moved on to the top 8. They do not have to play in that asymmetrical round. Christian Fontenot and Michael Davidson, 2 very accomplished players.
Yeah, this is... Sorry, go ahead, Ethan.
No, I was just going to point out to, we showed up that top 16 graphic, and there's 3 or 4 names right here in the running, and most of the other players, they're right below that top 16. So much talent in this cut. This is going to be an absolute treat.
Yeah, there's some crazy matchups here, right? You see John Eng, defending Portland Regional Champion, going up against Owen, and the winner of that is just going to have to go straight into Christian, who's the #1 seed. You have Henry Chow versus Callie, 2 of the players who we just saw on the leaderboard. You have Piper and Sebastian. And one thing I want to call out is that Christian and Caleb played in the last round of Swiss. They were at table #1. Typically, you could see people like ID, because it doesn't really matter at that point. You're already into Top Cut, but they played it out because the winner would not have to play that first round of the asymmetrical cut. You saw Christian was the winner, and now he just gets a pass into the top 8.
Yeah, it pays off massively there, the decision to play that extra round when you could have intentionally drawn, gotten into Top Cut. You want to avoid playing that asymmetrical cut if possible. And something to point out there as well, Caleb Rogerson on the opposite side of the bracket from Christian. If he's able to work his way all the way through, we could see that rematch potentially in the finals. And I do think one name we are all keeping our eye on through this top cut is right down there in the bottom left corner, Ray Chen on the Toad Scroll EX. It has been a long time, I feel like, since we've seen just some total unexpected off-the-wall deck. We've seen some of them on stream, but it's been a while since we've seen one make it into Top Cut at one of these tournaments.
I'm just bringing myself back to getting angry with Gyarados. It's been about that long for me since we've had like a truly shocking experience, and sure enough, we have that here. But I mean, look at the path that's laid out for Ray. If she's able to do this, she's going to have to take down some of the best names in the game, but certainly has shown that potential here and potentially could just shock us even further.
Yeah, and it's a good mix here in this top cut. Some names we're extremely familiar with, of course, Henry Chow and Callie White. That's a massive showdown right in the top 16 round. Piper Lapine versus Sebastian Lachmet, another massive showdown in the top 16 round. But there's also a handful of names that we don't know quite as well. Ray Chen being one of those players, someone who doesn't have tons of top cuts behind their name, but they're able to show up and perform extremely well. Very cool to see. Dominic Viola, I know, was the last undefeated tournament player in this tournament as well. He's now made it into top 16, going to be going up against Joseph Moused.
Yeah, and roller coaster ride for Dominic. Started 9-0 and then lost 2 in a row. So 9-0 to 9-2, feeling like you're almost guaranteed to make cut at 9-0, but then you lose 2 matches in a row. But then Dominic was able to rebound and win the final round and kind of squeak back in to the top cut. That would have been extremely devastating to start 9-0 and miss the cut.
Well, imagine not only that, you're 9-2, you think that you're going to miss out, and then your last round opponent won the regional that we just saw in Christian Labella, had to take down the regional champion to get to this point, and now has this top 16 bracket in front of him.
What a showdown it will be. Let's just make some picks here, based on how the bracket is shaping up. Puka, you got any predictions? Who do you think can come out on top?
At this point, I am just guessing with my heart, and that is Ray Chen. You got to root for the Toad Scroll deck at this point. Unfortunately, she has just a brutal path ahead, right? If you make it through Caleb, then you're going to face off against the winner of Piper and Sebastian, 2 of the top players in the region. If you manage to get past that, you might have to go up against Michael Davidson. All these players who made it are excellent. They've all had great tournaments, but that just seems like such a ridiculous path if you're going to make it all the way. But hey, I'd love to see it.
Kyle, yourself?
You already know where I'm at. Mr. John Eng would be phenomenal. He's been on a great run here. He's got so much confidence about himself, and it's rightfully deserved because he's just shown time and time again that when he's put in these pressure situations that he's going to give you his best Pokemon.
Ethan?
Give me Chow for the 4X. Chow for sure. I mean, he's got a pretty solid bracket lined up. Got to get through Callie. That's going to be, probably one of his toughest matchups here. He's got Terrabox to go up ahead. But if he can, he's guaranteed a Dragapult in top 8. And then if Christian wins, I think he'd be more than happy to hit a Raging Bolt. And on the other side, I got to root for Piper. I got a little bit of bias there, but we'll see what happens. I'm hoping Gardevoir goes through. #1 fan right here, so you'll be hearing me chirp a little bit when it comes to Gardevoir.
I think that this could be the tournament for Michael Davidson to get his first win. He's been one of the great young players in the game for the last 2 seasons. This is now, I believe, his 3rd top cut of the year. And in those previous 2 top cuts, he got 2nd place to Caleb Gettimer. He lost in top 8 to Caleb Gettimer. He and Caleb Gettimer played each other once again in a final Swiss round of a previous regionals. Caleb won that game as well. But at this event, Michael Davidson and Caleb Gettimer played each other in day 1 of Swiss, and Michael Davidson was finally able to defeat his Titan, take down Caleb Gettimer in that matchup. So he's got that riding behind him, and he's already into top 8 as well. A huge boost not having to play in that top 16 ASIM round. Give me Michael Davidson.
Well, it's Gardevoir one way or another, right? So we'll see exactly what happens. A lot of wide variety of decks, and this is sort of what it comes back to every time. You know, we get towards the end of the format. It's one of our last events. Sure, you know, the standard is here, right? We see Raging Bolt, we see Dragapult, we see Gardevoir, but still, the rest of the decks, the best of the rest, a nice wide variety. It's going to be a great cut.
Can't wait to see how things will shape up. Another nice thing here is that there is a lot of variety in our top cut. You know, sure, there's plenty of Dragapult, plenty of Gardevoir. We've talked plenty as well about the Toedscruel EX, but we got Raging Bolts in the mix. Some interesting omissions, though. There's no Joltik Box. That's a pretty popular deck. We don't see that represented in our top cut, I don't believe.
I don't think so. I don't know if there were any of the EV.
We have a EV Mirror in top 16, I think. I think that's the Connor matchup that was going to happen as well. So that'd be fun.
Yeah, there's a couple Terra Box decks as well. So yeah, there's a pretty good variety. Not every single deck, but I mean, there's so many strong decks right now. We weren't going to see all of them, but it's a pretty good mix.
Yeah, I mean, we've had our fair share of tournaments where 50% of cut is Dragapult,
yeah,
or 50% is Gardevoir as well. And it may still be one of those 2 decks to take everything down. I think they'd have to probably be the favorite at this point, just based on their history, how strong they are, but also the players that have chosen to play it for this weekend. It's going to be really exciting to see. We're getting everything set up. We'll hopefully get into that first top 16 match very, very soon. Is there any of those top 16 matchups that any of you gentlemen are most excited to keep your eye on?
I mean, I'll say it again. Ray Chen versus Caleb. I mean, just want to see Toedscruel again. I think one thing to keep in mind is there's a lot on the line here, right? We look at this and it's just like a bracket, and you look through like, oh, they're going to win, they're going to win. There's a lot of prize money on the line. There's a lot of points on the line. One of these players may not have enough championship points to be invited to the World Championships. They could just win the event and get an automatic invitation to the World Championships. So this is really high stakes, right? You've made it to this stage. You just got to win a couple more times. You win the whole tournament and take down a major accomplishment.
Yeah, when it comes to the matchups, I'm honestly interested to watch the EV Toolbox Mirror. That's something we talked about backstage, and I'm just trying to think about how that would even work in my head. You could get aggressive with the Flareon, but then you could see the Angelite with the Sylveon come in and just remove Pokemon left and right. It could be an absolute slobber knocker. It'd be so fun to watch. So I'm a little biased there.
Yeah, and I'm, on the technical side. Gardevoir versus Dragapult, it's a little bit more of the boring matchup, but it's still probably the closest matchup in Standard. It can go a lot of different ways. You've got, on paper, it seems, Gardevoir's always there, right? Lily's Clefairy means one-hit KOs on Pokemon. You've got the healing against Phantom Dive from Monkey Dory. But then you sort of add in some of the technicalities, right? The Badoo, the unfair stamp, the aggression early on of Dragapult, and it becomes a really cool matchup back and forth. So I'm interested to see when we have 2 great pilots playing 2 great decks, how that clash goes. There's going to be a few of those in this top cut, I'm sure.
Very excited to see how things will play out, and I do believe we are ready to get into our first top cut match. Let's get into the caster booth. Emily and Adam, take it away.
Thank you so much, Chip and Pals, for that amazing Top Cut pre-show. They really set the stage for what is on the line here in Portland, and I can't wait to get down to business.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I think the lounge honestly covered everything I wanted to talk about with the way that there is, once again, a myriad of decks out there. There's Toedscruel, there's 100 storylines. I mean, you gotta talk about it. Raging Bolt with Pecharunt's EX in the top spot, piloted by regional champion over in Europe, Christian Fontenot here. So we have players from all over the world. We have decks from all over the tier list, some decks that weren't even on a tier list. So I'm excited to see where this one goes. And honestly, Adam, Mr. Kyle Sablehouse alluded to it earlier. There's going to be an EV Mirror, and we're actually going to see it.
the EV Mirror. Now, Flareon EX is a deck that I picked. I know that it has so much utility with that Angelite into Dragapult. That was its original claim to fame. We saw it on stream at a previous regional, and that's really, I think, the tournament that put it on everybody's radar, and a lot of players have really put a lot of time and energy into practicing the list. And so to see 2 make it into this asymmetrical top cut, I'm not that surprised, but it's unfortunate that only one of them can advance now.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? We've seen how the EVs kind of counter all of the popular decks within the meta, but how do you counter yourself, right? I mean, there are going to be some 2 very clear differences between these lists, though, and it's actually down to the EV that they choose, right? And it's going to be down to that evolution here. So I'm going to spoil it for you all just a little bit. It is going to be Taylor Whalen playing the Umbreon EX, where it got one of its first kind of showings at Melbourne last week, piloted by Michael Bio, who got 11th place. And that Umbreon is technically in there to try and even up your Gardevoir matchup a little bit more with that Moon Mirage, where you're able to hit for weakness there. So one person is playing it, the other one isn't. But once again, how do you counter yourself?
That is a great question. It's not just about finding the right attacker, because this EV box is a toolbox deck in the truest sense of the word. You want to use the right attacker for the right matchup for the right moment. I think it's going to be, I hate to say it, based on vibes.
Okay.
Kind of based on
We've
the
been doing
quality
vibes
of your
all weekend,
opening
Adam.
hand, based on what your opponent's first turn is looking like, if you want to go aggressive with Flareon or maybe go defensive. I love that EV box also makes use of Terapagos, which is just a solid attacker into any situation, because there's so many Area 0 under depths style decks in the metagame that there's going to be plenty of benched Pokemon. Unified Beatdown is going to be hitting like a truck no matter what. Even if you don't get your Area 0 set up, which is one of the big downsides of running Terapagos, having to sacrifice a knocked out in order to find that stadium, etc. If your opponent puts one in play, you're more than happy to strike back with your Unified Beatdown.
And honestly, once again, because we're seeing the mirror, that doesn't mean that the lists are even remotely the same.
Very true.
It's down to supporters that are different. One is playing a Kieran, one is playing a Brock, some aren't playing other key supporters, one is playing a Judge, for example. So it really is kind of that toolbox, and you can really arrange the deck to be however you want to. I think most famously, Ian Robb has been really kind of championing this deck to where it's just really flexible. But it brings us back down to the question, Adam, how are you flexible versus yourself?
And that is going to be the big question, certainly, where our players are still getting into position. And before we get down to the brass tacks, I do want to remind our folks at home that you can tune into these special events on Twitch. This is our weekly lineup. We got some OG Pokemon episodes, some reruns of NAIC. That's always great to relive those memories from really big tournaments. And these special championships are also coming up in Bologna.
Yeah, absolutely. I know for me, I need to watch something while I eat dinner type of person. So I know for me, I'm usually watching some of the old reruns of the old Pokemon animation. And God, you just love going back and seeing it all kind of unfold. It's just really fun. But of course, once again, the season technically isn't over for Europe just yet. Just like we have Portland as the final regional of the season, they have the Bologna Special Championships happening this weekend. I know for me, I will be waking up at a prime 4:30 in the morning to be watching that in my
Really that early? Ugh.
Yep. But still, I just love watching Pokemon. And if you love watching Pokemon here too, just because we're not at a regional during the week, that means that you can still watch.
Yeah, if you're a true fan, you're going to go to bed early and wake up early to see the best players slug it out across the pond. And I love so much, right, when we have an event over here, right before there's an event over in EU, how is that going to shift the metagame?
Yeah.
Because not only does EU kind of look at all of the way the tournaments all over the globe are playing out, but they're also going based on their own preferences. We know that over in Europe, they have their own style of decks that they like to play, stuff you typically don't see over here.
Yeah, absolutely. It really goes to show, right? Something like, for example, like Dragapult Charizard is very popular in Europe, right? And we've only seen a handful of players playing it over here too. But I do believe we have the call that our match is going to be ready here. And like I said a little bit earlier, Kyle alluded to it too. The Eevee Mirror, like, how many times are we going for Angelite this term just to thwart the setup here? But it is going to be Connor Miller versus Taylor Whalen here. This one's going to be fun as we look at the accomplishments here. Taylor's having an awesome season here so far. Look at all these day twos within this one season.
And that's what you want to see. And when you have a flexible deck like this, it makes sense you're going to be able to make consistent, deep runs in tournaments. Connor Miller, meanwhile, looking to put a little bit more accolades on that record. But if you ask me, has made the right deck choice, and that is the prime factor for taking it all the way to tournament of this caliber. Now, for EVBox, you're looking to counter the mirror match. Excuse me, you're looking to counter the meta. So maybe they haven't really accounted for the mirror match.
I don't know if anyone ever has, really. We'll see.
Just maybe stick to your level 1 game plan. What if I set up Flareon and just start attacking you using Noctowl? Just going by best practices might be the way to go. Sometimes players get lost in the sauce trying to overthink the matchup, and this might come down to just pure fundamentals.
Absolutely, but we are getting ready to go as the prize cards are being sent out. Some tragic things that we're seeing. But Adam, I am so excited to get into the top cut of the last North American Regional of this season, starting off with an amazing match, an amazing matchup. But man, you pointed it out early, that Sparkling Crystal plus the EVEX. That hurts.
Yeah, having the big EX that isn't going to get knocked out easily and early so you can evolve into the evolution of your choosing is so important for this deck, and the Sparkling Crystal is important so that you can be aggressive. It gives you so much options for the attacker that you need to use at this point. Every player is going to go into the game saying, I want to use this attacker, but if you don't have the right energies, because some are in the prize cards, if you don't have your Sparkling Crystal, you end up having to use whatever is available. And if that doesn't line up with the board state at hand, it could spell doom. But both players, unsurprisingly, starting with Eevee in the active spot.
Yeah, this one is going to be fun, as it is going to be Connor starting us off here. And you know what's funny, Adam? It's the same Colorful Friends Eevee, too. We'll talk about that attack a little bit soon, but you can't ask for a better start when you have a turn 1 buddy pop-in, where we're going to be able to find our Fan Rotom, our Hoot Hoot, and then we get to our opening prize check here. So once again, Connor is going to be the player, as we go through this opening prize check here, that is playing this Umbreon EX here. You know, that designated Gardevoir counter. We can also hit into Sylveon for weakness, I suppose, too, if that works just the way it does. But let's look. We have tons of energy available. This is exactly what we want. And I do believe that the Eevees just want to go first so they can go on ahead and start doing their Noctowl stuff. Turn 2.
And Fan Call also being employed, grabbing Hoot Hoot, grabbing Noctowl. Second Hoot Hoot's usually the pickup here off of Fan Call, but is considering maybe second Noctowl, maybe another Eevee for the bench. So there are a few more colorless Pokemon in this deck that take up slots for your opening Fan Call. You have to be very precise with this deck. I've seen so many EVBox games come down to, oops, I attached this energy to the wrong Pokemon 2 turns ago and now I can't attack.
Absolutely. Well, it's one key thing that we cannot forget, as we did yesterday. You have to have a Terra Pokemon on your bench in order to use Jewel Seeker, just as a reminder. So this Nest Ball that Connor is going to play is going to go on ahead and grab that EVEX here. And honestly, we have a great hand, great board turn 1. We're all online here. We're even going to bench the Pheasantipity preemptively as well. We'll see where the Lightning Energy will go. I would love to have it just be on that active just in case. And here comes the pass on over to Taylor.
Both players are setting up to be for a slower game.
Sure.
You know, the Pheasantipity being placed down early seems a bit odd. This could just be a bait. Yeah, if you want to bring up Pheasantipity and knock it out, just guarantees that I keep my EVEX, and then I get so many attackers set up, maybe I run the game back from there. And if you take an early knockout, maybe with Assault Landing, for example, onto Eevee, I'm going to draw 3 cards and try to swing back that way. So I love that Connor is not afraid to put this Pheasantipity down early. Meanwhile, over on Taylor's side, going for the opening deck search after this Nest Ball and seeing that the EVEX and the Sparkling Crystal are in the prize cards.
Yeah, absolutely. A very key card here, of course, in this deck that fills all energy requirement, right? Standardly, between all types of EV boxes, no matter which way that you like to run, 9 energy seems to be kind of the bare minimum that we can play, right? Because the moment you start prizing energy, that Carnelian's going to get hard to do multiple times over and over. But Taylor writing down in her prizes that she does not have access to Sparkling Crystal. But it's super important that you go on ahead, you take note of what you have available. And if it's anything, Adam, it comes down to, I believe in this deck, the most resource management.
And if you have picked up this deck early, if you've been playing it for a while, then you've put in the reps. And I know that to take it all the way here in the Portland Regional Championships, we're going to see the sequencing be on point. Nestball picks up Fan Rotom, and Fan Call is searching through the deck for the classic Toot Hoot Hoots and an Eevee also being picked up. There's one Noctowl in the prizes as well, but both players are on 4-4 counts.
So I'm interested here, Adam, because I think when you go second in this matchup, it's really, hey, I know that my opponent already has Noctowls in hand. Do we just throw the Iono down and then we go for Colorful Friends next turn, or are we going to guarantee that we still have an Owl? But once again, that hesitation on attaching the water energy, saying, you know what, hey, it's just the fact that I know which evolution I want to evolve into. But here comes Colorful Friends. You can search your deck for up to 3 Pokemon of different types, reveal them, and put them into your hands. Now, you might think that might be such a silly attack here, but look at what we're grabbing, Adam. We're grabbing Pheasantipity EX. We're grabbing Flareon EX as well. We could also grab this Terapagos, as it is colorless too.
Yeah,
but look at what we just got.
Ooh, and the Noctowl. I love this. You can use the Fan Call to grab Hoot Hoots and Eevee, but then Colorful Friends lets you still get that Noctowl. Beautifully done. And don't forget that Taylor does need to get a Terra Pokemon next turn. We'll evolve into Flareon EX to fulfill that requirement and then start going for Jewel Seeker.
Speaking of Jewel Seeker here, Connor with the draw for turn is going to be able to start using his Noctowl here with Jewel Seeker. We'll see what exactly the line is going to be. Once again, the key differences in Connor's list, now both lists are playing Briar here, so it's always really important to kind of note that out. But Connor is playing a Professor Turo scenario, a Kieran as well, and a lot of Crispins, right? This deck requires its energy acceleration as quickly as possible here, so I'm interested to see what he's going to pick up. You want to guarantee the Eevee you want, you can absolutely grab this Terra Orb, as all of the Eevees that he plays in this deck are actually Terra Pokemon as well.
Yeah, it's a perfect way to just thin one more card out of the deck, put that extra in-between step. Crispin also being looked at to power up an evolution. Area 0 Underdepths also being looked at. And you've talked about it many times, Emily. The thing about these toolbox style decks, these Terra box style decks, is there's so many options available at so many different times. And Connor opts for Iono. I love this idea. Saw that the Noctowl was grabbed, is not only going to try to go aggressive this turn, but couple it with some disruption, so maybe Taylor Whalen cannot respond properly to this attack.
Yeah, I'm thinking we probably evolve the active into Flareon EX, go for this Burning Charge Iono combo here that would be deadly. This is kind of why I was asking if Taylor was going to play the Iono for next turn, but instead it's going to be the Crispin here on Connor's side, because once again, Burning Charge, for those of you who missed last rotation, is kind of the Trinity Charge of this format, where we're going to be able to cycle these energies onto our Pokemon here. So
I see
how it's going to go down, but I think we could absolutely attach the water energy and have turn 2 Carnelian ready to go, but I think the Burning Charge and getting our attackers ready to go is even a better option, especially when we could also Cruel Arrow, technically, if you want to get a little spicy like that.
There is, when you have attacks like this that have the ability to widely attach energy kind of wherever you like, it opens up so many possibilities for strange plays and niche plays, and it's something that one of our competitors and casters, Pablo Meza, talks about so much, is your ability to flex into incredibly obscure lines in high-pressure situations in order to achieve victory. But after the Burning Charge resolves, all the energy is going on to EVEX to get the next attacker up and running. It looks like Connor Miller's opting for a straightforward Flareon EX approach.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a great card here. But looking on over into Taylor's hand, we do have an Eevee on the bench that we can evolve into Flareon, so we can use that Jewel Seeker here, but we know exactly what we have in hand, right? Just from that Colorful Friends, we got that Pheasantipity as well, anticipating that Connor was going to take the first prize here. And honestly, if we're able to find something like a Carnelian this turn, it would definitely be in our favor, but you can't do that with Sparkling Crystal's prize. Looking a little bit more difficult here. So we'll see what the Flip the Script brings us. I believe it was Mew, EX, Briar, and Area 0 Underdepths, but we got to go a little bit further, and this is a really hard Pokemon to take out this turn.
The deck is already difficult to play, and now when you're behind, you have to account for so many other possibilities as you navigate your turn. Area 0 Underdepths enters play, and finally Eevee evolves into Flareon EX. That's a Terra Pokemon in play for Jewel Seeker, and with the expanded bench, Taylor also decides to bench Lily's Clefairy EX and Mew EX.
We could be seeing something along the lines, Adam, of a Jewel Seeker evolve into getting Crispin and trying to max out the bench as much as possible to see a Lily's Clefairy EX attack with the Full Moon Rondo.
Okay.
Require a little bit of math here. I think we may need 1 or 2 more Pokemon on the bench to be able to respond here. But once again, Lily's Clefairy EX is a very flexible card. I think a lot of the times people just think about it as okay, we will just completely counter Raging Bolt and we'll completely counter something like a Dragapult, but it's actually a really great attacker into these large bench decks.
Yeah, so I think if my math is correct, Taylor Whalen needs to get 2 more benched Pokemon, right, for the Full Moon Rondo to fully knock out the Flareon EX. Crispin and Buddy Poffin are grabbed, and it seems that is going to be the line of play.
What's going to happen here? We got a guarantee here, so we will be
another Noctowl.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me here, right? I mean, you get the golden. I call Mew EX plus Pheasantipede EX what I like to call the golden combo, right? Like, if you're Iono to 1, you're going to be able to draw a lot of cards to get yourself back into it. But it looks like it is going to be thinking about the nest ball here, maybe something like a Latios wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. We do also have that Buddy Poffin in hand that if we want to start to grab more Hoots, because managing resources, including managing your Jewel Seekers, is very key here, Adam.
And after the nest ball, after searching all of these cards, Taylor is getting the pieces in place. Latios EX is a pickup here. I'd like to see 1 more Hoot especially, but Terapagos EX seems to be the proper pickup instead.
Still going to use that Buddy Poffin again for another Hoot here. Now, in comparison to something like Raging Bolt that does run the 3/3 line of the Hoots and the Noctowls here, the EV box is always going to run 4. So here we go, Lily's Clefairy EX heading into the active position, and we will be finding Crispin. That does allow for us to attach our energy and get going here. And with Psychic energy available to us, this just seems like the proper response.
Yeah, so this is enough to knock out Flareon EX. Both of these energies attached to the active, and a Hoot waiting in the wings to evolve into Noctowl and keep the Jewel Seeker momentum up. Even though Lily's Clefairy has a lower HP count, getting a big knockout like this is huge. Connor Miller has the next Eevee EX prepped and ready to go with all of the energy attached, but when you're swinging back into Lily's Clefairy EX, we'll have to see how the prize trade resolves, because right now Connor Miller is on odd prizes. After taking just a single prize knockout, this does open you up to Briar towards the end of the game.
Well, it's not going to be too hard for Connor to get a return knockout here, just because of the fact that Lily's Clefairy EX only has a measly 190 hit points here. We are going to be using that Area 0 Underdepths to bench our own Lily's Clefairy here, so I wouldn't even mind, Adam, finding a little bit of, just back and forth action with just going for Crispin and Full Moon Rondo. That seems okay.
And Super Rod's also going to put Eevee and Flareon back in the deck alongside another Fire Energy. And I think this is the full, just letting everybody know, Connor Miller just relying on Flareon. Just go for the aggressive attacks, the consistent attacks. Try to force some sort of 2-2-2 prize race as best as you can. Maybe try to use Briar to get that comeback win if it comes down to it. Taylor is the one that's been using a much wider variety of attackers and benched Pokemon. So we'll see which one of these players whiffs on their response first. The evolution of Eevee EX into Flareon EX, as we all predicted, means that Connor Miller's attack is ready to go. Carnelian can knock out Lily's Clefairy very easily.
And honestly, I really like us attacking with the Flareon EX too, because we know we're not benching all the way through if we are Connor here. But Connor going to draw into the Latios here. Always love a good support Pokemon and the Psychic Energy. We'll see what Taylor's hand gives her here, but we're definitely going to be seeing a knockout right now. I want to see the response.
Yeah, once you get the Iono down, you love disrupting your opponent's hand, but you know they're going to draw 3 off of Fezandipity EX. This isn't as guaranteed, but this is Connor just trying to prevent a Noctowl as much as possible. There's not any energy in play, so the chance of Taylor being able to respond appropriately does go down significantly. We want to see another Crispin, maybe Night Stretcher, something to bring Clefairy back. I believe there should be one more Psychic Energy still left to use Full Moon Rondo. And the starting hand now after the Iono is looking pretty decent. We still get 3 more off of Flip the Script, and that could change this right around.
Absolutely. We need a way to accelerate energy, Adam. That is the name of the game here. Now, once again, it's the same archetype, but 2 very different lists here. Connor is currently playing, if I were to just check real quickly, he's playing a Glass Trumpet in this deck, where we're going to be able to take an energy card out of the discard pile and then attach it to one of our benched Terra Pokemon. This could be a really great way to start powering up Terapagos EX as well, because it does scale off of bench size. But the problem is we got to find a little bit more here. So it is going to be Fezandipity. Flip the script, draw 3 cards if any of your Pokemon were knocked out. And honestly,
and the
like
Noctowl
what we're
was picked
hitting.
up. Lovely.
Yeah, we've not only hit the Noctowl, we've also hit the Counter Catcher as well. So what we could do is we could Noctowl for something like, we could Noctowl for maybe just a little bit more energy acceleration, Counter Catcher the Lily's Clefairy EX, something along those lines.
I like the idea of taking out that Clefairy before it's able to get a good attack off. It's a pretty easy swing, right, with just 190 HP. And Mew EX being promoted in the active right now is a free retreat. So we still have a lot of utility about what needs to be used here. But Jewel Seeker online, looking through the deck now, picking up Crispin, the energy acceleration that is needed. And what would the other card be?
I mean, you've been alluding to it this whole time, Adam. When we don't have access to Sparkling Crystal, this hurts, right? Like, we want to go on in and just Carnelian right back, right? But we can't right now. It has to be, if we want to at least swing this turn, it has to be this Terapagos. And it's not enough just yet to really do anything to this active Flareon that we know is going to get the return knockout coming back. It might just have to be onto this Lily Clefairy EX and then finding the way some other way.
Yeah, Terapagos EX. This is great, too, because people weren't used to seeing this at first. Setting up Unified Beatdown without a double colorless energy. Being able to attach that energy naturally means you're getting a little bit of extra damage. And after the Counter Catcher brings up Fezandipity EX. So this is Taylor trying to also throw Connor off of his game and deny some card draw. There's 2 Hoot Hoots on the bench, but not necessarily a Noctowl to make use of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Fezandipity is also a very fair target. In fact, probably the better target in between both of them here. But just doing a little bit of a count, if we want to reach its maximum capacity for the hit, we can just go on ahead and bench 1 more Pokemon, but we will not here.
The math checks out, and Sparkling Crystals added to the hand.
There we go. That could be huge next turn. If we're able to find another Counter Catcher along these lines and keep pushing on, we could use that Lily's Clefairy EX here, but it is going to be on over into Connor's turn. Now, once again, this list is a little bit more flexible here, too, with the items. We do have this Glass Trumpet in play as well, but you see the card on the screen that I think we're going to find here, and it is going to be this Briar here, and it will just be the Flareon EX activating Briar for turn, and because it is a Terra Pokemon, we get to take an extra prize card, and thus Connor Miller winning the first game.
Yeah, Taylor Whalen was sort of forced into a beat-for-beat trade. And going down to 2 prize cards remaining perfectly opens you up to Briar. I know that Taylor saw that potential and just had to hope that the Noctowl was not there. Searches out the Briar, perfectly closes out game 1. And it seems that Connor's instinct to just go aggressive with Flareon might actually be the way to play this mirror.
Yeah, Briar just coming in so clutch. You always forget about it until it's right in front of your face, Adam. But let's check out the replays from this game in what has been a very interesting match so far with 2 very different lists, but the game plan all the same. Energy acceleration, a bunch of Carnelian, a Unified Beatdown, but a Briar to end it all.
And it's important to note, folks, that if Sparkling Crystal was available, Flareon maybe could have been sent to the active spot to try to have more HP available, but Carnelian lines up perfectly into everything, so maybe the Sparkling Crystal didn't matter too much. But while the players are getting set up for game number 2, we do have some updates from the field. Caleb Rogerston defeats Ray Chen 2-0. So Toadscroll EX is out. Really unfortunate, but Owen Dalgard is currently up 1-0 against John Ang, a player who's trying to reclaim another Portland Regional victory.
Yeah, Joseph also up 1-0 over Dominic Viola. Piper up 1-0 over Sebastian Lashmet. Henry and Callie. It is going to be Callie up 1-0 over Henry. It could go either way, but we're jumping right into game, Adam. And because Taylor lost the last game, we know she just wants to go first. But I don't see a way of getting a Hoot Hoot down or a Fan Rotom. We don't like to see that at all.
Very rough start. Fan Rotom is so important for this deck because you can only use Fan Call on your first turn of the game. So if you whiff on that at the very beginning, you're getting so much down the road. That's less Hoot Hoots, less Noctowl, less Jewel Seeker, less trainers, less responsiveness. And Connor Miller starting with Eevee EX in the active spot. A great Pokemon. Not only does it fulfill your Terra requirement for Jewel Seeker, it's going to give you something awesome in play so that you can evolve immediately into Flareon when the time comes.
Now, do we have the Crispin in hand is the question. I know we have the Sparkling Crystal, but do we have the attached for turn and a way to get this Flareon? If all the pieces came together, it would be pretty cool, but here comes that Buddy Poffin again, turn 1. Honestly, for Connor's prizes, nothing truly detrimental in there. I wouldn't say it's much of anything. I mean, the Terra Orb being prized, not my favorite. Only one Flareon, but these lists tend to play 2. One Noctowl, not too bad. The Counter Catcher as well in there. The Night Stretcher and the Ultra Ball. Nothing too bad, though, as Connor is going to be able to start filling the bench with all the Pokemon he needs.
Hoot Hoot and Fan Rotom are grabbed from the Buddy Poffin. And now Eevee also picked up with Hoot Hoot and a Noctowl, it seems to be, off of the Fan Call. Being able to use the Buddy Poffin into Fan Call is great. Because you're using the early colorless Pokemon as well, you can't just fully go into Noctowl and Hoot Hoots for your Fan Call. And when you're able to get a couple Eevees on top of this, it always feels great. So I love this setup now. And this forces Taylor, right? Okay, well, on your next turn, are you going to play Iono or are you going to try to disrupt me? You're already so far behind, so Taylor is incentivized to play the Iono because that hand was so dead. Hopefully the top deck comes through.
See what's going to happen here. Lining up the Latias, but we're kind of thinking worst case scenario potentially with the Pheasantipity as well here. I would like the Latias into the retreat, maybe attach the Eevee, and then we go for some colorful friends, if you will, and start grabbing those Pokemon out of the deck, one of each different type here. And it would be a nice way to kind of support our Noctowls next turn, because then we don't have to burn things like Ultra Ball that's already inside the hand, Adam.
That is a great line of play. There's one Psychic Energy in the hand and 2 are in the deck. Yeah, the other one is still in the deck. So Lily's Clefairy remains online even if you do commit here. And Colorful Friends to find those pieces is really, I gotta say, forcing Connor to extend very heavily into an Iono to shuffle all those important cards and pieces back into the deck. So I don't know if it is going to be Colorful Friends. You like to see as many cards as possible. So if you go for it, I wouldn't blame you, but the Iono is just going to punish regardless.
Can't assume, though. So it is going to be the attach, but it is going to be just the pass here. Do see a couple of cards, but there he is. Cyrano waiting in the wings here, but we don't have a Hoot Hoot down. We can't Noctowl. We have the Terapagos, but we're missing the other piece here. I mean, it is going to just be the Cyrano to thin the deck. Maybe grab that Eevee EX as we take a look on into Taylor's prizes as well here. It is going to be just the one line, one Hoot Hoot, one Noctowl, a Lightning, and a Psychic, one Buddy Poffin, and a Boss's Orders. Nothing too detrimental, but as I've learned, we definitely do not want to be prizing too many of our energy. We're already only playing 9 as is.
Yeah, not only is that going to shrink the amount of attackers that you can use when the right time appears for them, but sometimes you just need some fodder energy to fulfill the colorless energy costs of a few different attacks. So after Cyrano grabs 3 EX Pokemon and the deck is shuffled up, Taylor Whalen still finds herself without any Hoot Hoots in play. So this Terapagos is going to have to do some heavy lifting. Is there enough possibilities for filling up the bench? Maybe Unified Beatdown can take down the Rainbow DNA Eevee EX.
I don't even know if we're going to get there, Adam. I'll be honest with you. I'm honestly looking at Connor's hand over on the right side where I potentially see even something like an Angel Light next turn if we just thwart the setup completely here. But we did grab our Area 0 underdepths, and because there's Terra Pokemon in play on both sides, we can go on ahead and fill this bench all the way through. I know Taylor, she just wants to be able to find some help, right? So we're gonna just leave it all to a Mew restart of 1. Hopefully find a Nest Ball for a Hoot Hoot, try and get something on the board here. Let's see what this 1 card is. It's a Night Stretcher. It's not gonna do much for us here.
Oh yeah, double check. There's only 1 Cyrano in that discard pile. No Pokemon to get back from the Night Stretcher. So even with the bench and the energy attached for Terapagos, the Unified Beatdown isn't going to be enough.
I believe that's going to be a 150.
Oof.
Not going to be enough. We could put some damage on the board, but then we're kind of throwing our Terapagos to the wind here for a potential knockout here. I mean, the Psychic Attach shows us that it might be okay for now, but we still do have access to Noctowl here. So we are going to promote our Lily's Clefairy EX and pass it on over to Connor.
There's no good Pokemon to promote there. You need the Latias to remain flexible with your attackers when the time comes. You need to keep Mew because you still need the potential of restart to see a couple cards. You can't sacrifice the Eevee because you're going to need Flareon. So Lily's Clefairy ends up being the weakest link and comes into the active spot. Connor Miller, meanwhile, was potentially, right, with that Psychic Energy attachment, setting up for a Sylveon idea, but now after seeing Taylor's response, might pivot directly back into Flareon EX and just start knocking on the door.
Here's the thing, we also do have Terapagos EX in hand as well, so if we are able to fill up the bench a little bit more, we could Unified Beatdown potentially for this knockout here. We are grabbing a Crispin here. I'm interested to see what the second card is going to be. It is just going to be this Ultra Ball as well. And here's the thing about any type of deck that uses Jewel Seeker, the turn never feels over, Adam. You're always going back and forth within the turn here, as it is going to be the Area 0 underdepths and the Psychic Energy hitting the discard. I do believe Glass Trumpet is in hand, so we could go on ahead and use something like the Glass Trumpet when we get that Terapagos down and power it up kind of secretly too, but it is just going to be this Crispin. We might just be going straight for a Carnelian, Adam.
Yeah, this is just a solid turn using the Sparkling Crystal and Crispin to get 2 energies down, take out the Lily's Clefairy, jump ahead in the prize cards. You've got the Eevee waiting in the wings. This isn't the best thing in the world, right, with the Psychic Energy kind of just hanging out there, especially with Sparkling Crystal being attached to the Flareon. You can't then try to pivot this into a quick Sylveon. But with Terapagos also finding some space on the bench right before the attack is announced, the Glass Trumpet keeping this aggressive momentum forward seems to be Connor Miller's idea. Now it's back over to Taylor. Mew EX is promoted into the active spot and has access to flip the script to draw 3 more. Van Rotom coming up very late to the party. Night Stretcher can get Lily's Clefairy back when the time comes, but Taylor's just focusing on filling up the bench as much as possible to fuel Unified Beatdown.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? We can restart for 1 here, but we got to find a little bit more, right? We can scale all the way up to 240, I believe, but we got to find something like a counter catcher either onto Terapagos or for Latias here as we flip the script. Well, we're starting to get our resources, Adam. They're just a little too late, right? We're going to be able to at least bench a Hoot Hoot. We have the Noctowl in hand for next turn, and we do have Crispin. We could attack with the Lily's Clefairy if we wanted to, but it's a matter of, once again, it comes down to the resources.
You have the attackers, but you also have to find the right targets. You need to leave something into the active spot, and if that is Lily's Clefairy EX with only 190 HP, you know that that Pokemon is going to go down, and you need Terapagos to also be able to take over for that shift once Lily's Clefairy clocks out.
Well, it is going to be the Crispin onto the Lily's Clefairy, and with both benches full and through 1 more card, I think we will be able to actually hit the numbers that we need to here. And you could see that Taylor was counting up the math as well. Math is hard, folks. So don't feel too bad about having to count, because these players at the top of this tournament are counting along with you.
And I remember when Ross, one of our casters from the EU side, had his incredibly strange way that he calculates rondo math. But yeah, it's 260, 280 right now. So it does line up against the Flareon EX.
And honestly, we're going to be taking a lot of energy off the board here. We're essentially invalidating Sparkling Crystal as well. But Adam, as I'm saying that, I'm really wondering if the Eevee Mirror is really just kind of this 2-2-2 prize trade, right? Like we talked about, Lily's Clefairy is, you know, pretty light on the hit points. We could easily see a Noctowl next turn for something like a Crispin, finding a way to fill the bench with Pheasantipity. So if we find Jewel Seeker, we could find Crispin Nest Ball, and then we can respond right away here. Now, granted, I do think Taylor has the upper hand here with having another attacker on board, but it will be that full moon rondo here, getting Taylor just down to 2 prize cards. Boss's orders in hand, that's huge.
Yeah, the Flareon goes down, losing Sparking Crystal, but with Glass Trumpet, their response does seem to be available. Glass Trumpet does attach energy from the discard pile directly to your colorless Pokemon. There we go. And so now Terapagos will be able to find its target to respond to Lily's Clefairy. But now we're seeing the inverse of what happened in the first game. Connor Miller's the one that's going down to 2 prize cards remaining potentially.
This one's going to be interesting because we have the Iono in hand. We could just pitch we had, I thought we had Iono in hand, but it is just going to be the Ultra Ball here. And it has to be the Pheasantipity, right? We have to see a little bit more cards, but it is going to be this Noctowl to grab the Nest Ball, probably grab a little bit of hand disruption here too. We have to find an upper edge here.
Yeah, the Hoot Hoot was finally set up. Taylor had gotten off to an incredibly slow start, but now that you've built up some momentum for yourself, having the Hoot Hoot and the threat of Noctowl and Jewel Seeker to find the perfect card you need to respond to your opponent means that if Connor Miller wants to stay in this game, Iono has to come through and maybe disrupt a little bit of that. So after Ultra Ball picks up Noctowl, Jewel Seeker activates. Remember, Terapagos is still in play, so that does allow Jewel Seeker to resolve. And is going to look through the deck now. Nest Ball for Pheasantipity, and I wonder if you pick up the Iono now, or maybe try to draw off the Pheasantipity, but the world is your oyster. Connor Miller has tons of options, which is always par for the course for these Noctowl engine decks.
This is such a scary turn because we're eyeing up Crispin, and we know all the Taylor needs to do is bench another Pokemon, and then we'll be able to hit enough on our own Terapagos EX to knock out our opposing Terapagos EX. And I think that's the struggle here, right? We can guarantee the energy to get it going here, but it is going to be the hand disruption. And instead of Iono, it will be Judge here. I really like this play just a little bit more just because we want to go on ahead and use all of our options available to us. But instead of the Pheasantipity, we are going to be grabbing the Mew EX here. So we're going to restart for 2 cards. Then hopefully we find an energy off of Judge.
I wonder if this is just slightly more efficient mathematically. You're drawing 2 cards here and you're going to Judge anyway, shuffling the deck. Maybe you pick up a way to pick up the Pheasantipity. Or if Connor has to choose between putting Mew EX and Pheasantipity, 2 very weak 2-prize Pokemon into play, maybe Mew is just the more attractive option because of genome hacking. If you're going to be leaning into Terapagos and then you need another attacker of some variety to close out the game, you might as well grab Mew EX at this stage.
Well, it is going to be the restart into 2 more supporters, the last thing that Connor wanted to see. So it is just going to be the Judge. Both players are going to shuffle their hands into the decks and draw 4 cards each. So there goes that Boss's Orders that Taylor had. We'll see what exactly this is going to give her, but she has a full Hoot Hoot locked, loaded, ready to go.
And it is important to note the Glass Trumpet attached to the Eevee, did attach to the Terapagos. Sylveon EX is picked up off of the Judge. Now, even though Sparkling Crystal is down, you can still get that final manual attachment, but is going to go for the Terapagos instead. The Sylveon is more for when you're very far ahead or you're trying to bully your opponent while they're setting up. Now that they've come to blows, the Terapagos has to be the one that's promoted to the active spot to use Unified Beatdown and respond to the Clefairy.
This is so scary here. We absolutely find what we need, Adam, but it's at the cost of leaving this Terapagos EX up and ready to go. And honestly, all Taylor needs to do is just fill the bench a little bit more to do so. There is the Ultra Ball here. we could get all the way down to what we need. There is also a counter catcher in play here. Do have 4 prizes. We could potentially take out the Mew EX easily, but it's a matter of where do we go after this knockout here? I really would love to see something along the lines of using the Iono back, sending Connor to 2 prize cards. I mean, there's a Hoot available, but we got to stop all this draw if possible, and that Mew is looking like a pretty good target, don't you think?
Yeah, Connor Miller has kind of set up the board as best he can, and taking out the Mew makes so much sense. You know that this is the final attacker that Connor can lean into if Terapagos goes down, and once the bench starts to get more limited, the chances of fueling that next unified beatdown to hit the proper attack points is very low.
It's hard to say too, because if you take out the Mew, the Terapagos EX is also perfectly loaded and ready to go as well. There's so many routes, and I think that's the beauty of all of these Jewel Seeker decks, in particular Terrabox and EVBox, is that there's routes. We're going to use the Ultra Ball to throw away the counter catcher because Terapagos and a Terra Pokemon are in play. We can go on ahead and grab 2 more trainer cards here. So we'll see what we're going to grab. Definitely that Buddy Buddy Poffin. It's a pretty easy pull when you want to get more owls lined up, potentially for your next turn here, but we got to see what's going to happen. We can definitely hit this Terapagos EX, but I mean, what comes after? And that is the big question.
Yeah, Super Rod is being eyed, maybe to get a bunch of energy down. This late into the game, you need to start recovering energy. You need to start recovering Pokemon. Sparkling Crystal can also be picked up. I like this idea. This gives Taylor a little bit more utility with the Eevee. Both players have to preemptively set up their final attacker while trying to respond to what their opponent is doing here in the mid-game. And after the Buddy Buddy Poffin picking up 2 Hoots, the bench is full, and Unified Beatdown is gonna beat down.
Absolutely. It's just so scary here because it's going to come down to an Iono. And I think you said this yesterday. Does the Iono prophecy kind of prove true when your Iono just gives your opponent what they need? It's honestly, Connor can hit this this 240 or 230, excuse me, pretty easily if we're able to find the right pieces of the puzzle here. But here we go. There's going to be that Iono. Only 1 card here as Connor's going to shuffle up this hand and draw 2 cards here. Taylor going to get 4. It all comes down to this.
2 big cards, maybe a way to find Pheasantipity after this knockout. It's going to get 1 natural draw for turn. Maybe can lean into restart on Mew EX. But here comes Taylor Whalen with attach for turn onto Eevee, double-checking the numbers, double-checking the sizes of both benches. And after the Iono is finally going to go for Flip the Script to see 3 more cards. I completely forgot to talk about this Pokemon's ability. So all of the options are now being utilized for the finale of this second game.
Okay, it is going to be Terapagos EX brought up into the active and a unified beatdown to take out the only powered up full attacker on Connor's board here. We'll see how it is going to go down, but it's just looking a little bit interesting as here we go. And it's also important to note here too, Adam, the only Terra Pokemon was taken off the board. Therefore, Connor had to thin the deck or thin the board down to only 4 Pokemon.
So Latias EX is promoted. Mew EX is still remaining on the bench. Didn't evolve the Eevee into Sylveon. I think that Connor Miller has been really babying this Eevee, trying to just attach energies here and there when he can to maybe evolve this into a Flareon EX when the time comes. Losing out on a couple Pokemon means that Unified Beatdown is a little bit off the table now, but there could still be some option for maybe a Gust, maybe Genome Hacking comes through. But Sparkling Crystal, you have to remember as well, folks, is also down. Connor Miller's ability to respond to this Terapagos is very stunted.
We're evolving into Noctowl, and I'm assuming the trainer cards that we are going to be seeing are Nest Ball, just to grab our Pheasantipity and hopefully draw into a Terra Pokemon from there. That's kind of the key thing here, right, Adam? If we're able to draw into Pheasantipity, get a Terra Pokemon, and then we're able to find a way to grab Lily's Clefairy EX and a Crispin even, something like that.
A lot of stuff has to line up, certainly. So Pheasantipity's the pick off of Ultra Ball to draw 3 from Flip the Script. After restart, also draws 3.
best combo in the game. Feels pretty good. I mean, you get to see 6 cards. Can we piece it all together? This is huge turn here for Connor. It could mean going on into this top 8. There's the Nest Ball, but there's no Terra Pokemon. We have to go on ahead and find the Pheasantipity. We can't extend. Yep, there you go. Once again, no Terra Pokemon in play. We don't have that guarantee. So it all comes down to this Pheasantipity right here, folks. Here we go. 3 cards, but no Terra Pokemon in play. Has the Lily's Clefairy. Could be the Brock.
So it's Brock scouting.
Yep.
Can find Flareon. Is there another Flareon still in the deck?
Yeah, but we don't have the energy right requirement for it, Adam. That's the tough part here. We only have that Sylveon that we've alluded to. We don't have a way of powering things up. And if we use Brock, we can't use that energy acceleration with Crispin.
So it's going to be Brock to grab Sylveon EX. This does put a Terra Pokemon in play, so Nest Ball can grab another Pokemon. And Terapagos EX is just waiting in the active spot to take these remaining 2 prizes. Connor Miller can try to promote a single prize Pokemon, but without the use of Crispin, Lily's Clefairy cannot attack this turn.
You know what can, though, doesn't want to risk it, but there was a Magical Charm available. We could have had a little bit of a less damage output from the other side, but there it is.
Boss's orders
onto Pheasantipity, and it will be Taylor Whalen finding her way through and taking us through a game 3 in a tight cincher. Now, Adam, I have to pose to you, each player won their game going first. Is going first the key to just winning this entire matchup?
I do like that idea, right? If you're going second, if you're going for Colorful Friends, it's a great setup. You're nice and greedy with it if you want to go for that line. But going first, I think it's just mostly the fact that if you've got Fan Call, you have so many more options. And even after the start of that game, it looked pretty doomed. But Connor just wasn't able to keep his momentum up. Got the Flareon with Sparkling Crystal established just to take down the Clefairy's EX, which was great. But I think that utilizing the Sparkling Crystal so early like this really came back to haunt him because you lost out on the ability to keep your energy accelerated properly. Having a Psychic Energy on that Eevee meant that it becoming a Flareon was really off the table for all of the game. And then it was just the battle of Terapagos, the secondary and tertiary attackers of the list going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, absolutely. A really masterful showing from Taylor as well. We always have to remember, guys, it's just a matter of counting and using all of your attackers, right? Lily's Clefairy EX, such a great attacker, coming in clutch too. Also with Terapagos EX as well. This deck has a variety of attackers outside of just your Flareon here too. But here's some live updates from the field. It's going to be Piper Lapine defeating Sebastian Lashmet 2-0 and Owen Dalgard taking down the last year's Portland Regional Champion John Eng. Owen Dalgard, a huge win for him. I hope we get to see him soon.
Now Callie White is currently ahead versus Henry Chow. And Joseph Masaid and Dominic Viola are currently tied. But we are in Game 3, folks. In Game number 1, Connor Miller demonstrated that an aggressive Flareon strategy can be the way to victory. And Taylor Whalen responded in Game 2, showing us that Terapagos and Lily's Clefairy are not attackers that are to be underestimated. Pheasantipity EX in the active for Connor Miller, and also is able to bench Eevee. Now, after an Ultra Ball, discarding Boss's orders, and I believe that's a switch.
I believe so, too.
And yeah, just going to look through the deck now for Fan Rotom, get the Fan Call, very classic start. And Connor Miller, as he showed in game number 1, isn't afraid to have Pheasantipity down early and often.
Honestly, I'm looking at the prizes right now, Adam, and I'm seeing a couple key tech cards that we have within this list, right? The one-of copy of Glass Trumpet, right, that we can use to accelerate, but the one-of copy of Terra Orb as well. A lot of players gravitate towards this card within their Eevee decks just because you don't have to, use an entire Ultra Ball to get what you need here. So it's very important to note out. Sylveon being in the prizes, not too crazy when you do play another one. A couple of Nest Balls too. And we've seen, though, how crucial Nest Ball is in a matchup like this, where we want to scale the bench as much as possible here. So honestly, not going to be too easy for Connor. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, Connor Miller's also going to take a note from what happened at the end of game number 2 to try to keep multiple Terra Pokemon in play at any given time to make sure that his bench remains as large as possible so that Clefairy and Terapagos remain options throughout the game. After Fan Call is utilized, a second Eevee, a Hoot Hoot, and a Noctowl being added to the hand.
Can't ask for anything more, right? We'll see what Taylor has to show for us as well. I'm not liking the hand too much, Adam. I mean, we have a Sparkling Crystal, a Mew EX, and attach for turn. It might just be throwing down the Iono, and it wouldn't be the worst thing, right? Just because we don't have too much to work with right now, and we know that our opponent just has Noctowl in hand. So why not just send it all to the bottom and try and find our nest ball so we can find our Fan Rotom ourselves?
Doesn't even bench the Mew, just wants to go straight up. Okay, I'm going to get 6 cards. I don't even want to play this Pokemon to the board right now. We've seen before where Taylor is willing to have the Mew EX in play to have the threat of genome hacking, and Taylor likes to save the Mew EX for later on in the game and get 1 or 2 cards off of restart when the time comes.
We do pull an Ultra Ball here off of the Iono, so it could just be the play of finding the Fan Rotom and going from there. But the thing is, we have Flareon in hand. We do also have a Night Stretcher as well. We could be pretty flexible with what we discard here. That key Briar supporter as well that we need to keep watching out for as well.
Yeah, the discards here are brutal. Getting rid of Latias EX really makes it so you can't get your proper attackers into position, but there's so many hard decisions to make. You want the Psychic Energy for Lilies. Maybe you don't need Briar. You didn't need it in the other game, but this is a tough choice for anybody to make.
Absolutely. We go, though, Ultra Ball discarding away this Latias EX and the Night Stretcher here for what we can only assume is going to be Fan Rotom. But during this opening prize search, let's take a look at Taylor's prizes here, too. It's got them coming up on your screen here. I love how both players have a Sylveon prize. It's just even across both sides. Couple key supporters here, a Crispin and a Boss here. You play 3 Crispin in the deck and you play 2 Boss's orders, so we only have a little bit of Gust to work with. Buddy Poffin, though, being down, and a Nest Ball as well. So that Area 0 underdepth's not too crazy when both of our players play Area 0. We can expect to see it, but it is probably just going to be this Fan Rotom off the top.
Fan Rotom, and this is another issue. There's Hoot Hoot in play right now. Fan Rotom can maybe get 2 EVs and a Noctowl, maybe a Hoot Hoot EV Noctowl. There's a lot of different ideas to be had from this point, but you got to remember that you have to have a Terra Pokemon in play for Jewel Seeker to activate. So I'm wondering if Taylor just goes for 2 EVs and then Noctowl.
Yeah, very well could be, right? It goes to show, once again, this deck is flexible on what you grab, but I think it is just going to be the Noctowl line here. I think, if anything, we haven't taken a prize card, so in Connor's hand we have that Counter Catcher, but I don't think we want to play too aggressive just yet. I think we'd be very okay with just grabbing the 1 line, the 1 Eevee. I wouldn't want to see a Colorful Friends, though, I'll tell you that much. We don't want to just, throw this Eevee into the active, especially when we're only kind of having with 1. But I definitely do not mind the Psychic Attach for turn, and that's all honestly we can do, Adam, so it's just going to be a pass back on over to Connor.
Yeah, Taylor Willen had already ditched the Latias, so couldn't bring the Eevee into the active spot for Colorful Friends, but this means that if Connor smells the blood on the water and hunts down this Eevee, it won't be able to evolve into a Terra Pokemon to activate Jewel Seeker, but it just remains to be seen if Connor Miller can put all the pieces together with this Pheasantipity EX in the active. But look at this, energy attached to Fan Rotom. The Assault Landing is revving up.
Yeah, very well could find something along the lines of an aggressive play. I don't see why not. Wouldn't be the worst, right? We're taking a Hoot Hoot out of play too. We know that we're sending the Flareon and the Noctowl down. Now Taylor gets a couple more cards here, but we've taken the main key pieces away just for now here. We'll see what Connor does pull here. A lot of good setup cards though. The problem is we don't have Area 0 down, so we can't extend that bench all the way. We don't even have a Noctowl here. We've already attached for turn right now, so we can grab 1 more Pokemon off of this Nest Ball, and it could potentially just be the Latias, but we don't even have the stadium in play to swing for anything this turn. So
very unfortunate. Connor Miller had to preemptively attach that energy before the Iono, hoping that he was going to get a stadium, but grabs the Latias anyway. Maybe getting a little bit too lost in the weeds here. Hopefully he doesn't make that mistake and just promote the Fan Rotom and leave it vulnerable.
Definitely a weird line, right? I mean, it just doesn't feel like both players have their ideal setup at all. Connor, who had, the right idea with Noctowl, is just getting thrown away and can't even Jewel Seeker this turn, has a Flareon ready to go, and it's just such a missed opportunity when you want to start powering up all of your attackers here. could it just be another pass? We can't even retreat or yes, we can retreat with Latias in play, but it's an assault landing for nothing. It's just got to be a pass.
Yeah, the idea was there. I respect the aggressive potential of that deck. You know, you're seeing 6 cards off of INO, and you're already shuffling away a Knocked Owl, so maybe you're just very confident that Taylor doesn't have a response to this regardless.
Looking at the hand here, it is going to be an Eevee. I thought it was a Sylveon for a second. We had Sparkling Crystal in hand and a Crispin. We could have seen our first Angelite. And what's kind of crazy here, Adam, is that I feel like this deck was kind of known for Angelite into certain matchups, and we're not seeing it at all, right? We're just kind of seeing the 2-2-2 prize race through and through here, as we're going to use our Nest Ball right now, potentially draw some cards with Mew, start to get that Terrapagos up and running here. But we can't draw more cards because nothing was knocked out last turn. Yeah. So honestly, I'd like the idea of Terrapagos. Maybe we can find a way to get something started here, but both hands are just giving us some pieces, but not all of it.
And if you promote your Terrapagos, right, you can get it here off the Nest Ball, the Crispin's in hand, get it powered up. But Latias has been discarded, and even Night Stretcher was discarded, so getting the free retreat's not going to be on the table. And you don't really want to put your 2-prize attacker in the active spot just to take 1 prize and have that such an important turtle get knocked out.
Is going to be the Crispin here. Can't see an assault landing back because once again, there's just no stadium here. It could just be starting to power up our Terrapagos EX and passing it back on over into Connor's side here. The name of the game is set up. How do we exactly go for it though? It's going to be our Fire Energy and our Dark Energy going into play here. It is going to be the Darkness Energy attached onto Terrapagos EX. We do have the Sparkling Crystal. I would hate to see it used now though. We got to save it for when we have some you know, stage 1 EVs in play here, but it is going to be the Terrapagos moved up into the active, and EVEX coming down on the bench here, and the Fire Energy will be attached to the Terrapagos on the active here. We can see a unified beatdown for knockout, but Pheasantipity's right on the bench, ready to go and draw some cards.
Yeah, so Connor Miller did whiff on his more aggressive Gambit, trying to take an early knockout and deny that Hoot, but loses Fan Rotom and a Water Energy instead. Promotes Latias EX and draws for turn. Pheasantipity EX now on the bench for Flip the Script, and now the response is coming together.
Oh my god, the draw for turn was Area 0 Underdepths. That's massive right now. We could start benching some more of these Hoots, getting ready to go. The Sparkling Crystal pluck as well is massive here, Adam. If we can find something like a Crispin in hand, and I can't tell if we
I think it is
found
there.
Oh, it is there? Well, if
has everything. Latias EX now in the active spot with Area 0 Underdepths. The Hoot can hit the bench alongside Mew EX. So the perfect response to Terrapagos EX is fantastic. Taylor did manage to pick up Eevee EX, so even if this Terra Pokemon goes down, Jewel Seeker is still on the table, but Connor Miller also plays Crispin to grab 2 energies and attach to Flareon EX.
Yeah, it just seems like the only choice, right? I mean, our opponent only took 1 prize card last turn, so we want to respond by going with the 2-2-2 prize race that a lot of players just know and love here. Thing is, I mean, we didn't even need to evolve to Noctowl to get to this point, so we still have that option in play. But the problem is, if this Flareon goes down next turn, we're not going to have a Terra Pokemon. And that's really important to note out here. So we'll see how exactly it is going to go. I mean, I feel like the most aggressive ideal line is just going for this Carnelian, getting most of the energy off the board here. But we have to watch out as well because, once again, this Flareon can go down pretty easily to something like a Full Moon Rondo coming out from the Lily's Clefairy EX. But we can anticipate, at least for this turn, Connor has done an amazing job of getting what he needs, and it will be a Carnelian from Flareon EX that gets these 2 prizes.
Picks up Nest Ball, picks up Terra Orb. Terra Orb will be able to find that Pokemon, potentially evolve this second Eevee into another Flareon to keep the Jewel Seekers up and running. Now Taylor Whalen has access to Connor's Area 0 Underdepths to fill the board up and respond back, maybe using this Lily's Clefairy. It doesn't benefit from Sparkling Crystal, but now just Eevee with Psychic Energy will be promoted first and foremost.
Ooh, Adam, a massive draw off the top. It is going to be that Nest Ball here. We have to go on ahead and grab Pheasantipity EX, we have to see more cards here. It could be massive if we're able to find something like a Crispin, for example. We already have 1 energy on the Eevee to go on ahead and retreat. We have to find this Crispin so we can fill up the bench all the way to do this full moon rondo back here. It is a crazy top deck here. We just have to see if Taylor is going to flip the script into all pieces needed. I don't even see a Noctowl on this bench. How many turns inside of this game are we without Jewel Seeker?
It's going to be a rough one. This is the most important 3 cards that we've seen in a long time, especially in this set. Pheasantipity needs to grab the perfect pieces to fill up this bench and facilitate the Lily's Clefairy.
Big 3 cards here. Ultra Ball would do it. Even something like Crispin would do it. It all comes down to this. 1 Psychic Energy is there. We got to see what we can find here. Big flip the script coming up. It's so nerve-wracking here, but 3 big cards here. We gotta find a way to accelerate energy, Adam. It's the only way. Area 0, Flareon EX, and a Briar.
No, not even a Noctowl to help out from this position.
Yeah, that's tough too. I mean, we could evolve Eevee in the active to Flareon EX and do something like a Burning Charge, but we could easily find a way to get maybe like something like a switch, for example, off of Noctowl if we were to find that next turn, and then just switch Flareon EX back in and to find a way to get something like another 2-prize knockout here. But we're completely whiffing our options here. I know Taylor, she's trying to figure it out, but it's so difficult. But instead, we're just going to use Colorful Friends. I love this option here. Once again, you can grab 3 Pokemon of 3 different types. We can anticipate that it's absolutely going to be this Noctowl, grabbing the Mew EX and the Flareon EX as well. This card and this attack is going to show how useful it is.
And as Taylor takes a turn to set up, get a bunch of resources in place, there's plenty of Eevees ready to evolve, 2 Hoots as well, ready to become Noctowls and really explode. Connor Miller has the perfect window of opportunity to go for some disruption and some more aggression. It is important to note, folks, that Carnelian cannot be used back-to-back.
Right, and honestly, if I was Connor, I would have loved to see something like Boss's Orders, and if we were able to find a Noctowl, right, we could switch Boss's Orders, that Pheasantipity, the Eevee as well. We can completely stop all of this draw here. But instead, what I think the play could be, we could start to get some of our other attackers kind of powered up with Burning. Oh, wait, no. We can't use Carnelian next turn, right? We can't
attack at all.
We can't attack
it's even worse than I thought.
Oh, man, that's kind of tough here, too, because I would say we could pivot to something like a Burning Charge here. I mean, there's a stadium in play. If we have an energy, we could do something like an Assault Landing and just take a single prize, but I would hate that personally. Here it is, though. It is going to be the Lily's Clefairy EX hitting the bench, and same thing with the use of this Terra Orb to find a Terra Pokemon of our choosing here. We can either take that Eevee EX or the Flareon, but I think the Flareon is a great choice here as it is our pivotal attacker.
Now, it is important, right, that Latias only gives free retreat with its Skyliner to basic Pokemon.
Correct.
Flareon would have to pay the full cost if you're trying to do some sort of reset retreat thing. Connor Miller hasn't shown a Noctowl yet. Just double checking the deck. There is 1 Kieran and 1... Wait, no, excuse me. I'm looking at the wrong list here. It is Taylor that's running 1 Kieran and 1 Switch. Connor is actually just on the 1 Switch, which we saw discarded turn 1, if I'm not mistaken, to an Ultra Ball.
Well, it's looking
Was that this game? Was that last game? It's all starting to run together, but it's Flareon EX evolving and receiving a Lightning Energy.
The thing here, too, is, I mean, you see that Professor Turo's in hand, but the Sparkling Crystal's attached there, and if we were to Professor Turo this Flareon to try and attack this turn, that Sparkling Crystal would go down. So it is going to be a turn without an attack for Connor. Just the Terra Orb here, too. We don't have the assist to flip the script to keep drawing cards. Now, granted, we do have the Noctowl ready to go. We need a response onto this Flareon right here. Taylor needs to get on the board. Now, granted, we saw it a little bit last game, right? Or game 1, the Briar is available. We could go for something along the lines of another Briar play. If Taylor was able to take 2 prizes this turn, Connor were to respond with 2 prizes next turn, we're perfectly lined for a Briar, but the problem is we got to get there, and that's looking a little difficult, Adam.
And now Taylor is going to set up for that potential, you know, for the late game by using Jewel Seeker. Looking at Crispin right now, Eevee with the Psychic Energy in the active spot is always a little rough. It pays for retreat cost, lets you use Colorful Friends, but in terms of actually using it as a Flareon, that energy attachment is not going to help you.
So it is going to be the first Jewel Seeker, I believe, of the game, which is kind of crazy, right? Both players just cannot find their owls here, but it is going to be the Jewel Seeker for Buddy Poffin and our Crispin here. Crispin's such a great supporter. It's one of my favorites. It goes in so many decks, I believe, just minus Gardevoir and maybe minus, Golden Go without Dragapult, if you will. I think it's a great flexible card. We are going to be evolving the Eevee on the bench to Flareon EX as well. We do have Sparkling Crystal in hand too, so we could see a knockout here for Taylor as long as we attach that Sparkling Crystal to the Flareon. We do have Crispin in hand. It's just a matter of, do we have the energy requirement that goes with? Because once again, it comes down to our resource management this game.
Yeah, Crispin and Sparkling Crystal. It's going to be a Carnelian to swing into Flareon EX in the active spot. Taylor Whalen has the Terapagos, has the Clefairy, but is going to try to weave in some of these dead cards, right? Some of these evolutions and attackers that haven't been utilized up to this point. And then you can save the Terapagos and the Lily's Clefairy because they're a little bit easier to set up out of thin air in order to handle. So Crispin grabs Lightning and Water Energy. Sparkling Crystal will fill in the role of a Fire Energy, and then you just retreat the energy off of your Eevee in the active spot, so Flareon EX can then take the KO.
It's going to be a little bit interesting trying to line up this Briar play too, just because we don't have that much energy on board at all. I don't even think we saw a burning charge this game, Adam, so that energy is really kind of just stuck in the deck here. See what is going to happen, but we did see that Taylor was grabbing the Water and the Lightning, and with the attachment of the Sparkling Crystal Ace spec here, we can only assume it's going to be one route down. Still has that Briar in hand. That is definitely a line here, but I don't know if we're going to be able to get that energy acceleration to get that off next turn. Instead, we are just going to promote our own Flareon EX into the active. It might just have to be Carnelian here, and we'll figure it out as we go.
Yeah, both players, you love to try to set up your plays as far ahead of time as you can, but you have to respond to the tempo that your opponent is setting. So it's going to be Carnelian taking down Flareon EX. Connor Miller's Sparkling Crystal also hits the discard pile, and now with the draw for turn, has access to Pheasantipity. Going to go with the Buddy Poffin to get two more basic Pokemon for the bench. And Connor Miller does smartly still have another Flareon EX on the bench in order to keep that extended bench with Area 0 under depths.
Yeah, it's very key and crucial here too to just, try and thin the deck as much as possible. That's good sequencing for you all at home. Just you want to get the most amount of profit out of your Pheasantipity draw. You don't want to draw into these Pokemon that you can easily search out with items like this, and adding another Hoot to the bench is never the worst thing, right? What we kind of need here is the energy acceleration onto this Lily's Clefairy EX. Right now I'm not seeing too much. I only see a Professor Turo scenario, a Mew EX, a Hoot, a Sylveon, and a Psychic Energy here, so we got to see what Pheasantipity gives us. Three big cards right here. The Fire
Where's the Noctowl? Come on. Boss's orders, Fire Energy, Night Stretcher. Is there a Noctowl in the discard pile? I got to remind myself too. Let's take a look.
I don't believe so. Trying to figure out here what we can do. There's just no Noctowls just out. I mean, it's just such a hard thing to kind of go for. I mean, you could Burning Charge. You can't even power up the Lily's Clefairy. You don't have the right supporter in hand.
Now, this is maybe not the worst thing in the world. Now that I'm kind of reevaluating Taylor's board, the bench is completely full, so a Terapagos or a Lily's Clefairy can't enter play. It could be a similar situation that happened to Connor, where Taylor doesn't have a good attacker to pivot into, and the Carnelian can't be used, but instead Connor is just going to bring up Noctowl instead, try to strand this Pokemon in the active spot for now.
Yeah, and one thing that we talked about in the beginning of the game, right, is how low on energy this deck can be at times. Taylor is playing a Professor Turo scenario, so if we were to draw into a Noctowl, we could go on ahead and grab it here, but I love the way that we're retreating the 2 prize Pokemon Latias EX out of the active here. It's going to be a water Pokemon, or a water energy, excuse me, for the draw for turn here. We have boss's orders. We can retreat, and now that Flareon's been sent back to the bench here. We can Carnelian technically. We could Carnelian the Flareon. We could Carnelian the Pheasantipity as well. I mean, we've seen over and over that just taking the draw power away from the deck feels pretty good here too. The attached return onto the Noctowl here and getting the evolve onto the Flareon onto the bench here. It's all about what Taylor wants to do. It is going to be just the Flareon here. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I was wondering if using the boss's orders rather than just leaving the Flareon in the active spot where that Carnelian ability says it cannot attack. But I guess he was worried that a Noctowl getting the double pivot and resetting it would happen regardless, trying to tax the energies from the list as much as possible. But now that Flareon comes back into the active spot, it can attack freely. Carnelian takes 2 more prizes. Taylor Whalen down to 1 prize card remaining here in game number 3, and it's over to Connor Miller. Draw for turn and Pheasantipity. Do we have a play?
Well, we got to get a Terra Pokemon in play too, because we can't use Area 0 Underdepths without it, right? I know we have the Sylveon in hand, but that's not the Terra Pokemon that we want here. Going to be attaching to the Lily's Clefairy EX here. We're going to see what we can find. I mean, it could come down to energy attach onto Fanrotom, boss's orders onto a Hoot Hoot for game, because Taylor's only at 1 prize card, Adam.
Yeah, this is devastating. Connor Miller has to take a knockout and just hope that Taylor whiffs. There's 3 Hoot Hoots on the bench, potential for plenty of Noctowls and Pheasantipity to follow up with this. I think that just stumbling in the mid-game, not having the proper attack, the proper follow-up with the Carnelian is what really let Connor get this game away from it, really got out of his hands. And Taylor Whalen has been fighting from behind, it seems, most of these games. But if you were to jump right into the game now, you'd think that she's been dominant the entire set.
Can't remember if we've seen the counter catcher here, but if this Flareon were to go down, the counter catcher onto a single prize would do it. We have a Noctowl, but we have to use this Ultra Ball to get the Terra Pokemon, but we don't have a Terra Pokemon in place. We can't use Area 0 Underdepths.
And there's no Eevee, so you can't evolve to get a Terra Pokemon in play.
It's all falling apart. It's not exactly how you want to go. There's no Eevee. There's no out, right? And I think Connor's now realizing that as well.
This has been a couple unfortunate instances of Connor sort of painting himself into a corner, having this overfilled bench, not having the proper slots and proper numbers of Terra Pokemon in play. Taylor Whalen, meanwhile, has skillfully managed to have multiple Flareons and relying very heavily on Terapagos as an attacker and an enabler for these effects. So finally, Flip the Script comes through. Is there a way Professor Turo's scenario can maybe scoop something up to open a bench slot, and then that's just your supporter for turn, but it's already been used. It was a judge.
Yep, you figured out the problem yourself here, and it is going to be this full moon rondo for the knockout here. Can Taylor get all the way here? It's 1 prize card, Adam. I see a Super Rod, I see a Lily's Clefairy EX, and I see a Fire Energy, right? I mean, a full moon rondo back would be awesome, but we don't have a Latias in play in order for us to free retreat something like a Fanrotom.
And Taylor's final prize card is Crispin.
That one
Fanrotom is being sent to the active spot.
It's so close. It honestly can go either way here. Now, granted, we do have some awesome cards in play or in our hand here that we can thin all the way down here. There's the Umbreon. That would have been a really fun sparkling crystal to Onyx for game, if you will, but it's a little bit wishful here. Let's see what Flip the Script can do for us here.
And Taylor's just evaluating if there's something that can be thinned out of the deck. Buddy Poffin maybe pulls 1 Pokemon, but no. Draws 3. Noctowl, that's got to be it.
Do we have what we need here? Has the Kieran as well, too,
Hang on a second. Are you on... I'm trying to double check the list here because we know the last Crispin is in the prize cards. Is there an Earthen Vessel or something crazy in this deck? Needs to find energy.
It's boss's orders, Adam. It's that line that I alluded to just a little bit earlier here. If we have energy in hand, which we do, we can use the boss's orders to boss up a Hoot Hoot, and it will be Taylor Whalen in a pinch going further inside of this top cut as she waves to the fans out there. What a beautiful line, Adam. A great showing. My goodness, it came down to that last card. Taylor, amazing.
A very intricate mirror match indeed. I didn't know if being stripped from the Sylveon EX that a lot of the utility would go by the wayside, but we saw how intricate it was to manage your attackers, manage your bench space, manage your energies, and still fight from behind. It didn't seem like any player was at an immediate advantage at any time, and Taylor was fighting her heart out and comes away the victor.
Amazing stuff from both players, honestly. Once again, it goes to show how flexible this deck can be, and that Fan Rotom is just that guy that you need at all points. But it is going to be the replay highlights that we have here between Taylor Whalen and Connor Miller. What a way to start our top cut here. And it goes to show, Adam, it's all about resources at the end of the day and finding our Noctowls when we need them.
Yeah, having Noctowl seemed to just be icing on the cake. Briar leveling out the first game was very easy to do. Connor Miller went for a couple very audacious extensions, going for an early Sparkling Crystal to enable Flareon, trying to go for some tempo, went for that early play in game number 3 with the Iono preemptively with the Fan Rotom, trying to find a stadium, but it was just the Terapagos. I think the key is simply that Taylor Whalen made much better use of Terapagos and Clefairy in this set.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, this deck is not just about your Flareon. It's not just about Angelite, which we didn't even see at all. It's the usage of all of the attackers within the deck. Like you said, the Terapagos, and even Fan Rotom right at the end. But still, what an amazing match here that we had to offer. And it just goes to show how important your resource management is. How many times did Connor have the Noctowl in hand, but no Terra Pokemon in play to actually activate it? It comes down to the last of it all, as it is going to be our friend Fan Rotom, thanks to the boss's orders and the stadium in play to lock up a spot within this top 8. Taylor relieved and honestly just waving hi to the crowd. What a fun way to start our top cut here in Portland, Adam.
It feels so bad in the early and mid game if you don't have Noctowls, but I guess maybe if you look at the silver lining, you always have them guaranteed for the late game apparently, when you can get those bosses orders and the perfect missing pieces to close out those games.
What a great way to start. I mean, you gotta talk about how it's all going down. I mean, my goodness, the way it went back and forth within just between the first game, the second game, and the third game. And it goes to show, once again, Eevee Box, Terra Box, they're flexible, but it's all coming down to, do you have your resources in line? These open bench spots, right? Sometimes benching something like Pheasantipity, if we're unable to really extend the bench all the way, these support Pokemon actually come back to hurt you.
Despite getting off to some pretty rocky starts in a few of those games, Taylor did seem pretty comfortable in the mirror match. So I wonder, out of both of these players, maybe Taylor expected Eevee Box to be much more popular, maybe did some testing for the mirror match a little bit. In game number 1, it seemed that Connor was the one that was putting his best foot forward, just going right in with the Flareon EXs. But leaning into the Clefairy and the Terapagos really changed my mind about how this mirror should be played.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, flexible supporters all the way through and around here. It goes to show how important that resource management is, but I think EVs have a very long way to go in this meta. I don't think the deck is figured out at all just yet. And honestly, what an exciting way to start our top cut. I cannot, explain further that this top cut's going to be one to remember.
And I don't want you to miss a second of it, you beautiful viewers at home. Make sure you're following all the channels and don't go anywhere, because when we get back, the next stage of our top is going to be next. So we'll see you soon.
Chip Ritchie back here in the lounge with Kyle Puka Sukovic, and we're going to be taking a look at Giovanni over the years in the Pokemon TCG. Of course, Destined Rivals is on the horizon. Giovanni and Team Rocket, a huge part of that expansion. Talk to us about the history of Giovanni in the Pokemon TCG, though, Kyle.
Yeah, so Giovanni is one of the most, I think, iconic trainers in the Pokemon world and has a really long history in the Pokemon TCG. You know, in more recent times, you may think of Giovanni was the first one to appear on Boss's orders because he is the boss of Team Rocket. Of course, there is the Team Rocket's Giovanni card coming up as well that has a similar kind of effect. But yeah, Giovanni's been here for a long time. The first card he showed up on was the Boss's Way. So even all the way back then, he was known as like the boss, and was able to search for like your dark Pokemon. So there's always been a strong association with Team Rocket, right? And one of Giovanni's iconic Pokemon as well is that Persian. So you can see throughout the years many different cards where Giovanni is showing up alongside Persian, or they're kind of working together, or even cards that are just like Giovanni's cards, like the Giovanni's Charisma shows him with Persian. So there's always been a bond between these two.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the interesting things about the Dark Giovanni's and Team Rocket's Persian is that they all have different names, but it all kind of revolves around, you know, that same bond between Giovanni and Persian, all kind of tied into each other. If you look very closely in the Dark Persian, you can even see Giovanni's eye peering behind it.
Yeah, it's like a jump scare when you see it. You might not see it at first, but yeah, when you really look at it, like, oh, he's in the background. But yeah, you can see as well, there's the cool new Team Rocket's Meowth that shows Giovanni as well. It's kind of a cuter side that we don't get to see with Giovanni and his Pokemon. But yeah, you've seen throughout the years, this character keeps showing up because, again, he's like the boss, the leader of Team Rocket. And if you know Team Rocket, you know they just keep popping up over and over. You can't get rid of them.
Can't get rid of them. Be sure to keep your eye out for Team Rocket and Giovanni in the upcoming Destined Rivals expansion. Let's get back to the Pokemon TCG action this weekend. Chip Ritchie here in the lounge once again with Kyle Puka Sukovic, and we're going to be taking a look at some cards in the upcoming Destined Rivals expansion focused around Team Rocket and compare them to their counterparts from the original Team Rocket expansion all the way back from the year 2000. You know, 25 years ago, Kyle, and it's really interesting to see how similar, if not almost exactly the same, some of these cards are.
Yeah, some of these cards we're going to look at may not have been the most impactful, but it's fun to go back and look and see, oh, these do something really similar to what they did in the original Team Rocket expansion. One that stands out to me is Dark Hypno and Team Rocket's Hypno. When you think of these kind of Team Rocket cards, Hypno probably isn't the first thing that comes to mind, but it did have a really unique attack when it first came out, the bench manipulation. Weird one where it makes your opponent flip coins. And the idea is kind of like your opponent, their Pokemon are getting like hypnotized by Hypno, and it's convincing them to hit their own teammate. It's just this weird concept. You could really see back then that I think the designers were looking for like fun new ways to incorporate different concepts. They're like, oh, what would it look like if you made your opponent's Pokemon attack their own teammate? And it's like, how do we make that into a card? So it's really cool to see all these years later, the new Team Rocket's Hypno has the same kind of attack.
Same attack, yeah. A little bit boosted with the damage output, right? Yeah. To try to keep up with today's game. Maybe we'll see a Team Rocket's Hypno at some point, somewhere along the way. You got that new Team Rocket's energy to help boost that energy acceleration there. Another one that I'm really excited about personally from Destined Rivals is the Team Rocket's Golbat. It's got that sneaky bite ability. Of course, there is the Phantom Forces Golbat as well that had that same ability, but you can call all the way back to Dark Golbat from the Team Rocket expansion.
Yeah, this is one of the first cards that had like a kind of powerful effect when you play it from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon. Yeah, you got to put, I think the original card said do 10 damage to something. Nowadays you'd say, oh, you put a damage counter on it. But yeah, the Japanese name for this is actually exactly the same. It is a direct callback to this card. But yeah, it has scaled up a bit as well, right? The original one only did the 1 damage counter, now it does 2, so a little bit better. But yeah, this concept, you know, like you mentioned, the other Golbat was used quite a bit. So sometimes these cards pop up and they can be pretty powerful.
I'm not going to be surprised to see Team Rocket's Crobat not engine, but, you know, supported deck at some point along the way during that card's standard format legality. And then the last one here we want to talk about is the Team Rocket's Weezing and Dark Weezing. Once again, extremely similar.
Yeah, so the original one had the attack Mass Explosion, which again was kind of like a unique thing. Every coughing, wheezing, and dark wheezing in play all kind of do like a mini explosion and do damage to the opponent's Pokemon, but also themselves. And, you know, there's a Fortress card that a lot of people know. It has a very unique attack. It's called Everyone Explode now.
Yes.
And it's actually based on this attack. And so you actually see that Fortress attack name and kind of the old Dark Wheezing concept on this new Team Rocket's Wheezing. That's how we end up with Explode Together now.
And that's what you're going to be doing if you're using the Rockets Wheezing. I would love to see some sort of board where someone's got like a Terra Pokemon in play with Area Zero. They've got all kinds of Wheezing and Dark Wheezing. There's Galarian Wheezings out there. So many ways you could boost that damage. I would love to see someone try to make something like that happen.
Yeah, so you can get one knockout. Yeah.
A lot of effort for sure. Well, appreciate everyone kind of tuning in throughout the course of the weekend into our look ahead at Destined Rivals, our look back at the past Team Rocket cards. It's been a lot of fun, and be sure to check out the new Team Rocket expansion, Destined Rivals, coming soon to a store near you.
Victory on the horizon for our 8 competitors still remaining in this event. It's a beautiful day for some excellent Pokemon trading card game competition. 3 more rounds remain here in Portland. Welcome back into the stream. For everyone joining in, my name is Ethan Heggie. Kyle Pukazukovic is to my left. And Kyle, we were watching some of those top 16 matches out there. That was an absolute treat. It's a shame we can never feature all the action, but there were some excellent games.
Yeah, I mean, a heartbreaker for Callie, who took Henry Chow to the limit, had an insane turn 1 attack with the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX to knock out 2 Ralts, and then on the second turn knocked out a 3rd Ralts, but you just can't keep Henry down. He found a way to come back, and he advances to the top 8 and could still potentially be a 4-time regional champion this season.
So many storylines, including 2 converging together at our top 8 match. It's 2 of the game's best, brightest, and youngest players. Let's throw it down to the stage and get into our first top 8 match. 2 players who have been featured throughout this tournament on stream and now converging into a top 8 match. It's Piper Lapine up against Caleb Rogerson.
Yeah, 2 of the best young players. I don't even want to say young players. 2 of the best players that we have in the game right now. I think if you've seen Piper play before, you know she plays extremely fast, is very decisive, and is able to just digest any board in front of her, and is really just an excellent strategist. So no surprise to see her here once again, going up against Caleb, and it's a bit of a tricky matchup, Ethan.
Caleb's got to put in some work a little bit. Of course, that water mask Ogerpon, it's a big part of the strategy. You know, no bench damage protection in the format. Manaphy is no longer here. Shaman on the horizon, but for now, there is no protection. Caleb, with his 4th top cut this season, looking to break through the top 4. You see this year, 2 top 4 placements. He went across the border to Mexico, up the border in Vancouver, and maybe it's going to be here, finally in the US, where he's able to bring home a championship.
Yeah, and we got a fun fact. Apparently, Piper copied one of my deck lists back in 2015 and won a regional with it. So, wow, that's 10 years ago at this point. So, Piper's been winning regionals for at least a decade, and she's on her path again. She can take down Caleb in this top 8, 1 step closer to another regional championship. And I'm just excited to see this one. It's 2 great players. Should be a fun back and forth matchup. What more could you ask for?
This is going to be awesome. And both of these players, like you mentioned, they dominated in their early years in the Pokemon TCG. Piper, multi-time regional champion in seniors. Caleb was an international champion when we resumed play in 2022 at EUIC, and have just continued their momentum into the Pokemon trading card game's highest age division, Masters division. Just like a mulligan on Piper's side. We'll wait to see both these players put their prizes out. The big decisive thing here is going to be, you know, who gets to start action off and what these players decide to do based off of the cards they have available in their prizes. And that's a big hit here for Caleb. Both copies of that boss's orders in the prizes.
Yeah, that could be pretty impactful. We'll see. One of them is on the bottom, so if you take them kind of in that order, that's one he could get access to pretty early. But yeah, having 0 boss's orders at the start of the game could impact some decision making. Nothing too impactful on Piper's side. We're going to have a great match here. I cannot wait to see who's going to come out on top in this one. It's the top 8, Ethan. There's just 3 rounds left in this tournament. Once you get to this point, I mean, what are you feeling? What's going through your head?
A lot of nerves. You're playing a $2,000 money match, that's for starter. You've got a lot on the line. And, you know, I think for both of these players, it's just adding to their resume. They're so close. Piper trying to become a 3-time regional champion. Caleb was close in 2024, second place, top 4, top 8, but he is missing that winner championship playmat trophy and all the glory. And we'll kick things off with probably the best way you can, Nest Ball. And this is where the floodgates start open, because once you get the fan rotom, once you start to get that, all the dominoes start to fall in place.
Yeah, and I think your ideal starter in this matchup too, right? The Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon EX, that is one of your main attackers at the start of the game with the Torrential Pump. If you're able to target down multiple Ralts at once, knock them both out. Of course, we do know Caleb won't have access to boss's orders, so may not be able to get that double knockout with that first attack, but still, the Torrential Pump really threatening. And then one thing we see a lot of is actually Sob. Prevents your opponent's active Pokemon from retreating, and the Pheasantipity EX is an awkward one that can get stuck. So right off the bat, we have some interesting wrinkles in this game.
Will be the Fan Rotom as the selection from Nest Ball. Caleb doing what all great players do, checking through the deck, making sure he understands what pieces are at his disposal. And there is a flock of birds coming into play. 3 Hoot Hoot, getting ready to evolve into that powerful Noctowl. It is essentially, you know, the backbone engine of this Terra Box deck.
And you cannot love to see this. First thing Caleb does is just put down an energy with the Sparkling Crystal, kind of saying, hey, next turn I'm going to be attacking with this thing. And if you're in Piper's position, you got to think, I got to get down a bunch of Ralts. If I can get 3 down, I think that's ideal. But yeah, you're just kind of hoping for the best here. You have to weather the storm in the beginning of this game. Of course, one of those Ralts is prized. Prize cards potentially hurting both players at the beginning of this, but really the main hurdle, Ethan, I think is once you get Gardevoir out, things kind of fall in place, but it's can you actually get to Gardevoir EX before all your little Ralts in Kirlia get knocked out?
This, you know, Terra Box deck is one of the scariest decks in the early game to deal with. It's exactly like you said, weathering the storm. You got to make sure your Ralts are protected, and once they become Gardevoir EX, that 310 HP is a perfect number because it plays right outside of that Pikachu EX, which is another big factor this deck has going for it. It's an awkward Pokemon, but when you get it attacked and powered up, it's really hard to stop a Pikachu EX.
Absolutely. Piper doing a prize check of her own here, and we do see the Badoo kind of at the front there. Could be a potential option here if your opponent, you know, has a like just an Ultra Ball as their only way to find the Noctowl. That could be a way to kind of slow down this early game. And looks like Badoo was the choice. We'll see. And yeah, it's just all about the early game setup. Really with Gardevoir, a lot of the matchups is can I set up Gardevoir EX quickly enough, get the energy into the discard pile, and start stringing together these big attacks? Because it can be vulnerable early on in the game, especially after the rotation. You don't have those refinement Kirlia to help you kind of smooth out your draws in the early turns.
Earthen Vessel getting rid of Night Stretcher. We saw a pair of those Bravery Charm. You think Piper's really valuing that card? Is that a card you think maybe a lot of Gardevoir players normally would be quick to discard but could be impactful in a matchup like this?
Yeah, you can put a Bravery Charm on a Ralts, right? That could help it withstand the Torrential Pump. Gives you time to then rare candy into Gardevoir on the next turn. Funnily enough, I mean, if you have the Bravery Charm, you get hit for 100, then you evolve to Kirlia, you just get knocked out.
Yeah.
So don't want to do that. But yeah, this Bravery Charm can be big on the Ralts, but also helping your Screamtail, things like that, get enough HP so that they can do big damage and knock out Pokemon EX and take multiple prize cards at once.
Iona will be the supporter of choice for Piper. Ideally with this version, really looking to use that Arven paired with the Technical Machine Evolution. We'll draw to 6 cards. Not a bad 6 at that. There is a Monkey Dory. Energy already been committed for the turn, as well as an Ultra Ball. And I feel like that's got to be, thought number one is I cannot feel comfortable with just a single Ralts down in play, especially when there are 3 Hoot Hoots in play and that Terra Ogerpon already powered up.
Yeah. You just need 1 energy, and you could use the Torrential Pump to knock out the Ralts. Let's see, a second Ralts does come onto the bench. This is really a terrifying position if you're Piper. You could lose both of those on the next turn. Like you mentioned before, Ethan, there's no kind of bench barrier, no more Manaphy. Shaman is maybe on the horizon, but for now, those Ralts are vulnerable on the bench. So this is kind of a nerve-wracking situation. And also, I mean, even if you just leave the Fezandipity there, it's annoying if you just get, like, sobbed for a little bit. I don't think that's what Caleb will want to do right here. But, yeah, Piper was able to get a couple Ralts down, set herself up to potentially have a big turn too. But, yeah, it's really nerve-wracking. You don't know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, the only saving grace for Piper at this point, like it was just pointed out, 2 Boss's Orders prized. Means there's no way for Caleb to take a 2-prize turn right here. He's got to just decide, you know, what he wants to approach. Is he okay taking out one of these Ralts? But then you activate the Fezandipity, so maybe Caleb is going to have to cook up something a little bit different because of, you know, the underlying circumstances of not having easy access to gusting cards.
Yeah, and I think Piper was probably breathing in a sigh of relief, seeing, oh, Crispin is the supporter for the turn. That means there's no Boss's Orders. That means I'm going to have a Ralts in play for the next turn, and yeah, that's great. We do see the Crispin, 1 energy going into the hand, 1 going on to the Wellspring, Mask, Ogerpon, EX, and yeah, Ethan, like you're saying, I mean, you can just knock out 1 Ralts, but then you give your opponent access to flip the script. It's a tricky situation to be in.
Looks like we're just going to see, okay, a little bit of both worlds then. You're not forced to shuffle those energy back in. What do you think about this, Kyle? Just hitting for 100 and maybe setting up for some plays later on?
I think that's a really, really intelligent play. Your opponent just had 2 cards in hand. You don't know what those are, right? There could be a supporter, sure, like a Professor's Research, but if it's just something like this Arven, the turn is going to be really limited. Right? You can just search for an item and a Pokemon tool. You can maybe rare candy into Gardevoir, but then what left? What's left after that? You don't have another supporter you can play for the turn. You're really low on cards. So I think this was Caleb identifying a weakness in Piper's board position here and saying, you know what, I'm just going to go for it. There's no point in taking a single prize knockout here when I can put some relevant damage on this Pokemon EX and prevent you from using Flip the Script.
Artisan coming into play, first stadium of this series, will help both players out, but for now, Piper using that to grab Badoo. So this could be, you know, a little bit of both worlds, but that 100 damage onto Fezandipity is just providing so much of a threat now because, yes, you know you can come in, but this is why Piper saved those Bravery Charm, putting in a lot of work now, buffing up that Fezandipity and putting it out of range of Torrential Pump.
Yeah, but now Piper has 0 cards in her hand. This is, again, a really vulnerable situation. I mean, you could see if Caleb had Boss's Orders, this would be a huge situation to Boss's Orders up the Fezandipity EX or something like that. We do see that, you know, there is a potential for something like a Jamming Tower to come in. It's a key card against these Gardevoir decks, and that could be key to knock out that Fezandipity EX. I mean, you can imagine if you can knock that out, Piper has 0 cards in hand. What does she do from there?
Yeah, not a lot here going on in the hand for Caleb. You do have to wonder, you know, if this Water Energy gets committed to something else, then that Jamming Tower play is actually not an option because it would shut off your own Sparkling Crystals.
Oh,
so there's a little bit of, you know, back and forth, but Caleb is deciding to just, you know, hold on to this Nest Ball, is maybe kind of afraid of, you know, what happens in the worst case. I just kind of want to have a way to maybe grab Fezandipity. A little bit of hesitation, but, you know, things aren't terrible here for Caleb. Looks like he's going to commit to this Torrential Pump, still take the first 2 prizes, but now Piper guaranteed get the top of the deck of the card, and then also 3 cards off this Flip the Script.
Yeah, deciding that the 2 prize cards were worth it instead of just the 1. And there's the Flip the Script. Does Piper find any supporter card?
It looks like a Professor's Research. That's big.
All right. Yeah, you can see if there wasn't a knockout taken, just the draw for the turn, it was nothing, right? There would not have been really anything done on this turn, but now that the knockout happened, Flip the Script can be used with the Fezandipity EX to draw 3 cards, and really this is going to jumpstart Piper's turn here, and we'll see what she can pull off now.
Yeah, and an interesting, you know, priority. We're going to see Professor's Research discard the hand. There's actually only 1 Psychic Energy in the bin, so it looks like just prioritizing getting guaranteed Adrenabrain this turn, and is going to have to find some way to discard this last Psychic Energy if there wants to be a Miracle Force KO. We'll double check the bin to see if there are enough. It looks like there's only 2, however.
Yeah, that's not it. And I don't know if there's any way in Piper's hand to discard another Psychic Energy. this could be a bit of an awkward turn. Yeah, really valuing the Adrenabrain, of course. We've been seeing this card for a long time now, the Monkey Dory. You get to move up to 3 damage counters from one of your Pokemon onto one of your opponent's Pokemon. It helps you fix the math for a lot of different attacks, resulting in knockouts. It can set up really tricky plays. It works beautifully with the damage you have to put on your own Pokemon with Gardevoir EX's Psychic Embrace ability, and it's like this card was made for this deck almost.
A match made in heaven indeed. Monkey Dory fitting in perfectly with Gardevoir. We'll see, interested to see what the option is. And speaking, Monkey Dory already a broken card, but they gave it also such a valuable attack. Guaranteed Confusion is gonna just put pressure onto this onto this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. And this is a big thing. You know, a lot of decks can play around Confusion, but Caleb's not really playing any way to switch his active out besides the Latias. And with that being the case, it means if you want to try and use Torrential Pump this turn, you got to flip for it.
Yeah, it puts you in a really awkward position. It really doesn't seem like much with the Mind Bend, right? It's just 60 damage. But yeah, when your Pokemon's confused, it puts you in a really weird spot. Sometimes you have to decide, do I go for the attack? If it's Tails, that's 3 more damage counters on my Pokemon, and I just missed my attack for the turn. So it can be the one turn you need to just buy time and get yourself back in the game. Gardevoir is a deck that's all about just time, right? If you can buy yourself enough time to get to your kind of ultimate board state, it's really difficult to beat. Most decks just can't keep up with it. If we started the game where Gardevoir just had access to everything, it would probably beat just about every deck. But yeah, that's why this Monkey Dory sometimes, I mean, we see a lot of Mind Bends.
Yeah.
Way more than I thought we ever would. But yeah, it's just so annoying to deal with.
So first Jewel Seeker, I feel like we've seen in a while. You know, me and Sable House had a game that had no Jewel Seeker, so this is more than welcome sight to my eyes. Such a powerful ability. Pairs perfectly with this deck surrounding so many different Terra Pokemon. Can search out any 2 trainer cards from the deck, and it looks like just really valuing ways to just search more Pokemon out. Nest Ball plus Ultra Ball. You can kind of combo together these really powerful turns, and it's really going to come down to, Caleb's imagination and what his vision is for this final attack to end his turn off.
Yeah, and one of the awkward things is he doesn't have a particularly great attack this turn. Right, with the Ogerpon being confused, you don't really want to commit too heavily to using like a Crispin on it or any resources to kind of go for a big attack that might just fail. There's no Pokemon on the board right now that could be knocked out by like the Fan Rotom. Sometimes that's an easy one. You can just Boss's Orders up a Ralts, something like that, get an easy prize card. And there's not a lot that just does like 110 damage to the Monkey Dory. You typically need an attacker that takes like 2 energy, and it's typically requiring like a Pokemon EX as well. So this Monkey Dory just presents so many headaches for your opponent.
So all these searching cards hitting the board at once. Gonna see the bench fill up here. Terrapagos EX coming down. Latias EX on the bench. And Caleb did find one of those 2 Boss's Orders off the bottom 2 prize cards and did also find Energy Switch. So this could maybe be an opportunity where that newly grabbed Terrapagos EX can come in and maybe Unify beat down that Fezandipity that already took a little bit of damage early on.
You're absolutely right, Ethan. And that Bravery Charm will not save the Fezandipity EX this time. Terrapagos EX going to get powered up here. And yeah, with the Latias EX giving all your basic Pokemon have no retreat cost, allows you to freely move between them. Yeah, this is going to be a huge swing in the game. Caleb going to go down to 2 prize cards. Now, there is still a huge hurdle ahead of that Gardevoir EX to get through, but this is what you got to do. Try to pick up these prize cards where you can.
Yeah, and a huge threat now with Caleb being at just 2 prizes. How safe does Piper ever feel to put Fezandipity on the bench again? It feels like you'd have to commit another Bravery Charm, and that's just a resource that you're usually using offensively, having to be committed in a defensive way so that you can, get that extra draw power that this deck is lacking now that Refinement Curlia no longer an option.
So do you see another Darkness Energy come down onto the second Monkey Dory? This is where you really feel powerful as a Gardevoir player. You get twice the Adrenabrain every turn, so you can move 6 damage counters and really start to set up some really nifty plays. Looks like there's a Scream Tail as well that could come down with the Bravery Charm. See how much Piper's willing to commit here. And once again, Ethan, there's not a lot of psychic energy in the discard pile currently. We'll see what kind of attack Piper's able to pull off.
There are those psychic energy you mentioned, but again, does not find anything like Earthen Vessel or Ultra Ball, just a handful of supporters, and that makes you wonder, what the option is. And we're going to be seeing some more Mind Bend action. Monkey Dory is getting a full workout here in this first game.
How much can one Mind Bend? We see another just 60 damage attack, and the Terapagos EX is confused. Again, there is the Latias EX in play that can retreat. But if you're Caleb, what are you using to knock out the Monkey Dory? The Terapagos is the thing you have right now that can do enough damage. Do you want to go for it? Is there some option that he has to pull off a knockout here? It seems pretty unlikely that he would be able to win. I don't think there's really anything in his deck that would allow him to win this turn. But how do you get yourself one step closer to winning?
Did draw into that Professor Turo scenario, so at minimum, that could guarantee another use out of something like the Noctowl.
Yeah, and you can retreat, Turo up your active Pokemon, and effectively get rid of the confusion.
Yeah, and also get an extra Jewel Seeker ability to guaranteed use next turn, essentially putting pressure on Piper to play this Iono, because there's guaranteed resources that can be found, especially with 2 Hoot Hoot in play, means you can't just target one and expect Jewel Seeker to be offline. So heads up thinking here from Caleb, that Latias EX allowing everything to move in and out and allow him to exceed everything he needs and create a smooth, solid game plan.
Yeah, this is a terrifying spot for Piper. Opponent going down to just a single prize card. You have not taken any knockouts in this entire game. All it would take at that point, is knocking out one more Monkey Dory and they would be it. So this would be, the most heroic of comebacks, right? Down 6-1 in prize cards for Piper. She's not giving up quite yet, but it's a long road ahead.
Yeah, and a tough spot too, because if you leave the Monkey Dory on the bench, then it gets KO'd by the bench damage from the Water Ogre Pawn. Yep. But if you leave it in the active spot, then there's way more Pokemon that can take a knockout on it too. So looks like the doors are closing. It's going to have to play Arven as the card for turn, but now Caleb is just sitting on a guaranteed Jewel Seeker for next turn, and with that at his disposal, I don't know if there's really a world where Piper can prevent a, Wellspring Mask Ogre Pawn from taking a knockout, unless there's something like the Bravery Charm, so just using these charms defensively to try and just protect everything that's needed.
And I think Piper probably knows this is not going to go well, but it will give her some information. If Caleb has... Well, even the Jamming Tower isn't great here, right? Because you don't have an easy way to fully power up the Wellspring Mask Ogre Pawn if your Sparkling Crystal isn't working. So maybe this Bravery Charm is the thing that helps Piper stay in the game. We'll see what happens.
Big question, that one card, the Pikachu EX. Could Caleb power that up? There is the exact 1 damage counter on the Gardevoir, and there's already the grass energy on that Noctowl. If there's that energy switch in Crispin, as well as a way to find Pikachu, those could be all the pieces. It looks like Caleb is playing fast. He's going to check through the deck. There is the Crispin, Metal and Lightning in the deck. If he has either the Nest Ball, the Crispin itself, or an energy switch, he can find all those pieces. And this even does an extra shortcut. You can essentially use 2 Jewel Seeker abilities and get +3 trainer cards out of your deck.
Yeah, looks like Caleb has figured out exactly what to do here. Like you said, Ethan, the Pikachu EX comes down, Crispin, Energy Switch, and Pikachu EX with a Topaz Bolt coming in for 300 damage to clean up that Gardevoir EX. Sometimes just 10 damage is all the difference in these games. You think Pokemon have 310 HP now? What difference is 10 gonna make? Well, you just found out. That's a game difference right there.
25 years ago, 10 damage mattered maybe just as much as it mattered now. A little bit more, I'm sure, but 10 damage is still 10 damage. Nothing seemed to go right for Piper in that game, That first turn, excuse me, had to really work for that, right? A slower start, it seemed like there was at least some defensive options, the Rare Candy Gardevoir, the Bravery Charm to protect against the Pheasantipity. But Caleb making really good use of that Terapagos EX, a card that's not an auto inclusion in this list, but really showcasing how strong it can be in this Terapagos deck.
Yeah, we saw Caleb just kind of put on pressure and had ways to pull off attacks pretty much every turn. Really put the pressure on Piper, and that's what you got to do against Gardevoir sometimes. Just make your opponent have the answer. If they can respond with everything, that's great, but if they stumble a bit, that's the opening you need to close out these games. And I feel like this Terra Box deck, it's about finding ways to close out the game. You can get the early prizes pretty easily, but it's how do you get the last knockouts, and Caleb figured it out beautifully in that first game. So we are moving on.
Yep.
Oh, looks like we do have an update from the field. Ethan, what's going on out there?
Let's see, it looks like Christian Fontenot, first person to advance into the top 4, taking down Owen Dalgard, playing that EV box. So Raging Bolt EX, one of our first top 4 contenders. If he's one of our 4, I know we're going to have a great top cut, and it's going to include one of these 2 players. Piper will opt to go first. You see this deck opting to go second a lot of the time, wants to use, that Technical Machine Evolution in combination with Arven. Could this really just be Piper saying, hey, I saw how strong your deck was when you went first. I don't want you to have that privilege.
Yeah, you want to have your Pokemon in play for a turn to potentially evolve up into the big Stage 2 Pokemon before your opponent gets a chance to set up those plays with the Jewel Seeker and get like a double knockout with the Wellspring Mask Torrential Pump. Now we do see the one rare candy is prized for Piper. That's not her only way to get a turn 2 Gardevoir, right? You can evolve into Kirlia and then use Technical Machine Evolution to evolve up. But that does limit some of your plays, right? If you have like the secret box to be able to search things out, you won't have the option to just get rare candy Gardevoir now. So potentially a huge prize card there.
Does get 2 Ralts into play, so, this is one of the ways, you get double Kirlia down, or you can protect one of the Ralts. The more Ralts, the better. The more, the merrier for sure. Does have the Scream Tail in the active spot as well. Could be useful to take care of some of those Hoot Hoots later on, but at a baseline here for Piper, without being able to play a supporter card and with how this deck is built, can't really ask for much more than, just having some Ralts down, and that's all she's going to do this turn.
Yeah, we'll see what Caleb goes for on this one. First turn is always exciting for these kinds of decks. You get the Fan, Rotom, you get to search for 3 colorless Pokemon that have 100 HP or less. It's really just, a one-card solution. Wait a second. Are both Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX prized?
They are.
Oh no. That makes the game plan in this matchup a little tougher, I think.
Just a little bit.
Ooh.
Who knows? Your best attacker in this matchup, no biggie. Both of them are gone.
Okay. Well, Caleb overcame both bosses' orders being prized in the first game. We'll see what he figures out in this one. Yeah, obviously that's not ideal. Like you said, that is the main attacker in the early stages of this matchup. So you really have to recalculate after seeing this one. The Fan Rotom will be the choice. This is always a great way to start off. You can only use this ability on your first turn, but it works so perfectly with the Hoot Hoot and the Noctowl. You can grab a couple of Hoot Hoot, you can get a Noctowl for the next turn since it has exactly 100 HP. Just a nice little package. And then we see the Ditto as well. Looks like a good start for Caleb, if only he had access to those Wellspring Mask Ogerpon.
Locked away for now. Plenty of other pieces. The Latios EX to allow free retreat, so no energy committed yet for the turn, and this will be the big tell here for Caleb. What does he want to potentially pivot into? It looks like it's going to be Terapagos EX. Now, that is a great Pokemon. It does have that little caveat on that Unified Beatdown attack. You cannot use it on your first turn if you are going second, but with how this rest of the hand looks, it may just have to be a pass over and really relying off that Jewel Seeker ability for the following turn.
Yeah, there's no energy, there's no supporter to play. That is not an ideal turn, especially given that there's no Wellspring. Oh, wow. Double Kirlia, Professor's Research. Will we see the Technical Machine Evolution to go with it?
Yeah, and at this point, with there not being a Wellspring Ogerpon in the active, maybe if you're Piper, you start asking some internal questions. Does my opponent just not value this? That seems pretty awkward. Why is there a Terapagos instead of a Wellspring Ogerpon? Piper could maybe make a couple of adjustments. Maybe use some of those Bravery Charms a little bit more aggressively if it doesn't feel like that's necessarily a threat. And Piper is just popping off right now, getting energy into the bin, finding the Badoo off of Nest Ball. That's going to limit Caleb's options to play any item cards next turn. And look at this. Look, no technical machine evolution, but you're still slowing your opponent down in the process. That 10 damage, always relevant. It's going to open up doors. And, you know, pending the circumstances, with those Wellspring masks gone, Piper's going to feel relatively safe, and we could even see not one, but 2 Gardevoir hit play next turn.
Yeah, this is the nightmare scenario if you're playing this Terra Box deck. You don't want your opponent to get Gardevoir EX out before you've taken at least a couple prize cards. So you can see how much different the feeling is just on, you know, turn 2 of this game compared to the first game. You know, you kind of get this impending sense of doom playing against Gardevoir as they slowly start to establish their board. This is not a spot you want to be in. This is one where it just feels like you haven't lost quite yet, but it's starting to feel inevitable that things are not going your way.
So first Jewel Seeker of game 2 for Caleb. Is lacking energy. Crispin will fulfill that requirement, that need that is needed for Caleb in this spot. And then Ultra Ball, opening up options for more Jewel Seekers down the line. But you have to wonder, you know, like you said, if you're going to be dealing with a Miracle Force plus Dark Energy on Monkey next turn, at 10 damage relevant on the Terrapagos, it could go down. This is a series so far where 10 damage is putting in a lot of work and mattering a lot. We're not even going to see anything else. Just Unified Beatdown, take the knockout. Dark Energy's already there, and the Arven will guarantee it. I think we're going to see the prophecy fulfilled in this second game.
Yeah, Ethan, I don't know how much longer this game is going to go on. I mean, this is just devastating. Your opponent is going to get the first 2 prize knockout with this Gardevoir EX, if Piper wants. I assume so. It's just Gardevoir EX has so much HP. It will be left with some damage, so we could see the Pikachu EX play once again. But, I mean, this is such an excellent setup from Piper in this game.
Yeah, and even if the Pikachu comes, Monkey Dory acts as a way to kind of break that Resolute Heart ability. So you give a lot of resources, and then all Piper has to do is just evolve into another Gardevoir, and you're kind of back in the same spot. Caleb does find that Pikachu, and you have to imagine, right, with the Wellspring Ogerpons being gone, it may not be, you know, the most exciting option. It may not be one that puts you in a commanding position, but it's the one you have to take in this spot. Because if you're not taking 2 prize cards back and fighting for this prize trade, you cannot outrun Gardevoir when it has just such a strong setup, and once these Monkey Dory continuously become established on the board.
I wonder what kind of play Caleb wants to go for here. You can... I guess there's not really any energy sitting in play. You could get, you know, like a really complicated play where you get like the Teal Mask, Ogerpon, and all this, and energy switch, and combo it with the Iono in the same turn to hand disrupt. But no, looks like Crispin is going to be the choice. Just Crispin plus the Sparkling Crystal can power up this Pikachu EX. So that means Piper's hand will not be disrupted at all. But yeah, I mean, if you're Caleb, you can really just, you know, attack, try your best, hope that Piper somehow misses on another Gardevoir EX. Yeah, when you're behind, you just got to take some chances sometimes, and we'll see if it works out.
A-Spec committed for Caleb, that Sparkling Crystal, helping to fulfill that awkward attack cost on the Pikachu EX. It needs a kind of a weird rainbow assortment of energies. But with both Wellspring Masks still unavailable, with there being no better option, Caleb's going to do what he can. It's even awkward. He's going to go to 3 prize cards, so at minimum would still need another 2 turns most likely to win the game, and Piper's on that same 2-turn clock, but it's going to happen with this Pikachu X in the active spot, with Curlia already in play, with the Monkey Dory Dark Energy down, and it just feels like Caleb's fighting, but you know, he's fighting for that very slim percentage of chance where Piper misses a beat with, you know, an already sizable hand and a pretty solid board.
Yeah, Caleb does play the Briar, so that is a potential way to make up that prize gap. I don't know if it's going to be possible given how awkward the board is here. But just something to keep an eye on. Briar is a way you can kind of cheat out that 3rd prize card and win a game that otherwise really wouldn't be winnable. But yeah, Piper, as long as she can keep getting Gardevoir EX into play, get the 2nd Monkey Dory down with another Darkness Energy, feels like it's going to be tough for Caleb to overcome that, but nothing is guaranteed quite yet.
Yeah, and with a big combination, like you said, an option for Caleb, Value's just getting down this last Hoot in play as well, so that a maximum of 2 Jewel Seeker abilities can be used. But we see the Briar is also in the prize cards there. It feels like every time we cast a game in this city, the prize cards are horrendous.
Okay, well, Briar won't be an option. But, all right, this is a big one for Piper. Will there be any Gardevoir EX this turn? Didn't see one in the hand quite yet. Don't know if there's any left in the deck either.
There's a Nest Ball. Could potentially have grabbed the Pheasantipity just to allow Flip the Script to draw some more cards. But, you know, Piper's a smart player. Very intelligent. Knows that Briar is something that she may have to play around in this spot. And there maybe even is a world, you know, where you don't even have to KO this Pikachu EX necessarily, right? Hit it for 190 damage and leave some damage with the Adrenabrain, as that may be what needs to happen so the Piper can, you know, ensure victory in this spot and not leave any gaps open.
Absolutely. But again, it does all start with getting a Gardevoir EX. Without that, you're not doing a whole lot. Piper is thinking about this counter catcher. Depends on whether or not you think you need to potentially stall for time. Maybe bring up a Noctowl and make things a little awkward for your opponent.
Yeah, the most awkward part is this is the only Gusting card in Piper's deck. Just plays the one counter catcher. So with that being the case, it may just be part of the fact that you're going to be researching this hand away. Goodbye, Iono. Big 7 cards does find Ultra Ball. So if there is a Gardevoir EX in the deck, that can guarantee to find it. There's also that Artisan, so limiting the bench here for Caleb is going to have a pretty easy choice here, getting rid of those 3 Pokemon, no longer serving their purpose. And now the question for Piper, is the Gardevoir there? And also importantly, is there another Dark Energy available to allow this Gardevoir EX to not only attack, but do so without having any damage counters on it playing outside of that Pikachu EX's range?
Yeah, Piper is playing the 3rd Gardevoir EX. A lot of times we only see 2, but this 3rd one is in the deck. And the Earthen Vessel actually discarding the Pheasantipity EX, saying, I'm not giving you any easy knockouts. And yeah, the 2nd Adrenabrain will be online. This is a perfect turn for Piper. She's going to get out to a pretty big lead here, and Caleb's going to be left trying to figure out, what can I do from here?
Yeah, so big question is, you know, is Piper going to just wait to take the knockout, and will exactly do that? Does not want to activate Flip the Script, putting damage onto this Pheasantipity, setting it up for a Roaring Scream on the following turn. And active action is on Caleb, and with these options unavailable, with the Briar and the prize cards, it feels like he's just kind of left scratching his head thinking, what can I do in this spot? Sob doesn't even necessarily work because of the way the prizes work, because of Double Monkey being set up. You can't really trade with this Gardevoir, since any damage that you put on is just going to be flung back at the Pikachu, and Screamtail will just finish the job. So, Kyle, in this spot, what can you do to give yourself the best chance?
Yeah, I'm not sure, Ethan. This just doesn't look very good.
Is it cooked? Is it over?
It might be. We'll see what Caleb comes up with. I guess there's a way you can, you know, try to go after a Monkey Dory. If you could set up like a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon play or something, that doesn't work either, right? It just gets knocked out. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure what Caleb's plan is here. One of the only Pokemon that could potentially like withstand a hit at this point is like Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. Just has so much HP. But then you have the Screamtail to deal with. I mean, it's not looking great. This is an interesting spot where, you know, if your opponent was just playing kind of like random stuff, like for example, if your opponent happened to play a Gravity Mountain, which we saw earlier in the day,
sure,
you could just lose out of nowhere. But yeah. Piper just saying, you know, I don't think Caleb is playing this kind of card, and leaving that Pikachu with 190 damage on it. But we do see a Judge here, potentially going for some hand disruption. Not sure what Caleb is looking for or trying to disrupt, though.
Yeah, it seems, you know, game is essentially on board at this point, right? You know, there's enough Psychic Energy in the discard pile. Any damage on the Gardevoir will just finish off the Pikachu, and, you know, maybe some sort of way to... You know, you can't play Turo now. You've already committed your supporter for turn, so can't heal any of that off. There's an Ultra Ball for a Noctowl piece, but kind of feels like, you know, we're running in circles, and it feels like just kind of calmly avoiding the inevitable almost that will be happening. It looks like just wants to extend the bench a bit, putting that Area 0 and the Nest Ball to the front. We'll see what Caleb has in store. He's a good player. He's played in these spots before. He's going to do what he can to give himself a percentage, even if it's not that great, to win this game.
Yeah, Area 0 will extend the bench to 8 once again. Nest Ball from UEX and going for a restart, so there must be something really specific Caleb is digging for at this point. Guess we'll find out what it is. I'm going to guess that's not it. One more shot.
And looking through the discard pile, seeing is there anything here that makes sense? Ultra Ball. Could grab another Noctowl. We could go fishing again, see two more trainers out of the deck. But again, just Caleb kind of just running in circles at this point. Not much he can do, and the inevitable is almost here.
Yeah. Caleb identifies this one. It's not happening. Let's go to game 3.
So two completely polar different games. Piper really struggling early on in game 1. Game 2, Caleb just not able to get anything going thanks to a certain Pokemon hiding out in the prizes. Once Gardevoir was established, once the Monkey Dories came down, it was all that for her. Piper Lapine tying things up 1-1. This is it, Kyle. Decisive game 3 to see who will be advancing into our top 4.
Yeah, you can see how nerve-wracking that game was from Piper's side still. Even with a really, really good start, got to go first, really got out to a couple Gardevoir really quickly. Caleb still had ways to kind of do some crafty stuff and figure out ways to win. Piper had to keep drawing cards, keep drawing the Gardevoir, the energy for the Monkey Dory. So you can see how much pressure is going to be put on the Gardevoir deck, and now Caleb can choose to go first in this third game and threaten that Wellspring Mask, in theory, if they're not both prized again.
We'll keep our mouths shut. It feels like it. Game 3s in this building have had some history. As we see a little bit of live updates, of course, 3 other top 8 matches going on. We already explained, of course, Christian Funanon, our first player into top 4, and then our 2 other matches, Michael Davidson up 1-0 up against Taylor Whalen, so that's Gardevoir up against the Eevee box, and Joseph Mused down a game up against Henry Chow in a close game number 2. But we are in this game number 3, Kyle. Let's get into it. Down back to the table. Caleb will start things off. I don't know if there's any way to find a fan Rotom. Oh no, that is a huge missing piece for Caleb. An essential part of this Terra Box deck is getting Fan Call, getting those Hoot Hoots into play. And now you know Piper has a couple of options. Could even go for the Evo, or something like the Itchy Pollen just has such a higher impact when your opponent has not put those Pokemon on the bench yet.
Yeah, sound the alarm, but not for game 3 for Caleb's start here. Now, it does start with the Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon, and has an energy attachment, so it's not like this is the worst thing that could have happened. It's still threatening a turn 2 attack, but yeah, not getting the fan Rotom on the first turn, it's brutal. You know, there's no Nest Ball, no Ultra Ball in your opening hand. That's tough. And without that, you know, that's your engine, right? That's your way to get a bunch of Hoot Hoot down and set yourself up for big plays on the second turn. So, got to be really deflating. But again, did get an energy attachment, did start with a good Pokemon. So, not all hope is lost. Piper, though, buddy Poffin, getting 2 Ralts right away. That's a good start.
Solid prizes. You saw them up on the screen. Nothing too crazy. Couple of energy. Always annoying. We saw her have a little bit of trouble getting energy into the bin on the first turn of the game. So now the question is, you know, what else does Piper have to follow things up? Shuffling the deck means there's most likely not something like an Arven or a Technical Machine Evolution already in the hand. So potentially having to rely off some other cards. And there's actually nothing else. We're going to just see the things pass back. And we're just dumping the entire hand here. Professor's Research not even wanting to use Crispin in this case to take a guaranteed 2 prizes, because that would leave Caleb with just 1 Pokemon in play and could potentially cost him the game. Wants to just play super safe. What is happening here in this third game, Kyle?
I have no idea. I mean, I guess I kind of get it, but your opponent didn't play a supporter card. Your opponent didn't have any energy. You got to think if you're just putting on some pressure here, there's a decent chance your opponent just doesn't have anything. But Caleb deciding, you know what, I'm going to prioritize getting a full setup here. I can't play the game without Hoot Hoot in play, without access to the Jewel Seeker. So yeah, just got to research away a really costly hand too, right? There's a Crispin in there. There's lots of resources that go to the discard pile. This could be a play that comes back later on, and we look at it and we see, oh, all those resources went away on the second turn of the game.
Yeah, there's always that fear. You know, you haven't searched the deck yet. If you commit to playing a Crispin and that 1 of water energy is prized, then all of a sudden you're in a real world of hurt. but just had to, you know, prioritize finding different pieces. We'll see the Earthen Vessel. Nest Ball will finally get what I hope to be probably a Hoot Hoot. Is even just considering the Mew EX to the front. Is this going to be a no Owl Game 3 here, Kyle?
No, there's no way. You got to get a Hoot Hoot, right? There might be one in the hand already.
All right, well, it's going to be the Teal Mask Ogerpon instead. There is one in the hand, two in the hand, actually. So our Owl problem is contained for now. The rest of the question will be, you know, how does Caleb want to play the rest of the turn? Teal Mask, you know, can use that Teal dance to start drawing a little bit of cards, putting the energy in play. You know, there is not a Crispin available, but, you know, if Caleb finds the right one card here, if he can Teal dance into an energy switch, has not attached yet for the turn, we could see the unexpected turn to Torrential Pump with no Noctowls being used and no Crispin. This is what dreams are made of, Kyle. They're not made of that, though.
Well, we do have energy switch potentially as well, right? You can move the energy.
Well, is there an energy switch in the hand?
No, but that was another option, right?
There is an Ultra Ball, so, you know, if Caleb wanted to, he could grab Mew and try and go fishing a little bit more aggressively, but it's just going to be the Sob. Action back over to Piper. Has the one of rare Candy Gardevoir. Are you kidding me?
But no energy, no supporter. So as good as a turn 2 Gardevoir is, it's not doing anything until you get energy in the discard pile. This is just sitting there. I mean, this is devastating, right? Because you're not doing anything this turn. Even if, let's say, you draw like a Professor's Research next turn, I mean, you still don't have energy in the discard pile. Your hand would have to be so good off of that draw, right? You need to find like a bunch of Earthen Vessels, Secret Box, stuff like that. This is such a slow situation for Piper, and now Caleb has set up with, you know, access to the Noctowl, Jewel Seeker, can go for some big plays here. This is really scary if you're Piper.
Nest Ball and the Sparkling Crystal. Sparkling Crystal just makes this Torrential Pump so efficient in terms of attacking. Now just the 2 energy instead of the 3 that need to be shuffled back into the deck. Using the restart does find the energy switch. There's not a lot else going on, and we are going super turbo here. Torrential Pump, 2 prizes taken. Does top deck the Arven and does have an Ultra Ball in hand. So a couple of that, actually, it seems. So with Pheasantipity as a potential option now that prizes have been taken, what was a slow start for Piper, things could change pretty quickly if she can find the right cards off these draws.
Yeah, this is a really challenging decision. You can just play the Arven, and you know your options might be a lot more limited than if you go for something like a really risky play like Ultra Ball just for Pheasantipity EX, hope to draw like Professor's Research. Getting the Arven does allow you to get the Secret Box, which will unlock some more options here, but will it be enough? How much energy can Piper realistically get into the discard pile here? You can Secret Box, you know, get the Earthen Vessel off of that potentially. Then you can Ultra Ball away the energy you get, then get a Pheasantipity EX and just kind of keep trying to cycle through things until you find the right thing. But this is going to be really challenging.
Does get a guaranteed supporter at minimum for the next turn, as well as Earthen Vessel and Artisan. So at minimum, you know, you may not be knocking out this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, but if you do want to, you could use another Screen Tail. Piper does play 2 and just knock out one of the Hoot Hoots on the bench. That way you shut off a Jewel Seeker ability, and with there already being a Crispin in the bin, and with there already being no other Jewel Seeker abilities to possibly be used, it is a potential option. It looks like maybe just, again, foregoing putting this Pheasantipity into play, grabbing the Monkey Dory instead, and trying to figure out what the next option is.
You saw Piper pause there for a second. Not sure if this was the right thing to do. A really challenging hole to dig out of in this situation. Does decide to go for the Monkey Dory. And I think, Ethan, we're going back to our friend, the Mind Bend. Maybe Confusion coming up once again. And what a risky move it is, right? There's now 2 more targets for the Torrential Pump. Could knock out the Monkey Dory and the Ralts and go down to 2 prize cards for Caleb. Piper in a precarious position here. What can Caleb do to take advantage?
Caleb, with so many options at his disposal, still has access to a Jewel Seeker ability. Now 2 energy on that Teal Mask Ogerpon means we could even dance around a little bit. Retreat, switch some of those energies to a new Pokemon. There was the Terapagos already in the discard pile. So Caleb, with the master of this deck, is going to just see every opportunity he has, plenty of searching cards, and figure out what he wants this next attacker to use. Is there the potential here, Kyle, for him to bench a new bench a new Wellspring Mask Ogerpon and power that Pokemon up? It does have a very convenient 2 colorless and 1 water energy requirement, so if there's a couple energy switch, may not even need the Crispin to make that happen.
I think Caleb is trying to do some math and figure out how many cards do I have to work with. He's got a couple Ultra Balls. He needs to find both, you know, you need the Latias EX to give the free retreat. That's the really tricky part of this puzzle. You can get another Wellspring Mask Ogerpon down, but then you need a way to retreat the active one, and then you need to Crispin, energy switch. It's a lot of stuff to need, and to pull all that off, you would also need the Area 0 Underdepths to expand your bench by a slot, so you can bench the Latias EX as well. So this is a really challenging puzzle. Caleb's a really skilled player. We'll see if he can figure it out. It feels like you have the options in front of you, but can you figure out the best way to do it?
I think he's found a way to guarantee it. He's got Energy Switch already in hand, and the last card is Ultra Ball. So with this Mew restart, it will give him exactly enough cards to discard for this Latias EX. It's going to cost a lot of resources, but at the cost of giving Caleb just a 2-prize victory away from him advancing into the top 4. He's going to just go all into this play, it seems, Kyle. Everything being played down. Restart for 2. What are the 2 cards you discard? I think those are acceptable ones, all things considered. It would be really bad if that was, you know, 2 Night Stretcher or 2 Super Odd. He's going to play this Ultra Ball, play down to just 0 cards in hand, and invest all in on establishing this second torrential pump. Caleb Rogerson can smell it. He is just 2 prize cards away from winning and advancing to another top 4.
You can see just an expertly played turn from Caleb, using every single card in his hand, precise resource management, to be able to play out his entire hand and pull off another devastating torrential pump. Piper is on the back foot here, down 4 prize cards, not out of it quite yet. But Ethan, how are you going to crawl out of this one, especially because you had to play Professor's Research here? I guess Iono wouldn't have been any better because your opponent doesn't have any cards besides those prize cards. Oh, this is going to be a really tough one. What attacker do you even go for here? Is it something like a Scream Tail, a single prize Pokemon?
Are we going back in with another Monkey Dory?
Not again.
This Monkey Dory has been putting in too much work. Its arms are getting weak at this point. I think Viper may have to potentially bench something like Pheasantipity EX and rely off Flip the Script without any dark energy on these Monkey Dory. It seems that Caleb is just able to put plays together when the damage sticks on Piper's side, right? When you use these Psychic Embrace abilities and you're unable to heal that damage off, it puts things like the Monkey Dory in play. It puts other Pokemon in play. We're actually going to see this Gardevoir EX go up to 8 damage counters on it, and potentially thinking about swinging into this, but this is really risky, Kyle, because it means that a full bench unified beatdown would actually be just enough damage to knock out Gardevoir EX. It's going to be pretty difficult for Caleb to find, though, all things considered. The stadium just got removed. He's got no Jewel Seekers at his ability. May have to just kind of take a little bit of an off turn to build up what's possible, but he's actually just going to start off dumping the entire hand and just playing the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, Caleb's not in that great of a spot, right? His bench is locked. The Area 0 Underdepths is gone. He does not have a good attacker powered up right here. Is fully dependent on this Mew EX to restart for 3 cards. If you don't find anything good here, this could be a wasted turn. And those cards, Ethan, are horrible. There's one more shot with the Teal Dance, and it's another energy.
What do you do with this energy? Could just go ahead and commit it onto something like the benched Ogerpon potentially, or even the active. If you really think about it, you can sob this Gardevoir, and with there being no dark energy down on the bench Monkey Dory, it's gonna kind of be in a pretty realistic range for even something like Myriad Leaf Shower to follow it up with a knockout. So, you know, maybe that's what Caleb is considering, and I'm sure a question in the back of his mind is it how likely will Piper be playing a Professor Turo next turn? And if that's the case of no, can I just kind of set up for this Gardevoir to be in range for these final 2 prizes?
Such a tricky end to this game. Caleb with a massive lead in prize cards, but it doesn't take much for this Gardevoir EX deck to close the gap, and we do see the sob, but there's the darkness energy on the Monkey Dory. Oh, geez. All right, now big questions. Do you just Adrenabrain, move some damage to the active and take 2 prize cards and try to chip away at prize cards here? Do you try to go after something like the Teal Mask Ogerpon that's got energy on it, or even potentially go after like the Mew EX? Does Piper even have access to Counter Catcher to target down a different Pokemon? Again, Sob prevents Gardevoir EX from retreating, so you can't go into something like a Screamtail. This 2-prize Pokemon is just stuck in the active spot. Really tricky game here. We'll see what happens, and I think you don't want to take too many prize cards too, because then something like Blood Moon Ursaluna could come out and close out the game. So what is Piper going to do?
It's such a tough spot. It's now in perfect range of that Blood Moon Ursaluna. You put the damage onto this Teal Mask Ogerpon, but if there's enough energy between here, you need 7 energy total. If there's 7 energy total between both active Pokemon, the Teal Mask and this Gardevoir EX, that will actually be enough to take this knockout. It's 210 plus the 30. Crispin, does there have enough grass energy in the deck? Is that a potential option? Just past the turnover, we're going to see the Crispin. Caleb checking through the deck. If there's 2 energies, this game is over. Teal Dance, Attachment for Turn, and Myriad Leaf Shower closes out the game. Caleb Rogerson advances into our top 4 here in Portland.
This really is a toolbox deck here, attacking with pretty much everything. The Teal Mask Ogerpon EX gets in for the last attack. Wow, what a match there. Got a feel for Piper just falling behind there way too far in the 3rd game. Had a valiant comeback attempt, but at the end of the day, Caleb was able to figure out a way to close out this match and advance to the top 4.
That was a lot to take in, Kyle. Back and forth set as we take a journey through what was total roller coaster of emotions. In this game one, Caleb just had essentially the perfect start. Early Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon, Torrential Pumps. Piper fought back, had some protection against Pheasantipity, but Terrapago's EX was sort of the star of the show, especially when playing around some of the confusion tricks that Monkey Dory so commonly, it feels like, can put on.
Yeah, of course, Terrapago's EX is kind of the, face of the Stellar Terra Pokemon EX that got released in that Stellar Crown expansion. Good to see it with the Area 0 Underdepths. Yeah, back and forth game 1, but Pikachu EX was able to close out the first one. Game 2, though, a bit of a different story.
With no Wellspring Ogerpon, you really saw how tough this matchup can be for Caleb's deck. Gardevoir EX comes in, Monkey Dory helps protect it, and even though Pikachu was there to kind of even things up, just was another Miracle Force established. Not taking prizes, not activating Pheasantipity EX, and setting up a checkmate scenario. Caleb understood that as we went into our Game 3, and what a Game 3 it was.
Yeah, let's not forget it started with Caleb not finding a Fan Rotom on the first turn, playing a Professor's Research to discard a bunch of stuff, but Piper had no energy at the beginning and no supporter cards, and had to claw her way back into this game. Did her best, but at the end of the day, Caleb advances to the top 4. Well played by both sides, but yeah, the Terra Box comes out on top.
Terra Box going on a run late on in the format. Caleb Rogerson in another top 4. He's 2 matches now away from becoming a regional champion, something that I'm sure is on his list of accomplishments. He's already won an international championship in the seniors division, obviously a little bit different in the masters division, but I'm sure that's the first step to any great Pokemon player's career. Caleb, more than deserving of that, and Piper as well. You've got to give a valiant effort to her. Fought hard with Gardevoir. She was talking to me before and said, this is the last tournament. I'm finally going to put Gardevoir down. A top 8, it's a pretty solid way to end things off.
Yeah, I hear players make those promises all the time. I won't be surprised to see her play it again. Yeah, Caleb is one of the top players on our rankings leaderboard as well, and this finish is going to propel him even further. He will pretty much lock up a spot kind of in that top 8 at the end of the season and lock up some great player rewards. So congrats to Caleb on that as well. An excellent season, but yeah, he's not done yet. Just 2 more match wins and we'll crown him the champion. So excellent run so far. Let's not forget as well, in that last round of Swiss, he lost to Christian and then was forced to go down and play in the asymmetrical cut. Did end up having a very uneventful match against Ray Chen. Unfortunately, the Toad Scroll deck lost in about 5 minutes. So maybe it wasn't much of a challenge after all, but yeah, we see now the run for Caleb. Will it continue?
Caleb's had lots of runs on the Pokemon stream. If you want to check out his and other players' runs, make sure you go check out the YouTube channel for the Pokemon TCG and for Play Pokemon in general. It's our new YouTube channel. We've got all the old VODs on there. If you go to that live tab right down below, you can go ahead and check out all of the previous streams for not just the Pokemon TCG, but for the Pokemon video game and Pokemon GO. Links right there. So go ahead and follow along, subscribe. You can check out all the action, whether we're live or you're just chilling at home trying to fill that Pokemon TCG extra. I know I find myself on there a lot just to watch some old videos, old tournaments, and see some of the great Pokemon TCG action we've gotten to showcase for you this and previous seasons.
Yeah, it's weird to think about at this point, but there's like a decade's worth of tournaments now to watch back since these events have started to been recorded and streamed. There's a lot of history to look back on, lots of great matches over the years. So it's always fun to look back fondly on some of that old stuff. All right, Ethan, we have concluded our top 8, and it's time to move on to the top 4. We're going to take a quick break, but please don't go anywhere. The conclusion of this tournament is just a few rounds away, but we have some awesome matches coming up. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone. This is Kyle Pukasukovic, and I'm here at the Portland Regional Championships, seeing if we can stump some of our TCG players with a bit of trivia. We're going to have some questions about the supporter cards, some of the trainers that they play with a lot in their decks, and see if they know the backstory of those characters. So here's how it's going to work. We're going to ask them a question. If they get it right, they get to spin the wheel. They'll get something cool. If they get it wrong, we'll move on to the next question. And if they get 3 wrong in a row, that's it. They're done. So let's see if we can stump some of our top trainers out here. All right, I am out here in the hall with Joe. And Joe, how familiar are you with the Pokemon video games?
Well, I was brought onto this quiz thinking it was trading card games.
Oh, it is?
Okay, sure. Video game, not so much. I've played them all, but not in detail.
Okay, well then you might be all right. Okay, so our first question for you, it's a supporter card that's played in loads of decks. What is Arven's role in the Scarlet and Violet video games?
Well, I know he has sandwiches and has the Mabo stiff. I feel like he's a rival of yours. Is a rival a fair answer? I would go with rival.
That is correct. Joe, you are a winner. Go ahead and spin the wheel and see what you've won. Ooh, all right. Journey Together is what you've got. Before we give it to you, though, I do have a bonus question for you. I think you know the answer. And if you get it right, I'll give you the option to re-spin the wheel. Okay? So the bonus question is, which Pokemon is Arven's companion?
Mabo stiff.
All right. Now you have the difficult decision. Do you accept your Journey Together booster pack, or would you like to spin again?
I'm going to spin again.
It's Journey Together.
We're journeying together, I guess.
Chip, give him his prize.
And a Arven's companion, of course.
As a bonus, you also get the Mabastiff EX. So congratulations, Joe. You are a trivia winner. How do you feel?
Amazing. This is going to be fire. I can tell. This is going to be a great pack.
All right. Well, thanks for tuning in. We will have more TCG trivia for you coming up soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to TCG Trivia. I am here with Ian, and we're going to see if we can stump him with a trivia question. Now, Ian, how familiar are you with the Scarlet and Violet video games?
I played one. I don't remember what one was, or the one with Maridon in it. I beat that. It's been a little bit, though, so hopefully I'll remember at least a little bit.
Okay, you should be all right. Okay, so here we go. It is related to the TCG. By chance, did you play any of the DLC for Scarlet and Violet?
No.
Ooh, we'll see how you go. You get along on this one then. All right, so a card I know you've played in your decks recently. What is Crispin's role in the Scarlet and Violet video games?
I'm assuming he's a cook.
Can you give me any more?
No.
All right. We'll come back to that one. Undecided whether or not you get points for that one. Okay. All right. So your next question. What is Jacques' role in the Scarlet and Violet video games?
I think he's a professor that researches Pokemon. What's that thing?
We'll take it. He is a teacher at the Academy. Congratulations, Ian. Go ahead and spin the wheel. Ooh, and you get a Paradox Rift booster pack. Chip, come on in. Give Ian his prize. If you'd like, you can open it up for us too.
All right, let's see, something good here. Okay, I was gonna show whatever big card I got. I got a Deoxys, and if anyone would like, the code is here.
Very generous of you, Ian. All right, thank you so much for participating, and congratulations. We'll be back with more TCG trivia soon.
That would be Fire Red. Fire Red. My brother got Fire Red. That was my first game, and it was super duper fun. Oh my goodness, yeah. Good memories. My favorite Pokemon is probably Psyduck. Maybe a bit of a basic answer, but I really like how he just kind of has an empty look in his eyes. He's really cute, and you know, they're printing a playable one, so maybe I'll play it in my deck one of these days. Farthest I've ever traveled to get to a Pokemon event is probably Sao Paulo for LAIC during this season, 2024. I've never gone sort of north-south before, but yeah, it was a pretty long flight. We went overnight, and yeah, it was a really fun tournament too. I look up to a lot of players. I mean, I really look up to Tord Reklev. His consistency is just off the charts, and it's something I strive to achieve every tournament. I look up to Azul Garcia-Griego and Ian Robb a lot. We all played together in the New England area around 2010s, and when I was thinking about getting back into the game, I still saw them winning tournaments. So I was really inspired by the fact that they were still competing, even though, you know, I hadn't spoken to them in forever. So that sort of motivated me to try to get back into the game. And lastly, I really look up to Andrew Hedrick. I think he's the best player in the world right now. My favorite Pokeball. This is not something I've ever really thought of before. I was the kind of kid who would always try to catch everything with the Pokeball, like even the legendaries. So I'm just gonna go with the Pokeball here. I get sort of anxious sometimes, so I usually eat after the event. So I don't like to eat during the event day, but when I finish, you know, going out to like Korean barbecue or something, especially if everyone's doing well, is a really good time. I'm a huge fan of vanilla ice cream instead of chocolate ice cream. I don't know, I really like chocolate itself, but chocolate ice cream just never really sat that well with me. I will say that like the swirl, I would pick over vanilla a lot of time though. I like the variety, but if I had to go one or the other, I'm picking vanilla every time. Favorite city I've been to for a Pokemon tournament? It's gotta be Toronto. It was my first time going to Toronto this year, and I had a really good time. I was staying with some of my good friends, Raymond Long, Michael Long, and we just had a really good time. I wish I could have explored the city a little bit more. I guess I'm sort of biased towards the tournaments that I go to during like break time, so I can stay a couple extra days in the city. That's when I really get to have fun. Ooh, right now, my favorite type of music, I don't know, I listened to some like R&B recently, and yeah, pop, rap. I'm not too picky, but yeah, I'm a huge fan of music just in general, I guess. The basic answer. I don't know, it's hard because I really have fun playing Pokemon these days, but you know, I really like going on walks, and you know, I'm really into like school. I like playing other video games too. I'm trying to get back and play some of the Pokemon games as well, you know, outside of Pokemon cards. I don't know if that counts as outside of Pokemon.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, here to our Trading Card Game Regional Championships in Portland, Oregon. 1,600 players entered. Now only 4 remain, but only one will be able to take that crown and take that title of Portland Regional Champion. And those 4 players are Christian Fontenot playing Raging Bolt, Henry Chow chasing his 4th regional win of the season with Gardevoir. We've got Michael Davidson playing that same 60 Gardevoir list as Henry Chow, and then Caleb Rogerson on the Terra box. We just saw Caleb in the last round take down Piper Lapine in the top 8. These are 4 absolutely incredible players. I cannot wait to see which one of them will come away with the title. So many interesting stories here. We're going to get into our next game, but before we do, let's take a look at that updated bracket. We'll get it over to Ethan and Kyle.
Thanks so much, Chip. Look at how far we've come so far. A huge asymmetrical cut. This is one of the largest we've had all season, Kyle. Making our way through. A lot of players emerging, but this is just consistent city here. Top 4, and there are some star-studded names for us to enjoy and showcase for you all.
Yeah, absolutely stacked. I can't tell if this is the top 16 of the entire year or the top 16 of this tournament.
Worlds is 2 months away, man, all right?
So many names overlapping here, all these players. I mean, so many of them have over 1,000 championship points already, and they just continue to build on their legacy. Henry Chow with an opportunity to do something that we have not seen in so many years, a 4th regional win. He'd have to win 2 more matches to get the job done. He's got a lot of great talent in front of him if he wants to do that.
I mean, the storylines on the other side of the bracket will be incredible anyway. Christian Fontenot coming over from Europe. That would be an incredible finish. We'd have a player from outside of the U.S., right? You know, mainly in and out. You know, he's traveled to a lot of events here in the States as well. Could be, or Henrik Chow going for his 4th regional championship. And let the record be showed, Henrik Chow has not lost a regional finals so far. He is 3-0. Some players are looking to get their first regional championship win, and they are going to be on the other side of the bracket. We're going to take a look at our 2 players here, and these are who they are. Henrik Chow, Christian Fontenot, both regional champions in their own, but only one can advance into our finals, and this is going to be a great one.
Yeah, Christian has been playing so well as of late. We've seen a ton of success from him, and he's just going to continue to build on that. He had that 2024 Stuttgart Regional Championship, and he was playing in North America for a few years, went back over to Europe, and sure enough, he took the trip here, and he's having a pretty good time.
Not bad at all. You know, nice cash money, securing up a spot, some stipends on the line, but I'm sure he wants that 2nd regional championship. There's only an elite player, a group of players who've won a regional championship, but once you win that 2nd one, you just become part of an even more stacked group. Henrik Chow already a 2, make it 3-time regional champion, looking to close out the season with what he promised. Let the record show. Ooh. He promised a 4th regional championship when he was at that Atlanta Regionals and won, so we'll see if it happens.
He's literally out of chances. This is the one, unless he wants to
Not
make
like there's a lot. He would win half the regionals this year, Kyle. It's like he's had a good amount of chances anyways.
Well, he's doing a phenomenal job so far. I mean, I remember his interview day 2 at NAIC, and he was talking about his reintroduction into the game, and who would have thought from that point forward he's just catapulted himself as to one of the best players in the game.
Players joking a little bit. You like to see that loose energy. It means that they're relaxed and that we are going to have a great game back and forth. Now, this is a matchup, you know, at the start of the format, a lot of players just considered heavily in Gardevoir's favor, but it seems that as the format has progressed, as players have gotten more comfortable with decks, I would go as far as to say, you know, at least from my Gardevoir perspective and from my time playing this deck, I think this matchup is close to 50-50, and that's crazy given the consideration that you've got Lily's Clefairy and so many other pieces that do so great against Raging Bolt.
Yeah, excuse me, the back and forth that we've seen between these 2 decks, it's been pretty wild. It's been nice to see that inclusion of the Rapska. It's been able to help out a lot.
Yeah, Rapska, you know, is a card that can help protect the bench a little bit. That's something that Henrik Chow is playing. He's changed up the list that we've seen, you know, the Brixty, the Brentimon 60, as we like to see sometimes. It's no longer, you know, the main staple. All of the Gardevoir lists that made cut here at this event, Kyle, all going back to playing Technical Machine Evolution. It's a pretty big change. It really goes to show players are always innovating their 60 cards.
Right, and we've seen that innovation. It's been so helpful against other decks like Badoo that you see, but just having that opportunity to protect your bench early and often and find some consistency in building that evolution line on the bench in that Gardevoir, it's going to mean a world of difference.
Players are getting ready, setting their prize cards out. We'll see what pieces are available for each of them. We saw a little bit of some interesting inclusions when it comes to these players and their prizes, but I think we are ready to get things underway. Top 4 star-studded match. Henrik Chow kicks things off going first, and what an excellent starter there. That is the last thing you want to see when your opponent flips over the best starting Pokemon in the format in that Ditto.
It could be anything. It could even be a Ditto.
What am I playing against? Am I playing against myself? Is that a Monkey Dory I see?
I mean, the intimidation of Splup alone is going to be pretty terrible there. But yeah, what a solid start there for Henry. We see this so often. It is so important to see these energy cards and throw them into the discard pile. If you do not have that energy acceleration of Psychic Embrace, how do you compete?
Yeah, and these prizes are not super great for Henry. That Pheasantipity, always a key piece in drawing cards now that Refinement Curlia is gone. Drifloon is also another great attacker against this matchup, and that one rare candy stuck in the prize cards as well means Henry may have to rely off of that Technical Machine Evolution a little bit more than he would maybe like to in order to make sure that baby Raging Bolt does not take care of these Ralts in quick, swift succession.
Yeah, and maybe you miss out on a little bit of an opportunity there without the rare candy because you're going first in this matchup. Going second means you have that opportunity to immediately evolve into those Curlia if you have that Arven combo with the TM Evolution. Instead, might be a little bit slower this time around by Christian that time to take an early prize card or two.
So Earthen Vessel to start things off, and does have Artisan. You know, it's going to help Christian out a little bit as well, right? Guarantees Fan Rotom or another one of those basic Pokemon, but it's at the cost of making sure that he can at least get a Ralts down this turn. It's always scary against an aggressive deck like Raging Bolt to only put one Ralts in play, but it's better than none, that's for sure.
Well, so often this is the Gardevoir way. Focus on your own strategy. If you play the best game you can, then you'll have a pretty solid chance at success. We know that on Christian's side, though, he can pop off pretty quickly.
Look at this hand. Already has 2 Hoot Hoot, Nest Ball, supporter cards, and let's not forget, Ditto could become anything, Kyle. Anything. It will be up to him to decide how he wants to go about sequencing this turn, and even has the guaranteed search off Artisan. There is Pokemon galore here, the complete opposite of our first match we casted on the day, that's for sure.
Yeah, this deck looks pretty good.
Yeah, I would say so. It would be a shame if you could use the Jewel Seeker ability. We saw how impactful that was in the top 8 match. It's definitely going to need to be used a couple times at least here.
Well, if you could use that on the first turn, maybe we'd see that Prime Catcher for a knockout here on a Ralts. Instead, Christian might need to find a little bit of a different strategy. We could see Ditto transform into a more classic standard approach of a Raging Bolt EX and just take a knockout here on a Munkidori. You have plenty of opportunities to get aggressive here.
Yeah, this is really the difference between Raging Bolt now versus Raging Bolt, you know, in the F regulation. Raging Bolt going second was one of the scariest decks in the format when Pokestop was in play. They would just dig through their entire deck, use Sada's Vitality, and attack. In this circumstance, you actually see most Raging Bolt decks opt to go first, just because it's pretty unrealistic for yourself to use, you know, either that Bellowing Thunder or that Thunder Neck Snap on the baby Raging Bolt to put damage and pressure on your opponent.
Yeah,
so
I'm
we'll see
seeing
what
the
he can
Pokemon catcher heads in my in my nightmares.
That was you know, I was able to sleep better at night when I wasn't having to think about Pokemon catchers, that's for sure. So we'll see what Kristen decides to do. He's going to note that Professor Sada, as well as a couple of these important basic Pokemon, are unavailable. Is actually going to go ahead and grab the Fan Rotom here. An interesting choice, all things considered, since if he wanted to, he could kind of have played a little bit differently, right? Grab something like Latias instead, and then use the Artisan, but I'm sure there's a method for how Christian is doing everything.
Yeah, might be considering filling this bench without the Latias, and I mean, just the aggression alone of the Fan Rotom in the active. You know you're going to be dealing a pretty reasonable amount of damage. There's a boss's orders in the hand,
Is there a boss?
So this is pretty great. He can just take a knockout here turn 1.
I promise that's not for our crowd. They're not that excited about the boss's orders. It looks like we're figuring everything out in this spot here. We've got an Artisan. That would have been the most hype boss's orders of all time.
Whoa!
We're going to look through the deck, but this is, you know, Prime Catcher. Yeah, Prime Catcher is good on turn 1. How about boss's orders when that's probably the only supporter you can play outside of Crispin that has any effect? And just like that, Crispin's not only going to take the first prize card, but he's essentially going to guarantee the first 2 prize cards of this matchup and force Henry to be on the back foot for the entirety of the early game.
Yeah, finding the knockout here without having to use your supporter like a Sada, like a Crispin, to get those extra energies in play, it's just so beneficial. It means that you have opportunities down the line to search out that ace spec, combo it with one of those greater supporters, and take the bigger knockouts later.
Turn 1 Assault Landing, KO onto Ralts. Henry Chow not only will be on the back foot, but he'll be staring down an almost perfect setup here for Christian. Can even play Nest Ball to grab more Pokemon. Now we'll grab that Latias. So Latias does eventually hit the board. Ralts goes down. Christian strikes first, and now how will you respond as Henry in this spot? Poffin's a good way to start things out. You did just lose that Ralts, and you're not going to be able to get Gardevoir EX into play this turn at least.
The one big piece from Henry's prize cards is going to be that Pheasantipity. Without access to that, without drawing 3 cards to punish your opponent for being aggressive, how do you continue to build on this hand and start to see anything that reflects a classic Gardevoir hand here?
Yeah, this deck, you know, is at its most inconsistent when it just cannot draw cards, and I actually don't know if Henry has a lot else going on. You know, Henry's a very expressive player. I want to note that. You know, you can always kind of tell what's going on with him, whether he's getting good draws or bad, or his opponent's running hot. He can show it on his face, and you can see a little bit of frustration there, a little bit of, really, you have one of your 2 gusting cards and the Fan Rotom, and we actually are going to potentially see Munkidori swing in here. I think we've seen more Mind Bends announced in this top cut than we have seen Miracle Forces, and that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be, especially playing into confusion with Latias just sitting there in the wings, not taking a knockout on the Fan Rotom. It's just not great. I think there's a little bit of play here, but some timidness with playing out too many cards. Counter catcher can bring up a hoot hoot.
Yeah, at worst, oh, look at that. I think went into the, maybe, was that a research for one off the restart? It might have been. Regardless, though, Henry's going to get a fresh hand of 7. And look at this, an actual really good find. Didn't have to look for it off Arvin, just finds the technical machine evolution. And this is a little bit better than using something like Mind Bend, getting double Curlia into play, and even has the Gardevoir EX in hand for the following turn.
Yeah, that worked out a little too well. That was scary to lose Gardevoir and Curlia, and fortunate to not draw into any Curlia in this spot, as you'd like to see both of those off this technical machine now.
Yeah, I just noticed a really interesting inclusion. Henry's actually only playing 2 Curlia in this deck. I expect to see 3 most times that we see the technical machine evolution package. That was what Piper was running, but not the same 60 here. And since Henry discarded that Curlia off research, is only going to get 1 into play and open the door back up for Christian to go aggressive after this Curlia, burning these Gust cards early. If it means you just get 3 free prizes before your opponent, that could be okay if that opens that option up for you. This is going to be really interesting to see what he wants to put together this turn.
Yeah, what was that other prize card that Henry had? Uh-oh, rare candy. So how do you set up anything at this point if this Curlia were to fall? Noctowl has something for him. It's that Jewel Seeker ability, and you have to expect some knockout here on Curlia.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot since, Christian has no way to know if rare candy is available or not. I think the assumption at this point is that even with technical machine evolution, there's at least 1 in the deck. So with that being the case, right, in the best case scenario, you knock the Curlia out, it's good for you. But if you commit to burning both of your Gusting cards and your opponent just goes rare candy Gardevoir, how would you find yourself in that spot? I feel like you've got to then be on the back foot just because of 1 aggressive play. And we see Christian deciding to just establish the board, it looks like a little bit better, and take out the second best Pokemon in play, that Monkey Dory with the Dark Energy.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me at all here. If you're able to take a knockout on the only place where the energies are, you understand that you don't need to take a risk here. You could be in a pretty comfortable spot. Might be a position where he keeps playing through, though. We see the Pheasantipity now. He's got a nice setup.
I think it's just considering where to get rid of these energies from the Bellowing Thunder, like leaving 1 in the active, right? You don't force yourself into Sada for the turn. Will be off that Fan Rotom. I think it's done its job, Kyle. It's taken out the Ralts and is now ready to sit on the bench and support its friends in battle. Now Henry's got to make a decision here. What do you want to promote? What Pokemon do you want to Psychic Embrace onto? If there's anybody who knows the exact optimal lines to make, in Henry we trust. I think Chow's got it.
Yeah, so often there's a back and forth of how much damage do you want to place on your own board. Sometimes doing inoptimal retreating so that you have a potential to move that damage around with Monkey Dory. Being that the Monkey Dory was just knocked out, probably makes sense to just go with a simple retreater.
And again, we're going to see the downside of not having access to Pheasantipity limit what Henry is potentially able to put together this turn. He's really only going to be able to draw these 6 cards and see what he can find. Looks like does have Ultra Ball. Kyle, is this the time for Lily's Clefairy to come down and get in for some action?
Yeah, we could certainly see that. Look at the amount of Pokemon on Christian's side of the board. You start to flip over, give this Pokemon some weakness, and the Rondo starts to line up these prize cards pretty nicely.
The big downside, though, is, if you do use a Pokemon like Gardevoir EX to take a knockout, then Christian can just save that last Gusting card, that Prime Catcher, to take the final 2. Put together enough energy for 1 more Bellowing Thunder, and then from there, it seems Christian could have an easy way to pair this. So I wonder if there's something even like a Scream Tail to take the knockout. We know that Drifloon is prized. It's not an option, unfortunately. So with the Scream Tail, it's usually not there to attack the active Pokemon with the weakness, and I guess with 3 Psychic Embrace abilities, it would be exactly 240, so that it is an option if it comes down to it.
Yeah, just now considerations as to which Pokemon is your optimal attacker here. You know that there's only 1 energy on board, no other ancient Pokemon if you knock out the active.
That was a huge restart, Kyle. Really wanted to find that Scream Tail, I feel, and found the Artisan to get that down. There's a bench space open. And so now I wonder here, Henry's going to check through, see how many energy. So 3 Psychic in the discard pile and 1 onto this Ralts. And it looks like immediately going for Scream Tail. We're going to see the rare active Scream Tail snipe. Henry can even things up and immediately Christian's going to be put into a spot where he wants to go 2-2 from here, but being down that boss's orders for that early aggression could make that difficult if there's the Screamtail in the active spot to attack.
And this is one of those weaknesses that we see from Christian's side, is that he doesn't have great answers to damaged Pokemon. You're attacking in, you don't really have much of a spread opportunity here, and you don't want to take a single prize knockout in spots like this.
So there it is, Roaring Scream, 240 damage thanks to the Fairy Zone ability on that Lily's Clefairy EX, and importantly does find Pheasantipity off of the prize card. Drifloon still hiding out a little bit too high to grab, but it will be back on Christian now. Still has access to double Jewel Seeker if he chooses. The Teal Mask is in play, and we'll start things out. Flip the script, there's going to be lots of cards drawn, lots of cards found, and potentially a big turn here for Christian.
Right, and now you have still potential to go find that Ace-Spec and Prime Catcher. Take a 2-prize knockout in this instance. You're still ignoring a pretty big threat in that active Pokemon, but do you have an opportunity here to ignore a single prizer and just push aggression? It seems tough when you already used your boss's orders.
I don't think so. You know, we saw some lists last time, of course, our regional champion did play the Pal Pad in the deck. That's a way to bring boss's orders back, but there's no Pal Pad in the list here for Christian. It's just the one boss's orders and the one Prime Catcher, and then Counter Catcher is the other Gusting card, but it seems that the way this game is going to most likely play out, Christian is not going to be able to use the Counter Catcher if he goes to 2 prizes, and then Henry just answers with a 2-prize response of his own.
Yeah, and then that leads to considerations for attacking with some inoptimal Pokemon, the Fan Rotom or anything just to take a simple single prize KO, but then you open up the avenues for Counter Catcher on the other side, losing some of these 2-prize Pokemon, and that's going to be a pretty large deficit.
So we're seeing here, Kyle, potentially some early aggression for Christian, seeming to put him in a good spot. Henry has fought back despite the bad prize cards, the slow start. This is what Henry does. He takes games that look so favored for the opponent and he just flips them over on itself and puts himself in a spot where I would go as far to say as Henry is in a pretty commanding spot in this game now, considering what resources Christian has available and what his board looks like.
Yeah, even worst case scenario, if Christian were to find the Ace-Spec Prime Catcher, take a giant knockout on the Gardevoir out of nowhere, he found Rare Candy and Pheasantipity off of his prizes. He has exactly what he'd need as a counter response here, so you have to feel like Henry is on top of the world right now.
So we'll see Christian play things through. He's taking his time. We'll see the Area 0, one of those grabs off the Noctowl's Jewel Seeker ability. There's 2 ancient Pokemon, and I'm sure Professor Sada will be following in kind. So Henry's going to be able to keep those cards in his hand as well. Christian just not having an opportunity to hand disrupt. That's sort of, you know, Raging Bolt's MO. You got to have to play Sada, Crispin, Boss, all those supporters. You do have that Judge as a little bit of a backup protection as well as the Iono. But there really doesn't seem like a great opportunity to use it in this spot.
Yeah, finding that spot would mean that you're going for that single prize knockout, and you're not accelerating very many energies onto the board. You just don't have an answer to any of these big 2-prize Pokemon that you want to knock out down the line.
So here we go. Professor Sada's Vitality, 2 Lightning Energy accelerated to these ancient Pokemon. 3 additional cards drawn for Christian from the top of the deck. What can he put together in this spot? As it stands, Teal Dance has not been used yet, so that could put him up to 4 energy, and a manual attachment to 5 means those are all she wrote. 5 energy cards could knock out the Gardevoir.
Yeah.
But as you mentioned, right, you take the 2 prize cards, but there's nothing like Bravery Charm in Christian's list either, so if you do that with a Raging Bolt, the damage is already just on the board, right? Screamtail just guaranteed is going to take 2 prizes. And then as long as another Ralts comes down and even a Curlia, then what do? Just hope your opponent can't establish a Gardevoir EX? That doesn't really seem like a favorably winning strategy for you.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing a nod to that here with the Fighting Energy going to the Baby Raging Bolt instead, as even though it's a juicy target and 310 hit points falling would be great, it doesn't leave you with much of an answer.
So with that attachment on the Baby Raging Bolt, it begs the question, what is Christian's plan for this turn? Is he thinking about just maybe passing things over, attacking? It may just be an attack onto this active Pokemon.
Snipers?
Taking
Both
one
Pokemon?
prize. And now Henry in a prime spot to put himself back into a commanding lead. He's going to check the discard pile. I'm curious to see how many Counter Catcher are available, since a Counter Catcher to take out a 2-prizer could put him in a spot where he's just another Screamtail away from closing this game out.
Yeah, I think we saw one earlier that was thrown away off Professor's research or with one of those early discards, but other than that, we see one at the very top of the deck here. So a couple options to search through and find that. We saw Iono in the hand, of course the Mew with the restart ability, so a few more ways to dig deeper. And then if you want to open up that bench spot, you have that Pheasantipity as well.
Yeah, we'll see what he chooses to put down as that 5th and final bench Pokemon. Pheasantipity sounds like a pretty sound option. You know, if your opponent's got a way to gust up a 2-prizer, there's 1, 2 relatively easy options to KO. Third is not really going to change much. The Munkidori yet to have a Dark Energy. We're going to see the restart first. This could be a nod to that rare candy being in hand. Maybe Henry is looking to find something like that Night Stretcher to just put the second Gardevoir into play, shut these options off, does not find it. It's that 1-1 Rel or Rabska line. Iono does have Dark Energy. That's not a bad piece at all, but I now have to wonder, you know, Plan A didn't go to tune. You didn't find that Gardevoir. Do you play the Iono, or are you just content letting it rip and just discarding the hand?
Giddy up.
Let's go. Saddle up here, Kyle. 7 fresh cards. Henry, I'm sure, has got to be looking for at least a way to power something up, or the counter catcher does find that counter catcher, and I have to imagine that's going to be music to his ears.
Yeah, this is so important. Not only do you have the counter catcher to take the 2-prize knockout, but you also found the perfect answer in that Dark Energy with the Munkidori. You can set up a knockout on basically any one of these Pokemon other than the Raging Bolt EX, and then if you place the rest of those energies onto the Lily's Clefairy, you have a backup plan if this Pokemon were to be knocked out.
Yeah, I wonder if Henry will just go out of his way to even attack with the Lily's Clefairy this turn, right? That Full Moon Rondo is doing 240 damage right now at this spot. 2 full benches plus 1 extra from the Terra. You can even go after something like that Teal Mask Ogerpon. Do you think that's the choice, or is Pheasantipity almost always the go-to sparkle when it comes to taking a 2-prize KO this turn?
Well, we've seen the disrespect already to what Christian is capable of. Did not want to mess with his hand with the Iono. So you might want to go after the board position here instead and just remove those 2 energies along with gaining those 2 prize cards.
You also take a Terra Pokemon out of play as well, so you'd force another one to come back into play. It does also have bench protection, so, you know, just in case your opponent has something like a Professor Turo and removes something like the Pheasantipity or Latias off the board, it is a little bit of a safer option. So we'll see what Henry decides to do. Again, he's been in these spots before. He's actually going to go after the Raging Bolt EX. Interesting play
Christian
here,
looked confused too.
Yeah, looks like just considering taking a knockout onto this Pokemon. And this is actually, I think, smart the more I think about this. At first, you know, it is a little bit normal to doubt, but by taking out the Raging Bolt with the energy, it means that Raging Bolt EX is not going to be able to attack next turn unless Christian plays a Sada, which means Henry will be able to keep this large hand size plus another Flip the Script ability, forcing Christian to essentially make an ultimatum this next turn.
Yeah, this works out so well. Using that Lily's Clefairy to take a knockout here, set up those energies, protect your Gardevoir, and also make use of that Munkidori. You have all these great options to use to try to close out here. You take your 2 prize cards, and you're just eyeing up a couple more to get the job done.
Yeah, Adrenabrain can just put something onto either the Pheasantipity or Latias, and now you don't even need the Lily's Clefairy for next turn. Screamtail will get the job done with just 1 more Adrenabrain, and Henry Chow is clawed back in this game number 1, and is just 2 prize cards away from going up 1-0.
Yeah, now for Christian, he's got a couple things he needs to figure out here. Ignoring Lily's Clefairy doesn't sound great, but if you can come up with a plan that takes these prize cards, but also is able to incorporate a card like that Judge into this turn, then maybe you can slow down your opponent.
And this is so smart from Henry. Something small that he did that is such an important factor is that Bravery Charm on the Munkidori. Kyle, why is that so impactful in this spot?
I mean, just having the additional hit points protecting this Pokemon so that you can move damage counters feels great to me. It's one of those things that's just so helpful when your opponent's just trying to sneak away and take prizes like with this Raging Bolt.
Yeah, you know, Baby Raging Bolt, if it knocked out this Munkidori, Henry would kind of be bench trapped, right? You can't bench the Screamtail and another Pokemon down, which would make it a little bit harder to knock out this Pheasantipity. So a small but impactful play from Henry is just trying to seal every crack in the wall and make sure there are no leaks today. He's going to be trying to advance to this final match and get another regional championship under his belt.
It's looking pretty good so far. Christian, he's trying to find an alternative. He's got a little more bench to work with, of course, with that Area 0. And he has his Ace Pack in hand, but he's staring at a pretty formidable opponent on the other side. This Lily's Clefairy is pretty devastating to his deck, but he's played around it a little bit by not having one of those Raging Bolt EX in play.
Yeah, what is your attacker of choice here if you're Christian? You know, you go with the Baby Raging Bolt, you KO something.
Ralts, yeah.
And then the Pheasantipity flips the script, the bench is now open. You just retreat, and then Screamtail gets the job done. You go with the 2-prizer. Well, there are multiple ways that ends bad. Gardevoir EX, a Lily's Clefairy. So what do you do here? And it may have to revolve some sort of hand disruption and some sort of disruption here with the Jamming Tower. This could be Christian's way to try and sneakily play around the Monkey Dory, having some extra HP, right? 4 energy Raging Bolt Snipe. Then now the Screamtail doesn't become as much of an option. It would actually force another Bravery Charm out for Henry, plus a counter stadium to get rid of that Jamming Tower.
Yeah, this is real smart. If you can take that single prize KO here, you avoid also playing into the counter catcher here. It's all reliant on that Screamtail, and you don't really have the bench space to maneuver all of this in combination with Monkey Dory. It'd have to be the additional points from the Bravery Charm.
So it will be those 2 choices. Grabbing counter catcher, surprisingly, that is online for Christian in this position. Behind on prizes, 3-2. Maybe trying to bring up something like Pheasantipity EX even just to force an energy out. I mean, Adrenaline Brain is not an option on the following turn.
Yeah, it's just an additional energy that has to also come from the hand too, as Psychic Embrace is only for those Psychic Pokemon. So make your opponent have to have every resource possible to get the job done.
So here we go, counter catcher on the Pheasantipity. It looks like we are seeing a Thunderburst Storm angle, drawing so many cards. Teal Dance, flip the script. We'll see Sada accelerate cards. There's manual attachments yet to happen. This is just Raging Bolt doing its thing.
It's unreal how many energies can fly onto the board at any point in time, and also move Pokemon around. I mean, a counter catcher here, getting the job done, setting this up, and now seeing that Raging Bolt do its job. It's pretty remarkable what he's able to do in a turn.
So there it is, Professor Sada accelerating the 3rd energy hunter Raging Bolt. We see 3, Kyle, but how often do we see the 4 energy Raging Bolt, 120 snipe? It's a pretty heavy cost for 4 energies. I don't know how many people would say that's competitively viable, but in this spot, it's exactly what Christian needs, paired with that Jamming Tower to give himself the best shot in this game.
Yeah, some diminishing returns, but here it might actually pay off. You need to take that Monkey Dory out of the tree. It is an absolute pain, and it would work out fairly well here. It just really is all reliant on what Henry would have to follow up here.
Yeah, interesting choice. How many energies are in the discard pile? There's only 3 energy in the discard, and there are 2 essentially trapped onto that Lily's Clefairy. So with there being 1 in the prize cards as well for Henry, he's going to actually just be maxed at a total of 4 Psychic Embrace. So that's only 160 damage. And if there's no Monkey Dory, and if there's no ability to play counter catcher with Christian tying things up, Christian may have found his route back into this game.
Yeah, Pheasantipity hanging on by a thread, and I mean, that's great planning from Christian to not have any lower hit point EX Pokemon in play, not have that Mew in there or any other Pokemon that would be a problem. He played around just about everything here.
There could be an option I'm thinking about. And even discarding Pheasantipity with the Jamming Tower, taking that option away entirely as well, and just leaving a bunch of high HP 2-prize Pokemon and the Blood Moon Ursaluna as the finisher in this spot. Christian Fontenot putting on a class on how a deck like Raging Bolt, which seems simple on its surface, has so much behind and can really put on pressure. And is actually going to KO the Ralts? We're going after Ralts instead?
I mean, at this point, you're not intimidated by the Monkey Dory. There's no damage amount that you're thinking will knock out a Blood Moon Ursaluna. You have both Pokemon protected with their Terra abilities with your Ogre Pawns, so it's just taking a calculated risk here that you will not find enough energies and a Bravery Charm for that Screamtail to take a knockout on Blood Moon.
So we'll see how things play out here for Henry. So 4th Psychic can hit the discard pile. And it may come down to a last-ditch effort Iono to put his opponent to just 2 cards to find that Prime Catcher. And while you said the board is protected well, there's a lot missing. There's no Hoot on the bench, no Mew EX, no Pheasantipity. It may just have to be an Iono and Prey angle potentially. Let's see how Henry wants to go about this.
Well, it's got a chance to have success here as we see 4 Grass Energy already played down, no access to Jewel Seeker. Any draws that are live here, they're pretty limited, especially with the grass in hand too. That would go to the bottom of the deck. You'd need to find the exact right cards to close out here.
So Screamtail the choice from that Night Stretcher and Iono. Henry's just going to grab 2 cards, but more importantly for Christian, that Prime Catcher going to the bottom of the deck. He will also get 2 cards. See them UEX restart, has the Secret Box plus the Super Rod, flip the script as well. So Henry's pretty much saying, look, Christian, it's on you to win the game this turn. If not, I've got way too many resources at my disposal.
Yeah, even has that Bravery Charm, has plenty of resources here. Is there potential to set up enough damage onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna to clean this Pokemon up next turn with the Monkey Dory? If so, you'd feel like that'd be a pretty comfortable position, just not opening up any bench spaces here and saying I've got checkmate on board.
Now the final question is, what do you attack? What do you knock out? Do you try and damage a Pokemon and put it into range? Or are you okay taking a knockout on this Raging Bolt? And that honestly might just be okay of taking a knockout on the Raging Bolt, because if your opponent can somehow get 5 energy on Raging Bolt, they could snipe the Lily's Clefairy unless you play out of range with Adrenaline Brain, which it looks like will be the case, and it looks like it's going to be this 2-turn strat of hitting this, hitting this Blood Moon Ursaluna twice to put it into range. What a game 1 this has been, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild that it's come down to this. Of course, the Jamming Tower is still in play, so the Bravery Charms aren't doing much, but Christian is feeling the pressure. This hand has, what? It's just energy here. Is there a way to shuffle? We don't see it.
Energies can always be dreams, Kyle. Don't count them out. When they're with Teal Mask Ogerpon, they are a powerful drawing asset.
One dream.
We've got one dream to find a way to shuffle, and then another dream to get that dream. Here we go. First Teal Dance. Let's see the one card. Is it a way to shuffle the deck? No, it's a Lightning Energy. That's not the piece that's needed right now here for Christian. And now the question is, do you commit this Night Stretcher to taking a KO? Are you okay knocking out the Screamtail?
What other choice do you have?
I don't think there is another choice, Kyle. If you don't knock out the Screamtail, one more Roaring Scream is going to KO this Blood Moon Ursaluna on the bench, and that's going to be game 1 for Henry.
Yeah, you don't want to play into anything, but you don't really have a choice. You need to remove this Pokemon or else you lose. And there's some bad news on the other hand. A pink card from Henry. He's holding the Secret Box. That would be the perfect answer in that final Counter Catcher to get the job done too.
Counter Catcher or a way to bring back Screamtail, either of those work. We'll see the Night Stretcher protect a little bit against some stalling plays. And there we go. We're just going to see the Raging Bolt extends the hand, understands Henry has things locked up. Henry Chow fighting for this game number 1 and showing us why he is such a master of this Gardevoir deck. Excellently played, and what a great match that was.
Honestly, he overcame so much in that game. It looked like he was on the back foot time and time again. I feel like every time that we check in on Henry, it's not looking great, but that's what Gardevoir does. It continues to fight back, and he gives himself these opportunities that not a lot of other players find.
Let's take a look back and figure out what happened through this first game. We saw Christian put on the gas immediately. It was the boss's orders, turn 1 KO on the Ralts, allowed him to get to a pretty commanding 2-prize lead, but Henry had a great response. The Lily's Clefairy, Gardevoir EX, paired with that 1-prize Screamtail that made Christian have to reroute how he wanted to play out this game number 1.
Yeah, we saw the active sniping from a Screamtail into the active sniping from a baby Raging Bolt. It was a wild back and forth of these single prize Pokemon because that's just where we were in the game. Christian then ends up losing a big Pokemon here and just has to try to find an option to stick around in this game. The Jamming Tower play was so great, but unfortunately just did not have the pieces to close out here, and Henry shows off some mastery level Gardevoir play.
Got a little bit of an update from the floor. Michael Davidson is up right now, 1-0 in this top 4. He's looking to become the slayer of the other Terra Box. We could be seeing a Gardevoir EX finals match, but if Christian's got anything he wants to say about that, he's going to have to put things on in game number 2. And interestingly enough, Christian actually opting to go second again in this situation here. as Henry starts this first turn off, is there any way for him to find a basic Pokemon in this hand?
Oh,
It looks
please.
like an
Okay.
Ultra Ball, but not much else besides that. You've got to do what you can in this spot, so we'll see Ultra Ball get played, potentially another Ralts coming down, but first just going to check through the deck, see what pieces are available, and construct his best strategy.
Yeah, I mean, staring down the Fan Rotom on the other side is a very intimidating presence. Just that Stadium edition, and also just the board presence that this Pokemon gives. You know you're in for a long game on the other side, and if you don't find the answers quickly, you're just going to be out of this one and move into Game 3.
That Screamtail that was so important in the first game, it's at the top of the prize cards for Henry, so immediately taking note of that Screamtail and figuring out how he wants to adjust his strategy, and it may be with the other Pokemon at the top of the prizes last game, that Drifloon being available now.
Yeah, it's a great Pokemon to focus on this 2-prize game where you want to remove the larger hit points of that Raging Bolt. You don't have to always jump straight into the Lily's Clefairy. Most of the time you can find that knockout on your own with just the sheer aggression of a Drifloon.
So assume it will be another Ralts coming down. No reason to necessarily grab anything else. You want to make sure Curlia comes into play, then Gardevoir. We'll see what Henry decides to choose, and him discarding an him discarding an Iono off this Ultra Ball does signal, at least to everybody involved, that there's at least going to be some sort of thing happening on the following turn when it comes to drawing cards with supporters. And interestingly enough, valuing Monkey Dory and even just discarding a Dark Energy from hand to preserve this Ralts to retreat into Monkey, which is not in range of that powerful Assault Landing.
Yeah, you know it's not super likely for your opponent to have that opening boss's orders like they did on the opening turn of Game 1. It's also hard to find that ace spec, so the protection of just moving this Pokemon into the active spot to guard your Ralts feels a little more comfortable than what you're used to. But Christian still has potential to find some pretty great resources. We already see Ultra Ball with an energy in combination with that Sada's. He will find a few additional resources and start to build a board himself.
So Fan Rotom using Fan Call, searching through the deck. We'll be able to find some of these colors Pokemon, but that main Pokemon we've been hyping up all weekend, Ditto, is in the prize card, so unable to use that transformative start. And assuming there's not a lot of Nest Balls here, Kyle may struggle to get things like Ogerpon into play.
Yeah, even that baby Raging Bolt that we've seen so often be great in this matchup when you don't have Rabsca in play, it's something that we might not see either. It's hard to search this Pokemon out, and we saw so often from Christian Labella playing this deck, if you can throw that Ditto in the active spot and just start attacking with that long neck, you're in trouble.
So see the other pieces here for Christian. Energy, Sada's, Vitality. We'll see a pair of some Owls, so 2 Hoot Hoot and a Noctowl put into the hand. And there is an Ultra Ball as well, so gonna get rid of that key tech card, the Peturunt EX, not a card I think I'd be saying in Raging Bolt, as well as a Fighting Energy. So if there's something like a Raging Bolt, Baby, or EX found, Sada can be used on turn 1. Not a common instance, but it's powerful when it works.
Peturunt got a reaction out of Henry. I'm sure he's heard the whispers of this card, as Christian has been very adamant that this is his play that he wants to use instead of that Turo that we so often have seen as a tech inclusion.
So Latias EX the choice, interestingly enough, here for Christian. Maybe wanting to pivot into something different or just have that option available. We've seen, how important Skyliner is for Raging Bolt. Just eliminates the need to have to play cards like Switch in your deck when you just have free retreat for the entirety of the game on another Pokemon. It already actually has the Raging Bolt, so Christian, as long as he can find a Lightning Energy, could take this knockout with Bellowing Thunder on turn 1. I'm not sure, however, if he has an energy that he needs. Let's see the rest of the hand. No, just a bunch of Pokemon, it looks like. 5 Pokemon, Nest Ball, Jamming Tower. There's not going to be much action happening until next turn, Kyle.
Well, thankfully with the Nest Ball, he's got the option to go with the Terra Pokemon and then use the Jewel Seeker on the following turn. Could set that up now if he wants to just make sure that it's online. If his opponent has that Iono, you might as well have those resources established. It's not like your opponent's going to go after this Pokemon early.
Yeah, really no attacking threat from Henry. He could have a crazy combination of resources, but the most likely instance here, it's not going to be the case. And also playing the Jamming Tower down early so that Technical Machine Evolution is not an option early on for Henry, and that can be a little bit frustrating when all you really want to do early on with Gardevoir is put your energy and focus into getting Gardevoir into play.
Yeah, that's the only attack that you really see often in these opening turns from a Gardevoir player. And it's not going to be the case this time around unless things change here for Henry. Finding a card like that TM Evolution in combination with Artisan would be an absolute dream. Let's see what he's made of with 6 cards.
Does find the Technical Machine Evolution. Okay. There is a Curlia in the hand too, and that actually could allow him to just skip the stage of evolution completely and go into the Gardevoir, but the Jamming Tower, it's there to prevent it. Get a little bit excited sometimes, but Jamming Tower, its waves infect those affected by it. I feel I've had so much hope, and then I got hit by it all at once. Jamming Tower, it does not work. It does not work, Kyle.
We were so close. Artisan would have just had all the pieces needed to get the job done, but I'm sure Henry feels a little comfortable knowing that at least he evolved this time around. He was having a really hard time finding this Pokemon, and he's got a couple answers now.
And speaking of having answers, I think Christian's got more questions than answers at this point. There is nothing going on in his hand, just a Boss's Orders potentially Sada, but no Jewel Seeker. We're going to see Boss's Orders be played again super early on a 1-prize Pokemon. This was the same storyline essentially in game number 1. Bellowing Thunder KO. Monkey Dory comes up, and now for Henry, if he has the rare candy, oh my goodness. Give it to me, Henry. You've got the rare candy. That is exactly what he wants to see. Big time find there for Henry.
It is unreal how often this happens with a single copy of rare candy, not even searched out with Arvin or Secret Box. It's all right there. Iono to disrupt the hand, and Christian's feeling pretty bad. He used his Boss's Orders on a single prizer. His Prime Catcher's in the prizes, and he has nothing to handle this Gardevoir.
And found Secret Box.
Oh my gosh.
Cards from Iono that could guarantee something like the Earthen Vessel, as well as even potentially a way to search out something. May not even need it depending on having Psychic Energy in the discard pile. You could grab the Lily's Clefairy EX and then the Drifloon off of Artisan. And there only needs to be 2 energy in the discard pile, since 2 Psychic Embrace puts the Drifloon to 4. Times the 3 is 120, and then times 2 again is the KO. Are we going to see a turn 3 KO here from Henry Chow?
It's a disrespectful knockout with only 2 energies, but sure enough, it's exactly what you need with the Drifloon. If he has access to those cards, surely he'll have it. And yes, as you see, with the Artisan searching out the Lily's Clefairy on with your item card of choice as well, should have access to that. I think we saw the 2 Psychic flash right there.
There's 2 Psychic, and can still keep that last one in the hand, or even could grab Ultra Ball if he wants to discard that last Psychic Energy, and that will be the exact case. Henry Chow, the plot arbor, unreal here. One of rare candy without searching it into the copy of Gardevoir, into the absolute bonker combination of cards. Henry Chow just running away with the second game.
And why not leave yourself with a hand of Research and Super Rod? Of all cards, you have your backup answers to finding these Pokemon again, searching them back out with the Artisan if it sticks. He's got everything working for him here, and Christian's just left folding his hands, wondering what happened.
Yeah, and even in this spot, Henry could just go attack straight up with the Clefairy. There is always that fear, right? You power the Drifloon up, and then the Gardevoir gets KO'd. Why not just establish it instead? When you're off to such a commanding lead like this is a situation as a Gardevoir player you very rarely find yourself in, because you're expecting your opponent to always take the 2, maybe first 3 prize cards before you get going. Henry is like, nah, that's not for me. I'm going to do things my own way and take these prize cards super early on. Full Moon Rondo. Hello, Raging Bull. Get out of here.
Yeah, this is a pretty great hedge here. Still gets to keep the energies on a Pokemon that isn't the Gardevoir, protect this Pokemon with the hit points, and he's got a pretty great attacker that can continue to put on pressure on some of these 2-prize Pokemon, and we don't have to see Henry take his foot off the gas just yet.
So again, Christian's found in a little bit of an awkward spot here. You know, taking a big sigh, a big deep breath. He did this on the last turn of the game as well. You see him methodically plan out what he wants to do. Wants to map everything out in his head before he starts using these Teal Dance, starts using these Nest Ball. But at minimum, we'll see cards be drawn, the script can be used, and these Noctowl, they're going to provide a lot of value to helping Christian come back into this game.
Right, and it's not like he needs to find out too much in this situation. If he's able to take this knockout with a Raging Bolt, in his mind, it would be pretty comfortable. He'd take a knockout on the Lily's Clefairy, protect himself a little bit. He's not immediately KO'd by a Gardevoir and Monkey Dory damage, but he doesn't know that the other card waiting in the hand is the Super Rod.
Yeah, I wonder here if you're Christian, because there's 2 damage counters on this Monkey Dory, no, but you can't put 3 energy on a Baby Raging Bolt, because you haven't taken a prize yet. It feels like, with this Raging Bolt deck going 5 to 4 to 2 to 2, that's usually your most efficient path, and it's even more so when Henry has just taken the prize lead to begin with.
Yeah, there's just so much pressure. We still don't even see the Area 0 underdepths at this point. He's searching out now. Has to use one of his Jewel Seeker pieces to get that done, then find his attacker for the turn as well. Just a lot to ask for, and when you're using your cards, I hesitate to say inefficiently, but just not as optimally as you'd like here. It's just a bit unfortunate.
So Christian's going to do what he can, extends the bench now thanks to that Area 0. You see how limited the deck is with just 5 Pokemon, but just those extra 3 gives you so many more options, and it's going to rely on a big Bellowing Thunder and potentially hoping Henry just cannot bring back the Lily's Clefairy enough times for that Fairy Zone to have a huge effect in this matchup.
And you have to expect that Henry understood that and knows that this is a pretty important Pokemon, and he chose anyways to bring this Pokemon into the active spot. It might be the nod that Christian needs to know that this Pokemon might be coming back.
So we'll see if there's a second Ancient Pokemon to hit the bench before Professor Sada is played. We're going to see the Teal Dance become number 2 of the turn, number 7 of the Pokemon on Christian's bench, and there is an Ultra Ball in the hand. So how does Christian want to go about playing this? It looks like there's a couple key resources in this hand. The hand, surprisingly, with how many cards have been drawn, Kyle, it's getting pretty thin.
Yeah, he's played so many resources to get to this point, and ultimately it's as simple as finding 2 energies for that Raging Bolt to put the knockout onto this Lily's Clefairy, but what else can you do? How many energies can you leave on board in this situation so that maybe you have a second attack lined up, maybe into a Gardevoir down the road, if you can get lucky out of your prizes?
So just debating what that other Ancient Pokemon is going to be. Does find the Baby Raging Bolt, so maybe it is a 2-prize angle this turn, and then you got to sneak that Raging Bolt in there, the non-EX at some point to try and swing things back into your favor. Christian's going to do all he can. Now only just needs to find the Lightning energy to take the knockout. As long as there are enough energy in the discard pile, Sada is going to take a look through, accelerate one of the various energies. Christian's going to take the prize lead for now, but Henry just having so many options and is guaranteed sitting on that powerful Professor's Research that he grabbed the previous turn as well.
Yeah, such a comfortable spot for him, holding on to some great resources. Meanwhile, Christian's been throwing cards left and right, trying to get an answer, but he does have it. And sure enough, he's taking the prize lead at this point, taking a great knockout on this Lily's Clefairy, and he's going to keep some energies around too. Wouldn't be surprised to see both energies on the active Pokemon discard at this point. Seems like this Raging Bolt is not going to be around too long, but actually wants to keep 1 energy here too, and maybe that's a understanding that something on the bench is a little more important.
A little bit of flexibility, that's for certain. Action back on Henry. And look at this, sitting on the Super Rod to bring back the Lily's Clefairy and the Nest Ball in the hand as well. It's already here for Henry if he wants to take another 2 prize cards, and now just has to figure out what the map is to take the final 2 prizes. We didn't even talk about this, Kyle. Put 3 damage counters on that Fan Rotom. That could come up later on in the game to close things out.
Yeah, building up on that Pokemon. So often, that's what Monkey Dory can do in a situation like this. But unfortunately here, with the Artisan played back, knew that this Pokemon would probably be targeted and throws it away pretty swiftly.
Gets rid of the Fan Rotom. We haven't seen Adrena Brain be used yet, and that's actually the first action for Henry. A small detail, but making decisions like that before you play other cards, it gives Christian little information to go with and having to make decisions before he knows what's coming.
Yeah, you don't know that Lily's Clefairy is immediately coming right back to the board. It seems pretty unlikely when you know that your opponent's holding the research. They would have to still go find all those cards. Instead, you have it already, and now you have 7 new cards to work with too. Just leaves Christian holding his head.
Even the Artisan, Monkey Dory, Dark Energy, that would be icing on top of the already plentiful cake that Henry is starting to bake in the oven at this point. Does find the Night Stretcher a couple energies. I don't know if this is Rabska's time to shine, but it does block some damage from the Thunderburst Storm, and the bench isn't too clogged here for Henry as things are.
I mean, it would put your opponent on a clock. They would have to attack with the Baby Raging Bolt this next turn if you play down that Pokemon, but it doesn't seem exactly like where you want to go. And sometimes you see both of them together, and it starts to look like that might be the line.
Looks like the line for sure, and this is just exactly what Henry wants. The Dark Energy off Earthen Vessel and the Artisan already in play. Second Monkey Dory Dark Energy coming down, and now every turn Henry just gets to put 6 damage counters from his own Pokemon onto one of these benched Pokemon, and with there being both the Pheasantipity and Latias, they are excellent targets. Henry Chow can taste the victory. He is so close to making another finals here at a regional championships this season.
And now just considerations for how you want to move some damage counters around. You could protect some of the damage on that Monkey Dory, move the 2 damage counters away, and then use a card like that Bravery Charm on your Ralts. Just give yourself so much hit points on these single prize Pokemon to avoid the shenanigans from the Baby Raging Bolts. Just depends on if that's what you're more concerned about, this single prize interaction, or if you want to focus on the 2 prizers and win yourself.
So you see a little bit hesitant on where he wants to move some of the damage counters. We're actually going to see both Adrenabrain. So putting the Hoot Hoot to 4 damage counters means regardless next turn, as it appears, 2 Adrenabrains, even if it evolves, will KO this Hoot Hoot. Wants to just leave extra damage, so that's not an issue. Taking the knockout, Henry Chow is just 2 prize cards now away. But importantly here, Kyle, and this is actually probably the smartest option, because of that Screamtail being prized, didn't really have the luxury to put damage counters on either the Pheasantipity or the Latias in this spot. Sniping is not an option.
Yeah, and if the Raging Bolt were to be the attacker here, Henry has the perfect answer. He'd take the knockout on the active, he'd move the damage to the eventual knockdown that we expect to see, and Christian flashes
He just flashed that?
triple stretcher.
That's insane. In the most intense match, one of the most intense matches of your life, just, yeah, I have all these cards in my hand. You want to take a look?
I mean, Christian is known for the "Are you not entertained" pose that he ripped in the middle of one game, so this is exactly up his alley.
Having some fun even in tight moments. That's the show of great sportsmanship between these competitors. Jewel Seeker coming out, but even though that Noctowl's evolved, it's in perfect range of 2 Adrenabrain abilities. Christian, the house is almost flooded here. Can you do anything to save it, or are you going down with the ship?
Yeah, it's looking pretty dire in this spot, but that's why you got to keep on fighting. There's always potential to sneak out a victory. But what avenue makes the most sense? Can you remove a Monkey Dory from play here to protect that Noctowl, force your opponent to find Dark Energy and Monkey Dory as well if they want to go with the single prize route twice, or maybe you can play around that 2 prize. It's just a lot to ask.
May have to be some combination of an Iono KO and then, again, just hope your opponent doesn't have the Night Stretcher to Big Rack the Clefairy. That feels like it has to be the option. Because if you're hand disrupting and you're not removing the Clefairy, then the game is just on the board at this point. But Christian's actually going to take a little bit of a different approach. He's going to grab Counter Catcher, it seems, off of the Noctowl. Looks like we're just making sure everything is correct. So it will be the Counter Catcher Iono. So what is he cooking here? It looks like cooking up something with Blood Moon Ursaluna, and maybe just grabbing the Counter Catcher to bring something else up. It's actually going to be the Monkey Dory. So Monkey Dory may just take the most brutal attack of all time. That is going to be excessive damage coming out from Blood Moon Ursaluna. But he is putting himself in a position where, you know, if for some reason Henry is unable to deal with Ursaluna, he would win the game on the next turn.
Yeah, and he's also choosing to remove the one with damage on it, which doesn't seem exactly like where you want to be, but when you're playing against Gardevoir, anytime that you see damage counters on the board, you understand those could be pushed right back onto you.
Yeah, and the big thing to note, again, Screamtail being not in the prize cards means it's just not as much of an option. However, Henry will have a 50-50 here at minimum because he can guarantee take that prize. So here we go for Henry. Does he have it? Flip the script immediately, just slamming it down. Ultra Ball, Professor's Research. Does Henry have the pieces here in the deck? There's the Mew EX. The Mew EX can copy the Blood Moon, say, I could swing hard too. And Adrenabrain ability means Henry Chow punches his ticket into another TCG Masters final match where he looks for number 4.
You may have attacked for 1 energy. Mine takes 3. It's going to be a little too much to handle here, and Henry Chow moves on to the finals through an incredible player in Christian. What a great match that we had here, and a great execution of skill from both our players.
That was a treat, an absolute treat of a matchup. Never tell me Raging Bull is uninteresting again after that. After that, what I just experienced.
It wasn't me.
You know, that's one scary deck because in both matches here, it seemed like Christian was out of it for most of it. He seemed he was in, then he was out. But it was those last turns where I think Christian really showcased his strength as a player because he found, I feel, the most optimal routes to keep himself in that game and give himself, though it wasn't a huge percentage, a small chance of winning games that a lot of players would have just given up on in those spots.
Yeah, exactly. This is a spot where Christian felt so comfortable with some of his opening setups, had the right cards, had the pressure on early, and then immediately was encountering the worst fate possible. Rare candy out of nowhere, finding the perfect answers. Let's check out the replay, see how we got here.
Well, this first game was an absolute doozy. We saw back and forth. Rotom got in there and got aggressive. That's my boy right there. He went in after the Ralts, and it was Raging Bolt, star of the show. A big lead for Christian, but this turn, Henry was able to get this rare candy Gardevoir established, get this Pokemon into play, and it was from there that he was able to kind of claw back into this game. Take the 2 prize cards, force Christian to go to odd prizes, and that was where the door really swung open for Henry in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, this back and forth with the 2 prize Pokemon here, but the single prize that we saw in the mix, it was just such a wild way to go about the game. The Screamtail was just an incredible play, just having an opportunity to take a big KO, put a board presence right in front of your opponent that has to be answered, and they still play around it. It's tough.
That's all she wrote there for game number 1. And then in game 2, Henry just had the absolute nut combination of cards. Rare Candy, the 1-copy Gardevoir secret box. That was just way too much. He didn't even necessarily need to find all of that turn. He could have made a couple of different plays, but that just gave him a commanding lead. And do not give Henry Chow a lead because he just ran away with it and he closed things out in style with the Mew EX copying Blood Moon for 240 with the Monkey Dory. Henry Chow is going into a finals, and I have to bring this point up again, Kyle. He has not lost a TCG Masters finals all year. He has a 100% win rate, and if he continues that, he would join, I believe, just one other player who has won 4 regionals in the modern era of the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, and I mean, hopefully you didn't curse him right there. We'll see.
I am not legally responsible for anything that happens in this finals match, okay? Not legally responsible.
All right, well, you're going to have to answer to Henry if it doesn't go his way. I'm very curious to see who he will play in the finals, as we have 2 phenomenal players on the other side of the bracket. 2 young players, too. One playing his exact deck, and the other one who recently had a pretty great run. We saw making the finals like last year in Charlotte, of course, and was just a little bit short. But Caleb Rogerson has been on a tear. He's upwards of 1,300 championship points, and he'd like to get that win under his belt, too.
Imagine that, 1,600 players in a tournament, and the finals is a mirror match. We're going to have to wait off that because we are 1-1 right now. We are going to game 3 off the stream, of course.
Get the hand cam out, man. Come on, we got to see this.
I need to see what's happening out there. I need to rush out of the booth once we're done, and I'm going to go scram all the way over to that match. I wish we could bring you guys too. But regardless, you're going to be seeing one of those 2 finalists. We're going to have an absolute class of a match for everyone at home.
Yeah, it's so exciting to see. I can only imagine what the mirror match would look like for Henry and Michael, 2 phenomenal players. Michael with a chance at redemption after his pretty wild story of events that he's had with Caleb Gettimer, taking loss after loss after loss to this single player. He's up against another Caleb. Is that bad for him? Is it Caleb's or is it just Gettimer?
Jeez. It has to be, I don't know if it's Caleb's, but that has to be probably the scariest thing, you know, for Michael. If Michael Davidson wins this match and you go to the finals, you have to play a 60-card mirror match versus the undisputed best Gardevoir player in the world.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a place you want to be if you're Michael Davidson. I know he has confidence. I know he's a competent player. But this is Henry Chow playing a deck. He is a one-trick, not just pony, but just like an absolute stud at playing the game so far. He is excellent.
Yeah, he's played so many different versions of this. He knows your deck inside and out. You're not going to surprise him with anything that you come across with. It would be pretty great. I can only imagine what that would look like.
Well, we're building up for a finals. It will be great no matter which of the opponents for Henry Chow it is. But I want to speak to the man himself. Henry Chow, you're going to another regional finals. Let's hear from Chip and him standing by.
Thanks, Ethan. That's right. I am here in the lounge with Henry Chow, who has just punched his ticket into yet another regional championship final match. Absolutely incredible, Henry. What's going through your mind after that quick 2-game sets?
Yeah, those were pretty interesting games, but yeah, I'm just really excited for the finals. I'm really curious about how the other side of the bracket goes. I have MD, Michael Davidson, playing the exact same 60 cards as me, so that would, I like to, I pride myself both as a player and a deck builder, and I think that if we have both the decks make the finals, that'd be really, really awesome.
Yeah, something that's only happened a few times in the history of the game is for the same 60. It's rare enough for 2 players on the same 60 to make it into top cut, let alone getting to the finals. So that would certainly be a cool story. But the other player, of course, someone who I know you know well, Caleb Rogerson, another great player so far this season. He's on that Terra box. How do you feel about that one?
Yeah, I think it's a favored matchup. I did play it in asymmetrical cut against Callie White, and games got really scary. I actually got turn 1 water pond attacked, second water pond attacked in one of the games. So it's really terrifying if they get the water pond going, but if you get that Ravska set up, I feel good about it too. So
yeah.
Everything's about the Ravska, man.
Yeah, we actually heard there was a pretty interesting situation happening with your game against Callie where it was like a Sob versus Monkey Dory stalemate. Talk us through what was happening there.
Yeah, I mean, I think she kind of knew she couldn't really win that game and was just trying to, get a little bit lower time for game 3 because that's to her advantage. But yeah, luckily, you can only draw past so much. I get 20 damage every turn, so I managed to shake out 2 things pretty quickly.
Managed to sneak it out of there. Let's bring in Kyle and Ethan. I think they've got some questions they'd like to ask you. Gentlemen, I've got Henry Chow standing by.
What's going on, Henry? Congrats, another regional finals. You said you got a deck list comment here. You got the Rabby Rav. Is the Ravska been the way for you this entire tournament? Is this been the guy?
Oh man, I forgot I did that. But yeah, I mean, the Ravska's like broken, dude. Like the Ravska's actually so good. I mean, this deck would not be nearly as good without the Ravska. It makes your board like so structurally sound. Once you have an EX and a Ravska, like how does Dragapult even attack that?
Yeah, we saw you you go in very early with that Lily's Clefairy. So often that's one of the great attackers that you can sneak in, but it's also so important hitting some of the math that you need on the Raging Bolt. Was it the Super Rod that made you feel comfortable going aggressive with that Pokemon there, or were you thinking of some other lines too?
Yeah, I mean, if they just take a 1 prize there, then, if I can just go with 2/2/2, then I should be winning on the trade. And the fact that I can immediately recover the Clefairy because I had not only the Super Rod but the Nest Ball in hand made me feel fairly comfortable in that position. I think I messed up by benching the Ralts. I think he could have maybe tried going Counter Catcher Fan Rotom to kill my Ralts there to make it 4/4, and that would have been a little bit scary, but we ended up just going 2/2/2, and I was able to pull it out in the end.
Able to pull it out and able to punch your ticket into yet another final match. We're going to get that all set up shortly. Of course, that other side of the bracket is still playing out. Your friend and testing partner, Michael Davidson, on the same 60 as you, up against Caleb Rogerson. They're in the thick of things now in their game number 3. How are you feeling? What's it going to take, for this finals match? Well, I mean, to be a 4-time regional champion in one season, only one other player, Jimmy Pendarvis, was able to do that. And that was in a season where there was, I think, 12, 13 regional championships. To win 4 in a season where there's only 9 tournaments in North America, what would it mean to you?
I'm trying not to think about it, but it would mean a lot, yeah. It would be really nice if I could do that. It would mean a lot to me.
Absolutely. We'll let you get some rest. Get ready for your final match. We'll be back soon with the Pokemon TCG action.
Well, we've got the other match, right? Having it out in the field right now. I think we've actually got some very special camera work going on.
We asked for it,
We asked for it. We were actually going to deliver here. This is what I love to see. Let's see what we've got going on. And yeah, look at that. We've got some of the gameplay going. Now, Michael Davidson and Caleb Rogerson are on the same team. You could see that on their jerseys. They both represent the same team. They both test with each other. And this is one of the heartbreaking moments in Pokemon TCG when only one of you can go into the final match, and a big match that would be.
And I mean, we talked about this a little bit with Henry understanding the matchup. I mean, Michael is in the exact same matchup, facing off against the Teal Mask or the Water Ogre Pond. It's so difficult when they start to take away those Ralts early and often. We've seen that can be a problem finding the rare candy. For some people, it's not as hard. And we'll see if Michael is running into that similar fate.
We do have Kyle Sukovich out on the field right now. He's giving us some updates, so bear with me as I do that. So Caleb currently ahead 2 prizes in this matchup. We know how important it is for that lead, but it seems that Michael Davidson has a fully established board, so that means most likely Gardevoir EX setup, Monkey Dory with Dark Energy, and potentially 2 Monkey Dory it possibly looks like with Dark Energy. We saw how important that was to just have clean Gardevoir EX so that Pikachu EX cannot take a one-hit knockout.
Yep, looks like the discard pile also pretty full there as well. There's about half of the deck, half of the discard pile with plenty of Psychic Energies sitting atop there, so finding enough energies for Psychic Embrace to take knockouts, whether it may be with the Drifloon or attacking with Lily's Clefairy, Gardevoir even. There should be plenty of answers to some of those smaller hit point Pokemon that we see on the other side to take 2 prize knockouts.
It looks like Caleb using his supporter of choice, Turo, Professor Turo scenario, to heal off a Terrapagos that was hit for 190 damage with the Gardevoir EX, so essentially negating a turn there from Michael. You can tell when you have a lead with this Terrapagos deck, with this Terra Box deck, any extra turn you get, that can be so valuable.
Yeah, you have to hold on to those resources. Have to assume there's also another Terra in play if you have that extended board with Area 0 under depths and you pick up your Terrapagos there too. So could have a pretty solid setup there, and just the denial of giving up some of those free prizes to the Monkey Dory's ability has to feel pretty great.
And it looks like now a 3-prize lead here for Caleb. Fan Rotom KOing Drifloon 6-3 right now. Michael Davidson yet to take any prize cards in this game. We know it's never over for Gardevoir, even with a 3-prize lead, but you've got to be feeling the pressure a little bit in a Game 3 scenario. You're down 3 prize cards. You've definitely got a little bit of a hill to climb, and a big match is ahead of you potentially.
Looks like flip the script there into Earthen Vessel. We see Iono in the hand there too. Artisan to go with limiting some of that space on the board would be pretty nice. You don't have to worry about removing the damaged Pokemon now that you've seen the Turo, so it's going to be a pretty solid benefactor at this point. So we could see a pretty solid turn here. The only issue that we foresee is that Fan Rotom would then be in the active spot. That's a single prize Pokemon, and you're looking to push a little more aggression.
Yeah, it's tough to really 2-2-2 route yourself in this game, but you know, maybe taking the KO on the Fan Rotom. We saw Henry Chow use those Psychic Embrace paired with the Adrenabrain to kind of make it so that you're taking 2-2-2, where you're attacking a 1 prize or 1 turn, but then over the course of 2 or 3 turns, those Adrenabrain abilities stack up on a Noctowl or Hoot Hoot to take another prize. That could maybe be Michael's way back into this game.
Yeah, that means that there's just even more pressure to start establishing more Monkey Dory in this spot. If you can find the Dark Energy to go along there. We saw the Earthen Vessel in hand, so potential to start building up on that route. And then it's just a few Psychic Embraces and some damage pushing would be pretty solid here, especially when you start to limit the board.
Yeah, it looks like Area 0 finally out of play, so Artisan has come down. So Caleb's going to have to make a choice on how he wants to discard his bench. Looks like has decided on which 5 Pokemon he wants to keep in play. And it looks like Screamtail will be the choice, so Michael may be deciding to go after a Hoot Hoot, especially could be really valuable after certain Pokemon have been discarded. Off of the Area 0, you leave yourself with maybe 1 Hoot Hoot, and we saw how powerful, or rather how less powerful, Caleb's deck is when he doesn't have access to Jewel Seeker for several turns.
Yeah, he can also be pretty limited on the attacking power at this point too. With the limited bench size, you're not dealing so much damage, and the second Gardevoir is now in play, so you could go with a route where you just rely on these high hit points on Michael's side of the board and just push the damage away slowly but surely.
Looks like we're seeing Psychic Embrace be used, putting damage onto potentially this Screamtail if it wants to come in or swing. Now with 2 Gardevoir EX, if you've got double Monkey Dory down, you could be behind in the prizes, but that's a pretty good board to be in. Just being able to bounce back and forth between those Gardevoirs, just so powerful, especially when Caleb can't consistently find boss's orders to chase those Pokemon down.
Yeah, at that point, you don't think about the game in terms of prize cards, but rather in turns, and you understand you'll have a few turns to get the job done, and with each passing damage card, you feel a little more comfortable. But that was a pass of the turn with damage placed. No knockout just yet.
Yeah, so it looks like 30 onto the Pheasantipity and then hitting Mew EX for 160. So now that Turo's gone, can feel a little bit safer about playing damage onto that Pokemon. Means that a single Adrenabrain can KO that, and then a second Adrenabrain with a Screamtail would actually be the perfect math, right? The 20 on Pheasantipity plus another 30 means 150 left. Plus, or rather, 160 left with the Screamtail could be enough. So Michael Davidson is ideally putting himself in a path where 2 turns from now, he can win this game very realistically.
Yeah, you think about the combinations that go along with that. If you pair that with the Iono, you benefit from the large hand size. Your opponent has a smaller hand, and the 2 knockouts that you'd have, Mew and a Pheasantipity, you just remove all of the potential draw from the board. It would have to be reliant on a Noctowl top deck, and you're just making it even harder for your opponent at that point.
Yeah, and a super quick turn you saw for Caleb. Drew a card, thought about it for a little bit, and just announced that Fan wrote down to take the KO for 70 on Screamtail. So, you know, it's really going to come down to what Michael has on his board. If there is that Pheasantipity, Kyle, that could be the 1-2 prize liability that Caleb could take advantage of. I have to wonder if there is a Bravery Charm on that Pokemon, because that would make a huge difference, right? Only way you can knock out that Pokemon would be with something like a full bench Moon Rondo or something like a Pikachu EX, but that's really hard to do when you can't play a counter catcher from your hand.
Yeah, and you're just not seeing additional resources. Even if you have Jewel Seeker to search out 2 cards, you probably need more than that to get the job done at that point. If you lose access to your Pheasantipity and your Mew on that low hand size, it's pretty tough to find all the right pieces. I'm sure that Michael is thinking exactly of those scenarios right now as he potentially takes a 4-prize turn.
And Screamtail will find its action here. Night Stretcher to bring it back. So now the big question here for Michael is, do you take prizes this turn to activate Flip the Script, or do you try and do something like a double Adrenabrain, right? You can Adrenabrain to KO the Mew and Adrenabrain to KO the Pheasantipity, right? Since if you hit it for 160, it goes to 180 damage. So 30 left, Mew has 20 left, 2 Adrenabrains, plus a KO. That could possibly be a way to try and limit how many cards Caleb can draw on potentially his final turn.
Well, it looks like it was instead changed to the Monkey Dory as opposed to the Screamtail counter catcher on the Pheasantipity to promote that Pokemon. Still access to the multiple prize knockouts here. You could remove that Pokemon even with the hit points of a Gardevoir in the active spot to feel a little more comfortable. Move the damage onto the bench to knock out that Mew, take that 4-prize turn, and still feel pretty great about your spot.
This is what you got to do. You have to take all these support Pokemon out at once. Now you don't have access to restart, and no access to Flip the Script would force a whole bunch of pressure, pairing that with Iono as well. So Caleb, just 2 cards in hand, and there's no Hoot Hoot down for him, so no Jewel Seeker option, and I have to assume that these Gardevoirs are clean, and the Pheasantipity as well maybe has something like a Bravery Charm. If not, it's still going to take so much to get that powered up. It would need something like Blood Moon, plus energy, plus boss's orders, with no way to search out cards. That is just so unlikely here.
Yeah, it's so much to ask for. We see it looked like a fresh 30 damage placed on the board, so able to play a little additional damage now.
This is a huge turn here for Caleb. This is essentially what it comes down to. Otherwise, you're pretty much, Michael is just threatening game with double Monkey Dory in play, can essentially KO whatever, and I'm sure that 30 went onto something like a 1-prize Pokemon so that no matter what, it's going to be taken care of. It looks like Caleb is going to shuffle the deck here with Artisan just to see what's there, but when your opponent checks their deck and doesn't immediately slam down game, you've got to feel a little bit of a sigh of relief that things might be okay.
I mean, you know exactly what cards are on the bottom of the deck at that point. You just had Iono. If you understand that those cards are going to be valuable for you, then yes, you need that shuffle. But at that point, you have, what, 3 cards that you're working with? You need to have the perfect answer. Is there ever going to be a 1-card answer there for you? Ultra Ball into what? You lost your Mew, you don't have the Pheasantipity. You're running out of options.
Yeah, and let's not give it to credit for Michael. He may not be able to take 2 prizes next turn. Depending on what Caleb can shove up into the active spot, it could make things different. We'll see Artisan actually get the Hoot Hoot, so now that Pokemon comes down into play, it kind of puts Michael into a tough circumstance, right? Do you KO a Pokemon to activate Pheasantipity's Flip the Script, or do you not activate that, but then give your opponent the opportunity to potentially use that Noctowl's Jewel Seeker to find them some pieces they need?
Yeah, makes you consider if you're able to move enough damage over, take that that Hoot Hoot away, but we don't think the Screamtail is available at this point, or at least it wasn't searched out on the previous turn. Taking that knockout would be nice, but you open up that bench space as well.
Yeah, I wonder, you know, if Michael's bench is full, I can kind of make out some of the Pokemon. I don't know if there's a spot left. It looks like there might just be filled up with Pokemon here.
Yeah, it's either 4-4 or 5-4 from the looks of it. It would make sense for Caleb to have 2 open bench spaces at this point.
Yeah, it looks like there is a Bravery Charm onto that Pheasantipity, so it would take a combination of something like Blood Moon, Boss's Orders. If a prize is taken, there does need to be an energy, right, on that Blood Moon because of the season skill ability, putting it to a free attack cost at that point. So I think Michael's definitely got a little bit of a difficult decision here to make. See what he wants to find. It looks like just searching through the deck for a potential option. Is that maybe a secret box being played? Does Michael have the pieces here? There's a Bravery Charm. Can he fill this bench up and take a KO at this spot? We'll see what he wants to grab. He does elect to actually get the Bravery Charm out of the deck, though, with this Secret Box.
Yeah, we know that it's not a deck that features the boss's orders, so no opportunity to search that card out and find the big knockout to close things out here. 2/2 prize cards, so counter catcher's not going to be the play as well. Maybe you can find something with that Night Stretcher, pulling back out the Scream Tail, loading that Pokemon up. But if it's just Terra Pokemon on the back, how do you take the 2 prize cards?
Yeah, I have to assume, it's going to actually play another Iono, it looks like, to both put their hands onto the bottom of the deck. So Michael is maybe going to go ahead and pair this again with another knockout. This is going to be a big thing, and it looks like Caleb had an Ultra Ball in his original hand, so that's going to go to the bottom of the deck right now.
Okay, down to just 2 cards in hand. The third one will be added, but this time around does have Hoot Hoot.
And no knockout. You saw him just pass the turn, leave damage counters on there. What do you have if you're Caleb? Checking the discard pile, seeing what resources are down, now consulting the hand back, seeing what options are there. We are at a back and forth stalemate, almost at 2 prizes apiece.
Man, there's just not much else you can do here. If you don't have access to Noctowl, the Jewel Seeker opens up so many different avenues here for you.
And it looks like if Caleb cannot win this turn, Double Monkey Dory will be able to seal this game out. So we'll see what Caleb has access to. Is just going to check through his discard pile, see what pieces are there. The bench is locked, though, with no Area 0. See what gets played down. If Caleb does have options here to maybe search the deck. Let's see here. It's thinking long and hard about this. It looks like we're playing a Super Rod, so 3 Noctowl going back to the deck. So maybe Caleb has a path to win the game if he can find something like the Noctowl. And it may actually be another Iono here.
Iono, giving himself 3 opportunities. He sees 2 cards. If he can find the Jewel Seeker, then maybe he can start to find an opportunity to take prize cards, or at least alleviate some of this stress on him right now. Double Monkey Dory would likely end the game here. If you could remove one of those Pokemon, you'd feel so much more comfortable.
Yeah, and the problem is this Gardevoir should be clean. It shouldn't have any damage counters on it. So if that's the case, Pikachu, cannot take a knockout. So you're playing a supporter, right? You could find that Noctowl, but what 2 pieces out of the deck does that get for you that puts you in a spot where, assuming Michael Davidson has enough Psychic Energy in the discard pile, he can just use those 2 Monkey Dory and then take a knockout on any other Pokemon to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Caleb in this spot before where you just dig for the sake of digging, trying to find any option, something to spark some innovation at this point. He sees 2 cards. Do they do anything for him?
He finds Noctowl. What does Noctowl grab? It could grab something like Stadium Stretcher. That would allow, the Mew to have space to then restart and draw more cards, but I don't really know what it does here for Caleb. It's better than nothing, get into that, but I mean, if you lose on the spot next turn, unless you're winning, it doesn't really matter what you put down or what you do on this turn.
Yeah, I mean, the draws are so limited at this point. What you could find here, there was no knockout, so even going into Pheasantipity, that does nothing for you. It would have to just be the restart with a single card. Michael's wondering what we're all wondering is, what do you have up your sleeve?
Surprise me, Caleb, he's saying. If you have something...
Or don't, please don't.
Or, yeah, you know what? Go in the tank for a little bit. I don't want to give you any hints on what you could possibly have, so... We'll see exactly what he has. It looks like another Pokemon is getting benched, so actually going to just be double Ultra Ball. What is he? Caleb kind of seamlessly or meaninglessly buying time could be impactful.
He just attacked in.
Oh, no Area 0 Underdepth down in play.
All he's done is 10 damage to the active Pokemon, and it's just a pass over the turn now with a new Pokemon in the active. Is that Noctowl? I can't tell here, but
it
doesn't feel great.
Energy. And that's going to be it. Psychic Embrace, Adrenabrain. Michael Davidson takes down Caleb Rogerson. We are going to have a 60-card Gardevoir finals in the mirror match. Gardevoir domination here in Portland.
Michael Davidson finally gets through a Caleb, and he's making his way back to the finals table up against one of the best competitors we have ever seen here on a great run. This deck deserves a win. Which of these pilots will get the job done?
Yeah, and you see great sportsmanship between both of these players. And Chip's going to actually come up in here and talk to Michael Davidson. He just won an important match. I'm curious to hear what he has to say after this match. So let's hear from Chip and see what our new winner and our second finalist is thinking about in this matchup.
Yes, thanks a bunch, Ethan and Kyle. That's right, I'm here with our next finalist who will be playing, I'm not sure if you know, against Henry Chow in the finals, a 60-card mirror match, something that's very rare, has very rarely happened in the Pokemon TCG. First off, congratulations. Talk us through kind of what happened there in that top 4 match.
Game 1, I was able to go Candy Guardy after he killed my only Kirlia. So even though he got a few prizes ahead, his board wasn't super developed, and I was able to win Game 1. Game 2, I had like a really good start. I opened Rabska in my hand, so I couldn't Evo it out, but I felt like really good. I was able to Evo double Kirlia, and his turn 1 was Clefairy and just bench a who attached to Clefairy. But then he Iono'd me, and for like the next 5 turns, even after Fez, I drew nothing. So he was able to get too far ahead, and I wasn't able to win Game 2. And then Game 3, I had another like really strong start. I went first. I got double Ralts, Relor down. I was able to evolve Rabska going into my turn 2, and I was able to evolve a Kirlia even though I didn't hit Evo. And then my board got super far ahead. I maybe made a misplay where I like played around him having my Pikachu off Iona to 2 with no Hoots, and I was killing his Fez and his Mew. I benched second Monkey to make sure he couldn't Pikachu, and maybe that was fine. It ended up almost checkmating him, so I think maybe that was fine, but Game 3, I just, as long as my deck sets up in that matchup, it's pretty clean. It's usually not too difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it ends up being very close, though. It seemed like at the end of that game, but you're able to come out on top, and now you'll be facing off against Henry Chow, your friend and testing partner, playing the same 60 cards. You've had an incredible season, of course. You know, started off the year second place at Louisville early on, but Henry, he's won 3 tournaments now at this point. What's this going to be like for you in this final match?
As far as I know, he's never lost a Guardy Mirror, and he also built like 95% of the list that we're playing, so definitely going to be a very difficult challenge, but maybe it'll go my way.
We'll see what happens. Congratulations, Michael, on getting there to the finals. We'll let you get a little bit of rest. We're going to take a quick little break. You're not going to want to miss this TCG Masters final match.
Okay, you got Gardevoir EX in there? I do have one Gardevoir EX. At least one Gardevoir EX in the deck.
Game 2, no. There's an Artisan I'm playing. I have double Hoot in my hand. Do I even want Fan Rotom?
I didn't know you knew about the Mew play. I was cooking that halfway through. I never done that before. You're ready for it.
All right, hello everyone, and welcome back to TCG Trivia here in Portland. I'm joined here by Isaiah. Before we start, I want to ask, how familiar are you with the Scarlet and Violet video game?
If you ask me a question about the DLC, it's completely over for me, but if it's about the main game, I should be okay, hopefully.
Okay, we'll see how you do. All right, our first question is, what is Cypher Maniac's role in the Scarlet and Violet video games?
I don't believe that the Cypher Maniac is an actual character in the game. Is that correct?
That is correct. It was a trick question, and you did not fall for it. Congratulations, Isaiah. Please spin the wheel. It's Journey Together. Chip, please give Isaiah his prize. And here we go. Please open that up for us. Is there anything you're hoping to get?
I was really hoping to get Paldea evolved so I could get the Veluza with the attack Slim Screw, but I did not get that pack. I did get a Kilowattrel though, which I do not have one of these yet, so I'm pretty happy to get that.
All right, well, congratulations. You passed our test. Thanks so much for playing with us, Isaiah, and please tune in for some more TCG trivia. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to TCG Trivia here in Portland. I'm joined here by Justin. Before we get started, how familiar are you with the Scarlet and Violet video games?
I've played Scarlet and most of Blueberry Academy, so almost done. Yeah.
Okay, I think you'll do pretty well here then. All right, our first question for you. Do you know Crispin's role in the Scarlet and Violet video games?
Crispin's one of the Elite Four in Blueberry Academy.
That is correct. All right, before we let you get to a spin, I have a bonus question for you. If you get it right, you can get a respin as well. So, all right, our bonus question, you correctly identified Crispin is indeed an Elite Four member at the BB League at the Blueberry Academy. What was Crispin's task for you in his Elite trial?
Oh, was this the one where I had to catch Pokemon from Blueberry area?
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
I'm sorry, that is not correct. Crispin wanted you to make a spicy sandwich for him. But, yes. You do get to spin the wheel, so please go ahead. You've hit our grand prize. It's the Ogre Pond Premium Collection. Congratulations, Chip. Please give him his prize. How are you feeling right now?
Fantastic.
That is amazing. That was our biggest prize on the wheel, and you managed to get it. Congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us for TCG Trivia, folks, and stay tuned for the rest of the stream. All right, hello, everyone. I am back here at the Portland Regional Championships with some TCG Trivia. I'm joined by Hayden and Kai. And before I start, how familiar are both of you with the Scarlet and Violet video games?
I'd say I'm like maybe 8 out of 10.
Oh, wow, that's pretty good. How about you?
Like a 6 or a 5, not very much.
Okay, well, with your combined forces, I think maybe you can get this right. All right, our first question, maybe a bit of a tough one. What is Cyrano's role in the Scarlet and Violet video games?
Is it an ingredient for one of the sandwiches? I don't know.
He is a person.
Is it one of the Elite Four members? I haven't gotten that far.
Okay, it is a tough question. That one, unfortunately, is not correct, but you have 2 more chances, all right? Let's move on to the next one. All right. What is unusual about the professors in the game, Professor Sada and Professor Turo?
Oh, they're secretly robots in the end of the game.
That is correct. All right, please go ahead and spin the wheel and let's see what you get. So close. Spin one more time. Tension is mounting. What will it be? It is a Paradox Rift booster pack. Chip, please give Hayden the prize, and if you could please open that for us, let's see what you get. Is there anything you're hoping to get out of this?
Maybe an alt art or something. I don't know.
All right, fingers crossed. Let's see what you got.
Okay, a Wimpod, an Elekid, a Tinkatuff, a Trubbish, Professor Turo Scenario.
Oh, he just got you that booster pack.
What?
Professor Turo is the one who just helped you with that trivia question.
Rika, Purloin, Latios, and Gargantuan.
All right, we got a Garganackle. All right, since you're both here together, we'll give you a spin at the wheel as well. Let's see what you get. All right, we get a Scarlet and Violet booster pack. All right, so we'll get one of these. Is there anything you're hoping to get from the Scarlet and Violet booster pack?
I don't know. I haven't pulled a lot of stuff from this. Okay, Starly, Fiddle, Shroomish, Mankey, Zangoose, Youngster, Flaffy, Tropius, and Tandemaus. Ooh, a Miraidon EX.
Show that off. We got a Miraidon EX, a card that's used quite a bit in the TCG. All right, thank you so much for playing with us. Congratulations on your prizes, and stay tuned for some more Pokemon TCG action soon.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes wherever they tread. They came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books. We'll remember their names. Content as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win. They came to be. Fought for the throne. What was the crown that sat upon their head of the legends who won? And this is what they said. They came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books. We'll remember their names. Content as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be.
What a fantastic hype video to set the stage for this monumental mirror match. The stage is set and the players are in position, shuffling up to begin the finals here in the Portland Regional Championships.
It has been such a crazy journey for this entire season, and honestly, Adam, just from the video itself and just from our two players sitting up there, the storylines write themselves. Michael Davidson, 11 day 2 placements this season, 2 top cuts, 1 regional final, looking to finally take that regional championships. But you're going up against what seems to be the North American final boss, Henry Chow. 3 regionals already underneath his belt, a 100% win rate in finals, and the true Gardevoir master.
This is a final boss for sure. Michael Davidson has to overcome such a powerful player, and Henry Chow is in the hunt for his 4th regional. I don't even know how this is going to go. You like to give a little bit of a nod to an underdog. Both of these players know each other, practice together, play in the same 60, and we'll see which player is going to be favored most by Gardevoir. The prizes will be the first deciding factor.
We're going to have tons of time, Adam, to really go through this list. But as you can hear the crowd reaction here, someone is not too happy. It looks like all 3 copies of Technical Machine Evolution prized here. Not what you want to see if you want to go a little bit faster here.
Dropped all of his CDs. They're scattered everywhere. Gonna have to go it alone. Gonna have to go at the regular strat of evolving into Kirlia, evolving into Gardevoir. If Henry Chow opts for a slower line of play, something being a little bit more respectful of the opponent, maybe Michael Davidson isn't going to get run over by an early aggressive line. We know that both players, alongside the TM Evolutions, are running a single copy of Rare Candy, so that could be the break factor here.
Big important thing to note out here, that both players are playing the same exact 60. They are both testing partners. They know exactly what each of their decks do here, but it is going to be just the Ralt and the pass on over to Henry Chow, who already has Secret Box in the hand too. Look, he's already moving, trying to put the pieces together here. We could Secret Box, go on in and grab our Arvin and try and get Buddy Poffin set up, going for this Technical Machine Evolution. And just remember, Michael Davidson has to go the classic route unless he's going to be able to draw something like a Rare Candy.
Henry Chow said in an earlier winner's interview that Secret Box is the secret to this deck's success, and it allows you to take the perfect turn, whether it's in the early game, the mid game, or the late game. Henry Chow has so many options on the table, and here it is, Secret Box. Discards 2 Ultra Balls and Professor's Research, is going to search for the rest of this turn.
Going through on the first prize search here, as we saw, I know a lot of us were really focusing on a certain player's prize cards, but Drifloon is in the prizes over on Henry Chow's side, and a Curlia as well. One of the technical machine evolutions is prized, and an Arven, an Energy, and a Super Rod, so nothing too detrimental here, but we really do have this opportunity, Adam, to start getting set up with all that we need.
The ability to trade back and forth with single prize Pokemon, 2 prize Pokemon, manipulating damage with Monkey Dory means that once both players get established, things are going to get very complicated very quickly. Henry Chow's great at playing Gardevoir, has fought through thick and thin through some bad matchups, some even matchups, and has been enjoying some good matchups, but when it comes around to the mirror match, especially on the same 60, it could be any player's game. Michael Davidson starting off with just benching a routes, a very light start, and Henry Chow right across opening with Secret Box means that he's going to put his best foot forward.
Absolutely, and I think it's important to note here while we're still doing our first deck search here that Henry Chow has innovated Gardevoir throughout the season, right? Even including things like N Zoroark EX to help with this draw as well. But here we go. We can see the Secret Box pull. So we're going to be able to pull an item, a tool, a supporter card, and of course that Stadium Artisan. Now, just as a reminder, this does also help Michael Davidson get back into the fray as well, too. He will be able to at least set up another Ralts along the way, but it's a matter of will Henry just find everything he needs out of a hat like he kind of tends to do.
Yeah, I love this setup. You get the Buddy Buddy Poffin and the Artisan for another Pokemon. Arven can grab Earthen Vessel, so you have energy to fuel your Technical Machine evolution, and the Buddy Poffin is going to grab Rellor and Ralts. Now, normally the Rellor was for the Wellspring Mask for the N Zoroark, but in this matchup, it's also key to shut down Screamtail. I love that Henry Chow is taking this opportunity to set up the evolution and get Rabsca into play.
Absolutely. Most of the time, right, we want to go on ahead and start throttling that energy into the discard pile as quickly as possible here. Henry pitching away the technical machine evolution there. Definitely meant to put an energy in there, but we're going to be able to start getting things forward here. Even the Monkey Dory as well, the free retreat and the attach for turn as well with the technical machine evolution. We're going to be seeing a Rabsca and a Curlia in play. Great start for Henry.
Yeah, the Monkey Dory with the Darkness Energy attached, keeping your 2 prize Pokemon safe on the bench. Also pre-attaching this next Technical Machine evolution just to get this out of the deck, out of the hand. It's going to go right to the discard pile. And Henry Chow is greatly established, but only with 1 Curlia. This is still a fine position because of the Spherical Shield ability, preventing all damage and effects of attacks from your opponent's Pokemon onto your bench Pokemon. Bench protection is at a premium in the current format, and Henry Chow has opted to make cuts for this 60, and so is Michael Davidson.
This might be the opening deck search where Michael kind of realizes that he doesn't really have much to kind of work with here. Granted, that Artisan is down, and I did allude to it earlier. We can at least get another Ralt set up, but what do we do after here? We have the Screamtail ready to go. We definitely don't want to attack, but we can't just use our Technical Machine evolution because they're all prized here.
Yeah, just go for maybe Arven, grab some rare candy. I don't know if you want to go straight into Gardevoir from this position. As you mentioned, Emily, using just a slap for 30 damage is just giving some damage for Monkey Dory to send back over to your side. So Michael Davidson in a bit of a paralyzed position right now. Just evolves the Ralts into Curlia for now after using the Ultra Ball. Still looking in the deck, of course.
Got tons of time, right? And the name of the game for this format has been set up and holding strong, right? Trying to get yourselves out of these Ionos that brick your hand and that you can't really do much else after here. But it is going to be the Ultra Ball for the Curlia, discarding these 2 Psychic Energy here. So we try to figure out how we're going to be able to find our line to get back into it, because look at Henry's board. He's already threatening a Gardevoir EX next turn at him.
So Michael Davidson, if you can't respond with aggression, you have to respond with defense. You have to make sure you have a good foundation, so once your Pokemon start to get knocked out, you still have other Pokemon ready to go and evolve and receive those energies from Psychic Embrace. Michael Davidson, after shuffling up, is maybe thinking about some long-term ideas with Adrenabrain to start just placing damage counters onto the Rabsca.
It's going to be the Iono here, going to be drawing 6 fresh cards for both players right now. See Monkey Dory, maybe even 2. I don't see another Ralts right now, but we are going to be able to continue getting set up here. Here comes that Artisan play. Presumably going to be able to find this Ralts. We definitely have to secure our board just a little bit more. And
I like it.
there it goes. But still, once again, without technical machine evolution, I really feel like this one hurts Adam.
The Ralts is nice, but without the TM Evos, too slow, as you mentioned. Just 1 energy for turn onto the Screamtail and passes it over. This is pretty much all Michael Davidson can do without the ability to accelerate this game plan. With 1 Kirlia and a Ralts, Gardevoir EX can show up next turn, maybe off of the Kirlia, maybe with the help of Rare Candy. And Henry Chow, you have to think about it. If you are in this position, you're looking across, oh, he didn't go for TM Evo, why is that? I guess you just whiffed on the Arven, went for Iono instead, and that's generally fine. But Henry Chow probably going to look to knock out the Monkey Dory, wants to hunt down the Screamtail, doesn't care too much about actually circumventing the Gardevoir EX.
Well, let's see. Ultra Ball is played, discarding the Nest Ball and the Darkness Energy to grab this Gardevoir EX. And I have to ask, Adam, I mean, we see Rapska on one side of the board, but we don't see it on the other here. Could we potentially be using the Screamtail that I believe that we have in hand to start playing a little bit more aggressively and maybe even pick off that second Ralts? Maybe we can find the Kirlia enough. It really kind of depends. I know we have a Iono on the other side as well, but let's see how it's exactly going to fold out here. And it will be the Iono play.
We know, with our bird's eye view that Michael Davidson is kind of struggling with the lack of TM evolutions, but Henry Chow is maybe going to play a bit more respectfully, might not go aggressive here unless he feels comfortable. You have to worry about the threat of counter catcher, maybe bringing something to the active spot, maybe putting that Rapska in danger. Henry Chow might want to get a few more Pokemon like his own Screamtail, maybe 1 more Ralts in play before pulling the trigger and becoming aggressive. There's no damage in play as yet for Adrenabrain, so there's still a lot of options to move some damage over. If I was in Henry Chow's position, I might prioritize taking down the Monkey Dory.
Could be any route and line here, but once again, it's Gardevoir at the end of the day, Adam. It is just going to be going for our prime setup here. I know that Henry moving Monkey Dory to essentially the front here, where we can definitely get double dark going as well. So we can start moving Adrenabrain damage back and forth here, but double Monkey Dory, definitely exactly what you want to see here. Now I have to ask, Adam, do we even see a Mind Bend?
I wonder. You could deal a little bit of damage to Screamtail. Michael Davidson just has 1 Monkey Dory in play, and this is where it gets complicated. Do you want to deal damage? Do you want to move around? I know a lot of players try to set up multi-prize turns, but it looks to be a Mind Bend indeed, with a little bit of damage moved over with Adrenabrain.
It's going to be the first knockout here, Adam, going over to Henry Chow, thanks to the use of that Adrenabrain, moving 3 counters on over to the Monkey Dory, and then, of course, using that Mind Bend for knockout here. Let's see how Michael is going to be able to respond. We do have the Ultra Ball available that we could go in and find that Gardevoir EX, but do we have the attackers? But I do see something, Adam. We can definitely get rid of the Psychic Energy from this Earthen Vessel, but we have Pheasantipity in hand. We have Draw.
I wonder if Henry Chow was considering this. Okay, since I'm taking out the Screamtail, I don't mind if the Rapska gets brought up with Counter Catcher and knocked out, because Screamtail was the big threat for my early game while I'm still getting set up. Michael Davidson, meanwhile, still going through the classic steps of Gardevoir, getting as much energy in the discard pile as possible, has Darkness Energy to get Adrenabrain, start sending some damage over, fixing math. Kirlia and Ralts are both on the bench, ready to evolve up, and I think a Gardevoir EX response is imminent this turn. You pointed it out earlier, Emily. Henry Chow doesn't have Drifloon, so once Michael Davidson gets a larger Pokemon in play with a lot of HP, it will be much more difficult for Henry Chow to respond.
Absolutely. We are going to be seeing the Ultra Ball as well to grab that Gardevoir EX and evolve our benched Kirlia here. And it all comes down to our sequencing on this one, right? We definitely have an Iono ready to go inside of the hand. We also do have Pheasantipity, but the problem is, Adam, if we were to play a little bit more aggressively, here comes some sort of counter catcher play on Henry's side to punish that? Could very well be. Let's see exactly the line right here.
Both players have to watch out for that. The responsiveness, the comeback potential that Gardevoir is known for. You have to be so precise of when you are aggressive and how much aggression you can afford. If Michael Davidson trying to respond to Henry's tempo is trying to respond with an aggressive stance, could get punished. Just a Darkness Energy attached return onto Monkey Dory, so Adrenaline will be active. Plenty of Psychic Energy in the discard pile. Michael Davidson is going to go for Iono right away. Still hasn't found the Pheasantipity, but if this comes off of the 6 cards, a way to find the Pheasantipity, that'll be 3 more draws.
No, Pheasantipity actually Iono'd down to the bottom of the deck, Adam, just because you definitely don't want to bench anything that could be easily kind of thrown away, right?
I see.
Definitely want to keep it a little bit more safer here. But speaking of playing safe, it is going to be Michael Davidson finding another Earthen Vessel here, kind of weaving the energy out of the deck, definitely playing as very meticulous and careful as possible here.
Yeah, right now Henry Chow has more threat on the board, but Michael Davidson is leagues ahead in terms of getting much more energy in the discard pile. This is going to prep for huge turns later on in the game, off of the back of Screamtail, off of the back of Drifloon.
Looking to see what the correct line of play is. Dare I say that we mind bend back? It feels kind of strange to send up Gardevoir to take more of an aggressive stance, but if it's one Pokemon that Michael Davidson has access to that Henry doesn't right now, it is going to be that Drifloon here.
And even if Drifloon comes out, takes an early prize, goes to the discard pile, comes right back with a Night Stretcher, you can keep relying on the single prize Pokemon to keep the trades in your favor. If Michael Davidson is going to swing, it has to be for a knockout. Can't leave any leftover damage in play, especially with Henry Chow showing 2 Monkey Dory in play.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of the times players look to kind of maximize the amount of prizes that they would take, when a lot of the times you want to be aiming for these Monkey Dories just because of Adrenabrain. Adrenabrain going to show it's just one of the best abilities in the game. Some people would say that Monkey Dory itself is one of the best cards in Standard just because we can manipulate the prize trade to go however which way we want to. Taking this Monkey Dory off the board would definitely help us out a little bit.
So use his Psychic Embrace to attach to Monkey Dory, then retreat, and then the rest are coming up onto Drifloon. What's nice about a play like this, swinging into just a 100 HP Monkey Dory, you don't have to worry about Bravery Charm, just doing a little bit of damage here to guarantee the knockout.
Single prize trade here back and forth between our players with the Balloon Blast here.
And now they're just finalizing the math, making sure that the Adrenabrain was used properly. And now over on the prizes, Michael Davidson not going to get anything too useful for the next few turns if he keeps up just taking single prizes. Going to get another Technical Machine Evolution and maybe even another one after that. Henry Chow now saying, okay, Drifloon is here. I'm going to promote Gardevoir, and you can take an easy knockout. But the thing with Gardevoir too is, if you don't heal enough damage off of it, right, the Drifloon comes right back and takes 2 prizes suddenly. So this is pretty dangerous.
Yeah, the whole board feels very careful, right? Every decision that they're making is very, very planned and calculated here. Is that Screamtail, though? And I have to ask, Adam, if we're going to be kind of taking the same route, right? Once again, these players are playing the same 60. These players tested this list together. So could we potentially be seeing something along the lines of Roaring Scream onto the Monkey Dory, just letting the Drifloon kind of be okay here? So we'll see the Psychic Embrace onto the Gardevoir EX, retreat it out of the active spot. Here comes the Screamtail here with that 4 damage counters on here. We can go wherever we like just because there's no Rabscon on Michael's side of the board.
Michael Davidson suffering now. We know the Technical Machine Evolution was so important to get Curlia in play, but also can't get Rabsca to protect. Screamtail goes around the Drifloon and it takes out Monkey Dory. It's much more difficult for Michael Davidson to fix math, and Drifloon waiting in the active spot. No Bravery Charm as well. So this is going to be pretty strong for Henry Chow to keep threatening these benched Pokemon and backing Michael Davidson into a corner. Attaches Technical Machine Evolution and reaches into the deck with Artisan to find a basic, brings another Monkey Dory out.
It's crazy how you can just search for Monkey Dory in so many ways inside of Gardevoir EX. Nest Ball, Artisan. I mean, it's such a powerful card here, but it is going to be the name of the game, just reestablishing how we want to carry our damage counters on over here. With double Monkey Dory, maybe we could have found a double Adrenabrain knockout for turn, for example. But still, though, I mean, we do have Professor's Research in hand, so we could throw away this entire hand and, I mean, have the Darkness Energy in hand, 2 of them too, but we'll see how exactly Michael wants to kind of approach this.
Yeah, both players want to avoid that double Monkey Dory idea. It's going to be Professor's Research getting rid of a lot of resources. Another Gardevoir, another Darkness Energy, Artisan. Not too bad. The Darkness Energy, you can just get back with Night Stretcher, of course, once you recover the other Monkey Dory. Again, folks, this version of the deck only on 2 copies of that.
So this one's interesting. So we have the secret box off of the Professor's Research here, Adam. I can't tell if we want to go on ahead and kind of go full throttle here. Secret box for something like a Counter Catcher Bravery Charm, Counter Catcher, maybe even the Mew EX, and kind of swing the prize trade heavily in our favor. It's definitely one line of play here, but it's hard to say what is the most optimal at this point. But, you know, Michael's thinking about it right now.
The best case scenario, right, is somehow able to finagle the Gardevoir EX into the active spot and knock that out. Henry Chow does have a Scream Tail setup and can still get more attacks alongside Monkey Dory, but there's not another routes ready to go to evolve into Gardevoir and keep the Psychic Embrace going. So after Secret Box, discarding Buddy Poffin, a Mew, and what looks like a Nest Ball, is going to look through the deck. Again, Counter Catcher being pulled to the front immediately.
Yeah, the Counter Catcher onto the Gardevoir EX as well. Honestly, a much better play. Sometimes you fail to see it, but there's the Iono as well, too. I know we researched this turn already, but let's see what exact line we want to take. Definitely what we're secret boxing for here is definitely going to be this Bravery Charm and the Counter Catcher. That's the line of play here, but how kind of crazy do we want to go?
With Bravery Charm on Drifloon, goes up to 90 HP. Then we attach. Yeah, so this is where the math gets kind of hairy, folks. There's plenty of Psychic Energy in the discard pile to set this up. And I believe that Drifloon, if everything goes well, it's capped at around 300, and there is still there's 10 damage still on this Gardevoir EX, so I think the math checks out.
Gotta see here too, thinking about using the Super Rod as well. I mean, you definitely want to reestablish that Monkey Dory just in case something goes along the line of the way too. Also having the Gardevoir EX inside of the discard pile as well. So we'll see how exactly we want to go about this. Scream Tail too being eyed up as well. And here's the Super Rod. Let's see what we grab. Definitely the Monkey Dory, the Dark Energy, and the Scream Tail here.
3 perfect targets to get back into the deck. The Monkey Dory and the Darkness Energy is so important, not just for keeping your opponent from being too aggressive, but also giving you so much threat potential to take multi-prize turns. Your opponent promotes a single prizer, well, too bad. I'm going to take 2 prizes. I'm going to take 3 prizes. And Michael Davidson looking for an extremely strong crackback against Gardevoir EX.
See how he's going to do it here. It's all about the math here. So it's, I mean, we have all of the Psychic Energy inside of the discard pile. That's what Michael has done beautifully this game, right? Playing a little bit more reserved. A lot of players might have benched that Pheasantipity and gotten that card draw, but instead understanding what he's up against here. We'll see, we're going to have Drifloon go down just to 10 hit points here. We are going to be able to use Balloon Blast to take this knockout on the only Gardevoir EX in play.
Absolutely beautiful. Drifloon taking a knockout, single prizer, taking down a 2 prizer is what you always want to do with Gardevoir, but this is paying extra dividends because of that was Henry Chow's only Gardevoir EX in play. So no Psychic Embrace for this turn. Henry Chow has to rely specifically on either Monkey Dory with an attachment for turn or Scream Tail. Promotes Monkey Dory right now, is looking to move some damage with the Adrenabrain to knock out the Drifloon and then try to strike back on the next Pokemon that's promoted.
Here's kind of the order of operations, right, Adam? We have to reestablish Gardevoir, right? I mean, the deck is Gardevoir EX. It's essentially our whole kind of line and battery here. We have to really kind of find our way back into it, right? We know that with our current board state, we can have Monkey Dory use Adrenabrain off of the Screamtail and take this knockout on Drifloon here. But what can we do after that? How do we find a way to secure the board without Michael Davidson kind of running away with it?
I am not quite sure. You saw that Henry Chow was hesitating to put the Pheasantipede EX in play. And we know that Michael Davidson declined to put this Pokemon on the bench because it can be easy prizes for the opponent to take. So it's just going to be Pheasantipede EX and a Ralts being picked up as well in order to round out this bench.
The thing is, Adam, we got to draw some cards, right? And I think what we have to go for here is just some sort of hand disruption, finding one of our 4 Iono that we play inside of this deck here. We can absolutely counter catcher something like a Curlia, bring it forward, and then use the Adrenabrain to knock out the Drifloon onto the bench, because we do have counter catchers here. But we could also Mind Bend for the knockout, but still now Henry Chow finding another Earthen Vessel, still getting a lot of this energy out of the deck here. And the deck's really thin already. Look at that. Not too many cards left.
Yeah, and because there is no Psychic Embrace, you can't put any more damage on the Screamtail to up the damage of the Roaring Scream. So your ability to threaten the Gardevoir EX or even take on the Monkey Dory is very stunted this turn if you're Henry Chow. So after the Earthen Vessel, shuffling up the deck, picks up a Darkness Energy. The bench is full. So no second Monkey Dory coming back into play. And I think the Mind Bend is slowly coming together.
It is definitely coming to fruition as well. But thinking about just going on ahead and retreating here into the Screamtail. Could just see even a slap for knockout if we don't want to just throw some energy onto the bench, which I'm pretty sure we do, but it's just about sequencing, right? No supporter in hand here from what I can see. So it is just going to have to be whichever way Henry decides to go. I believe that's all 3 Night Stretchers in the hand.
So a lot of explosiveness on the upcoming turns, but this is the make or break moment, I would say, for this game, is recognizing how to deal with this. Just goes for straight up. Maybe it was a slap announce, I didn't quite hear, but either one will knock out the Drifloon. And Henry Chow is going to maintain just this 40 damage on his side of the board. Want to use Adrenabrain to assign that damage where it's going to be most effective. If you can't follow up on this Adrenabrain combo turn, it's better to save that damage for when it's available. Henry Chow just barely hanging on with 1 Ralts in play, so Michael Davidson can respond to try to hunt down this Ralts further. Both players even on prizes, so no counter catcher back on the table. And once more, folks, with this build of the deck, no Boss's Orders.
No, Boss's Orders is a thing of the past in Gardevoir EX, Adam. But here's something that's really important to note out. I think a lot of players at this point would say, hey, there's 1 Ralts on the bench. Let me go use my Screamtail to go attack it and take it off the board. But there is that Rapska in play to kind of protect it, and that's something that's very interesting here. Now, granted, we could definitely send some damage on over with Adrenabrain. That's something that we can do here, but that Rapska is actually coming in pretty clutch here because Henry does have the Night Stretcher ready to go.
I'm really glad that Henry Chow can play a little bit freely because both players are aware of what the deck list is, that there is no boss. And by setting things up to be even on prizes, not needing to worry about counter catcher. Michael Davidson, however, stacking up the Monkey Dories. Both now have Darkness Energy attached. Michael Davidson has solo access to the Psychic Embrace to assign Psychic Energy wherever it is needed and begin to send that damage over. Screamtail sitting at 50 HP means that double Adrenabrain will clean it up, and maybe he gets to swing with a Mind Bend or even a Miracle Force onto another target.
Well, it is going to be Professor's Research for the turn, where you're going to discard your hand and get 7 fresh new cards here. Finds the Screamtail, but once again, it's not going to be able to take out this singular Ralts here just because of Rapska's ability, Spherical Shield. So it's all about how Michael wants to play it. I mean, I think personally, just with double Monkey Dory set up, if I'm Michael, I feel pretty okay. I just want to kind of prevent my board from getting too messed up from something like an Iono here. The double Psychic Embrace here going to come on to Gardevoir EX. We'll see if he goes that route to take out the Screamtail, and he will, thanks to double Adrenabrain here. Michael is now once again on even prizes, Adam.
So now, Michael Davidson pulling ahead, 2 prize cards remaining, and Henry Chow has to take a moment evaluating the cards in the discard pile, the cards in the deck, before even deciding what to promote. There's so much tension at this point, is saying, okay, you've got the Bravery Charm here. I'm seeing Drifloon. Can I promote something with a lot of HP and try to tank through? And this is what Michael Davidson has to deal with now. Because Adrenaline Brain is down, Miracle Force can't reach the 210 to take down Fezandipity.
Yeah, key moment there too, right? But going to attach 2 damage counters onto that Monkey Dory thanks to Psychic Embrace and Retreat, so we can keep the Darkness energy onto both of our Monkey Dories, bring Gardevoir EX into the active, and I think we will be seeing Miracle Force, but once again, just wanting to secure the board just a little bit more, considering using the Ultra Ball here. Maybe we got to count just a little bit about how many energies we still have left in deck.
Yeah, there's 3 assigned to the Gardevoir, and at this point, it's great. When you hit with the 190 on the Fezandipity, it's just one more Adrenabrain to clean up 2 prizes and close out the first game. So Henry Chow is backed into a corner now. It looked like he was off to a great start with Rabska, but Michael Davidson was the one to get Gardevoir EX down and have it stick, and that is the key to keep your attacks up and running.
Feels like Michael Davidson also, Adam, just has game on board here. I mean, those 2 damage counters on that Monkey Dory on the bench can easily just be Adrenabrained onto this Fezandipity. I mean, it has 190 damage on it, plus the 2 from Adrenabrain. That would actually be knockout and 2 prizes right there. The list doesn't play anything like a Turo, for example, so this just kind of feels a little bit lost here. How does Henry get back?
Yeah, Henry Chow has to now begin using all of his Adrenabrains to move damage off of the Fezandipity.
Yeah, that's true. But still, I mean, we have 2 Monkey Dories ready to go as well. We can only move 1 as of this moment here. So it can be the attach for turn here, Retreat.
Can attach, return, retreat. Even if Henry Chow was to put together a monster combo, take down Gardevoir EX, the damage and the Darkness energy are already prepped and ready to go on the benched Monkey Dory. Henry Chow is, of course, going to explore every possibility and fight tooth and nail to win this first game, but it is looking pretty grim.
Going back and forth, Artisan here as the choice here for Henry. Doesn't have the Night Stretcher. Maybe he does in the hand. I mean, he could grab the second Monkey Dory here. Has the Darkness energy in hand as well.
Use the attached return onto Fezandipity. Is looking to retreat that. So only 1 Adrenabrain available now. So I think that's all she wrote. Michael Davidson is just going to need to assign some extra damage and energies with Psychic Embrace in order to get some damage onto his Pokemon, and use double Adrenabrain to move those over.
Still trying to get a sequence of things going here, but it seems like the key to the puzzle here, Adam, is just the Bravery Charm in hand onto the Fezandipity to prevent something like the double Adrenabrain here. But maybe this will be the first time, at least this whole game 1, that we're going to see a second Ralts hit the bench.
And Henry Chow trying to keep another Ralts in play means that double Monkey Dory will be off the table. Makes it harder to keep up with the damage output of Michael Davidson. So you can see very hesitant on how to commit to the line. Is this the correct way to play it? And the second Ralts does hit indeed.
See how this one is going to go down here. Has the Ultra Ball. Like we said, it seems like Bravery Charm is going to be the key to survival this turn. And speaking of Ultra Ball, we are going to be playing it. Has the Lily's Clefairy as well, just going straight into hand and hopefully hitting into Iono. If Michael Davidson decides to play it, we'll be able to just thin the hand and get what exactly he needs here.
Trying his best to thin the deck as much as possible. Is there a way to get the hand down thin? Maybe get a couple more cards off of restart. I don't think the Bravery Charm has been found just yet. Night Stretcher, of course, being used to grab a Kirlia, evolve the Ralts into Kirlia, and finally retreat. Puts the fresh Ralts in the active spot, and Fezandipity goes to the bench. 20 HP remaining on this bird, and finally the HP is reinforced with Bravery Charm, going from 20 to 70 HP. So double Adrenabrain won't take it down.
This is such a difficult route here because it feels like Michael has to make a lot of options here. If Michael, I mean, Countercatcher could be online for next turn here, but it's going to be passed right back on to Michael. You know that he doesn't want to just take this active Ralts. I mean, it feels like the game is right in his hands right here, but it's so difficult to decide what exactly he wants to do. I believe there's an Iono in hand if we want to then all the way down here, or maybe even a Professor's Research as well, but we'll see how exactly this one's going to go.
Yeah, even when an easy win or a very dominant board state is staring you in the face, both of these players need to play respectful, make sure they aren't jumping the gun or going too aggressive when the time isn't right. Going to be 2 more Psychic Energies coming from the discard pile onto Monkey Dory, and even though Henry Chow was able to buy himself a turn thanks to the Bravery Charm, that's just another repetition of Adrenabrains ready to go and increase that pressure even further. Retreating from Gardevoir first and foremost to bring Kirlia into the active spot. Okay, I like this. You want to keep the Monkey Dory as safe as you can. Adrenabrain is definitely the key to sealing your victory from this position. So 2 Psychic Energy are assigned with Psychic Brace to put 60 damage in total onto Monkey Dory, and double Adrenabrain sends it over to Pheasantipity. 10 HP now remaining on this 2-prize Pokemon, and Michael Davidson's first win in the best of 3.
And still, once again, I just have to call it out, Adam. The Rabska here is the key all to Henry Chow's board state right now. Not going to attack here, but look at Henry trying to line up what exactly he wants. Draws into the Professor's Research here, but the key is to take 3 prizes this turn, and I don't know if we have that available to us just yet, right? I mean, the Kirlia still is sitting pretty clean at 90 hit points, right? There's only 1 Monkey Dory here, so we can't send over 60 damage if we want to anywhere. It's just a matter of how do we get out of this?
Yeah, you use your Adrenabrain to take 30 damage off of Pheasantipity, so that would put it at 40 HP. And you have to take down one of the Monkey Dory is the only option to try to keep these 2 prizes up. And Henry Chow does have access to Counter Catcher, does indeed bring up the Monkey Dory. I love bringing the one with the no Psychic Energy available to it. Leave a couple of these potentially stranded. There's an attach and a retreat on Ralts, Gardevoir EX to the active spot, and now reassigning 3 Psychic Energies with Psychic Brace. That's going to be 60 damage onto Gardevoir EX, and Adrenabrain to take 30 off of Pheasantipity. This bird has been beat and battered by the brain power, and it's just barely hanging on. And Henry Chow goes down to 2 prize cards remaining. Michael Davidson promotes Monkey Dory, has a Dark and Psychic Energy available, Mind Bend, and a little bit of help to take 2 prizes somewhere. There is a possibility. Time and time again, he's been foiled without the access to Counter Catcher.
It's all about reestablishing, right, Adam? I mean, both players tied at 2 prize cards apiece. See what the Ultra Ball can give us here, and what exactly we're looking for. We're looking for this Night Stretcher, I believe. Night Stretcher to find something like Monkey Dory again, and then find the Dark Energy, and then we're going to be freely able to use something like this Psychic Embrace here. But there's so many cards in hand, and not too many cards in deck here. It's going to be the Professor's Research to try and seal this game. It's going to be the rest of the cards here. There's the Night Stretcher for the Monkey Dory here, and also the Darkness Energy, and he will be able to find game 1 with double Adrenabrain onto the Pheasantipity here. Rabska prolonging, though. What a very tight game for Michael Davidson.
That was so insane. I think the break point, of course, was Michael being able to find the knockout on Gardevoir EX and really set Henry Chow behind. And if you have to take, especially in the mid game, a couple turns off, reestablishing your board, reestablishing your threats, that suddenly the Adrenabrain damage begins stacking up. Michael Davidson was the player that hesitated to put Pheasantipity EX into play, and because he knew it's a 2 prize liability. Henry Chow went back into a corner, had to draw those 3 cards to flip the script, and it sealed his fate.
Absolutely, as we're going to take a look at the replay before our players jump into game number 2 here. But once again, Monkey Dory proving to be one of the best cards in Standard for this reason alone. Truly hunting down this Pheasantipity practically the entire time here, and it just is about patience and due diligence in your prize searching and not benching down every option that you see here. But still, regardless, Michael Davidson up 1-0 could potentially be getting his regional championship that he missed out on even at the beginning of the season.
And taking down Henry Chow to do it makes this win perhaps a little sweeter. Heading into game number 2, Henry Chow is going to be hoping that Drifloon doesn't end up in the prizes, is going to still prioritize setting up Rabska, I believe. And Michael Davidson took that first win, of course, with no technical machine evolution, just evolved up the old-fashioned way. And Henry Chow, you can see really deep in the tank, racking his brain about how to play this mirror match. Was there a mistake he made? A player of his caliber is constantly reevaluating the situation. Is there some esoteric line that I can lean into to maybe take my opponent off guard and clutch a win in game 2, bring it all the way over to a game 3?
Once again, I think it's so impressive, and it goes to show that even with 3 technical machine evolutions prize, you can still play the patient game and win it all the way out here in this game number 1 here. We're going to get Michael to bring his prizes on over to the prize camp so we can actually check it out here. But for Michael going first here, I think we got a little bit of a line. We dropped a card. It's a very high stakes match, Adam. Maybe a little bit.
The cards are slippery. We already know that. And Henry Chow, starting with Screamtail, Michael Davidson beginning with Ralts and Artisan to find another.
Exactly what you want to see here as we're going to take a look in our first deck check and the prizes here. One Ralts being prized is kind of interesting when you only play 3, Adam. So we're going to at least have access to 2 of them, right? No Monkey Dories in the prizes. That Lily's Clefairy, well, yes, it's a great attacker here. No dragons in sight. We're probably not going to see it too much in this match, but a Night Stretcher, Earthen Vessel, Nest Ball, nothing too crazy, and that Arven as well. So nothing crazy on Michael Davidson's side. Honestly, I'm excited to see what he can do with a TM Evo maybe next turn.
Yeah, Henry Chow opted to go second because he's the one that wants to go for that explosive turn, getting set up with Arven, Secret Box, TM Evo, getting evolved, getting established right away. Michael Davidson looking through the deck, nothing too insane prize, which is nice. Just has to evaluate with the Artisan and also what basics are in the hand, or maybe even Buddy Poffin being in the hand, what the grab is going to be.
This one's going to be interesting, Adam, because we do have access to the Rabska line here. We can go on ahead and grab that Relor if we truly want to. Knowing that Henry Chow's not going to be swinging right away, this Ralts will be at least safe for next turn. It's really going to be prioritizing that setup, but I still think second Ralts just makes the most amount of sense. We want to be threatening Gardevoir EX at any time, and that powerful Psychic Embrace ability, that just seems to be running all over the place in this meta.
Michael Davidson may be feeling confident. I didn't have Rabska set up in game number 1, and it felt fine. Maybe Henry Chow, the only threat for Screamtails, right, is when the Roaring Scream is maybe hitting your Mew or your Pheasantipity. Michael Davidson might already be zeroing in on a line of using mostly single prize Pokemon in play to take away good targets for Henry Chow. Now that it's back over to his side, he's using the Artisan to look through the deck himself.
Yeah, and here comes that opening prize search as well here too. Honestly, I'm not true. I mean, the prizes aren't too bad on Henry's side here. A couple of key Pokemon with that Gardevoir EX in the prizes, the 1 of 2 copy, and once again, Drifloon just not wanting to come out of the prizes for again here. Yeah,
the
and the
lazy
Bravery
balloon. He's been putting in so much work this entire weekend. He's taken a couple games off to recuperate. The lead balloon stuck in the prizes. Low to the bottom, though, so maybe he'll get out of there for the mid-game.
I think it's also important to note, Adam, that the Bravery Charm is also in the prizes as well. Bravery Charm coming in clutch for a couple turns for Henry here too, but you definitely want to be protecting these big basic Pokemon once they hit the board here. But once again, Drifloon and Gardevoir EX, that's a 1 of copy as for right now.
It definitely feels on your opening deck search, you evaluate the prize card, see what you have. It sort of puts you on a path, right, for the rest of the game, depending on what attackers you're going to have. If you can't reliably lean into Drifloon when the time comes, because Henry Chow doesn't know that it's down at the bottom, right? It might just be his final prize card of the game. He's already thinking, okay, I'm in the same mindset of game number 1 when I didn't have Drifloon. Can I still play into that style of gameplay? Monkey Dory is the selection from Artisan, is going to try to fill up a bunch of damage, get multiple Gardevoir EX in play so that the Miracle Force and the Psychic Embrace aren't removed from play, and use Adrena Brain to take multi-prize turns.
See how it's going to go down here. I do believe that Henry has a couple of Pokemon in hand here. We see that we have, I believe that is the Rellor here too. Don't have the guaranteed technical machine evolution here, but it could just be an Iono, but no, it's just going to be a pass. No supporter played for turn here, so we're gonna head back on over to Michael Davidson. Now, what we could do here, Adam, is that we could grab our Monkey Dory, get set back up again, or we can just go on ahead and grab that Rellor too. The technical machine evolution is already in hand with the darkness energy here, and it is just going to be using the technical machine evolution onto our 2 bench Pokemon, grabbing a Curlia and that Rabsca again.
Seeing the Screamtail in the active spot, Michael Davidson is going to preempt this Pokemon. We weren't sure how high up the priority list the Rabsca was for him, but Davidson decides to bring it into play after seeing Henry Chow's a pretty slow turn, getting just his own Rabsca established. Now it's over to Henry Chow's side and opts for the Ultra Ball, discarding Gardevoir EX and Iono. Curlia is evolved up, and Henry Chow still in the same position with just 1 routes line on the bench.
Still, I mean, Adam, it goes to show that these opening turns in the Gardevoir mirror are all crucially about setup, right? No player's really going for these knockouts just yet until they feel comfortable enough that they can safeguard their board just enough with a response. Henry, though, going to be able to at least find this professor's research here and get us going. I believe he draws into the second Monkey Dory as well. So this is a great way to start securing our board here for next turn when we want to find Gardevoir EX here. We also have the Night Stretcher in hand to get that going next turn, but let's see how Michael responds here.
Yeah, Henry Chow loves to set this up. Discard a Gardevoir EX early and bring it out when the time is right with a Night Stretcher. Michael Davidson also activating Artisan after evolving all the way up to his own Gardevoir EX, and now Monkey Dory is picked up from Artisan. In game number 1, it was Michael Davidson, even though he didn't have TM Evolution, was the one to be aggressive first and foremost, and we'll see if Curlia being hunted down is the same outcome.
See, indeed here, because honestly, there's a couple of routes that we can take. There is going to be the darkness energy attached for turn, and there's Michael Davidson throwing down the Iono here. Both players are going to shuffle up and draw 6. Henry Chow needs to draw into another Night Stretcher because once again, the second Gardevoir EX is currently in the prizes, but he also draws some energy in an Ultra Ball, but that's not going to be enough to find anything. But look at Michael's hand. He finds the secret box as well, so he could start discarding some of the energy that he has in hand to keep setting up.
And what is the third discard? Ooh, plays it really slow, just passes right back, doesn't want to give up anything as of yet. I think that because there's not a good target, I don't want to just knock out the Screamtail, open up Henry Chow to draw cards off of Vesindipity, to open up the counter catcher. I'm going to wait and chill. Henry Chow now looking at Lily's Clefairy EX right now to be added into the fray. Shuffling up the deck now.
It's definitely a good attacker here. Once again, that Full Moon Rondo, 20 base plus 20 per each Pokemon on each other player's bench here. Here we go, though. Professor's Research. Big cards here. We thinned out a Pokemon so we can hopefully draw into this Night Stretcher here. But I'm seeing a lot of energy. I see a Pheasantipity, a Research, and an Ultra Ball here. Might just have to be another slow and steady turn for Henry Chow, but I don't know if I feel too bad about that with double Monkey Dory already set up.
Attaches to the Screamtail, doesn't go for TM Evolution, is keeping a routes in play so Rare Candy Gardevoir stays on the field as an option.
I don't know about that, Adam, because once again, one of the Gardevoirs are in the prizes and the other one's in the discard pile. So there's only 2 Gardevoir in play here, but it's going to go back on over to Michael Davidson here.
Okay.
Got that secret box ready to go.
Is Henry Chow going to have to do something ridiculous like Super Rod if he can't find the Night Stretcher?
He's got to be able to find it eventually here. The secret box, though, has to discard one more card there, and it is going to be that Buddy Buddy Puffin. And now we're going to be able to use this A-Spec to grab an item, a tool, a supporter card, and a stadium out of the deck. You were alluding to it earlier, Adam. It is going to be what Henry called just the secret sauce of the deck, right? It's the best A-Spec. We can just grab whatever we want for it.
And now Artisan to pick up the second Monkey Dory. The longer that Henry Chow takes to get up off of the floor and start being aggressive allows Michael Davidson more and more leeway to get established and get more utility and threats up and running too. Earthen Vessel discards Technical Machine Evolution to get 2 more energy out of the deck. Darkness Energy being eyeballed to attach to the second Monkey Dory. Double Adrenabrain, now a huge threat. This goes around Rabska's Spherical Shield, and if this damage keeps getting sent back and forth, Michael Davidson doesn't want to necessarily take the initiative versus Henry Chow's double Monkey Dory as well. But at the same time, I think if you can, quote-unquote, force Henry Chow to use the Adrenabrain onto a specific target, maybe something that you would want him to use, sort of bait it that way, you can go for the throat and maybe begin hunting down the Kirlia. And then with no Gardevoir EX, it doesn't matter if he's just sending Adrenabrain damage back at you.
But once again, Adam, it's coming into play for now both players here. This Rabska with the Spherical Shield preventing any type of early game aggression with something along the lines of Screamtail. I mean, we've had Gardevoir EX out now for, what, 2 turns, and we haven't still seen a knockout yet. It's just slow and steady wins the race, but it is going to be Arvin played here, so we can grab our Earthen Vessel and our Technical Machine Evolution here. Once again, still throttling the Psychic Energy out of the deck here into that discard pile, because that is the key to winning this as Gardevoir.
2 more Psychic Energy also entering the hand. This was a beautiful display that Michael Davidson performed in game number 1 as well. Getting so many energy in the discard pile, that means that Psychic Embrace can put so much damage into play to power up your Screamtail, to power up your Drifloon, and hit those big numbers when it's required. And this is also simply thinning the deck so that your natural draws are much better. You aren't just going to be drawing energy for the turn. Finally, Darkness Energy is attached to Monkey Dory. Technical Machine Evolution attached to Rabska, so that will be discarded at the end of the turn. And now some Psychic Energy being eyeballed in the discard pile to be assigned with Psychic Embrace.
Now it's Michael benching that Screamtail here, deciding if he wants to be the first one to start getting some damage up and running here. It is going to be the attach and the retreat. A Screamtail is going to head into the active spot. Psychic Embrace of just 2 over onto the Screamtail here, or over onto the Rabska here. So we're actually going to start targeting down the Rabska here. And now, here we go. It is just going to be a slap for 30.
And yeah, Michael Davidson is like, okay, here's 30 damage. I want you to, are you going to take the damage off of your Screamtail, or are you going to take the damage off of your Rabska, making it very awkward to use these Adrenabrains efficiently. And if Henry Chow doesn't prioritize keeping the Rabska up, then Michael Davidson can begin wearing down the Screamtail. I love this forked threat that he's come up with.
Feel like we're starting to pivot into a more aggressive line now from Michael Davidson. I want to see if Henry's going to respond essentially with some of the same aggression, right? Maybe not going on in and taking a full knockout here, but starting to kind of sprinkle the damage across the board and saying, hey, here it is. Are you just going to send it back? Which Pokemon are you essentially going to heal here? Because once again, like you alluded to, Adam, Michael Davidson kind of throwing the damage out there and saying, all right, now what are you going to do here? But it is going to be the Psychic Embrace of the energy back now, and the damage that started on Henry Chow's board in the beginning is now on Michael Davidson's board here too.
Yeah, the Gardevoirs, the Monkey Dories, the Screamtails, they're playing their own game, and the Rabskas have a nice little tennis match going on the side now.
Go though, I mean, it is going to be the professor's research finding the Bravery Charm here. We saw how that was a key card last game here, but Bravery Charm going down. Here comes the Adrenabrain back onto the Rabska here. We're just going to be slinging the same 40 damage counters across the board. We'll see how this one's going to go. Adam, truly a tug of war here of the damage. I just love how they actually just have the same 4 damage counter dice and just like, all right, your turn. All right, your turn. All right, your turn.
And then the Screamtails are just backhanding each other in the active spot. The slap for 30, another slap for 30, and it's back over to Michael Davidson. Now, based on the back and forth, Michael Davidson is ahead thanks to this Bravery Charm, can knock out the Screamtail, but the Adrenabrain has to be used first to prioritize. Oh, wait a minute, a little bit of a change up.
is going to be the Adrenabrain here to knock out here. We want to see if Michael Davidson's going to be the first one to go up 2 prizes here, or if we want to play it a little bit more reserved. Once again, the back and forth of the 40 damage was very, very funny here, but we definitely want to get it started. It is going to be another Psychic Embrace for 8 damage counters onto this Screamtail with only 80 hit points left here.
Yeah, Rapska does protect the bench, but you can still Roaring Scream the active, correct?
Yeah,
just double checking to make sure I'm remembering the fine details of this attack. You use it to snipe the bench 99% of the time, so I always forget it can attack the active.
It's so funny how we're almost looking at the same exact board on each side, right? Double Monkey Dory, both with Dark Energy attached, and what could have been double Gardevoir EX here, but honestly, Michael Davidson saying, hey, here's my play. I don't want you to do this to me next turn. I'm just going to evolve both of my Gardevoirs up now where they're safe here. We'll see how exactly it's going to go, but all I know, Adam, is that Michael Davidson is up 2 prizes, 4 prizes away from that regional champion.
And after everything, after so many cards drawn, after so many disruptive supporters, still no Night Stretcher to get Gardevoir EX. Henry Chow stashed that in the discard pile, had 2 Night Stretchers in hand and got those ripped away and hasn't been able to recover these important pieces and has been lacking Psychic Embrace. Vezendipity, the card that sealed his fate in game number 1, has to enter the game and use Flip the Script to see 3 more, and still Night Stretcher is absent.
But you got to look at it, Adam. I mean, look at the hand that Henry's considering throwing away here. I mean, there's multiple counter catchers there, but we definitely have to start responding with some type of knockout here. So it is going to be the counter catcher onto the Rapska here, and we can only hope that this Bravery Charm onto Vezendipity is going to help us. But look at this professor's research. 7 big cards. Can we find Night Stretcher out of just 7 cards? Let's see.
It's gotta be Night Stretcher.
No, it's not.
What?
This is it again. I believe
6?
one more card, and it's not the Night Stretcher. Henry Chow down. Still no Gardevoir EX. This match has started to kind of turn up here, Adam. I mean, I don't know what Henry's going to do this turn.
1 Gardevoir EX stranded in the graveyard. 1 Gardevoir EX stranded in the prizes. Henry Chow not able to get his maximum attackers set up, is forced to use the damage that Michael Davidson deigns to grant him with the Adrenabrain and just send it back. Can't attack on his own. Is there an attachment still for turn? I guess it's going to be Mind Bend.
I don't like this literally at all, Adam. I mean, the thing is, Rapska only has a 1 retreat cost, right? So all we have to do is use that Earthen Vessel that Michael Davidson already has in hand to grab some of that energy out of the discard pile, manual retreat, and then Screamtail is back. I mean, granted, the Rapska on Henry's side of the board is still there, but it's just going to have to be just these single prize knockouts going back and forth. I don't know how Henry's going to come back from this.
And because he can't get the Gardevoir EX evolved and into play to use Psychic Embrace, Henry Chow is forced over and over again to have a fail-safe routes, a backup routes available to evolve up. And I don't know, I guess at this point, Henry Chow is going to keep that bench space open for Drifloon, Screamtail, etc., and has to take the big risk that Michael Davidson cannot hunt down Kirlia. He's way ahead on prizes right now, so no counter catcher, no boss. Rapska chilling. It seems pretty safe as right now. Curly has 90 HP, so even double Adrenabrain's not going to threaten it. And Henry Chow has perhaps 1 more draw to find a Night Stretcher.
I don't know about all that, Adam, but we could be seeing something along the... You don't even want to do something like a Mind Bend here because Monkey Dory's double set up already. So it is just going to be the attached retreat to protect this Monkey Dory, grabbing the Ralts out of Artisan, promoting it into the active space, and then just saying, you know what? Okay, it's just going to have to be this back and forth. Over to Michael's side here. He has the Super Rod to get some of the energy back into the deck so we can Earthen Vessel. This Rapska will be able to leave this active spot.
Very easily done. 70 HP, just 1 retreat. Double Monkey Dory. This is such a vast difference in setup and threat potential. Michael Davidson finally takes his draw for turn.
doesn't even need to super rod Adam. He just drew the energy to retreat the Rabska right then and there. We'll see how exactly we want to go here. This is just so intense. It just feels like Henry doesn't have too many options here. And look at Michael's side of the board. Double Monkey Dory already set up with 2 Gardevoir EXs in play. The deck is looking super thin on both players' side, but not thin enough for Henry Chow to find his only one of his Night Stretchers, to find his only Gardevoir that he has access to.
Michael Davidson has put so much energy in the discard pile. It was all Henry Chow could hope for, that he didn't have another one available to retreat the Rabska. Discards the energy out of hand with Earthen Vessel to pull the final from the deck and attach and retreat. Screamtail now in the active spot. We'll see where he wants to assign this damage with Adrenabrain.
Going to be back over onto our favorite target of the match, and it is going to be this Rabska, but we're only putting 1 damage here to prevent something along the lines of a potential, you know, reverse return knockout with something like an Adrenabrain and even something like a Mind Bend. But here we go. It is going to be Henry finding his secret box here. Look how many cards there's left in deck. I mean, they're both Night Stretchers are just at the bottom, Adam. That's just gotta hurt.
Yeah, draws the secret box, but it's going to exact a heavy toll from his hand at this point just to go in and grab Night Stretcher for Gardevoir EX. Even uses the Earthen Vessel to discard Arven because you want to use Iono as your supportive return. And after all this is done, because the deck is so thin, it does guarantee drawing 6 and getting Night Stretcher.
Yeah, it's just not safe to discard anymore, Adam. I mean, Henry barely has any cards left. We're going to just have to go back-to-back Ionos at certain points here, too. Henry going to check out Michael's discard pile here. I mean, like you said it correctly. I mean, we're going to see a Gardevoir EX here, but it's a matter of the lines and the routes that Henry's going to be able to take. If he can take 6 prize cards before Michael only takes 3.
It's going to be a lot of multi-prize turns. Henry Chow looking pretty defeated right now. He needs to continue to believe in himself and find the line. Michael Davidson sitting pretty at 1 up here in the Portland Finals. But after a little bit of damage assigned onto Gardevoir thanks to Psychic Embrace, going to move the damage over with the Adrenabrain. Screamtail still has plenty of HP because of the Bravery Charm. Just gets knocked out with Miracle Force.
See what we're going to respond with now. We do have a Professor's Research in the hand if we are Michael here. So honestly, could we just see something along the lines of using Drifloon this turn to take 2 prizes and then hunt something down using the Monkey Dory double Adrenabrain here? It's so hard to say here. There's the Ultra Ball here, but I think we want to see as many cards as possible right now, trying to eye up what is in store here. I really think Drifloon might be the play, Adam. What do you think?
That is the game-ending play, certainly, Emily. After the struggle that Henry Chow went through in order to get this Gardevoir EX into play, he has to use it as his attacker for turn.
Finds the Bravery Charm too off of the Professor's Research here. It is going to be that Drifloon coming into play, and now we are fully able to use not only just our Drifloon with the Bravery Charm to get this knockout, but we can continue setting up this board all the way through. Finds the Ralts as well, just in case of something like an Iono. We can still guarantee we get what we want out of here. Let's see how it's going to all play out. Here's the Bravery Charm onto the Drifloon, and that will be a concession from Henry Chow. And Michael Davidson, he lost his first regional finals appearance in Louisville. He will be able to take the final regional of the season here in Portland. It is an amazing showing of what Gardevoir EX can do. Congratulations to Michael Davidson.
Crowning himself the new Gardevoir Master by taking down the 3-time regional champion, Henry Chow. I don't know if there was another line that could have been taken by Henry based on those abysmal prize cards, but this will be a match that still needs to be studied. Well played by both players across the entire weekend and into the finals.
It's such a shame how many turns we go without a Night Stretcher, Adam. I mean, the Gardevoir EX and the prizes, the Gardevoir EX and the discard pile just sitting there waiting. But once again, both of these players playing the same exact 60 here. So they're going over what happened in this match. So let's go over this match ourselves as well here in the replay as we recap Portland here, just to kind of not off the end of our season, but my goodness, it was a battle of damage counters back and forth. It was so exciting to watch.
We knew it was going to get complicated, but it was really down to trying to adapt to what was in the prize cards, what you had access to at the moment. Rabska played a small role, forcing Screamtail to just attack active Pokemon, but the back and forth was real. Drifloon being able to knock out Gardevoir was the key to Michael Davidson's victory in game number 1 and at the finals of game number 2. Responding there, taking the knockout. I loved this back and forth with the Adrenabrain and Henry Chow trying to respond, keeping his Rabska up, keeping the Vezendipity alive as much as possible. 40 damage, 40 HP left on this bird with the Bravery Charm, and all the damage was assigned to take the final 2 prizes.
What an amazing showing of what this list can do too, and Rabska showing why right now, I mean, bench barrier feels just so good here. I mean, that Vezendipity stayed alive as long as possible here before getting knocked out, and it was just at the end that this was the heartbreaking whiff that did it all, Adam. Unable to find that Gardevoir EX, unable to swing the game even remotely close back into his favor, and it is going to be Michael Davidson here winning it all and being able to get himself a Worlds invite, even though he's already number 7 on the North American leaderboard.
Yep,
that feels pretty good.
Henry's plot armor. For every Iono that your opponent just top decks the boss anyway, sometimes the Iono that just deals critical damage. You send that key card down to the bottom of your opponent's deck, and they aren't going to be able to find it. Huge congratulations to our top 8 here in Portland.
Yeah, amazing things and amazing showings as well. Honestly, I loved seeing Terrabox kind of come back into the spotlight as well. But if I am looking at it correctly here, I believe this is going to be 5 different decks, I want to say, still here in our top 8, with 2 EV toolboxes and 2 different lists here as well. So what an amazing showing here from all of our players here at the final regional of the season. But before we crown our finalists and our champion, we do have a feature, of course, for the juniors and the seniors as well that we're playing here. They are champions and finalists too as well, and I'd love to hear their results.
Chip Ritchie out here on the tournament floor at the Portland Regional Championships. We're right behind me. Our junior division final match is underway, and it is 2 players who are no strangers to this situation. Luke Giffen is now playing in his 2nd finals match of the year. He, of course, was the Atlanta Regional Champion. At that tournament, he was playing a straightforward Dragapult list, but for this event, he's chosen to pair Dragapult EX with Charizard EX, a pretty popular pairing. On the other side of the table, Annabelle Ono, again, no stranger to this situation. This is now her 4th final match of the season, and she was able to win 2 regional championships already so far. Either one of these players will be a repeat champion. We'll have to see which one of them will come out on top. Annabelle is playing Gardevoir, something that she has had success with. She got 2nd place at Milwaukee with Gardevoir. She also won Toronto Regional Championships with Gardevoir. Her first tournament of the year, though, she played Raging Bolt to the Louisville Regional Championships, which she also, of course, won. So she's someone who's got plenty of range when it comes to what deck she decides to play. Now, both of these players told me that they practiced a lot leading up to this tournament. Luke credited his friend Devin, who was able to make top 8 in the seniors division, as someone he tested with and practiced with a ton heading up to this tournament. And Annabelle played with all of her local friends, both at locals and also online, using Pokemon Trading Card Game Live as a useful testing tool, of course. Congrats to both these players on making it this far. We'll see which one of them is able to come out on top. And now I am pleased to introduce our Junior Division Trading Card Game Regional Champion here in Portland, Luke Giffen. Luke, congratulations. 2nd time we've had this little interview, 2nd Regionals win of the year. How do you feel, man?
I feel really good. I think the crazy thing is that I went 0-1 to start the day, then I won out every other game.
Every other game after that, you were able to get the win. It's not about how you start, it's about how you're able to finish. And speaking of your finish, you're up against a very good opponent in Annabelle. Talk to us about that final match and how things went.
So game 1, she Iono'd me, and she hit the double monkey that she needed to use Screamtail and knock out my Zard.
Yeah, very, very strong play. So you lost game number 1.
Yeah.
Game number 2?
Game number 2, I just got the better setup and kept bossing the Gardevoirs and the Corellias and Ralts.
Trying to prevent her from getting her most powerful Pokemon in play. And then finally, game number 3, it all comes down to this, right?
Game number 3, she Badooed me for 7 turns. And then after she started attacking, I just kept killing the Gardevoirs. And then at the very end of the game, I needed to hit boss off of Recon and Fez, and then I hit boss. So I Ginnerbrained 20 on from my Chi-Yu to the Driftbloom, and then I bossed the monkey and attached for turn to the Chi-Yu and used, what's the attack called?
The Chi-Yu.
Yeah, the Chi-Yu to do 140 to the monkey.
There you go, and that is what leads to you becoming a 2-time regional champion this year. It's been very fun to watch. Congratulations to you on the run so far. I know you've got a great support system, a lot of people that you play with as well. Who do you want to say thank you to?
I want to say thank you to my dad, my mom, Devin, who ended up getting top 8 this event with TerraBox, and then Victor, and everybody in my testing group.
All right, congratulations one more time to Luke Giffen, our junior division champion. Chip Ritchie here on the tournament floor at the Portland Regional Championships, where just behind me, the senior division final match is underway. And there is so much backstory that comes along with this final match. These two players have been playing against each other for years and years, not just in the seniors division, but also dating back to the juniors division. On one side of the table, we have Nathan Osterkatz. He's already won 3 regional championships this year. He got second place at a UIC this year, second place at another regional championships this season, and he's looking to cap off the season here in Portland with yet one more regionals win. He's going to be playing in Zoark, and he will be facing off against Carson Washer. Now, Carson Washer is someone who's been competing for a very, very long time in the game, dating back to when he was a junior. This is his final season in the seniors division, and this is his final shot to get a regional championship win before he ages up into the Masters division next season. He's going to be playing the Joltik Toolbox deck, and he actually told us that he chose to play this deck specifically to counter Nathan Osterkatz and Justin Templer. Nathan and Justin are by far the 2 best players in the seniors division. I think Carson knew that they were probably going to play the Zoark deck. Nathan just won the Milwaukee Regional Championships with that deck, so Carson said, hey, this deck has a pretty good matchup. I'm going to try to see if I can get a favorable matchup into one of those 2 players in the final match. And it's paid off so far. He's in that finals up against Nathan. He's got the favorable matchup. But here in his last regional championship as a senior, will he be able to close out the win? We'll have to see which one of these 2 players comes out on top. It's an exciting story either way. We'll see who wins. And now I am happy to introduce our Portland Trading Card Game Senior Division Regional Champion, Carson Washer. Carson, congratulations. What a run. What a tournament. I mean, talk to us about the journey to get to this point. You've been playing this game for so long. What's this mean to you?
Yeah, I've played a lot of senior regionals, but I've never won one. And I only won one junior regional. So that's been my goal for a long time, to win a senior one.
And you were able to make it happen. And it all went according to plan for you as well. You told me before your match, you picked this deck specifically to counter Nathan Osterkatz and Justin Templer. All went according to plan for you, right?
Yeah, those are just the best players, and I felt like I could beat all the other players besides them. So if I beat them, then I could win.
Picking the deck that was strong against what you expected them to play was a very good strategy. Talk us through kind of what happened in your final set.
So game 1, he didn't really have the best start, but I did. I prized the Pikachu, which was kind of bad, but I still took the first 2 prizes, and then I just went 2-2 from there. He owned me, and I got the boss, which was kind of lucky, and then that was it. Yeah.
And then game 2.
So game 2, my start was really good still, and I prized Fez, which was kind of bad. So when he Iono'd me, I didn't have much draw, but I got pretty lucky and I got the Arven still, so that was good for the prime catcher.
Yep, the last piece needed to take those final prizes, and now you find yourself being a regional champion. I know you've got a great support system. I know you have a lot of people that you work with and test with. Is there anyone you want to say thank you to?
I want to say thank you to Caleb Rogerson for helping me with the list and giving me the list. Justin Templer for telling me to play it to beat him. My parents for letting me come here, and everyone else that tests with me.
Congratulations once again, Carson Washer, our senior division regional champion.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Portland Regional Championships. What a tournament it's been, from Toadscruel all the way to a Gardevoir mirror match in the finals. It was quite a weekend. I do want to take an opportunity to recognize our 2 finalists. So first of all, let's welcome to the stage, Henry Chow. Congratulations, Henry. I know maybe not the outcome you wanted, but I mean, I think you can still hold your head high. Quite a season you're having. What a run. Is there anybody you want to give a shout out to or anything you want to say?
Yeah, I have a lot of shout outs to give, but particularly I want to shout out Michael Davidson. Long time coming. Huge congratulations to him. Shout out to Isaiah Bradner, the Brazilian testing group who I shouted out already, William Azevedo, Rafael Uidi, and Pedro Pertusi and others for coming up with sort of this Evo style of Gardevoir that we adjusted. Shout out to Rabska. Shout out to all my friends who are watching. I always say this, but particularly the people who like don't play Pokemon and just like sort of watch me to see how I do. It really means a lot to me. And yeah, I'll try to be back again.
Thanks so much, Henry, and thanks for all the entertaining matches you've provided to us throughout this season. One more round of applause for our runner-up, Henry Chow. All right, just one person remains. Please welcome our champion, Michael Davidson. Congratulations. Now, Michael, you had to take down Henry, who's won 3 regional championships this season. A little bit of an awkward match, but how are you feeling after you took it down?
I'm still in disbelief. I just didn't think that it was happen, but it did.
Well, you made it happen. You've had an excellent run throughout this tournament, and I have to ask you, was this a matchup you two tested at all with the Rabska and all this stuff, or were you just kind of going in and figuring it out on the fly?
I mean, we weren't assuming we were going to play against each other, so I don't think we played it at all, but maybe we should have, but...
I mean, what are the odds that both of you, the exact same deck, end up in the finals? What was going through your head in those first couple of games? I know the first game you had the triple TM evolution prized. I mean, what was going through your head when you saw that in the first game?
Yeah, I play 3, so I don't really check my Evo, so I didn't even realize I prized them, but I just like naturally drew my evolution, so got a little bit fortunate there. And then game 2, I don't think I should have actually gone in. Me and Henry talked about it after the game, obviously. And because I was up especially, I don't think I necessarily had to go in, but it worked out because he did draw the best.
Yeah, what does it mean to you to have an opportunity to play against, one of your friends, testing partners in the finals of a tournament like this, knowing that, I mean, you're going to be kind of happy with the result either way? What was going through your head? Like, what was the conversation you guys were having?
Yeah, I mean, there was no one else I would rather be against. Like, he did most of the work on the list, and he's helped me with Guardy, like, all throughout the season, so I owe so much to him, and I'm happy that we were able to verse in the finals.
Yeah, well, you played excellently throughout the tournament, had a lot of close matches. Is there anything else you want to say? Anyone else you want to give a shout out to, or any final thoughts?
Yeah, shout out Henry, obviously the Brazilians for making this like Arvin build, my parents and all my friends who watched and supported me, and my sponsors, FCBC Armor and Toys Terminal.
All right, well, thank you so much, Michael. Let's hear it one more time for our Portland Regional Champion. Congratulations. What an excellent champion we have.
An excellent champion indeed. An excellent finals match, one that we will certainly remember. Congratulations to both finalists, especially our champion, Michael Davidson. A long time coming, one of the great players in the game for the last couple of seasons, and he's now cemented himself as a regional champion.
Excellent work. If there was anybody to take down in the Gardevoir mirror match, that's truly the final boss there at Henry Chow. But he made it look easy, despite the Evos being prized, despite there being a lot of challenges. The Rabska, you have the Drifloon, all those types of pieces in between. He worked it out, got the dub. Congratulations again to Michael.
Yeah, it was intimidating, especially with that opener that we saw from Henry in the opening game. You have to be thinking, well, I've got my back against the wall to make it out of this one and to play against such a great competitor, but he stayed tried and true to his plan, and he was able to come out on top. And I mean, an unbelievable game from both our players.
I'm not going to lie. I almost wrote off game number 1 when I saw the 3 TM Evo prized. I mean, it seemed like it would be that bad But it's a pretty slow matchup, it turns out, and Davidson is able to find a way to win 2-0 in that final match. Let's recap our meta share from day 2 of the tournament. Of course, there were 2 Gardevoir players in our final match, but it was just the second most popular deck in the room. Dragapult EX still leading that charge.
It's just so strong, and you can kind of see how towards the end of the metagame, it came to a forefront. Just those big 3, the Gardevoir, Dragapult, Raging Bolt, and then some of those other decks, you know, big surprise there, the EVEX toolbox, especially for how played it was. Great conversion percentage into that top 8.
Yeah, it remains a solid choice. Let's recap what we as the casters picked for our choices to do well at this event. And there are quite a few good calls up here, I'd say, the 2 of you especially, with the Gardevoir EX from Ethan and that Monkey Dory there from you, Kyle.
Yeah, it's just what a great combo that we've seen from that deck time and time again. The consistency that you have of pushing the damage off yourself as a defensive tool, but also finding that aggression. It's just one of those unbeatable combos.
And this was our final regional championship of the year. What a journey it has been. We started things off with Baltimore, and we got all the way to this point. Portland now officially in the gray. All horizons lead towards New Orleans in AIC just a few weeks away, and that is going to be an extremely exciting one. A brand new expansion legal for play.
Everything's going to change, and that's the beauty of Pokemon. We're going to see new protection for the bench, Shaman coming out. So if you're not a fan of Screamtail, if you don't like the noise, you got some headphones you can put on, a little bit of protection there. We'll see how players adjust at the biggest tournament of the year outside of Worlds. It's going to be an awesome one.
But before the North American International Championships, there is still one more event to take place in Europe. The Bologna Special Championships will be coming up May 31st to June 1st. Make sure you tune in. You are not going to want to miss it. I'm excited to see what the best Europe has to offer is able to do with the information gleaned from this event. And then, of course, that will lead up to our North American International Championships down in New Orleans, the new expansion legal. Lots of great cards coming out of that set. All the Team Rocket stuff, but I think leading the way there for Destined Rivals, Marnie's Grimmsnarl is looking pretty strong.
There's a lot to look forward to coming out of this new set, and just the opportunity as well to play in New Orleans again. We had such a great time last year. We had one of the most exciting finals to remember too, and I'm sure we're in store for another one just like that.
And then as well, there is a Pokemon GO Fest happening. Something to be checking out over in Jersey City. If you find yourself in the area, there will be a broadcast as well, June 8th, 10 a.m. Eastern. Make sure to tune in so you can check out what they have happening over there for the Pokemon GO Fest event. Going to be very exciting to see what we have to offer. And I'm looking forward to the rest of this season. We've got just a couple of tournaments left, and then we'll be looking ahead to Worlds in August. I can't wait, gentlemen.
It's going to be an absolute pleasure, and it's been a pleasure for this regional season. It flew by so fast, but it was an awesome one, and great to be working beside you and all the rest of the talent this year. What a pleasure.
Yes, we're all extremely thankful. It's a great opportunity to get to come out and do these events. We appreciate all of you watching along at home as well. And one last little plug, if you're not following any of our various channels, be sure to do that. Twitch, YouTube, wherever you are watching, be sure to follow, and on various social medias as well, use that hashtag PlayPokemon. And if you want to find out where the next broadcast is, be sure to check out Pokemon.com/broadcasts. Get all the information about the stream start times, figure out what time it's going to be starting in your local time zone so you don't miss a single moment of the action. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure this whole year and this weekend especially. For myself, the crew, everyone backstage, we thank you so much for your time. We hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you again real soon. Our Portland Regional Champion.
And no, it's going to be Drifloon coming up because Counter Catcher is still available.
We'll see how these players clash. For now, they'll show what they've got on the table.
We can use the boss's orders to boss up a Hoot Hoot, and it will be Tail
to see the Crispin Caleb checking through the deck. If there's 2 energies, this game is over.
All play out. There's the Bravery Charm onto the Drift Loon, and that will be a concession.